this one, and it's off the bricks, and it caroms way past Meckler. And we got a guy that's going to have an inside-the-park home run.
That has to be the first of those for him. My goodness. We don't see many balls come off the bricks like that.
Crooked Kipe on the call for NBC Sports Bay Area. Luke Raley with the inside the park home run. What? I can't believe the way the ball bounced off the arcade, the bricks in right field, off the center field wall. And that was kind of a microcosm of the way the Giants series went against the Tampa Bay Rays. They've lost 4 straight series. Last night they get smoked by the Rays 6-1. Ross Stripling was just not good. He just is not being good enough. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Hopefully everybody had a good shift last night. If you're on the roadways right now, drive safely, please. Good morning to all the overnight dancers, janitors, campers, and all the kids who are going back to school. A lot of people had their first day of school yesterday, the day before. People starting their senior year, their freshman year of high school, first year of middle school, pre-K, all that stuff, preschool. Good morning to everybody out there. Spinotti's back in the saddle. Pre-game show was on fire this morning. We got Lupman running around with his head cut off. And, of course, Joe Shasky is here with his Niners hat. And, boy, there's a lot to get into with the Giants, the Niners. We will start off with the Giants. Let's get them out the way. Because I'm not apologizing for anything. We'll get to Gabe Kapler. Just, you see the class. That's what a playoff team looks like, the Tampa Bay Rays.
Oh, yeah.
That's a playoff team.
Yeah, they're...
The Giants may be holding down the second wild card spot or third wild card spot. Come on. Use your eyes, folks. Use your eyes. This is not a playoff team. And the exposure is going to happen again this weekend in Atlanta. And it's going to happen in Philadelphia. And then when the Braves come to the West Coast next weekend, it's going to happen again. This team is cooked. This team is cooked. I mean, they don't have enough pitching. Not starting pitching. They don't have enough bats. The bats have died.
You know how many home runs Ross Stripling's given up?
He's given up.
Less than 100 innings pitched, and he's given up 27 homers. He's the only guy.
That.
He's the only guy with under 100 and over 20 given up.
Yeah. Percentage of home runs allowed per batters faced. He's thrown 78.1 innings. I didn't either until David Tella at NBC sent me this yesterday. Ross Stripling, number 1 in the league, 6% of the batters he faced, he gives up a home run. I mean, percentage of home runs allowed per batters faced. So Stripling's at 78.1 innings after today, so we used him the minimum 70 innings pitched. Trevor Williams from the Nationals, Luke Weaver from the Reds, Tyler Wells from the Orioles, Ben Lively from the Reds, and Ross Stripling's number 1. Number 1.
What a signing.
And he's got a player option for $15 million.
Well, he also had bad back. I don't know if you caught that.
Well, he was not happy with Gabe Kapler revealing that, and that was the biggest thing to me.
Why was that the biggest? Because my head's gonna explode in a second.
Well,
I'm trying to be calm.
I thought you were not getting mad about the Giants no more.
I'm getting mad at the idiots who regurgitate numbers and have never stepped in a batter's box in their life because I'm sick of hearing stupid stuff that makes my head melt.
Well, who cares? Ross Stripling's given up 20 home runs this season. 20 home runs in 78 innings. I mean, Logan Webb has given up 17 in 63 innings. Ross Stripling now, he was pitching well recently, but 5.29 ERA, 1.30 whip.
I mean, Jesus.
It's not good. It's not good. Not great, Bob. Not great.
Whatever. Whatever they have to do to get Stripling to opt out of that money and not come back, do it. I don't even care. I'm not going to sit here and argue about if he's hurt. Should they say it out loud? I don't even care. And today, my outrage is not directed even at Gabe Kapler. I actually think Kapler's done a pretty decent job, doing exactly what the organization wants him to do. I have a bigger issue with organizational philosophy. Just straight up. Organizational philosophy. It drives me completely insane. Every single move will be dictated by we are trying to gain a slight advantage based on the percentages. So this guy bats 267 against righties.
Right.
Well, this other guy bats 278 against righties. And so in this situation, I don't care if he's had 4 great at-bats in a row. I don't care that the other guy's 0 for his last 16.
Right.
We're going to go with the guy who gives us 7 percentage points better based on about 100 at-bats difference.
Right.
Like, these marginal marginal advantages with small sample sizes. We lean in those directions, completely dismissing the human element.
Yep.
What about a guy's confidence? What about a guy's feeling or your belief in that guy? Is there anything worse than you're in the batter's box, all right, or in the on-deck circle, and you're looking over your shoulder and you're going, oh, man, if this guy gets on first base, am I even going to get this at-bat off?
But we keep talking about development, right? Development. Well, part of developing some of these players and putting them in high-leverage situations to see how they do it. So in the bottom of the seventh inning, which leads to the back and forth
here we go.
that game Kapler had with the reporter, Wade Jr. walks. It's 6-1. Wade Meckler just got called up, is about to come pitch hit. Now, they didn't pitch hit for him on Monday. Didn't pitch hit for him on Monday. They let him bat. And a lot of people, oh, man, you didn't pitch hit for Meckler. For Meckler.
And then he defended it, saying, we are trying to develop some guys to be versus righties and lefties and full time, which I'm like, great. Love it. This is the same guy you got thrown out of a game for the day before.
Right, exactly.
Defending the strike zone.
Think about that. Monday, you don't pitch hit for him. You defend the move, and I get it. Tuesday, you get thrown out the game for defending Wade Meckler. And then yesterday, he has a chance to come up to the bat, and you pinch hit him for Austin Slater. And now I get it. The numbers tell you Austin Slater's been one of the best pinch hitters. He's been one of the best hitters against lefties, whatever. I don't care. But you pinch hit for Meckler, and Slater grounds it to a double play. Now, Slater is not going to factor into the future. He's a placeholder for what's to come in the future. No,
Bonte. The data tells you he's one of the best pinch hitters of all time.
Okay.
Of all time. That's what the paper cruncher, I've never grabbed a glove in my life, knuckleheads want to tell me, Joe Shasky. And I say, we could sit at a bar. You and I don't even drink. We can sit at a bar. I could ask 100 baseball fans, any sports fan, best pinch hitter of all time.
Right.
No one
believes
we could sit there for 365 days. No one's bringing up Austin Slater.
No, nobody.
Shut up with the analytics.
Yeah. So anyway, analytics are part of sports. Analytics part of sports, which you pitch hit for him. And then it got testy after the game. And there's a couple things here. We're going to tie some things together because I think something bigger may be on the horizon for the Giants.
Okay. Because I want to get into this particular situation.
Well, this situation right here, Kapler got asked about pitch hitting for Meckler after not doing it on Monday night and defending Meckler and defending the situation, which I agree with. If you want to develop these guys, let them hit, whether it's Matos, Ramos, Bailey,
Luciano
Schmidt,
down the line.
Let these guys hit.
Agreed.
But you pitch hit for Meckler, which kills his confidence. So Kapler had a nice little back and forth with the reporter after the game about that situation. Here it is.
Earlier this series, we talked about why you stuck with Wade Meckler and with the bases loaded against the lefty. Bases loaded against the lefty tonight, you decided to pinch hit Slater for him. What changed, if anything, in that decision?
I'm absolutely happy to make the distinction, but I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
Is it just Slater versus Ramos?
Yeah, I mean, this is not a disrespect to Ramos in any way, but I think Ramos has like 4 career pinch hit at-bats. Slater's one of the best pinch hitters in baseball. So I don't mind, of course, explaining something, but I just sometimes wonder if the question is, hey, can you say it? Or if that distinction isn't clear. I'm just curious about that.
Slater hasn't been hitting awesome either. He has a more track record, sure, but...
Would you agree that he's one of the 5 best right-handed pinch hitters over the course of the last 3 or 4 years?
Yeah.
Do you think there's that creates a distinction between him and a guy that has 4 career pinch hit at-bats?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm not criticizing you at all. I'm just wondering if what you're asking is for me to say that, or if whether or not there's a distinction at all for you.
It was a similar situation, so I think people would be interested to learn and hear you explain it.
Yeah, and so, I mean, again, Slater's one of the best pinch hitters in baseball, particularly against left-handed pitching over the course of the last 3 seasons. And so in that situation, we trust that he's going to go up there and have a good at-bat. He did, and he grounded into a double play. But I had him go up there because he's really, really good at that. Just has had a stretch where he hasn't had a lot of success.
So, the little passive aggressiveness by Gabe Kapler there, I thought was unnecessary. Reporters just asking a question. You didn't have to get snippy with him. Reporter's doing his job. He's asking a question. Cap, just answer the question. You got your asses kicked. You lost 4 straight series. And I like Kapler. I do. But it's too much of that whenever he gets a little testy. And he talked about Ross Stripling getting it back. And Ross Stripling kind of laughed after the game, said, man, it would have been nice if he told me that before he went public first with my injury. And so Alex Wood Saturday night, not happy with his role. Yeah. Ross Stripling, we could all say, who the hell is Ross Stripling to complain about anything?
Which I would agree with.
How about you keep the ball in the ballpark? But you know what? you know what? I get that. And then you're getting tested with a poor reporter who ain't making nothing, who's making peanuts, just trying to do his damn job, and you want to go back and forth with him about a situation, which was appropriate. It was an appropriate question.
Did you think he tried to dunk on him, or what?
Yeah, he was trying to dunk on him. Which was weird.
Okay.
Which is weird. Just answer the question. Well, just answer the question, Cap.
Well, here's the thing. He's doing, like, this is why I'm not really mad. I get what you're saying on, like, the being snippy. So that part, like...
Right. That's unnecessary.
Okay.
You got your asses kicked. You lost 4 straight series.
I've never been in those scrums, so I'm going to lean on what how you feel is how I'm going to lean because you have experience being there. Lubman said the same thing, right? And Lubman's in those scrums.
He's in those scrums.
I've never been in those scrums, so I'm going to lean in. Like you have more knowledge on this than I do. Here's what my retort would have been to him: Dog, does form matter? The guy's won for his last 23. He's got 7 hits in his last, 60 or 70 at-bats, Austin Slater. So, you could give me all the data in the world. Does the form not matter? If a guy is struggling, does that not matter? This is the problem. And again, this is why I'm not, the decision. I'm going back to the decision. I'm not even mad at Kapler. This is the organizational philosophy, which I reject. I reject it, okay?
Yep.
One of the great things, I was talking about this with Spadoni. When we talk about Will Clark, okay? Now, this is a glorified moment in time. He's starting first ever game, opening day against Nolan Ryan.
Astrodome.
And he hits a home run. And right then and there, what did he do, Bonte? Early on in his career, he endeared himself to Giants fans.
Yep.
And then you lit the confidence fuse on a young player who was your number 2 overall pick that I'm sure he carried along with him for years. And look, you could say, Joe, he always had that confidence. He was always going to ball, blah, 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 blah. But had there been a guy on the bench who hit 10 percentage points higher versus righties than Will Clark, do we get that moment?
Don't know.
That's my point. So let's say in this particular scenario, you got a young guy in Wade Meckler. Part of the confidence building journey of a young player is giving them that opportunity in that moment to win himself over amongst his teammates, to build up his own confidence, to endear himself to Giants fans. Why are we robbing these kids of the moment? You pinch hit for Luciano in his debut. You pinch hit for Ramos in high leverage situations in the 7th and 8th inning. If you never give them an opportunity, how can they prove to you that they can deliver? How can they prove to you that they can go from being a 250 hitter against lefties to a 270 or a 290 hitter? You're not giving them the opportunity to prove it to you or to prove you wrong.
No doubt.
So hold on. Element?
So
I'm sorry. It drives me nuts.
So Charles Johnson sat down with Susan Slusser, and I know we touched on it a little bit yesterday, but this quote keeps popping back to me. It keeps popping back to me. Susan Slusser asked Charles Johnson, I know you've indicated that Farhad Zaidi's option for next year will be picked up. Neither he nor Gabe Kapler has had their deal extended recently. Where do you stand with that? Now, this was a very interesting answer. And it took me a while to I read it over and over and over and over again. Charles Johnson said, or Greg Johnson, his son.
Who I have very little faith in right now.
Greg Johnson. Charles Johnson's the one who donates everything. He's in Florida, but Greg Johnson, his son. We could have opted out for next year. And we didn't do that, which means Farhad is going to be around. Both of them, Farhad and Kapler, through next season. And nothing's changed as far as our desire. Farhad and I have been having discussions on what that rate format looks like for both of us. And he's been so busy, I keep telling him, well, if you want to get together and talk about it to finalize, and he's just kind of like, I'm fine. That's a little strange to me. It's a little strange to me.
Totally agree.
We can wait potentially until after the season. I don't think there's been any urgency. He feels very comfortable that we're committed to getting it done, and I feel comfortable that he's committed to staying. Same holds true for Kapler? Exactly. So they're signed through the end of next season. I don't think the Giants are going to extend them. I think they should wait. Now, with the way Kapler's talking, with the players kind of like, I don't like my roles. And now you could say who's Alex Wood, who's Ross Stripling. But I think that clubhouse, even going back to Crawford when Kapler first got here, when he got pitch hit for, it was a defensive replacement. LaGoria, veterans, a lot of those guys.
He made it very known.
Very known. And it's like, damn, you're pitch hitting for me. I don't know what I'm going to bat. This philosophy, this overall philosophy, I don't think it's not endearing to guys, to big league players. And I'm hearing through the grapevine, Aaron Judge was never going to sign here and play for Kapler or Farhan. He entertained it, but he was never really coming here. They don't really rock with this philosophy. They don't really rock with Kapler. So, with that said, something else is happening here. Buster Posey and his family is moving back to the Bay Area. They're moving back here full time. And Posey in the article at SFK is like, yeah, I want to be around the team. I want to see these homegrown players. I want to be invested in the stands. Are we sure? Behind the grapevine, or, kind of behind the scenes here, Kapler Farhan maybe have one more year left on the deal. You think Buster Posey enjoys this style of baseball?
No, I think he wants to manage this team, and I want him to do it.
I think Buster Posey's being groomed to manage this team in the future.
Please,
he's moving. He's moving back to the Bay Area.
Please, Jesus.
Why is he moving back to the Bay Area?
I don't know. That's a great question.
To be closer to the team, to be closer to the organization,
to pay more in taxes and worry about his car getting bipped.
I think Buster Posey has a chance to be the future manager of the San Francisco Giants after Kapler. If you're a free agent out there, I
love it.
If you're a free agent out there, who you going to go play for? Buster Posey or Gabe Kapler? Who do you respect more?
Posey. Who are the players going to listen to more, too?
Posey or Kapler or Farhan?
And if you have a young catcher that you're trying to groom, who better to learn from day to day than Buster Posey in the dugout every day? That's a great, wow. I hadn't even considered that until you started going down that road, and the light went on almost like the hamster wheel inside my little dumb brain.
And I'm going to say where I got.
I love this.
My brain didn't go down this until I ran into Ben the Wildcat yesterday. My guy Bernie, he went to Reardon. I think he's like class of 01, 02. Big fan of the show.
Really?
But he worked with Big Dog City.
Wait, Ben Bass?
No. Not Ben Bass.
Okay.
Ben the Wildcat. He lived in Boston for like 10 years.
Ben Bass, if you're out there. Glen Park's finest. Sorry.
So Bernie, I ran into him right outside the building yesterday. I was walking around, taking a walk before the all-staff meeting at the Olympic Club podcast. And Ben's like, Bonte! He moved back here. He's been out here for 2 years. And he used to work with Big Dog City Enterprise, a lot of sports conversations. He goes, Buster Posey's moving back to the Bay. And he was walking down to the game. He's about to go to the game. He goes, I think they're grooming Posey. And we sat there and talked for 20 minutes. I said, you know what? I'll bring this up to Shaq.
Did you discuss the greatest pinch hitters of all time and list Austin Slater at the top?
We did not.
Yeah.
We did not do that.
And his 137 pinch hit at bats, while Lenny Harris has close to 1,000. This thing. Do you know how many at bats JD Davis has right now? Just for this year.
What, over 300?
380, something like that. We are going off a sample size of 130-something at-bats for Austin Slater and crowning him one of the greatest pinch hitters of all time. Shh, put the laptop down. Keep going.
Yep, so we're going to continue this conversation on the other side. By the way, shout out to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, as well as the Xfinity mobile text line. This segment was also brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Hey, man, Rob's Stats on Fire, 8:30. Around 7:30, we're giving out LL Cool J tickets and 50 Cent tickets. That's all coming up, sponsored by Save Mart in Lucky, California.
Monopoly is back now at Lucky.
So,
Oh, B, I love you. You have a sickness. I thought
What?
I had a sickness. You have a sickness.
why do I have a sickness?
Because,
What'd I do?
like, you're sitting here at the break and you're talking about this time you went to a game.
The Phillies game.
And Kapler happened to be the manager.
Of the Phillies.
Lay the groundwork on this one.
We were just talking about platooning and all that stuff, and I said, when did Kapler? How many years did Kapler manage the Phillies? 2 years.
Yeah.
Felt like one. But I remember it was a Friday night, and I can't believe I remember this, and it was true. Friday night game at Oracle Park. I went with Philly Zoo, Brendan Coleman. He was out here in town. Andy came with us, and we're all out this game. And Parker hit 2 bombs that day. I mean, hit 2 bombs.
Another
right
guy
center,
who was never going to play for
center
us.
field. Yeah, no doubt. But I remember that game. Now, the Phillies ended up winning the game 9-6. But I said I could have swore Kapler came in because Lubman had this video of Kapler pulling a pitcher,
Yes.
and Realmuto, the catcher of the Phillies, saying, "Dear God."
Yeah,
I'm paraphrasing, but it was the F-bomb.
It was the greatest reaction. It was like, I have zero faith in what's going to happen
So
here.
I don't get the analytics or the platooning. But that day, Drew Smiley was pitching for the Phillies. He's a left-handed pitcher. Now, I've never seen this in my life before. And maybe I just don't remember. But that day, and I was like, I could have swore Kapler pulled a left-handed starter for a left-handed reliever. Which usually when you pull a lefty, you're saying, all right, I want to go to the righty for this matchup.
Yeah.
He pulled a left-handed starter.
Or he's out of bullets.
Yeah, so he was at 98 pitches.
But he's still at that time, you can still go another batter or two.
Right. So he pulled him for a left-handed reliever who ended up giving up 2 hits that day. And I was like, I don't think I've ever seen that. Now, maybe I'm misremembering this. And no, it was true. Smiley was a lefty, and Kapler pulled him for a left-handed reliever. And I remember at the time of the game, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. But he's going to a lefty after having... Anyway, that just... that's the sickness there. The fact that I remember a little thing like that, just... I don't know about Kapler.
So you
long-term.
like threw a grenade in my lap.
Yeah.
Breaking down this whole Buster Posey thing and
Right.
and just kind of like, what does it mean? Where's this going? Why did he move back?
Not even me.
No, it's a great point.
Been to Wildcat. Shout out to Bernie out there, who I got to
Thank
meet,
you, Bernie.
who I got to see yesterday after being in
Weekday
Boston.
at Bernie's.
Yeah, he wanted to meet us in Bernie. He does have that vibe too. That weekend at Bernie's vibe. But I remember he was trying to hook up with us in Boston during the finals because he was out there for 10 years. But I was just like, he liked me to this. He goes, I think Buster Posey's being Gruden managed. And we had all talked about the article with Greg Johnson sitting down with Susan Slusser. And he had some throwaway lines saying, Buster's really evolved. He texts me all the time and yada, yada, yada. He's asking this question, that question. And then the SF Gate article kind of flies under the radar. Nobody really touched on it. Posey and his family is moving back full-time to the Bay Area after going back home to Georgia for a year or two. They're coming back to the Bay Area full-time.
There's got to be a reason why.
This fan base has never been more detached emotionally. I'm trying to search. I want to be emotionally attached to the Giants. I want to love my baseball team again.
Yeah.
I do. I really do. They've lost a lot of people here with this philosophy, platooning and pulling guys left and right and openers and bullpenning and all that stuff. With Kapler talking the way he's talking, with Greg Johnson saying, yeah, we're no rush to extend. It's weird. If you're Farhan Zaidi, you're going to say, yeah, we're fine. I'll get back to you. If you're Farhan Zaidi, I'm begging for an extension.
Yeah, in any negotiation where someone said, hey, let's negotiate, don't you like, yeah, I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah. Instead, it's like, hey, I'm busy right now.
Such a great point.
I'm busy? You're too busy to talk about your future status with the Giants? I think it's a package deal. I think through next year, if things go awry and we don't see any incremental gains with this baseball team,
that long?
They may not.
I don't think you go. I know other people disagree with me. For me, if I was running a business, I'm not letting someone go into the last year of their deal who's not a champion.
Right. Well, and so I have been on the you can't fire Farhan, you can't fire Kapler. But when you see back and forths like that with Kapler and the reporter, and you hear Alex Wood, and you hear Ross Shortwing say, boy, I wish Gabe Kapler would have talked about my back injury with me before going public with it. You're not talking to the player first. You're going straight to the press and you're leaking that. Guys are not happy with their roles. Benai was on with Willard Dibbs a few weeks ago saying, I don't know what my role
So
is.
it's a great example. No,
I'm just a baseball player. I don't know if I'm a starter, reliever. I don't know what the hell I am.
one of the things that Dave Roberts and Alex Cora got credit for after their teams won championships was every guy on their team said, I knew going to the ballpark the next day, right, what my role was going to be, right? And you can take this to anything. When you go to a job site and you know exactly what you have to do, I got to knock out this wall, I got to drill these things, boom, boom. Don't you always it's like a checklist, and you just feel more confident. You know exactly. Nothing is worse than showing up to work like I don't really know, not really sure what I'm going to do today. Twiddling your thumbs, And I think it's even more so for a game like baseball. Not that basketball, not that football are not incredibly mental. They are. Baseball is an extremely underrated mental game. And the psyche and the confidence and the comfortability. These guys are creatures of habit. You hear about this from so many different people. And I think my biggest issue with the organizational philosophy, it's always like, it's data, and the people don't matter. The human element doesn't matter. And I'm saying, look, data is important. The human element, to me, is equally important. These guys have to feel themselves. They got to have confidence. Like, again, we talk about like the confidence Kyle Shanahan has with Brock Purdy. Like, it's one thing to say you have confidence. It's another to show them based on throwing when you're backed up against the end zone.
No doubt.
Right?
No
Allowing a young player to hit late in the game so that they can endear themselves not only to you, but prove to everyone, I can hit against this guy with runners on with 2 outs. Like that, those are big building moments for young ascending players.
Right. So Posey played here from 2009 to 2021. And he's moving back to the Bay Area full time. In a conversation with Andrew Bagley that was published on Sunday in The Athletic, Posey revealed that he was coming back to the area where he won 3 World Series. As Posey explained, it took a year away for the family to realize the Bay Area had become the place that truly felt like home. It's where both their sets of twins were born, so they loaded up the movie truck last week and to give Posey the opportunity to see more Giants games from the stands. He said he is eager as anyone to watch the next generation of homegrown players establish themselves.
So he's just going to sit in the front row and go to Pete's Coffee, or
there's a lot of catchers. There's a lot of catchers who become managers.
Yeah, the best.
They call games. Bochy. They call games. They have that relationship with pitchers. They know how to set up the infield.
Girardi.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Yeah, no. That's what I was saying. There's a lot of catchers who become big league managers. This fan base needs some juice.
Yeah.
We need something to get us back to the yard.
Yeah.
You said something a couple weeks ago saying we underestimated the loss of Buster Posey and how much he meant to this organization. Kapler and Farhan and his front office, and it's not all Kapler. I feel kind of bad for him because of the deck he's handed, the set of cards he's handed here. It's not a good baseball team. I know they're in a wild card position, but come on, folks. Let's be real with ourselves. This is not a good baseball team. They're average at best. Mm-hmm. And I think the regression is going to come, and we're about to see it through the end of August. No extension for Farhan and Kapler. If I'm Greg Johnson, and I'm saying, boy, I need to endear myself with this fan base. I need to make a splash hire. I need to make a splash move. I can't get free agents aside here because I don't think they want to play for Kapler or Farhan, and I don't think they really love this philosophy, which is why you're missing out on big-time free agents, why you're swinging and missing, and why you got to settle for Mitch Henniger's, who's only played 15 games or whatever games he's played, or why you can only sign Minaya and Stripling, and you still have to give them player options. You have to give Minaya and Stripling player options. Stripling's pitched 78 innings, and he's given up 20 home runs. 20! You got to make a splash if you're Greg Johnson. You don't think Buster Posey misses being in the clubhouse?
Oh, come on.
He's been a baseball lifer.
Well, that's the thing I think people underrate. Like I'm not Posey. Okay, I'm going to admit that right now. But, dude, if you take a couple weeks off from coaching, you miss it. Yes, you get burnt out at the end. You miss it. If you love something, when you and I go on vacation, we love talking. Right. We go on vacation. It takes me like 2 days, and I go I'll like Monday, Tuesday.
You start itching.
By Tuesday afternoon, I'm like, God damn it, I need to get back on the microphone. Don't you?
You start itching
because I love this job so much.
Yeah, you start itching. You start getting on Twitter. I start texting you guys to get my takes out. And then I'm like, all right, I'm gonna put the phone down and just live it on. But then when I'm sitting at dinner with Anna, she's like, do you miss it? You miss it? So my thought, and I'm like, hell yeah, I miss it. Listen. I'm starting to get the itch for the Warriors season. The NBA schedule gets released today at 12 o'clock. And I'm like, damn, I can't wait for Warriors basketball. Damn, I can't wait for the Niners. So I think with Buster Posey moving back to the Bay Area, this is another step into getting them to manage the Giants. I really do. I think Kepler, Farhad, if you're Greg Johnson, there's no way you could possibly extend these guys.
Is there even a move in the back pocket that would endear themselves to Giants fans quicker than doing what you're saying?
I think you want to get Giants fans excited again. Giants fans will be patient with Buster Posey. We trust Buster Posey. We love Buster
You
Posey.
bought yourself, 3 years of optimism?
Right. At least. And some of the heat comes off of you. Let's continue the conversation on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached...
630 Xfinity Mobile text line. Cubs did that with hiring the catcher Ross as their head coach, David Ross, of course. Not saying Buster wouldn't be a good coach, but seems like a ploy by the owners to fill the seats without having it spin in free agency. Now, if you have Buster Posey as manager, free agents will come, and the Giants will spin. Money's not a problem. Greg Johnson said, yeah, we're not. Financially, we're fine. And they are fine. They got a $183 million payroll. The Giants will spin. They will spend for the right players.
We can argue
about
if they're spending it appropriately.
Right. Yeah.
But I agree
they're not
with
spending
you.
wisely.
Yes.
Joe Lacob spends a lot of money. At times, they don't spend it wisely, i.e. Kelly Oubre Jr. It happens. Jed York, they swung and missed on contracts. It happens in pro sports. But the fact is, they're willing to spend. And I can meet you there.
Well,
if you're willing to spend, I'm cool with that.
And I also think that, I'm sure that Buster will adjust his thought process, because if you look at the arc of his career, he came in at a time where it was old school baseball, and then it slowly transitioned into what we have now. And he played under this regime. Do you think he's trotting out 1.75 starters, or do you think he's trying to have at least 4 in that rotation?
No, not at all.
Who understands the psyche of a pitcher? Who understands how to massage the 162 game season of a pitching staff?
Right.
How to squeeze the lemon.
Yep. And look, we get this, and I get this Skywalker Destroyer 52. Bonte, part owner, hasn't been a manager since Connie Mack, and that was 100 years ago.
We could digest
I get that. We could work around that. We could work around that.
There's always ways of working.
We could work around that. Trust me on that.
We
could work around that.
By the way, money talks.
It does. So, what's the quickest way for Greg Johnson to get some cachet, get some confidence into him? Hiring Buster Posey. Kapler, again, I'm going to read this quote for everybody. Let me pull it back up here. What were you about to read, Shasky?
Well, one of my favorite texts of all time from the 415. How do analytics predict the yips? Wow. Baseball is 100% mental. Other sports you can physically override sometimes. Baseball you can't. I would say they're all mental to a degree, but I think we underrate the amount of mental that is baked into baseball.
We do. We certainly do.
I mean, Chuck Knobloch, Steve Sachs. I mean, just go right down the list. I mean, Rick Ankiel.
Rick Ankiel. Yeah, he had to go play center field or something.
These are just random thoughts.
Could throw the whole plate.
I mean,
what about John Lester throwing to first base?
Right now, the greatest pinch hitter of all time, Austin Slater. He's in the mix of a 7 for 60 something.
Look,
we're the greatest pitcher. I can't even say that with a straight face.
So we got a lot of sound from JT O'Sullivan, who joined Willard and JD yesterday. I want to get to that at some point today. We got practice. We got CMC talk. But Giants chairman sat down, Greg Johnson sat down with Susan Slusser, the Giants beat writer, the other day. And I don't think we touched on it enough. But there's a couple things here that he talked about Buster Posey and how much he texts Buster's invested, and he's moving back to the Bay Area. And I think that flew under the radar because it was a weekend dump. We're so focused on Trey Lance, and this market was so focused on Trey Lance and the 49ers that we totally just misread Buster Posey saying, you know what? Me and the family are coming back to the Bay Area to be around the Giants full time. Now, a question.
The only thing to make me look up from my Niner obsession right now would be something related to Buster Posey with the Giants.
Because I don't like talking Giants right now. I said this yesterday.
Yeah.
They just don't excite me.
No, but I think a lot of people feel that way.
And yeah, exactly. I want to love my baseball team again. By the way, don't forget, football season is here. What better way to kick it off with the 95-70 games? Red and Gold Summit. Join all your favorite 95-70 game hosts at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon. That's right. Come out and join us in San Ramon August 29th on a Tuesday. Willard and Dibs will start it off from 2 p.m. Then the summit will go from 4 to 6 p.m. All the hosts will debate and answer the most burning questions surrounding the red and gold during a live show right in front of you, our loyal listeners. Again, that's Tuesday, August 29th at Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room and Beer Garden in San Ramon, now featuring the Leaks Top Golf Simulators, August 29th. Red and Gold Summit. Warrior Summit was really fun at Bois Vito and Walnut Creek. This is going to be a blast, an absolute blast, August 29th. Also, this segment is sponsored by Go to St. Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com, 888-957-9570. What do you think about Buster Posey becoming the next manager of the Giants? Why are we asking that? Couple things.
I can't believe we're even. It's incredible. I love it.
So, Shasky, I want to get your thoughts on this.
Yeah.
When you hear this, Slusser asked Greg Johnson, I know you indicated that Farhan's option for next year will be picked up. Neither he nor Gabe Kapler has had their deal extended recently. Where do you stand with that? Now, I would say they don't deserve extensions right now. Greg Johnson said, we could have opted out for next year, and we didn't do that, which means Farhan is going to be around both of them through next season, through 2024, and nothing's changed as far as our desire. Farhan and I have been having discussions on what the rate format looks like for both of us. Now, I've never heard a rate format or whatever that is, and he's been so busy. I think that's very strange. I keep telling him, well, if you want to get together, talk about it, and finalize it, and he's just kind of like, I'm fine. You're fine? Fine about what? Just being under contract through next season? So he said we could wait potentially until after the season. I don't think there's been any urgency. He feels very comfortable that we're committed to getting it done, and I feel comfortable that he's committed to staying. So what does that answer mean to you, Shasky?
Well, okay, it's funny that you said it because I read that article immediately, and I screen capped, I think, a part of it and sent it to the group thread. I didn't know what to make of it. I thought it was a lot of double talk.
A lot of word salads.
Well, like, okay, when you say like, hey, I asked him about an extension or let's put together a new deal. Just most normal people are going to say, yeah, I'd like to hear what you have to offer. Wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Even if you've got gobs of money, don't you always want to see what the next deal looks like?
You imagine Bob Myers telling Joe Lacob, hey, man, we want to extend you, or Mike Dunleavy Jr., we want to extend you, and they're like, yo, Lacob, I'm fine right now. I'm good. You know, like Daryl Morey telling the Sixers, yeah, I'm fine right now. John Lynch telling the 49ers, Adam Peters, hey, Shetty, into year 3, it's murky. Niners have had 2 losing seasons. Yeah, I'm fine right now. You've had 4. You made the playoffs 1 year. Now you may make the playoffs this year, but nobody really is into it, right? Nobody really is. And we don't know if you're going to make the playoffs. You might. You may not. But if you're Farhan and you know how this fan base feels about you, you know how this region feels about you, I would be telling Greg Johnson, hey, I'm fine. We'll get to it when we get to it.
This is the most optimistic. Just thinking about bringing in Buster Posey is as optimistic as I've felt in a long time.
So, and look, I would give my guy Ben the Wildcat credit.
My mind is blown.
If I had not run into Ben the Wildcat yesterday in front of this building, my mind would. I was so far done with the Giants, I wouldn't think about anything about them. Trust me. I'm in football mode. Trey, Brock, Darnold, CMC, Bosa. I'm thinking about the Pittsburgh Steelers already.
Do you get the band back together? Do you hit up Lincecum and Kane and bring them onto the staff? I mean, serious. I'm dead serious.
Vocal song. Because I'm telling you, I feel it from former Giant players, and I feel it from former Giants coaches. They do not rock with this philosophy.
No.
They do not rock with this brand of baseball. No. I don't rock with this brand of baseball. You tell you what.
Are we sure the players do?
Oh, I know they don't. Alex Wood told you Saturday night he doesn't. Ross Strupling told you yesterday he doesn't.
Do you? Okay, so when people say like lost the locker room, what do you think that's a real thing?
I do, because they don't know what their roles are on a day-to-day basis. Guys' arms are about to fall off.
Haven't we all had that boss that we're like, yeah, I don't even listen to them. I roll my eyes when you talk.
Ryan Walker earlier this season said, yeah, I don't like the opener. And yet he's still out there opening. He told you that 3 months ago.
Sam Lubman, you're in that locker room more than any of us. What's it feel? How has it changed from beginning to end of the year?
Well, Ryan Walker's definitely come around on the opener, so I just want to lead off with that. But
he's got no choice.
Well, yeah, a little bit of that too.
He's walking it back.
It helps that he's done really well with it as well. But going in this past homestand, there was a different feel.
As in what?
It just felt off. Like it felt like usually you go into that clubhouse, even the past, like after a loss, like I have like Bob Marley playing and stuff after a loss, and guys like no one's down or anything like that. It's like, oh, okay, we lost. We'll bounce back at the next day, because they say in baseball, you don't get too high, you don't want to get too low. Like all the guys on this team believe that. And after losses, you could really tell. It's like, yeah, they're not getting too low here. This last homestand though, like, I think it was after, especially Bochy being in town, I think kind of added to that too, because I think there's kind of like some weirdness going around the clubhouse. Oh, he used to be the guy here. And it felt like there was a vibe in the clubhouse, just like guys felt a little bit more down after those losses. Like Kapler, you can kind of see it, and just how he was talking. It's like he does not feel like, he doesn't have like that kind of bravado or whatever that he usually would have even after a loss. Like I'm in there, it's just like, oh man, this is kind of depressing.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned the Bochy thing. We've now like a couple of days removed from it.
Yeah.
That Bochy return
hurt, huh?
I think there's layers to it. So it's funny. We were our little league team was down in Carmel, okay, and there was a guy who pitched who's a draft pick out of Stanford, and played baseball. One of the dads that's down in that area, old school baseball guy, big Stanford pitcher, and we were talking just baseball in general. And he told me and my buddy Jim, I put $1,000 on the Rangers before the season started. And we were like, the Rangers? But why? Why did you do that? He goes, old school baseball. I'm like, old school baseball. He's like, look. People think that Bochy didn't think progressively. Right. That's wrong. But secondarily, old school baseball principles will always apply. The game is 200 years old. I know you want to change things here, a little here and there, but the same rules still apply essentially over the long time. I look at football. How much has football changed?
Right. It's changed a lot.
Yeah, but yet I watched a 7th-round pick at Pacheco run pretty damn hard. So for Kansas City, and it still works.
Controlling the line of scrimmage.
It still works.
Getting after the quarterback. Still works.
Still works. So old school principles can still apply is what I'm getting at. And so I watched Bochy come into this stadium with his team, and I think all the Giants fans are like, we whiffed on this.
Oh,
this whole era of we had to get into the new mode and the new current thing. We are looking back like we do in that Wolverine meme where he's looking into the picture. And I think the only way that they could pivot as quick as possible, you're not going to go get Bochy again. That ship is sailed.
But and you know what? To be fair, Bochy needed time off. He needed to rejuvenate himself. Health issues, be around the grandkids for a couple years, and now he's like, you know what? Dallas, Texas, they're spending money. We got pitching. We have a good farm system. Somebody sent me a graphic of the farm system of the Giants. They don't even have a top 10 farm system. So I keep hearing about the farm. They're not even top 10 yet. How long do we have to be patient? We're in the middle of a rebuild. I don't know when it's ending. So when I talk about pillars, and Hank Schulman said, well, they have pillars. And then God bless Hank Schulman. I respect him. He's a longtime writer. I respect.
Yeah.
I can't call Marco Luciano a pillar yet. I don't know what he is. I can't call Winston Hunt a pillar. Idea. He hasn't thrown a major league pitch.
But I do know this. Someone like Buster Posey will understand what it's like being a highly touted player coming through the system and trying to be a part of a winner.
Exactly. So respect from free agents, respect from players. People respect Buster Posey. They respect him.
Don't you think he has the characteristics that are very much resemble Bruce Bochy? He's not going to scream just for the sake of screaming.
Calm. Cool, collected, respected. Will know his gut.
3 pitches ahead of you, absolutely. 6 batters ahead of you at all times.
And I watched him because I'm part of the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame panel, voting on players or people in the Bay Area who got inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Julie Fowler, Andre Ward, Gary Payton. Yeah, Buster Posey. Buster has a dry sense of humor.
I agree with that.
Buster's witty.
There's more to Buster than what we see on camera.
Absolutely.
But I think he's perfect. So yesterday, the way that guy came at him.
So do we want to play that again?
No young writer is going to be double questioning Buster Posey.
No doubt about that. Real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. This is what sparked the conversation about Buster Posey. One, Ben the Wildcat. I'm so glad I read it to you yesterday.
Ben.
Thank you, Ben. Let's go play golf soon.
Old Ben.
Ben the Wildcat. But also, Capper going back and forth with the reporter because Wade Meckler didn't get pitch hit for Monday night. And he talked about the development. Let Meckler sits that moment. Okay, fine. I'm good with that.
We all want that.
We all want that.
And let him endear himself to Giants fans. Let him earn the confidence of a big moment of delivering early on in a career.
No doubt. And then you got ejected 2 nights ago defending Meckler for a poor strike call.
Exactly.
But then yesterday you decided, let me go ahead and pitch hit Meckler with Austin Slater. So a young reporter asked Gabe Kapler about that situation. And here is the back and forth. It's about 2 minutes long.
Earlier this series, we talked about why you stuck with Wade Meckler with the bases loaded against a lefty. Bases loaded against a lefty tonight. You decided to pinch hit Slater for him. What changed, if anything, in that decision?
I'm absolutely happy to make the distinction, but I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
Is it just Slater versus Ramos?
Yeah, I mean, this is not a disrespect to Ramos in any way, but I think Ramos has 4 career pinch hit at-bats. Slater's one of the best pinch hitters in baseball. So I don't mind, of course, explaining something, but I just sometimes wonder if the question is, hey, can you say it? Or if that distinction isn't clear. I'm just curious about that.
Slater hasn't been hitting awesome either. He has more track record, sure, but...
Would you agree that he's one of the 5 best right-handed pinch hitters over the course of the last 3 or 4 years?
Yeah.
Do you think there's that creates a distinction between him and a guy that has 4 career pinch hit at bats?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm not criticizing you at all. I'm just wondering if what you're asking is for me to say that, or if, like, whether or not there's a distinction at all for you.
I think it was a similar situation, so I think people would be interested to learn and hear you explain it.
Yeah, and so, I mean, again, Slater's one of the best pinch hitters in baseball, particularly against left-handed pitching over the course of the last 3 seasons. And so in that situation, we trust that he's going to go up there and have a good at-bat. He did, and he grounded into a double play. But I had him go up there because he's really, really good at that. Just has had a stretch where he hasn't had a lot of success.
Okay, so this obsession with going back on 5 years of what Slater's done. What has he done recently?
So I tell you what he's done recently.
Because I have it all right here.
Yeah. So 0 for 15 in the month of August, Austin Slater. In the month of July, he's 7 of 44. He batted 159 with 12 strikeouts.
And now this week alone, he just got called back up.
Last 7 days.
But this week alone, Elliot Ramos hit the hardest ball that any Giant has hit all year. He hit his first big league home run. All right. He has been hitting well. I believe he's like 5 for 15 or 5 for 14 or whatever the hell it is over his last. So, like, if you want to go on, like, well, what has this guy done versus what? Give Ramos a chance to earn some equity with you. And what about the recent form? Does recent form not matter? When a guy has seen the ball well, put him in a position if you want to go pinch hitter.
Right. Last 30 days. Austin Slater, 3 for his last 40, batting 0.75, 15 strikeouts, 3 walks, 3 RBIs, 1 home run. That's the last 30 days. So you go with an ice-cold hitter. How about you just let him hit the cage and you go with Ramos? So Kapler's getting testy. That was unnecessary.
Yes.
Very unnecessary. Just answer the question. Also, what happened yesterday, this was coming off of Alex Wood on Saturday saying the only reason why he threw in the 9th inning is because he loves the guys in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
Basically sticking his middle fingers at the front office and the manager saying, yeah, I didn't pitch for you. I pitched for my teammates.
The way I viewed that was, I'm a vet and you're making me do mop-up duty.
Right.
Screw you.
Screw you. And he's not happy because he's not starting. He goes, my role is everything but starting.
Yes.
And he put emphasis on starting.
Yes.
So Gabe Copper said that Ross Stripling has been dealing with some back stiffness. Ross Stripling has given up 20 home runs in 78 in the third innings this year. 78 innings. He's given up 20 home runs.
I thought it was 27 in his last 95, but that might be going back to when
last year.
Yeah, last year. So keep going.
So and again, when Stripling signed, I always thought, well, why did the Blue Jays let him go when they need pitching?
Exactly.
And we gave the guy $25 million over 2 years and a player option for 15 anyway. Gabe Copper said that Ross Stripling has been dealing with some back stiffness. Stripling confirmed and laughed. It would have been nice if Kapler told me that before he went public first.
That stuck you, huh? That really stuck with you.
Kapler, last year, a lot of players thought it was a facade when he got ejected from a game last year. They thought it was like, okay, this is fake hustle.
Interesting.
Some people thought it was fake hustle when he got ejected Tuesday night against the Rays. Like he's trying to spark the team. They're bringing out Sage and doing all this stuff. Yeah, they're trying to be like Major League. They're doing all these things here.
He did have Sage in the dugout.
Right.
I had that confirmed from multiple people.
Right. So all these things are happening. I think Kapler's lost the clubhouse again. I don't think this clubhouse rocks with this philosophy, and Buster Posey's moving back full-time to the Bay Area.
All right, a quick little joke. Are we sure that Ross Stripling doesn't have neck stiffness?
Oh, my God. From watching the ball go over in fits. I don't even think he looks over his shoulder anymore. I think he throws it. He knows. Bad. That's another one. I know what those sound like. I know what those bombs sound like. David Tella, who produces Giants baseball for NBC Sports Bay Area. I got a text from Teddy out of nowhere yesterday.
What'd he say?
And this is like...
He was, by the way, he was on TV because he went to the game the other day.
Okay.
You know me, I watch all the...
So they showed him on a...
Yeah, they showed him, and he was with a couple buddies.
Tella's a good dude. Ted? So 6:27 p.m. This is long after the game was over. Okay. Teddy, Kapler's leaving the clubhouse. Pathetic lineup in and out. He goes, Kapler's feeling the heat. So then he sends me this graphic from Brian Davis, Sports Radar. Stripling is 78 innings pitch after today, so we used a minimum 7 innings pitch. Percentage home runs allowed per batters faced. 6%. Number 1 in the league. 6% of the batters he faced, he gives up a home run. That's number 1 in baseball. Number 1.
So we're number 1 in something.
Number 1 in something. So Posey moving back full-time to the Giants or to the Bay Area because this is home. Are we sure Posey's not getting that itch to be back in the clubhouse? Now, who knows if Buster Posey wants to manage? I don't think he wants to do the day-to-day GM grind.
No.
I don't think that's in his cards.
No.
I think he likes being on the field. I think he misses that.
When you are a catcher, you like controlling every pitch. You feel like you're involved in everything, and you're a part of the decision making. You don't think he wants to be a part of that? Look, B, when you're a basketball lifer, a baseball lifer, a football lifer, if you're a carpenter, right? My dad's a plumber. Great example. My dad's a plumber. Okay, he retired, quote unquote.
Right.
What do you think he's still doing?
He's still working.
He's still working. All right, that's what they do. You think Buster Posey, the age that he retired at, is just going to go off into the sunset and we're never going to hear from him again?
Yep.
I highly doubt that.
So I think the Giants, and I think Greg Johnson knows this. I'm losing this fan base. I'm losing the diehards. We talk Giants on the radio. We're losing ratings.
Yeah,
nobody even wants to listen to the games anymore. We don't even want to watch anymore.
It's crazy,
and we're watching it because it's our job. Now you're a diehard. I'm not a casual Giants fan.
No,
I'm a diehard baseball fan. But I can't watch this brand of baseball. It makes me sick.
I know.
I'm watching the day game just laughing yesterday.
We were sitting at we went to Bloom's Saloon after the game last night, and some of the guys were sitting there, and the Braves came up on the screen, and everyone's like, "We're playing the Braves like 6 out of the next however."
They're comparing them to the 27 Yankees. That lineup,
and we're watching Matt Olson. Matt Olson has like 3.5 times the amount of home runs of anyone on the Giants.
So we got a break, but real quick,
and that's one guy. I believe they've got like 4 or 5 guys with over 30.
Yep. Yeah, no. So over 20. Over 20.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, over 20. Austin Riley's on fire right now.
Well, I mean, like Acuna has like 60 stolen bags.
I know. It's unbelievable. When I was in Maui, I got a text from a guy who said, I got a really good source with the Giants, and I trust this source. I trust him. He's never been wrong. He goes, just Kapler. The players don't really like Kapler. They don't like the way the organization runs. And they're just like, I heard firsthand from Anthony Rizzo. When Judge was talking to the Giants, he said, dude, this is what it's going to look like when you go sign with the Giants. And Judge was like, yeah, I'm out on that. Other players around the league apparently don't rock with Kapler either. Do they rock with Posey? You got to make something shake here in San Francisco. Real quick, save that thought on the other side. Nathan in India will get you on the other side. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident.
back to the morning roast with Fonte and Shasky.
Nah, bro, I'm really a freak, bro. Like, the world gonna see, point blank, period.
Is that Austin Slater telling Gabe Kapler that he needs to pinch hit in this situation?
Mook dog. Tavarius, this break is long. Hey, Tavarius, that's when you know business is booming in the radio. Breaks get longer.
And if you
more
want to be a
ads
part
are
of this
getting
place, if you want to be a part of what we got going here and put your company slathered all over one of our commercials, hit me up, Joe at 957thegame.com.
No doubt. By the way, we're giving out LL Cool J tickets as well as 56 tickets in 11 minutes. 11 minutes. LL Cool J, September 1st at Chase Center, plus 50 cents September 2nd at the Shoreline Amphitheater. Drake's here this weekend. Concert season in full effect. I've seen everybody at the Post Malone concert yesterday. Weird dancer, Post Malone, but he's got hits. Our YouTube poll question. Like us, subscribe to us on YouTube, 95.7 The Game. Do you think Buster Posey will want to manage the Giants? Yes or no? 69% says yes. That's nice. 29% says no. 71% now yes. I don't know if Posey would want to manage, but why is he moving back to the Bay? Why is he itching?
What's he going to do?
It could be.
He's starting a co-op, Bonte. That's why he's coming back.
Listen.
He's going to go work at the farmer's market in Embarcadero.
3 World Series. He manages the Giants. He wins the World Series as a manager. He could be the most accomplished Giant of all time.
Yeah, he could.
Willie Mays, Barry Bonds.
But why couldn't he be like a Steve Kerr?
Why not?
I'm asking. Like, Yogi Berra. Like, look up Yogi Berra. All you old school, I think we've kind of underrated Yogi Berra's baseball career. I don't know how, but we have.
One of the most accomplished baseball careers of all time.
MVP, I think 9 or 10 championships. Yep. I believe 15 plus All-Star appearances. Like, look at Yogi Berra. I know all the little Yogi-isms have kind of been like what he's more known for. It's almost like John Madden. Like, people forget that he's actually a coach. Look up Yogi Berra.
Right, no doubt. Manuel Rodriguez. Nobody cares about Buster Posey. It's not 2012. This fan base still loves Buster Posey. Stop playing with yourself. Stay up in the 916. I know you got
Yogi Berra. Yogi Berra. Buster Posey might be one of the most beloved Giants of all time.
He might be more.
He's on the level.
He might be more beloved than Barry Bonds.
Well, I would say just below Willie Mays and McCovey, God rest his soul. But like those guys were legendary status. Juan Marichal, legend. Buster's like right there with Will Clark and Barry Bonds. He's right there.
No doubt.
I know that sounds slanderous. I don't think it is.
Manuel Rodriguez, I know you don't have a professional baseball team in Sacramento. Just chill. Chill.
Why you gotta do that?
I'm not trying to do that to Sac. Just chill, dude. Worry about the Kings. We're coming for the Kings' ass October 27th.
Okay.
G1C. You just be locked in on that. And then on Christmas Day, you watch the Warriors against the Nuggets while you open up your gifts in the living room. Because you ain't getting no Christmas Day game. You ain't got no Christmas Day game. You'll be looking to play on MLK Day.
All right, I got to
calm down, man. Well,
can I just give you something real quick?
We'll go
Yogi Berra, 18-time All-Star, 13-time World Series champion,
That's what I'm saying.
3-time AL MVP.
That's what I'm saying.
Wow. Even I underrated it.
Wacramento. Wacramento is right. The Kings.
Wow.
Wacramento.
And he won championships as a coach, 78, 77.
There you go. So we're going to take some calls in a second here. Ben the Wildcat, when he left the game yesterday, because after we talked yesterday, he threw the Buster Posey. He goes, Buster to the dugout maybe sooner than we thought. What better guy to handle the farm system, guys, et cetera, et cetera. Think David Bell in managing Cincinnati.
If you're Buster Posey, right? Everyone's going to say, well, he's got all this money, right? Because I'm seeing it already on the text line, 925. He's got hundreds of millions of dollars in the bank. That's not what motivates the truly great players. They're addicted to the love of the game and winning more. What you think? John Lynch has accomplished everything you can accomplish in life.
Yep.
Hall of Fame football player.
Super Bowl.
Got drafted in baseball. He won the Super Bowl. He had millions of dollars to have him just work a couple of hours a week doing the actual broadcasts. He'd probably make more money per year doing significantly less.
Yep.
If he just jumped into television, right? He was. I mean, he was already doing it. Why is he still with the Niners?
Because he loves it.
Exactly. Bob Myers is going to work right now for ESPN, okay? Does anyone really think that he's going to stay with ESPN? Or do we honestly think that maybe a year, 2 years from now, he's going to come back and he's going to try to general manage some basketball team?
But you know what? He's going to be really good on TV, too.
Of course he is.
He's going to be really good on TV.
Was great.
Yep.
But sometimes that's not what motivates people.
Yep.
They
No
want to
doubt.
be in the day-to-day grind because that's what they live for. Don Nelson. How many times did Don Nelson walk away and come back?
All the time.
You know why? Because he loves it.
Larry Brown.
Larry Brown's another great example.
He went back to college. Dude, he was an assistant coach with the Memphis Tigers and Penny Hardaway, acting like he was a head coach. It was back and forth. So 7:30, we're going to transition to Niner Talk. Let's get to Alex in Atlanta, and then we'll get to Nathan in Indio.
Yogi Berra caught 117 doubleheaders.
Yeah, no. Alex in Atlanta.
925.
Alex in Atlanta, what's happening? The night of
numbers for the King.
The night of numbers. Long time no talk. Go see the Giants in Atlanta this weekend, will you?
Man, I'm gonna try to go Friday night, but I'm not looking forward to what I'm gonna see on the field.
Well, you see Matt Olson.
The Giants just look cooked right now. They like you guys have been saying all week. They look like they're leaking oil. I mean, they've been batting, I think, 217 this month. They hit 209 in the month of July, and that's removed from the month of June where they were hitting 253. They were looking like one of the best hitting teams in all the majors. And I think what happened is they moved away from a model of sustainability that was working for them in July and move back to what wasn't working for them during the month of April, which is let's go with a lot more platoon guys. Let's take a lot of everyday guys out of the lineup. Let's stick to what the spreadsheet says and go with guys like Austin Slater, who, statistically over the course of his career has been a great pinch hitter. In his last, 31 at-bats, I think, against left-handed pitchers, he's been hitting 198. That's, got to shout out your guy Sam Lupman for that stat. But I think the bigger problem is not necessarily Gabe Kapler. I think it's a Farhan Zadi issue.
Agreed.
This guy seems so non-committal to any sort of strategy that you could put in front of him. He seems very risk-averse. And look, the guy has been here since 2018. What has he really accomplished outside of that one really great 107-win season? He wanted to rebuild the farm system. Well, we don't know what the farm system is right now because we never see any of these young guys.
It's ranked out of the top 10.
It's out of the top 10, Alex.
6 years later.
Yeah, it's out of the top 10. He wanted to get out from under bad contracts. Well, the Giants are now number 11 in the league in spending. They spend 11th most of any team in the majors, and you've got bad contracts for guys like Sean Manaea, Ross Stripling, Michael Conforto, and Mitch Haniger all on your books. And I think most of those guys have player options coming up next year that they're most undoubtedly going to take. And you paid Jock Peterson, who is a glorified platoon player, $20 million this year. And then the last thing was he talks about wanting to be competitive in August and September. Competitive is such an open-ended term. It's a non-committal term. You don't really have any KPIs to attach to these goals that he's laid out. And I don't think anything is going to change as long as he's the president of baseball operations. That doesn't matter who the new manager is going to be because it feels like they'd just be a scapegoat.
Dude.
Alex in Atlanta
You're
on
fire.
Alex, how do you want to finish up?
What is his claim to fame, Farhans? If you were to list all the accomplishments. No, I'm saying during this Giants tenure, I think one of them would be, and this is kind of sad, one of them would be Patrick Bailey. No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Get credit for that.
Patrick Bailey, tons of
pillar,
credit.
a pillar.
Almost all the credit.
He's a pillar.
But so does Bailey gets credit himself as well. I don't want to say that the player doesn't get credit.
But he gets credit.
Yes. The second one, you could make an argument, is passing on Rodon.
Yeah. Which I was cool with.
No, but that's not how we judge GMs. I'm just saying.
I don't even want to pick on the guy because I've said some things, and Tommy Pham slapped the soul out of Jock Peterson. We did all that, and I shouldn't have said that. That's a little personal, and the fact is he didn't do anything about it. But when he signed the $19.6 million qualifying offer, the Giants offered that. I said why. It did. And I'll never forget Mark Willard. I love Mark Willard. He has his opinions. It's what makes this station great. Everybody has differing opinions. Yeah. That's what sports is. It's all good. Disagreements happen. Me and McCovey Chronicles on Twitter yesterday was having a disagreement, but by the end of it, he said, "You know what? I'm sorry if I personally attack." I said, "Dude, it's all good. It's just sports. We don't agree on everything. Every day we're next 2 hours. Who the hell knows what's going to to happen on the show? It could explode.
Usually I'm right and you're wrong, and that's how it goes.
Exactly.
Did you tell Bob personally that I said hi?
No, I will not.
No, I'm teasing. But
no. But seriously, I remember when Mark Willard, I said it just gave Jock Peterson $20 million. He goes, the money doesn't matter. It's okay. I'm like, just listen to yourself. Listen, we gave Jock Peterson $20 million, and this guy can't play in the field. It's an adventure. You see him running the bases. It's like, are you in shape?
Well, he's batting 230. He was brought here to be a quote unquote power hitter, right?
Right.
Is any Giant going to eclipse? We're the only team. Do you know that we're the only team that hasn't had a 30 home run guy going back to when Bonds did it last in 2004?
I understand that.
2005.
I understand that.
That's more than a decade longer than any other team in baseball.
And you know what? I went to 650 here with Farhad. Not only did you give Jock $20 million, which made no sense to me at the time, it still doesn't make any sense. But here we are. You should have flipped him at the deadline, whatever. But the Xfinity Mobile text line 650 before we change it to the Niners. Farhad, he doesn't get credit for passing on Rodon because he should have flipped him at the previous trade deadline. Another missed opportunity. And I don't know how much you would have got for Rodon.
Interesting.
But I thought he should have flipped him as well because I never thought the Giants were into it.
Did.
Remember that? It was
I
just
know
like,
you did.
it's just get rid of him. We need a SF Giant segment once a week with Alex from Atlanta. Look, he's a Niner numbers. He's our unofficial statistician.
Yes.
Alex in Atlanta gets the bat line. He calls whatever he calls, and he goes to the top of the line because we love Alex. Tyler Miller's there too, but Tyler Miller's been off his rocker this week. You know I love you, Ty.
If I said to you, Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler are part of the big pitch to Shohei Ohtani, okay. If I told you Buster Posey is part of the pitch to Shohei Ohtani,
I feel a lot better. I feel a lot better.
Right?
I don't want Farhan in the room when we're recruiting. And he's the president of baseball operations. Now, Bob Myers, John Lynch, I want them front and center.
Yeah,
I want them front and center. I want them running the PowerPoint. I want them talking. I want them doing it all.
Agreed.
When they talk, John Lynch and Bob Myers, they can sell me anything. And we're lost in the sauce. It reminds me of a dude in Cuba, and I don't remember his name, but he took Anna and I on a personal cigar tour in Havana, Cuba. This guy was so suave. He was talking so well. I got lost in the sauce. I said the guy could have sold me 50 cigars. I would have bought him. That's how well he was talking. I mean, he was just so smooth. He had me. That's how Bob Myers and John Lynch is. You know what I'm saying? Kyle Shanahan, sometimes I just kind of laugh like, oh, shit, he just got to stop talking.
Look, everybody says that we're chasing the Dodgers, right? I'm looking at the Braves. You're going to get a good look at the Braves. You just saw the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
You're not as smart as them.
No.
Right? And so,
not as good as them either.
But here's what I would say. To use Tampa as an example is probably fool's gold because the way they operate is so unique. I look at Atlanta, okay?
Oh, my gosh.
That's the team that you've got to be chasing.
Dude.
Now, let me just read this off to you. Matt Olson has 43 home runs and 107 RBIs. Austin Riley has 29 home runs and 76 RBIs.
And he got off to a slow start, and now he's batting 280.
Ozzie Albies has 28 home runs and 90 RBIs. These guys are all in the same lineup.
Oh, I know.
Ronald Acuna Jr. has 27 home runs, 73 RBIs, 66 walks, and 55 stolen bases.
While batting 335.
Okay. Marcell Ozuna, 24 home runs. Sean Murphy, 20 home runs.
Do you
Eddie
know
Rosario, 18 home runs.
You know the first 2 months of the season, Ozuna was unplayable.
They've got 7 guys with more home runs than anyone on the Giants.
You guys called me a resident Braves fan. You know, I know what's going on with the Atlanta Braves.
But like, I think like we got to just get to the playoffs. We want to be competitive. I want to win World Series.
Yeah.
You're not the Kansas City Royals.
No, you're not.
You now spend money and you've won championships. You should be in the top 6 or 7 every single year.
Think about, hold on. There we go. We got to give out some tickets here. But just think about what you said with that lineup and the Dodgers and everybody else. They have set lineups 1 through 5. I know who's hitting leadoff. I know who's batting second. I know who's batting third. I know who's batting fourth. I know who's batting fifth.
Anyone on that Rays team would have been the best player on the Giants.
There's no doubt. You know who led off for the Giants yesterday? Wade Meckler. You know who batted second? Jock Peterson. You know who batted third? Wilbur Flores. Conforto. I mean, come on. J.D. Davis fifth. J.D. Davis. We had the argument with Sam Lubman that he should have been All-Star over Austin Riley. That did not age well. And we knew that. But I can't blame Sam Lubman for that. I can't blame Sam Lubman because it's kind of like the quarterback situation in the Bay Area. We've been conditioned to hype up above average players. Not good players, not great players, barely above average. Why did the Mets give up on J.D. Davis? The New York Mets.
Are they not trying to win championships at the highest level, even though they stink?
415-951-2386. Caller number 3. Caller number 3. You get yourself 2 tickets to go see LL Cool J on September 1st at Chase Center, plus 2 tickets to see 50 Cent September 2nd at Shoreline Amphitheater, courtesy of Live Nation. Now it's time to get to the Niners.
You know what's crazy to me, though?
Close it, because we got to get to the Niners.
Okay. We are talking Giants, and I'm actually seeing a lot of interaction from people. You know why? Because we're talking about upheaval and change.
We're talking about Buster Posey.
It's interesting.
Buster Posey. You heard it here on the Morning Roast first. Buster Posey's moving back to the Bay. I think there's something up the Giants' sleeve. Greg Johnson knows to get this fan base back. To get people like Bonte Hill excited again about Giants baseball, you got to make a splash.
If you're at home keeping record, Bonte and I are going to take credit for the Christian McCaffrey trade.
There's no doubt.
The Chris Bryant trade. And bringing Buster Posey back to the Giants.
Doubt. There's a couple other things, too.
Just write all that down.
A couple other things, too. Championships, Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, yeah.
There's a couple things on this show. People know what time it is.
We also have huge whiffs.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But listen.
Our chase rate is not bad.
Listen. 3 out of 10 get you a 300 batting average.
Oh,
that means you're missing 7 times.
Do you know Barry Bonds' lifetime batting average? 299.
299. It's all good.
That's Hall of Fame, baby.
Listen. Where's the drop? I'm looking for the drop. I'm wrong all the time. I'm wrong a lot. Trey Lance could be a big-time whiff. And I think Nathan at Indio, who's been waiting on hold for a while, thinks that Trey Lance is a big-time whiff. Nathan, what's happening?
All the time.
And right now it's looking like that.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. You're my favorite show to listen to.
Thank you.
I listen to you guys on the podcast all the time.
Thank you.
But here's the deal. Here's the deal, guys. I just want to take this, and this is my word, expectations. The problem with the whole thing of Trey Lance is that our expectations are way out of whack.
Agreed.
You want to know why Brock Purdy is better than Trey Lance, by the way? Because he's experienced a whole lot of failure. He's had going through growing pains. He's played a whole lot more football. The fact of the matter is, the 49ers took one of the biggest projects in the NFL history to start off with. In the past few years, this guy's played, 3, maybe not even that 4 games. So the only thing that we can expect is for him to look uncomfortable when he gets out there. If you're not committed to letting a guy succeed or fail at first and going through the growing pains that you should expect with a guy that's raw, then you never should have drafted him in the first place. This is expected.
Well, it's starting to look like that. All your points are well taken, and going back with what we know now, people also have to remember the year that they lost Jimmy Garoppolo to the injury in 2020. It was a really bad year.
Very bad.
Right? And no one knew 2021. And I know we say this heading into a Super Bowl, this and Super Bowl that. We didn't know if 2019 was an outlier. I mean, we thought the team was good in 2021. We didn't know, right? So I think it's easy to go back and have revisionist history on what the Niners could have, should have. They should have taken somebody else. Maybe they shouldn't have taken any quarterback. I mean, You could have made that argument, but they did. And that coach did. And so these two things can't coexist moving forward. And this is something that I'm going to say to myself. You can't tell me Kyle Shanahan is brilliant and also say they're idiots for taking Trey Lance. Right. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. The question is, what's your hit rate looking like?
Right, and how can you overcome the miss?
Exactly.
How can you overcome the miss? That's something the Warriors are dealing with right now with James Wiseman. Heck, they moved on from Jordan Poole. They're hoping that Kuminga, who, by the way, looks good in these workouts, I think a year 3 leap is coming. I'm praying on it.
How many 60-point performances like his Pro-Am debut?
Oh, my gosh. I mean,
or whatever that was.
I'm not selling any stock in Kuminga. I think Moses Moody's going to be a lot better in year number 3. I'm really excited about the Dubs. Schedule release today at 12 o'clock. Mike Dunleavy Jr. joining Styles and Guru. How about that? Styles comes in and fills in for Steiny.
Well, Steiny's doing fine. He was at Ballybunion. That's where my dad played in Ireland. Yeah, Steiny's having a nice little golf trip.
Oh, well, he's missing out on Mike
How
Dunleavy
many golf
Jr.
balls has that guy lost?
I have no idea. But he brought up Trey Lance could be a miss, right? And so
there's so many of them I can't even count.
I was having a conversation with Dave Bernstein at NBC yesterday.
Oh, yeah? About trying to get me on?
I knew you were going to say that when I was driving in. And absolutely not. And I'm going to tell you right now.
I still squeezed it in, though.
I'm going to tell you, the more you talk about it, the farther down on the depth chart you fall.
I know.
In terms of people to call.
I know.
You just got to let it happen organically.
Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale. It's true.
They know that, and they still are passing on you. I'm kidding.
I don't blame them.
So
I feel like Charlie and Always Sunny. Wild card.
So we're talking because the NFL schedule is going to be released, right? Or excuse me, NBA schedule is going to be released. So we're going to get together, have lunch, talk about the season, days off, all that stuff, schedules, everything like that. And I can't wait. So out of nowhere, he gives me a call. Dave Bernstein, NBC. He goes, "Now I just had a realization on where Trey should play for the next 2 seasons." I said, huh. Had a little conversation. And again, it makes so much sense. This is why the morning roast is where we're at. Because we take the listeners, we take the roasters, and we bring your ideas to the show.
Yeah, we repackage other stuff.
Right. And we give you
Slap
credit.
our name
and
on
listen,
it.
and listen, but we give you credit.
Okay.
Ben Wildcat gets credit for the Buster Posey stuff.
Yeah, that's the journalist in you.
That's the journalist.
You got to
in
cite your sources.
Dave Bernstein.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, and we start talking. So let's just say this Trey Lance stuff doesn't work. We have no idea if he's going to be backup quarterback. We don't know if he's going to be QB3. We don't know if he's going to make the roster if they trade for him.
Right.
Everything is on the table.
All right.
Saturday can't come soon enough at Levi Stadium against the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, that's...
and we'll see how it looks. Nobody, we'll see how it looks. What if Trey doesn't work out? Because I don't know how much better he can get on the scout team. I don't know how much he can get better holding a clipboard.
Okay.
Trey Lance needs to play. He needs to play. Like we talked about James Wiseman before he got to Detroit. He needs to play.
Okay.
Rookies cannot get better. Young players cannot get better without playing because of the ADD and everything, and they're watching. They need to play through the mistakes. Trey needs to play.
So you're going to trade him to the Wizards?
Nah, you're not going to trade him to the Wizards. How about this? Dave Bernstein goes, there's a couple ideas of places he can go play. I go, what, the Atlanta Falcons? He goes, no. Tampa Bay Bucks? No. How about Trey Lance? If he doesn't get an opportunity to play with the 49ers, and I know people, their heads are about to rip off. 888-957-9570. Line them up right now because you may think I'm crazy or you may think Dave Bernstein crazy, but I think he's onto something here. Trey Lance should go to the CFL and go play football for a couple years. Go to the CFL, go play every single game, go see some live bullets. Come back a couple years later, and maybe teams will be after you. Now, you may think it sounds insane, but then you do some research. You say, well, Jeff Garcia went to the CFL.
Yeah.
Turned out not to be bad in the NFL. Warren Moon spent his first 4 to 6 years in the CFL.
Doug Flutie. Sean
Salisbury. Vince Ferragamo. A lot of guys go to the CFL. Quarterbacks.
Ferragamo.
Joe Cap. Remember him? Cal Berkeley? It's not the craziest idea in the world.
Isn't there a modern stigma that is different than maybe the generation prior where because most of those guys you're referencing are from a generation or two or three before this one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Once you kind of do that, isn't that kind of waving? Like in this era, Ricky Williams also, I believe, played Canadian football and then came back.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Toronto Argonauts.
Yeah.
There's DeAndre Carter from the Chargers. He was in the CFL, came back to play with the Chargers. Look, it sounds insane. It sounds insane. But what does Trey Lance need to do? He needs to play. He needs experience.
It's a great idea in concept, but I don't want to feel that I'm. It'd be like saying okay, you need to go to Europe first and play basketball in Europe before you can come to the NBA. I don't know. It's not that you're trying to be disrespectful. I know that's not what you're trying to do.
PJ Walker in the XFL, and now he's back in the league. Listen. I know. It sounds. People are going to say this, and this is why you got to block out the noise. People are going to say the CFL really, Bonte. That's a demotion. Yes, it is. But I'm looking at Trey Lance. If he goes to another team and he's a backup quarterback, and he plays and he's on a terrible team and he looks awful. This guy may be closer to being out the league all in general. He may be closer to being out the league.
But let's just say, hypothetically, we're looking at situations around the league. Washington football team.
Honestly, I would say this about any quarterback. White, black, Chinese, anything. If you need to play, you need to play.
But okay. Let's use your particular life experience. How many people told a young Bonte Hill when he was behind a board, pushing buttons for someone else's show, you need to go to Fresno, you need to go to Topeka,
they
Kansas.
told me, and I told them, F you.
And what did you do?
I stayed here.
Okay.
But this is the only market I know. You know what I'm saying?
Well, his counter would be this is the only thing I know. And last year is a great example of, hey, this guy who was fourth, essentially, heading into training camp, Brock Purdy, worked his way up to being the starter in a calendar year.
Right.
Very unique situation.
Right.
It's unlikely at times for that to happen for any team. But I look at some of these quarterback situations. You really think Desmond Ridder is going to play all 17 games for the Falcons?
I don't know.
Probably not.
I don't know.
You really think Washington is going to just roll out there? Who's the North Carolina quarterback? quarterback they got?
Sam Howell.
Yeah, you think that's
Jacoby Brissett is the backup.
Like, I think you have an opportunity. There are 5-6 locations that you could look at around the league at any given time. And even the Arizona Cardinals. Like, is he better than Colt McCoy right now before Kyler Murray comes back? No.
But he goes to Arizona, he's going to get destroyed. That's not a winning situation for Trey Lance. That's not a situation to where rookie head coach, don't know who the coordinator is, completely different system. Look,
conceptually, I understand exactly your point of view, and I actually agree with a lot of what you're saying. Here's what I would say. This guy's already played at a remedial level in college, and that is being held against him, and it's also kind of what's probably slowing him down a little as well.
Well, look at this is.
So he's going to go remedial again? Listen, I don't know.
There's a couple people disagree. There's a couple people agree. No, Xfinity Mobile
it's an interesting idea.
Dave Bursey floated this, and I thought about it. I said, you know what? He could revive his career up there. I would say this about any quarterback. Any young quarterback, I said, these guys need to play. Like Jordan Love, we'll see about him. Although he got the lure behind Aaron Rodgers, and you knew he wasn't going to be the starter, how much better did he get with scout team reps? How much better did he get on a practice squad? I have no idea. I have no idea what that does for you. Now, obviously, Brock Purdy was able to get those reps on the scout team last year, and maybe that's why he was ready to go when he did get inserted once Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt. I have no idea.
I don't know.
But 408, this is kind of my line of thinking with this, because I thought about this long. I said, boy, am I going to bring this on the airways? People are going to think I'm on crack. They really do.
Well, how do we go from he needs QB1 reps a couple weeks ago to maybe he should think about the see if that just feels like a
But how do we do that?
Huge pivot.
It is a huge pivot, but how do we do that? He's not getting QB1 reps. He's not going to get QB1 reps. Why? Number one, Brock Purdy's a starter, but two, Brock Purdy missed all of OTAs and minicamp, so he's got to build this rapport with Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and the rest of these wide receivers. 408 says, Bonte's not the craziest idea in the world because the CFL is a pass-happy league. And what does Trey Lance need to do? He needs to pass. He needs to get better at passing.
In that I agree with. But I just, I don't know. I don't know.
It sounds crazy.
You threw me for a loop with this.
It sounds crazy. But Trey Lance needs to play. Where's he going to play at?
So let's take a deep breath. Not saying that you're not. I'm saying the audience is listening right now. What if he has a decent showing this weekend? He just looks a little more competent. Looks a little more like a NFL backup. Right. What if that happens? Right? Are we all going to settle down a little? Look, if he looks real shaky again this week, it might be that might just be in his cards.
Maybe.
I don't know. That just might be in his cards.
Maybe.
But I kind of need to see a little more before I'm ready to make that determination. Just me.
I'm saying if I'm Trey, because he's going to want to be on the NFL team, but I don't know. And Tyler Miller, you keep throwing the stats, 10 to 15, 1 touchdown, 111 rating. If the interception happens in the end zone, the rating's at 33. So stop. We know how Trey looked. Tyler, you're smarter than that. Hell, do you need to hear from JT O'Sullivan? Or wait, JT O'Sullivan was a good enough quarterback because he joined Willard and JD yesterday. He joined them, and here's what he said about Trey Lance's tape.
I'm never going to be the guy that puts an artificial ceiling on someone's ability to improve. I think that if you were to show me that film of his first half, that first quarter, and I were to not know what was invested draft capital-wise, I would say this player is going to have a hard time being on an NFL roster right now. Now, that's not reality, though. They have invested a significant amount of that capital into him. They are invested as an organization from the outside looking in his performance. And so, I think he can continue to develop. I think he's in a tough spot.
He's in a tough spot. And he is in a tough spot. And I'm thinking about his NFL career. He goes to a bad football team. He's done in the league. He's done. You may not ever get a shot. Jamarcus Russell never got a shot again.
Well,
ever.
But part of the Jamarcus, stuff of not getting other shots is the baked in effort level and him not reading, watching the CDs and stuff that they were giving him. By all accounts, it sounds like he's, this is why Blaine Gabbert keeps getting opportunities. You got to be professional, right? There's a level of professionalism that is kind of required at the position.
I agree. Let's go to the lines here. Uncle G, first we'll go to TC, then Uncle G. TC up in Sacramento. I know you agree with me, TC. I know you like that idea. If Trey Lance gets moved.
Man, knock it off. Look, Bonte, Joe, hey, y'all know y'all my boys, man.
I love you, TC.
Ridiculous. That's a sad moment right there, bro, going to the CFL or the XFL. Trey is in a perfect spot where he at right now. For this, he's just going to grind it up, bro. You have to grind it up and let it play out how it play out. I'm tired of everybody trying to dish him off the team. If you got to go to third string,
but
it is what it is, bro.
Hear me out, TC.
You know what I'm saying? The work.
Hear me out, TC.
No,
I know. Listen, I love Trey Lance just as much as you do. I love Trey Lance. But I'm looking out for his long-term interest if he has to move on from the 49ers. And if he goes to a team like Tampa Bay, he's going to get ruined. I don't want that to happen for him. I don't. Go ahead, TC. I'm sorry.
Bonte, Shasky, look, he's still in the NFL and he's still getting NFL reps. Listen to what you're saying and listen to what that guy told you yesterday. The CFL, bro, come on, man, that's a sad moment. It's already said. Everybody already turned their backs on him. You talking about going to the XFL?
No, CFL. I'm not saying the XFL. I'm saying the CFL, where it's a pass-happy league, and a lot of guys have reinvented themselves in the CFL.
But wouldn't you agree there's also a stigma that comes along with it?
Absolutely. You got to ignore the stigma. You got to get over that.
That's true.
You got to get over it. We go through that in all, we got to go through that in all walks of life, right? I date a Russian girl. You don't think there's a stigma on me? Oh man, there's a stigma in my community that, man, if you date outside the race, are you a sellout or whatnot? So anyway, I don't want to go down that road.
But
it's
TC, a good point. You don't care about what people think. Right. That's a good point.
TC, go ahead.
Yeah, no. Listen. You never care about what people think. But I'm talking about Trey. Listen, bro. I'm standing in the NFL. Listen, check it out. If I got to grind my way up,
I hear you.
Purdy and Darnold, we don't even know if he's going. If he is not winning the second job, we just talking because we've seen the Raider game and looked up and down. Let it play out how it play out. Kyle Flailing came out and said that. That's a bunch of people talking about Sam. I don't want to hear that until we physically see it. Obviously, it doesn't take rocket science. We know that Brock is a starter. Everybody knows that. So we're just going to deal with it. But as far as the second quarterback and the third string, we don't know if he's going to be the second string. We just got people talking about he's off the team, and we don't know that until it plays out. And if it plays out that way, Trey, your third string, bro, grind it out. Sam will probably get hurt. Brock will probably get. Ain't no telling what's going to happen, bro.
No doubt.
I'm not going to the CFL. Kyle, listen, check it out. Give me the playbook, and I'm going to grind it out, bro. These dudes better be on their game. If they not, I'm coming back from our starting spot. If I'm Trey, that's how I'm feeling, bro. I'm not going to no CFL. That's ridiculous.
I feel you, TC.
I don't think it's as ridiculous as everyone's like.
No, this is going to be fun.
It's a hard pill to swallow, but Bonte. Warren Moon played for the Edmonton Eskimos from 1978 to 1983. It's 2023.
Sean Salisbury. So who cares about the years?
No, but I'm just saying,
no doubt.
It would be that if you told me that. Look, I'm just going to be honest with you. If you told me that, I'd be like, he's probably going the Anthony Bennett of the NFL route.
Doug Flutie, Sean Salisbury, even Joe Theismann played in the CFL.
Doug Flutie played college.
Yeah, I know.
Senior year was 83.
He did.
He was about 40 years
Jeff
ago.
Garcia reinvented himself up there.
I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't a logical step a month from now. If he is out of the NFL or whatever,
I understand where you're coming from.
I highly doubt he's going to choose that route. I'm not saying that you're wrong. What I'm saying is that I'm not even ready to process that. That's what I'm saying.
Doubt.
Me, Joe Shasky.
No, I know it's tough to
process. Listen, 3 first-round picks you traded for him.
I loved it.
And he's playing quarterback in the CFL.
Loved it. I told Loved it yesterday. I said, I'm going to bring up something where people are going to lose their minds.
Have I lost my mind, though?
No, you haven't. But I know it's like, wow, I didn't expect that.
You know why? He's down so bad, I can see where that would make sense.
Yep.
And that part is really sad to acknowledge.
Uncle Gene, Oakland, what do you think, Uncle Gene?
I think you're on to something, Bonte. I like the idea a lot. I'll tell you why. To me, it's like sending Poole down to the G League to work things out and come back, and he came back a star, all right? Or sending major leaguers up and down to the minors, to work things out and come back and become major leaguers, all right? So one question, so I think it's a great idea. This is a dead end for him here, for Christ's sake. I mean, he's not going anywhere. He's not going to start. Not going to get his reps. We can't get anything in a trade for him, all right? So my only question is, can we retain his rights if he goes to the CFL?
That's a great question. I'm not 100% sure on that, Uncle Gene. Not 100% sure. This is a little complicated reading through the process here, but very interesting. We'll look that up during the break.
Okay, so now he's going to the CFL. We're retaining his rights, and he's coming back.
That would be crazy,
is that what
right?
We're doing?
This is funny. Tyler Miller.
I mean, really?
Tyler, this is great. Some of the comments here on YouTube, they're going crazy. South Sac E, Bonte acting hungry. You need to eat, bro. What is another one? Tyler Miller, Bonte, eat some solid food, bro. Soda had you tripping. Somebody said, Bonte, you need a super burrito. But there's some people who are opening their minds to the idea. It's out of the box. But there's something to that. There's something to it. We'll pick it up on the other side. Shasky can't believe me. He can't believe me. I'm looking out for the best interest of the kid. He needs to play. Play. He needs reps. And what better? CFL, you're throwing the ball.
I know, but Bonte,
60 times a game.
Can we acknowledge this? There is no minor league system in the NFL because the minor league system in the NFL is the NCAA, and it is the practice squad, and it is the third stringers who run scout team and things like that. Like, that's how it works in that league. It's unique from the other leagues.
Jimbo, Bonte, low blood sugar.
When does that crack come into play for you?
I'm just saying, what's better? Play for the
Alouettes?
The Alouettes, or the Edmonton Eskimos.
The Stampede.
Or playing for
Tiger Cats.
Yeah, there you go. Hamilton Tiger Cats. Shout out Jeremiah Masoli. He's up there. He'll tell you about the CFL. We'll pick this up. We'll pick this up. You guys, I'll reset it. I'll reset it for everybody. It's not just, hey, send Trey Lance to the CFL. There's layers to this. There's nuance to it. As Shasky likes to say, there's context to it. Gary, Cameron, Paul, Jay will get you on the other side. But first, it's time for the injury report.
I don't even know.
I'm telling you, man. Boy, just take a step back. Everybody take a puff of your weed, take a sip of your coffee, and sit back for a second and say, oh.
I feel like the
guru drop.
No.
Bonte does have a point.
I feel like the guy in the Colts meme where I'm like, like this, where I'm ready to just take my headphones off and walk out on you.
Jim Morris Sr.
There you go.
Hey, Bonte did have a point.
Look, if we have to cross that bridge, we'll have that discussion. This feels a little premature, but
it does.
It might be trending in that way.
But the lines are lit up right now, and I'm seeing some people who don't think this is a bad idea. I want to get to everybody on the other side. I know Rob Stats is going to hate it, but whatever. The Rays may have taken 2 or 3 from the Giants, but of course they got some bad news when ace pitcher Shane McClanahan will have to undergo Tommy John surgery. It's going to be sidelined not only through the end of this year, but possibly through the end of next year. It's the second Tommy John surgery McClanahan has undergone. The other one going back to 2016 while pitching at the University of South Florida. And, dude, this guy is a stud. 11-2, 3.29 ERA, 121 strikeouts in 115 innings. Shane McClanahan, a huge loss for the Tampa Bay Rays. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up for the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We will get to Christian McCaffrey. We're going to take your calls. We got Gary. Oh, my God. Priest woke up in Palo Alto. Cameron, Paul, Jay. Oh, my God. The lines are lit up right now. We're going to get to everybody coming up on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
You have some serious deficiencies.
Do you have heart failure and often hear?
Those stomach issues ruined your birthday.
You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa.
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
in on a Thursday morning. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're in that traffic, what is happening? Hopefully you didn't wreck after the last segment because we got something to get into. Good morning, everybody on YouTube and Twitch. We love you all. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. How about that Xfinity mobile text line? I can't live without the text line. I love you too. All the calls we're going to get to everybody. Joe Spadoni back. Sam Lubman back. He's feeling good. Shasky's in the building. His jaw's dropped. He can't believe what I just came up with, or Dave Bernstein, and I basically took it to another level here. We're talking about the 49ers. And Trey Lance has been the topic du jour. He's been the topic of choice all training camp, and we get it. He's a former number 3 overall pick. I love Trey. You love Trey. I want to see Trey succeed, but I did not like what I saw on Sunday against the Raiders. And hopefully he steps it up Saturday against the Broncos because he needs to. He's playing for not only the backup quarterback job, but whether or not he's going to be on this roster. Those are the facts. We can all admit that. He has to play well. I want to see Trey Lance make it. I do. I'm so invested into him. But what if he doesn't make it? What if he doesn't make it? What do we all say about Trey Lance, Shasky? He needs to play. He needs to play. He needs reps. And he needs to play well. Because we know how the NFL works. And we know how it works for African-American quarterbacks as well. So, Trey Lance, Dave Bernstein, I was talking to, producer over at NBC. Big shot, not even just producer, big management guy. Guy hired me to do Warriors pre- and post-game, which, I'm surprised he didn't get fired over that, but here we are. He floated, he goes, Bonte, there's a couple destinations Trey Lance should go to. And I'm thinking Atlanta, Tampa Bay, some of these downtrodden NFL teams. He goes, no, Bonte. What about the CFL, the Canadian Football League? And I said, at first, I had the same reaction as you. I said, oh, you're out of your mind. And then I sat back for a second and said, boy, there have been quarterbacks who've reinvented themselves and gone to the CFL route and gone to the NFL. Now you go back a long, long time. Joe Kapp, you go to Joe Theismann, you go to Warmoon, you go to Doug Flutie. Now, Warmoon had no choice because they didn't accept black quarterbacks at that time in the NFL. They go to the CFL and make a name for himself, and then boom, he goes to the Houston Oilers, and the rest is history. He's a Hall of Famer. Jeff Garcia, Charles Salisbury. There's a long list of guys who played in the CFL. If Trey Lance can't get reps, because that's what he needs. He needs reps. And there's no avenue with the 49ers right now unless Purdy gets hurt. What if the destination is not desirable in the NFL? Why not take a chance and go to a pass-happy league to work on your game in the CFL and reinvent yourself? It's not the end of the world. I know it has a bad stigma. It rings CFL minors. Guys go to the G League all the time. Guys go to the minor leagues all the time, reinvent themselves, and come back, and boom, they're better than ever. I don't think it's the craziest idea in the world. Now, a lot of people are scoffing and slamming their computers and they're throwing their coffees. I'm not saying you, but I'm saying there's a lot of people out there who said, what? Well, I want to get to the lines and hear from the people.
Well, here's what I would say. I had kind of said this, and now I know Steve Young on another network had said something almost identical. It's like, if we're having a Trey Lance conversation, because there's so few data points, because he didn't play at Ohio State, where people can point to, like, I saw him make good throws over there. He played at a place that most people didn't see. Most people didn't pull up his YouTube page and just look at all of the pass attempts that he had throughout his time at North Dakota State.
Or the full games that he had up there. There's a lot of full games
Nobody
available.
did, right? Like Mac Jones is a good example. Like, Mac Jones played at Alabama on CBS, on ESPN, in bowl games. People could point like, yeah, I saw him hit those throws. And even then we can have a debate on whether we think he's good or not. There is so few film on Trey Lance. Every single throw is either an indictment on who he is as a player currently, or see, there's a guy who can salvage in there. When I think it's kind of in between. Then a couple good plays, some bad ones, like right now. Not like a year ago, whatever, or 20 years ago, like all your CFL references. Right now, Nate Sudfeld, who Trey Lance was better than at practice last year, he was better than him in the preseason games. Nate Sudfeld is the backup for Jared Goff. Trey can't do that?
He can, but he needs to play.
Okay.
He needs reps. Sudfeld has played a little bit.
What would be better for, on the real, what would be better for him? Like, just this hypothetical, he goes to Andy Reid and he's the practice squad player for Andy Reid's team, Kansas City. And we know Andy Reid's not necessarily standing by him, working with him, or he goes to the CFL and gets 1,000 passes or whatever up there for a couple of years. What do you think would be better for his development?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
Like, I know PJ Walker is a guy who used the opportunity in the XFL to give himself a chance to play.
Get back into the NFL.
That's a great example.
Yep.
Can you give me one other guy who left the NFL in the last 20 years to go to the XFL to come back?
I'm sure there's some NFL players. I'm sure there's some NFL
fringe
guys. Some fringe guys. Right now, Trey Lance is a fringe NFL quarterback. Can we admit that? It's okay to say that.
I mean, if
I'm
Nate
the biggest
Sudfeld
Trey Lance fan out there.
But here's what I would say to
He
you.
did not look like an NFL quarterback last Sunday.
Nate Sudfeld has never won a game as big as Trey Lance did in Week 16 for this team.
No doubt.
So I'm not going to revert all the way to the other side. Like, it's somewhere in between. Do I think he's a great player? No, not by any stretch. Do I think he can hold the clipboard behind Jared Goff in Detroit as an example, which is what Nate Sudfeld's doing? Yeah, I do, actually. Yes, I do.
He's a number 3 overall pick.
For him.
He's number 3 overall pick. I don't know. Let's go to the lines. We got full lines. Enough of us. We made our cases. I'm just saying it's a wild hypothetical. If he does it, that could be a great avenue for Trey because he needs to play. I don't know how good. He was on the scout. He was doing the scout team stuff for Jimmy Garoppolo in 2021.
Has he
They said he looked worse.
But no, well, has he gotten better from last year to this year just doing practice with the Niners?
No.
Everyone
I don't think
says
so.
he's gotten better.
Well, it didn't look like it on Sunday.
Well, no, again, because that's my point. It was one game.
It was one game.
It was like 9 bad plays, and then he had about 7 or 8 good ones.
Felt like a lot more bad plays listening to J.T. O'Sullivan yesterday on Willard and JD show.
Well, it's certainly not going to be the montage of like hyping the dude up. I'm not going to say that. It's not going to be part of his like entrance music into the Hall of Fame because he's never going to sniff that as of right now.
If I can't use that game, what can I use? Because I'm not at every practice.
But he's got,
and we see all these. And we know one thing we've learned about practice this season when it comes to the 49ers coverage, the practice reports are all over the place. They're all over the place. One guy says Brock Purdy looks good. One guy says Brock Purdy looks terrible.
Can you at least like to go from he could be the starting quarterback of the 49ers for the entire year last year to immediately he needs to go to the CFL to repair himself? I just think there are so many different freeway exits before we get to that point.
There are.
And it just feels very premature.
He needs to play football. He needs to play. That's my thing. Let's start it off. Let's go from the top. We're coming all down here. We're getting to everybody. Let's start off with Gary in San Francisco. Gary, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, I think it's an inspired idea, Bonte. I think if he goes to the CFL, I don't think he'll ever come back to the NFL. But that may be his path.
Is this Brian in Palo Alto changing his voice?
I'm sorry?
This is BPA? No, go ahead. Continue to call.
It really sounds like Brian in Palo Alto pretending to be someone else.
Yeah, his name's Gary.
I
go
wanted
ahead.
to say that I think that he's going to be, he's a backup quarterback, and that's okay, right? It's not the end of the world.
This is absolutely Brian in Palo Alto pretending to be Gary. Brian, don't lie to me. 100% him.
Priest.
That was what the cadence.
Yeah.
I sniffed that out. I listen for a living, for crying out loud. Spadoni, hop on real quick. I was right.
1,000%. That was BPA. 1,000%.
Who said he was never going to call us again?
He can't leave us. He can't leave us.
You can't die on this helmet.
The cadence.
He can't leave us.
It was the way he dismissed him.
He can't leave.
You called him out on it. He didn't respond.
No,
that was absolutely him.
Agree. Let's go to Priest and Palo Alto. My man Priest. What's happening, Priest?
You've got to be kidding me.
Hey, how you doing, man?
What's up, Priest? Good morning, man. You're up early this morning.
Yeah, a little too early for me. No, I'm trying to put it together here. But listen, man, I don't watch a lot of the 49ers. I must admit. I'll confess. So I don't. That was the first time I seen this kid play. It's against the Raiders. What I'm trying to say here, I think Shasky's hitting on it. I think everybody's hypercritical of this kid.
Dude, thank you.
Everything he does is magnified to the nth degree because of the position he plays and the Brock Purdy situation. I saw Brock Purdy play against Dallas in the playoffs. I'm going to tell you, I wasn't that impressed.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. This is me talking. I'm not,
and that's just
for nobody
game.
else. Hold on.
Yeah,
Let me
keep
just
going.
get this out, man. Listen, that kid was under siege, man.
Yep.
His first drop back, he got hit in the mouth. And then he made a nice pass on second down. Third down, he couldn't hit his back foot. I think what people are doing, I think it's mostly Niner fans and a lot of the media, because it was the Raiders. You guys are beating this kid up and blaming him for how the 49ers looked. What I saw is a quarterback whose offensive line was getting the mess beat out of him. And he was trying to figure it out. He's trying to get his head together. What I saw is a kid after the third possession, when they started to run the football and settle the offense down, he gained momentum. I saw him make a couple of plays that I was like, dang, wish we had that. Wish we had. I'm just telling you, this is one guy's point of view, a Raider fan's point of view. That kid is talented, man. It's just that he was in a situation, and everybody hates the Raiders. So they look at it, hey, we got embarrassed. It's Trey Lance's fault. No, it was your offensive line's fault.
I hear you, Priest. It's a good call, but I don't think the Raiders have anything to do with it. It could have been the Jacksonville Jaguars. The line did not play well.
Yeah,
but
Jordan Poole.
But simple three-step dropbacks. Trey Lance got to get rid of the ball.
Yeah, again.
He looked bad. He didn't look like an NFL quarterback.
I know, but like, was he the same bad in those like first three drives? For example, just as an example, not that he didn't have.
He got better.
No, but I'm saying in the Chicago game, was he that bad?
Chicago game, he wasn't at all.
Well, like, that's what I'm saying.
I was at the Chicago game. I was at the Chicago game.
So
I know what time it was.
Can we be measured this? So he can have that game. But now he has 9 bad snaps, and all of a sudden he's got to go to the CFL.
He just hasn't had a. And listen, it wasn't just the first 3 drives. The last 3 drives, we forgot that he almost threw 2 interceptions on.
And he fits right in with this team. Then
he almost fit through 2 interceptions on the last 3 drives.
Do you think Nick Mullins is something that like
Nick
Trey
Mullins
Lance
should not be in this
Nick,
league.
What?
Nick Mullins should not be in this league.
Okay, but he is.
Unfortunately, he is.
And he's a backup.
And as soon as he plays in the game, it's over. We know that.
Oh, okay.
You have no chance to win.
And Bonte,
Nick Mullins needs to be in the XFL.
Well, he's in the NFL.
He should be in the XFL.
Okay, all
he's
right.
terrible.
Well, then we're not going to have a real conversation.
No, this is a real conversation.
Nate Sudfeld and Nick Mullins, and there's guys all around this league.
I know
that I'm watching who aren't very good, who play, and I'm not saying that Trey is better than, worse than, but like if those guys can have jobs and figure it out somewhere or be employed in the NFL. I get what your point is. If you want to hit your ceiling, this hit the ceiling thing.
You know why? You know why I'm
to keep a job.
You know why I'm floating this out there?
Why?
Because he's not. Trey Lance isn't Nick Mullins. He isn't Nate Sudfeld. This guy has the potential to be a really good quarterback.
Right now, the potential stuff goes out the window.
Exactly.
As a quarterback,
does he not need reps?
He more mirrors Nick Mullins. Well, yeah, look, they all need reps. Nick Mullins could probably say
he needs to
reps.
play. He needs to play.
I just don't understand how we went from he could be the face of the organization and we all love him. And
I just don't think it's the worst thing in the world. You guys are looking at the CFL as a bad connotation. The CFL is not a bad league. It's not a bad league.
What I'm saying to you is, if there's a backup job, someone's going to probably take the backup job before they go to the CFL.
They will.
That's all I'm saying.
But what I worry about is if he takes a backup job to say the Arizona Cardinals. That is a horrific situation.
Of course.
You could play yourself out of the league playing for that team.
I'll tell you, that is the state of the NFL quarterback. Right. Mitch Trubisky backed up Josh Allen for a year, didn't take a snap. And then stared, I don't know, miraculously how, got $15 million from the Steelers, lost his job there.
I can't believe it.
But that's kind of how the NFL works. Like
I can't believe it.
We got 2 guys fighting for a job in Tampa Bay. Nobody believes in them.
Nobody believes in them. No doubt. No doubt.
Like if I'm Trey Lance, like, yeah, I know what you're saying. I need reps. I need this. You're talking about this hypothetical. I reached my ceiling. That is now gone. Now it's like, can I keep a job in the NFL? And then we'll get to that other point.
All right, let's go to Cameron and Antioch. Cameron, what's happening?
Yo, good morning. How y'all doing?
What's up, Cam? We're good.
Hey, man, did y'all take a trip to the Tenderloin this morning or something? Because y'all talking crazy on this phone right now. You're talking about sending Trey Lance to the CFL? Come on, man. That's just too disrespectful.
No.
Y'all act like Trey Lance. Wait, hold on. Y'all act like Trey Lance didn't beat the Texans before Shanahan put Jimmy back in. That was Trey's chance right there.
I beat that drum.
Win the Super Bowl.
Cameron, I beat that drum every single day.
Jimmy didn't make.
I beat that drum every single day. I said people put more stock in the preseason game against the Texans than they did against the regular season game against the Texans. I'm the biggest Trey Lance fan at this station, but I'm looking at his long-term career. Long-term, do you want to be a career backup or do you want to be a starter?
Hold on. Y'all watch Jimmy G stink it up for years, and it was the offense that carried him all these years.
I agree.
He handed the ball off he only threw the ball like 4 times in that playoff game. The whole thing about it is, okay, this last Raiders game, y'all trying to say Trey looked bad. Well, tell me one time Kyle has ever threw the ball 3 times in a row. That was straight sabotage.
Come on, stop. Get off the air. That's it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. We're not doing that. No, don't do that. Play action pass on first down. 3-step drop back. Get rid of the damn football, Trey Lance. Hit your check down or don't throw it out. Throw it out of bounds. Okay? Second down, you get sacked because you're second and long. You got to throw the damn ball. And by the way, who the hell wants to see us run the ball in the preseason? We're all waiting for Trey Lance to throw the football. How can he quarterback? How is he developed in the passing game? Get out of here with he's 7. Why would Kyle Shanahan? Now, maybe you're in the TL right now, Cameron. Maybe you're right down there in the TL smoking dope. Because why the hell, and I love you, Cameron. You always call the show, you can call back. I love you, Cam. But Cam, think about it. Why would Shanahan sabotage a quarterback he hand-selected after giving up 3 picks for? What kind of sense does that make? You want to say, I'm unrealistic. Why would Kyle Shanahan sabotage Trey Lance? No, he's trying to say, Trey Lance, this is your time to shine. I'm going to call it up. You're going to throw the football. Trey Lance knew what the game plan was 2 days when he got announced to starter Friday evening. Trey Lance knew what the game plan was. And now we're talking about, why did he throw the ball 3 straight times? Oh, stop it. Stop it. I'm not here for that. Not today, not tomorrow, not next week. I'm not here for that.
We're not going to argue. It's silly. Like, I watched the Arizona Cardinals start games with Trace McSorley. David Blah.
I know.
Started a game.
It was awful.
Okay?
It was awful.
I'm looking at some of these names who started games, Bonte. Just as like Nathan Peterman.
Again.
Trevor Siemian started a game last year.
I understand
I'm
that.
just giving you an example of what happens. Jacoby Brissett's still out there, still starting games. Like, I don't know how. I mean,
But Shasky.
Kyle Allen started
But listen to me, Shasky. Believe you're not hearing me here.
Sam Ellinger.
Can I speak? Trey Lance is better than all those guys. I believe he has more potential.
Maybe. But like,
he's not one of those guys.
Okay.
Those guys are placeholders to get through the season saying, we have no shot to win.
But
they're on the roster.
The argument I would make is literally the guy who took your job did exactly what you could do somewhere else if you develop and you earn it and you make the most of your opportunity. Brock Purdy did exactly
the difference
what
with all
I'm
those guys, though?
explaining.
You know the difference with all those guys? They played more than one season of college football.
Sure. Mac Jones played 1 season of college football. I mean, in terms of a starter.
In a pro system, though, at a high level. I take one level. I take 1 year at Alabama over 1 year at North Dakota State. Come on now.
Yeah, most
Come
people
on now.
would. Most people
You're
would.
playing NFL teams in the SEC.
But if we're looking back on it now, even Tua, like they're all kind of underwhelming. They're good. They're players in the NFL. But again, I saw the Miami Dolphins start a guy, number 19, that people couldn't pick, Thompson, whatever the hell his name was. No one could pick him out of a lineup.
Let's go to Anthony and Benicia. Lines are lit up. Anthony, what's happening?
What's up? Hey, Joe, you need a hit, so I sold it to your mother. Hubba, hubba, hubba. Somebody was doing that this morning, but check this out. First of all, Bonte, they're not hearing you. They're hearing CFL.
Yes.
Most of the people that are calling right now, they're hearing CFL, and they're thinking that they're hearing that it's a demotion. But I actually understand what you're saying. And Joe, I think you'll understand my example. Before I became a truck driver, I was a heavy equipment operator, and I had to tell my foreman and my journeyman. They used to tell me, like, listen, man, you got to get time in this equipment. You'll never get better if you don't get time in this equipment. And I think it's the same thing when it comes to Trey. What I hear from Bonte, what you're really saying is that Trey Lance has the opportunity to be great. But if he bounces around from system to system and is just a journeyman backup quarterback, he won't ever reach that potential. And I think sometimes you got to take a step back and get back to the basics and learn and relearn everything. And he was drafted to a situation where people thought he was better than what he really was. And it's unfortunate that he hasn't had enough playing time in like a full, NFL system. So, like, I wouldn't consider it a promotion. I would consider it just an opportunity. Like, I hear what Devontae is saying, but I also hear what Joe's saying. Yes, sir.
Anthony, John Walford started games last year. Bryce Perkins, who? Like, I'm not saying...
Those guys suck. Those guys suck and will never, ever be a starter in the league. They'll never, ever lead a team.
This is coming from the maker of, I refuse to go to Fresno to work. I will make... This is you saying
because I'm from here. Yeah. I'm from here. I understand this market. And I understand this market needed me. This market needed somebody like me. Okay. That's why. I'm better than Fresno. I knew that. Okay. Trey Lance is better than those guys. But you know what? Instead of backing up and not playing and playing on some crappy teams,
Skylar Thompson,
go play. You need to play.
Bailey Zappi.
Holding a clipboard is not helping Trey Lance. Trey Lance has potential to carry a franchise, I believe. Go reinvent yourself.
Bonte.
You're here at CFL.
How do you go from he's going to the CFL to potentially carrying a franchise?
Because you're not hearing it.
I'm hearing
He needs to play. You're looking at the CFL like it's a terrible league.
No, I'm not.
The CFL's the minor leagues. When Jordan Poole went to the G League, what did everybody say? Oh my God, he's going to the G League. I was going to the G League to work on his game. What happened? He came back, and now he's a $120 million man. Right?
We're flying to two wild extremes. He could be a potential franchise quarterback, or he could go to the CFL. Like, I'm sorry if you can't see that those are extremely on the opposite sides of the room.
You're comparing him to Shane Ellinger and Trace McSorley. Nobody believes those guys have the potential to be great.
And no one believed that Brock Purdy could do anything. And what I'm saying to you, no one believed in Nick Foles. What I'm saying to you is that what it is for Trey Lance is you need to somehow stay in the NFL, go to a situation, and if the opportunity arises, make the most of it. And if it doesn't, then you're probably destined to bounce around and hang on for dear life.
Yeah, and going to the wrong NFL team, your career could be over, especially for a black quarterback.
For any quarterback.
For a black quarterback. You may be out of this league, buddy.
So, okay.
Let's go to...
in this hypothetical, have you baked into he's been hurt in every game he's played in. So have you baked into this CFL win the Grey Cup MVP scenario that we're putting? What happens if he hurts himself?
Well, then he's done. Then he's just an injury-prone quarterback. Okay. If you can't stay on the field,
he's going to miss out on an NFL pension. Come on.
He's got this first-round guarantee money. He's got $34 million in bank.
Well,
he's good.
You lose half of it.
He's good.
I mean,
because he's $18 million.
But to get
$18 million. Let's scoff at $18 million. Oh boy, $18 million. That's a lot of money. All right, we got a break. Rob Stats Guerrera coming up on the other side. I'm sure he's going to agree with you because nobody understands it. But Trey Lance needs to play. I'm looking for an avenue for him to play football. He ain't playing right now in the NFL, and you're damn sure ain't playing on the 49ers. Rob Stats Guerrera. What the hell is Stats on fire? He's on every damn pocket. I had Kay Adams on the other day. That is coming up. Brought to you by 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven.
A small blue raspberry Slurpee drink from 7-Eleven is the perfect frozen accessory for any summer outfit.
flipping words.
All right, I'm
Shout
gonna
out
do
to me, Jeremiah Mazzoli up there.
Who's our friend who owns the Chick-fil-A at Ceremony?
Susanna, what's happening, Susanna?
Susanna, in less than 2 hours, I'm coming to Chick-fil-A. Spadoni goes, yeah, I went to Chick-fil-A yesterday because I said, hey, guys, I'm hungry. What do you guys say? I'm calling my shot now. I'm going to Chick-fil-A today. Ceremony.
So
I think I had like 3,000.
Is this
like 3,000 calories.
Is this a song?
Yesterday.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land. True patriot love thou dost in us command. We see the rising fair, dear land. The true north, strong and free, and stand on guard. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, oh, Canada. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada.
When does that crack come into play for you?
On September 11th.
So,
Jordan 9570 game. Hold on.
No,
So September 11th.
I'm not letting you get away with this.
Penelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Hardy Park. Join us at 9570 game. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society SF Bay Area. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Hardy Park with some of us from 9570 game. Learn more at sfautismsociety.org. Again, that is 9/11.
You're down bad right now, so just look at me.
I'm not down bad.
No.
Oh, I'm fine.
Hands
I'm
on the
on
desk.
fire.
Hands on the desk.
I'm on
Look me in the
fire.
eye. Look me in the eye.
What?
Look me in the eye. Paint this tapestry of success that you're proposing Trey Lance does. If I
Sit down so we can see you in the
pitch
camera.
this
We
to
can't see you in the
Netflix,
frame.
they're not approving this movie. Explain
What
to me
movie?
what you think's happening here.
What do I think's happening?
Like, re-pitch
No.
this Trey Lance CFL
I don't think it's happening at all.
concoction.
If Trey Lance does not make the 49ers roster.
Oh, now it's okay.
That's what I said from the get-go, but you got lost in the sauce because your mind can't open up the thought here because you think the CFL is such a poorly run league. It's been around for many, many years, and a lot of guys have bounced in the CFL. Listen, if Trey Lance doesn't make this roster.
No, a lot of people started in the CFL 30 years ago.
They did. Okay,
Warren
that's fine.
Moon was
That's fine.
1978.
That's fine. Some guys go to the XFL, they get a job in the NFL as a backup. Who
One
knows?
guy, yes.
Okay? I'm just saying, if Trey Lance does not make the 49ers roster, which is not a guarantee, he can still be QB2, QB3. Everything's on the table. We have no idea. All I'm saying is, and I know Rob Stats on Fire Guerrera will agree with me, that the worst thing in the world may not be playing in the CFL for 2 years and reinventing himself and coming back into the NFL.
Yeah, if he has no other options, then yes.
That's the G League. He needs reps. He needs to play. You want to go play for the Arizona Cardinals and get killed? You'll be out the league quicker than you will be. You know what I'm saying? You go to some poorly run franchise, you may be out of the league altogether.
Bonte, those are all your only options might be other poorly ran franchises,
Right.
and so you have to take what you can get. Like I don't say that you're going to go to the CFL, be unbelievably wildly successful, and now you come back and you're a desirable commodity to where a winning team is going to stake their future on. Excuse me for being a little hesitant to wrap both arms around this dream.
I know. I'm just saying it's an idea. You don't have to be open to it. Rob, Stats on Fire Guerrero.
I mean,
what's
I'm
happening?
hungry and getting lightheaded, but I didn't know I was going to go that lightheaded.
Can our guest talk? He's been at home for 7 minutes. What's up? What's up, Rob?
Are you out of your football-loving mind? What are we talking about here?
Thank you.
Trey Lance going to the CFL doesn't help Trey Lance. His problem is that he needs to adjust to the NFL. So going to the CFL doesn't help him because he's not in the NFL.
Why not? It's a pass-happy league. He needs to learn how to pass, right? His pocket presence are awful.
Learn how to pass.
His pocket presence is awful right now, Rob.
This is insane to me. Do we realize that Johnny Manziel, Mr. 0 seconds of film watching, got twice as many starts in the league as Trey Lance?
He did.
Marcus Russell got 6 times as many starts in the league. And Sam freaking Darnold has gotten 13 times as many starts in the league as Trey Lance.
The arm talent.
We're running him out of the league.
It's just we're not. No, Rob. We're not running him out of the league. We're not doing that. You guys keep wrapping your hands around the CFL and running about the league. I'm saying this guy needs to play. I would rather see him play in the CFL and have success than, say, labor around a sorry-ass team like the Arizona Cardinals to where you're going to get killed and you have no hope and you're going to depreciate as a quarterback. That's what I'm saying. It's just an idea. It's an open-minded thought because what does Trey Lance need to do right now, Rob? He needs to play.
Monte, it's a last resort.
Is it a last resort?
Yes,
might be the best
Joshua
resort.
Dobbs started a game last year.
It might be the best resort.
But hold on. Are you saying that he's so bad on the 49ers that they have to get rid of him and pay $10 million to do it? Like, what are we talking about?
They may have to. They may have to. Would you not?
If he goes out.
Is Sam Darnold QB2 right now? At this moment, is Sam Darnold QB2 right now?
He shouldn't be.
He shouldn't be. I agree. But is he not? Did he not look better to you on Sunday?
Well, hold on, Steve, but we do this thing with the 49ers where we only compare quarterbacks on the 49ers to other quarterbacks on the 49ers, right? Jimmy Garoppolo, we have to keep Jimmy Garoppolo because he's been better than Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard. That's not the standard, right? What did Sam Darnold do that was so great? They didn't even score any freaking points. He hit one pass to Ronnie Bell. The rest of the time,
No, he had a couple passes. Come on, man. He had a couple passes. That was nice. I'm not a Sam Darnold fan. But he had a couple nice passes.
And so did Trey.
Trey led through a lot of poor passes.
And
the first 3 drives were awful, and on 3 of the next drives, he almost threw 2 interceptions. And I'm the biggest Trey Lance fan in this market, Rob. I love Trey Lance.
Sam almost threw an interception too. He threw it into triple coverage, and then Kyle pulled him before he could do any more stupid stuff.
All right. Okay. All right.
I feel like we're spending so much time and energy talking about these quarterbacks, specifically Brock and Darnold and Al, excuse me, Trey and Darnold and Allen and stuff. Like the Brock thing to me is the biggest one. Like we're not talking about QB1 enough, and I'm just me. This is just me. I want to see what he looks like. And I'm not saying that they should play him in the preseason. I don't know if you gain a whole lot from a series here or a series there, just handing the ball off. But I'm very intrigued to see what he looks like with this team. And I do think that not having that entire offseason to build synergy with Brandon Ayuk and now Kittle's hurt and stuff, like I'm worried they're going to start a little slow here. I want to see what it looks like. I'm very excited to see Brock this year.
Well, don't forget, even when things have gone perfectly for the 49ers, they start slow. Kyle Shanahan is 2-4 in week 1 in his career, and the 49ers score less than 17 points a game in week 1 over the Shanahan tenure. So even when everything has been great, they haven't really come out of the gates on fire. That's a totally legitimate question.
He hasn't come out on fire here, Brock Purdy. What are we overlooking this year? Are we overlooking a nickelback spot? Because we keep talking about quarterbacks. I'm legitimately concerned about the nickelback spot. You lose K.Y. Williams the year before. You lose Jimmy Ward. Isaiah Oliver has not locked up the spot. He looks a little slow. Maybe he's going to play the big nickel with somebody who is it? Brian Baldwin, you're telling us playing the big nickel against the run. But the nickelback spot concerns me, Rob. What about you?
Yeah, I think it is concerning because don't forget, Steve Wilks said that Isaiah Oliver was the best nickelback on the free agent market. And now here we are less than 2 weeks into the preseason, and Kyle Shanahan says, he's not a guaranteed starter. And they're moving Lenore to the slot and putting Ambry Thomas on the outside yesterday in practice. Wow. So you should be worried, and the secondary is definitely a concern for this team.
What's going on with Bosa? Like, honestly, I'm starting to worry because, look at. The Niners have earned the benefit of the doubt. All of the money that they've given everybody else, they've done that, and I don't think we give them enough credit for the amount of guys that they've signed. Yeah, DeForest didn't get signed, but they kept Jimmy Ward and they kept Armstead. Like, there's an argument there on team building that we can have. But everybody we wanted, they've kept. This thing that it's complicated, are we really going to haggle over a couple of $1 million? Like, is that really what it is? Because I can go back in the history of, like, the Malcolm Smiths and the Jerick McKinnons and the Mike McGlincheys and all these guys that they've given way too much money to. Bosa's worth it. You've known this for, like, 3 years. What is the holdup?
Well, and not only that, but John Lynch has been telling us for 2 years that they've already budgeted for this, right? So that's the weirdest part. If I'm saving up to buy a TV and I've budgeted for it and I have the money for the TV, I don't wait to go buy it. I get my ass in a car and go to Best Buy and bring that sucker home. Like, this is the easiest thing of all time. Bosa writes his number on a slip of paper. He slides it across the table. John Lynch picks it up and says, yes, sir, would you like it in 50s, 100s, or what? I mean, this is ridiculous. Get this guy in. And by the way, There's no other pass rush on this team. Javon Hargrave, okay, but from the edge, there is no other pass rush on this team.
So Rob Stats on Fire Guerrero, we love him on this show. ESPN Radio, SB Nation does a great job covering the 49ers.
Beautiful background.
Listen, I'm glad you brought up the other edge rusher because I know Frank Clark had a bit of a history, right? Some of the stuff that the Niners don't like. So I get why they stayed away from him. I was thinking Frank Clark, man, opposite of Nick Bosa, boy, his job will be so easy. One-on-ones off the edge. Yannick Ngakoue down in Chicago. Drake Jackson. It feels like the hype for Drake Jackson has dissipated. What have you heard about Drake Jackson? Is he back on the field? What's up with him?
I haven't heard anything good. I'll tell you that. I haven't heard anything that says he's going to be, the deep forward type of guy that they were hoping for. If anything, I've heard that he's going to be more of a right place, right time kind of pass rusher that sort of benefits from the stuff that Bosa and Hargrave does. And that's scary to me. And, we keep hearing, Super Bowl window, right? That's been the GM of this team has been Super Bowl window. Except they haven't acted like it anywhere except quarterback. If you're in a Super Bowl window, you don't let somebody else sign Yannick Ngakoue. You go add him and bring him onto your team to put the cherry on top and bring this thing home. But they haven't done that. If you're in a Super Bowl window, you don't let Colton McKivitz be your right tackle, a guy that you yourself said wasn't good enough to be on this roster at one point. That Super Bowl window means you don't accept these type of things, and yet the only time we hear about Super Bowl windows and we're talking about Trey Lance, the other spots on the roster, apparently it doesn't apply.
Man, this offensive line is very intriguing. I can't wait to see it play out. Who are some guys that stuck out for you in this game? I thought the kid Brown, who they drafted from Penn State, was flying around. Jalen Graham moving from safety to linebacker like Fred Warner did. I was really impressed with him. This Deshaun Jameson as a returner. Rat-a-tat-tat, anyone that really piqued your interest from watching that preseason game?
Definitely all of the guys you mentioned. I also think Ronnie Bell, not as a returner. I didn't think he looked anything special as a returner, but as a receiver, I thought Ronnie Bell looked great. If he had held on to that one pass that Brandon Allen threw, I think we would have been really singing his praises. And also, the other guy that I consistently heard good things about is Ty Davis-Price. And Ty Davis-Price looked good. He looked decisive. He was making one cut. He looked elusive. To me, I was super encouraged by that, especially because we can't count on Elijah Mitchell further than we could throw him.
No, I'm with you there. Elijah Mitchell, I told Shasky first day of training camp, I said, Elijah Mitchell might be a candidate to be traded because of the injury history, because he can't stay on the field. Remember last year in Chicago, he got hurt in the first quarter alongside not having George Kittle, which hampered Trey Lance. So
when
people
he's
forget
there,
that.
though, God, he is a good running
He's
back.
good, but I like Jordan Mason, and I think TDP's in great shape here.
I hear you. He is always hurt, though.
Have you read the Tim Kawakami piece in The Athletic about the Q&A and the deal with Shanahan and Phillip Rivers and Jimmy Garoppolo? Because Shasky and I were sitting in the third, fourth row in Philadelphia. We watched Jimmy come on the field. I looked at Shasky and said, boy, it looks like Jimmy doesn't have a lip.
At all.
At all.
He had the Jordans on.
Would Patrick Mahomes be sat out of that game? With Phillip Rivers, who is the topic of conversation, he played on a torn ACL in the AFC Championship game. What did you make of all that, Rob?
Why are we just hearing about it now? That's my problem with the whole thing. And when people feel safe, the truth comes out, right? It's safe to report all this stuff now because Jimmy's gone and it's over. Where the hell was this 6 months ago? Why are we just finding out now that it was so bad between Shanahan and Garoppolo that the team was going to bring back the ghost of Phillip Rivers in the Super Bowl instead of going with Garoppolo? And by the way, how do you think that would have played in the locker room, right?
Yeah.
The locker room had a revolt because Trey Lance was doing the Trey Lance package a couple of years ago. How would they have felt if Jimmy Garoppolo was kept on the sidelines and Phillip Rivers was in the Super Bowl?
Damn.
Unreal. I mean, it really is unbelievable. Does that worry you? I mean, just the relationship between Jimmy and Kyle, the relationship between Kyle and RG3, the relationship between all the quarterbacks Kyle's had outside of his, small stint in Atlanta. It always seems to kind of go awry and quickly. Doesn't that give anybody pause with him and Brock? Because he's hyping up Brock a lot, and I get it. I would do the same thing if that was my dude and he did what he did on film. But boy, I'm just a little worried here.
Kyle Shanahan's a quarterback polygamist. He's never happy with the one he's got. It's unbelievable. And don't forget who Kyle grew up under for a little while. It was John Gruden. He was exactly the same way, always looking for the next quarterback. And we know how tough Kyle can be on quarterbacks. you have to be a certain kind of person mentally, I think, to thrive with Kyle Shanahan.
No doubt. Rob, take care, man. Thank you for the time today. Tell you, it's not the craziest idea. Just sit back, watch how this plays out. If Trey Lance does not make this roster, now he can, but he doesn't play well Saturday, what's better? Play for the Edmonton Eskimos or say the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
The Bucks.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know.
Ask anyone who's playing on the Eskimos if they'd rather play for the Bucks in a backup role.
I hear you. You want to get killed by the Bucks, or you're going to win Grey Cups with the Edmonton Eskimos? Rob, take care.
Thanks, guys.
Anytime.
When does that crack come into play for you?
Xfinity Mobile Time. Raider fan loving the morning stress roast. The morning stress.
I mean,
I'm not stressed out. I'm chilling. Nothing is stressing me out about football.
I need to hit the bong if I'm just going to deal with this all day.
What do you mean?
Because, dog, this is ridiculous. We're not, look at, as a last resort, I understand. And, like, what you're saying, it makes logical sense in terms of, like, hey, you get these reps and and all that. It's, you don't vacate an opportunity in the NFL purposefully to go to the CFL. That's unrealistic. Now, do you make some astute points about, hey, he needs to be able to throw in a couple of years, but to say you're going to go from the NFL and you have an opportunity, let's just say hypothetically, he has an opportunity to be a third stringer somewhere else because now you can keep 3 quarterbacks. He's going to go to the CFL and he's going to ball out for 2 years. And then he's going to be like, oh, I'm gonna leave the CFL. And then, like, what? All these bottom feeders, like, hey, we're making him our franchise quarterback. Excuse me for being a little pessimistic on that dream.
650 Xfinity Mobile text line. Why don't you guys read my text? Because it doesn't fit your narrative? No, the reason why we probably didn't read your text because texts are coming in like a slot machine. It's like you're at a casino here. You pull the lever, boom, lucky sevens all across the board. That's why we didn't read your text. So whatever you send it to us again, and maybe I'll read it. But, you know, things move fast on the show. They move very fast. Like going to David El Cerrito. It's his turn. Ball's in your hands, Dave. What's happening?
2 things. One, just referencing a point made earlier, Skylar Thompson played like 50 games in college. Okay, so we might not know who he is on Miami. That dude played like 50 football games starting in college. And so...
And Texas sucked.
Experience. It's, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So, no, Skylar Thompson, did he play in Texas? Was he a Texas Longhorn?
Kansas State.
Kansas State.
Kansas State, there you go.
Powerhouse.
So, the K-State's a good program. Big 12 champs last year. Won a Big 12 championship.
They play real teams.
Yeah, they do.
Winners play quarterback out of that conference.
Mm-hmm.
And the second thing is, I think that, especially, you guys went to preseason last year, and you came back, and you were so fired up.
It was 2 years ago.
Trey Lance.
It was 2 years
ago. I mean, it seemed probably
2 years
like
ago.
a long time ago, but you guys were so fired up. I think you're having problems walking down from that.
No, absolutely not.
If you were to say that Trey Lance was a second-round pick, and you've seen what you've seen to date, you'd think nothing of it. You'd be like, move on. It didn't work.
Well, we're already ready to move. I'm ready to look at.
You're actually totally ready to move on. But for Bonte, if he was a second-round pick, you'd already be moving on. This wouldn't be a discussion about
Wait a minute. I'm the guy who's bringing up... Wait, Dave. I'm the guy who's bringing up the idea of going to the CFL to reinvent yourself. I got no... I love Trey Lance, but it has nothing to do with the video we posted out. Here's the difference between us and a lot of people in this market or whoever. We have takes. I'm not afraid to go out on the limb to have a take, Dave. That's what sports is all about, right?
No, totally. You guys have a great show. I'm not even questioning your takes or anything else. I'm just saying, if he was a second-round pick, we'd all be like, all right, time to move on. But because the franchise made what seems to be a really poor decision, nobody can move on. But, like, you guys didn't make that choice. They made that choice.
Agreed. The other part of this is that I think this franchise, more than any other, does hang on to people a long time. Alex Smith got a zillion opportunities. And we can have arguments as to whether he deserved them, earned them, whether that was the right decision, the wrong decision. But like we just in recent memory, saw another guy who was a top pick who looked real bad at times, was also an injury concern.
Right.
And somehow he figured it out at the end. I don't think that, if you're asking me, I don't think it plays out like that for Trey Lance here.
Yep.
Or at all.
You don't fix a guy's mechanics in the NFL. I don't recall ever in history where a guy came into the NFL or any league for that matter, into the pro league where they're like, his mechanics are off, his shooting mechanics are off, his throwing mechanics are off, his hitting mechanics are off, and they fix them maybe in baseball, but in NFL and in basketball, you don't fix those things at a pro level, and I think that's a real problem.
It's tough. Good call, Dave. Call us back. All right, here's 650 text. He wants me to read this. I'll read it.
Okay.
And I have an answer for this.
So you're forcing that? Okay.
And
Is it good?
listen.
Is it good?
I know, look, the boss man will not like me reading this or saying what I'm going to say afterwards, but I'm going to do it anyway because I don't give a damn. 650.
Okay.
This is ridiculous. Bonte, the Trey Lance coverage is outrageous. You guys are obnoxious. The other station talks on so many other topics. You guys are dogging this guy for hours every day. Come on. Bonte, stop saying you're the biggest fan as an excuse to down Trey. This is too much every day. There's several other topics. Well, you know what, 650? The other station can talk about whatever the hell they want to talk about. All the topics in the world. But guess what? The other station ain't beat this show in 13 freaking months. They ain't beat us in 13 months.
How come when I say it, I get in trouble with
No, because you know why? Because I'm going to take the bullet for that. That's why I prefaced it. They beat us in 13 months, so they can talk about whatever the hell they want to talk about. Maybe they should get on our train and take our playbook, because their plays ain't working across the street. Ours are. We're winning Super Bowls. They're losing NFC title games.
We won a great cup.
So you want me to read that again for you? I'll read it again. The hell, get off our timeline. Go listen to the other station. And they'll continue to listen to Loser Radio. Charles in East Palo Alto, what's happening?
Stay off of my timeline.
What the hell you talking about? Charles in East Palo Alto, what's happening? I got a losing playbook.
I want to spoon you right now.
What's up?
I wanted to hit you earlier, but now I love you again.
What's up, Charles?
Nothing much, man. I wanted to talk about this Trey Lance situation and his development. Now, being a former player myself, I saw tremendous value when the NFL had NFL Europe.
Mm-hmm.
That was an opportunity for a lot of players and draft picks to get reps and better themselves under NFL coaching.
Agreed.
Still, under the control of their NFL team and, develop. What do you guys think about that? I know you guys remember that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Andrew Luck's dad, I believe, was like the commissioner.
Oliver Luck, yeah.
Yeah, or something of
Oliver
NFL
Luck.
Europe. Yep.
Yeah, and I like I said, I think the more opportunities, just like every other league, the NFL, the baseball has single A, triple A, double A. Basketball has the G League. Hockey has their own developmental leagues. That's what the NFL needs. I don't know why.
Well, here's what I would say to you. Here's what I would say to you. Number one, there is so much money at the NFL level now than there was even in 1990 when NFL Europe was around. The train just doesn't slow down. It just keeps moving. And they view college football as their developmental league. And they don't have to pay for it. Like, that's the way they're viewing it, right? Because it's the only sport where you got to stay for like 3 years, no matter what. And so why have you pay, the NFL owners, pay for a minor league system when there's the SEC?
Yeah.
There
is a lot.
I mean, so that's the way they view it. So like this whole thing about Trey Lance, and it's the same thing I would say at practice. Look, we can't stop this train with mega billions on the line to stop for this guy.
Yeah.
The train's it's going to keep moving. You either got to speed up or you're going to get left behind at the stop before.
A lot of people say, man, you're slandering Trey Lance. 650 is basically saying we're slandering. We're not saying things like Michael Lombardi, bringing his mama into the equation. We're totally assessing his play. Just like we assessed Jimmy Garoppolo's play. Just like we're going to assess Brock Purdy's play. You know, he throws interceptions in games. We're going to be on it. This show will be on it. The Golden State Warriors have won championships. We still critique Draymond's game. We still critique Clay's game. We still critique James Wiseman's game and Jordan. That's what we do. We're not slandering his character. Trey Lance, let me just say this right now. Trey Lance is a great human being. Trey Lance is so composed. He's mature. He's a great teammate. Trey Lance is a great guy who comes from a great family. We're not slandering him whatsoever, but we're critiquing his game. That's what you and I, Shasky, get paid to do on these airways. Critique the games. Constructive criticism. Have fun. Talk about sports. 650, you may be Frank Dixon, because I understand he's on a family list. This is what we do. It's not slander. We're critiquing his game. And what we saw on Sunday, which is all we have to go by for this season. For this season, because the NFL, every year things change. Brock Purdy may not be as good as last year. He may not.
They change fast.
Fast.
I mean, if you told me right now, Deshaun Watson has another bad year, even though he's guaranteed hundreds of millions of dollars.
Right.
Look out for that UCLA quarterback backing him up.
Listen.
If you told me, that Brock Purdy would be the way Kyle Shanahan, if I just started reading all of the Kyle Shanahan alone quotes on Brock Purdy 11 months ago to everyone, you know what they would say? Why are you insulting my intelligence? And look how quickly we found. Now, I'm not saying that could happen to Trey Lance. Dude, I could envision 50 million different scenarios. Who knows? All I'm saying is, I feel like everybody. Let's take a deep breath and let's see what he looks like this week.
Exactly. It's not slander. You don't like the truth? And you know what? You may not like this show because all we do is try to tell the truth.
But would you?
That's for all the new listeners out there.
Would you agree with me here? Fair or not, we all do the stigma thing on the CFL. And I get your point on Warren Moon. Again, it was 1978.
It was a long time.
It was a long time.
Jeff Garcia, long time ago.
Over 20 years ago.
A long time.
It's
a long time.
Closer to 25.
It doesn't happen a lot.
Yes.
It doesn't.
So my point is this, I look at someone like Darren Ruff, okay?
Right.
Darren Ruff went back to Japan.
Yep.
Okay? And then he came back. And you know what he was when he came back?
He was decent.
He was a role player.
Eric Timms.
A role player.
Remember Eric Timms with the Brewers?
Exactly. So in this hypothetical that you're going through, I don't know if it would be better to win a Grey Cup and an MVP and come back, but I think we can both agree, even if he did all of those things and he looked like the second coming, nobody is going to be like, hey, we've got prospect X coming in the draft and we have the number 2 overall pick. No, we're going to take a lineman and we're going to sign Trey Lance to be the franchise quarterback. That doesn't mean to say
he would have to come back in and work and compete for a job. There's no doubt about that.
Exactly.
But he does need to work on his mechanics. He does need to play.
No doubt.
And right now, that opportunity in the NFL is just not there. And he's a nice kid who hasn't burnt any bridges. And that goes a long way.
It does.
He studies. He puts into work.
Matt Moore hung around because of his intelligence and people liked him. And I mean, didn't you not see the whole golf thing with Josh Allen and the backup quarterback? He kept that guy around. Why? Because he liked him. He wanted to hang around him. So there is something to be said for all of that. I just think that if he was a malcontent or he had shown that he doesn't care, he's not trying hard or not improving, then those are different questions. If he doesn't have an opportunity anywhere in the league, then that's another conversation. As of right now, I'm assuming, maybe I'm wrong, that he'll have an opportunity somewhere to back up someone or to be in the mix.
What I don't want is my words to get twisted. I don't know if Trey Lance is going to make this football team. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know how he's going to look on Saturday. He may light it up and win the QB2 job on Saturday. I have no idea. I hope it works out. I really hope it works out. And you know how tough it is for me to critique Trey Lance? We were all over him.
Why is that?
I thought this guy was the next big thing for the 49ers.
Yeah, we both did.
And there was a big regression. Has to do with injuries, has to do with lack of opportunities, and it has to do with Brock Purdy being damn good last season.
And I think that he hasn't made the most of his opportunities.
He hasn't. He didn't. He didn't light the world on fire last year.
No.
It wasn't his fault that they lost to Chicago, but he didn't exactly light it up. He missed the easy throw to Tyler Kroft.
Yes,
but he also made a great throw to Juwan Jennings and Ray McLeod. Yeah. Made a great throw to Brandon Ayuk. Hell, He didn't fumble the football on the first possession. Deebo Samuel did. And why did Deebo Samuel fumble? Well, he admitted he wasn't in the best shape of his life. He also didn't have George Kittle, and Elijah Mitchell got hurt in the first quarter.
Can we also acknowledge this? For as down and as low as everything feels, this feels unlikely to say out loud right now. Hypothetically, 12 weeks down the line, stuff happens. He gets a spot start. He gets a spot opportunity to come in the second quarter, and he wins a big game. Can't your opinion change quickly?
It can.
I'm not saying that he's going to be the franchise quarterback, but you win a couple games here. Next thing you know, you're like Baker Mayfield, and you play for the Rams last year. Remember, Baker Mayfield was essentially DFA'd.
No doubt.
And then the Rams claimed him, and he looked decent. He looked decent enough to where Tampa's like, we'll give him a shot to try to start here in Tampa Bay.
Exactly.
Baker Mayfield's gotten more opportunities than he's probably deserved.
No doubt.
But he
you know
also
what?
shown a lot more than Trey Lance that
He
rookie
did.
year.
And you know what? He showed something with the Rams last year, especially on that Thursday night football game.
So that's my point of he'll get chances somewhere to do something down the line. If it's not here, it could be somewhere else. Now it's up to him.
But Baker Mayfield also played in the high-level conference and played at a high level against high-level football teams. Well, he looked damn good against the Georgia Bulldogs in the Rose Bowl. I get it. I hear what you're saying. He's had a lot of reps. That's all it is.
Matt Castle didn't even play for USC.
That's all it is.
And he got opportunities.
That's all it is.
Your college stuff doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean
dropping
anything.
back on 3rd and 7 in the NFL in the second quarter.
We see guys play at the highest level, be Bubs. We see guys play at the low level, be All-Stars. It's all good. Like, nobody thought Patrick Mahomes would be the Patrick Mahomes that he was today because he played at Texas Tech. We've seen a lot of guys go to Texas Tech and throw 4,000, 5,000 yards. You know what I'm saying?
I'm convinced. I don't think he'd be Patrick Mahomes. If I gave you the exact same guy, but I gave him all the Shanahan, I think he'd look different.
No doubt. You are listening to 95.7 The Game.
Better or worse.
KGMG, FM, and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget you can also watch us every single day on YouTube and Twitch. Sponsored by our very great friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. Don't forget August 29th, their Red and Gold Summit. 95.7 The Game's Red and Gold Summit, August 29th. Some of your favorite hosts are going to be at the Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon to talk about the football season. Willard and Dibs will kick it off at 2 p.m. Then the summit will go from 4 to 6 p.m. All the hosts will debate and answer the most burning questions surrounding the red and gold during a live show right in front of you, our loyal listeners. That's right. We're going to be there. The other station don't go to see you. We do. We go out and touch the people. We talk to the people. So don't tell me about the losing playbook that they're running.
I love it.
Our arrogance meter's through the roof.
No, okay, I'm going to be arrogant today. I'm going to be arrogant.
I love it.
I'm going to be arrogant every damn day.
The king is allowed to be so.
No, I'm not going to be arrogant. I'm a humble guy. That's all. Just
So
you get texts like that.
You going to treat for Chick-fil-A later?
Oh, no, I got swim class today.
Well, you want to maybe Venmo me some money and me and the boys go get
No, you got 2 houses.
Oh,
I need to borrow money from you. All
right.
I'm trying to buy a house.
Give me the list of former number one first-round picks. These are former first-round NFL picks who went to the CFL after the NFL.
Yes, so in this hypothetical, Trey Lance would be the 10th NFL former first-round quarterback to go to the CFL in this past half century.
I love this.
Following in the footsteps of Jerry Taggy. Now, I hope I'm pronouncing some of these correct.
Nobody knows who he is.
Okay, Lions. Todd Marinovich, we know him.
Todd.
Andre Ware.
Well, hold on. With Todd Marinovich. Tom Marinovich, drugs.
Well, yeah, a lot of these,
working out.
A lot of these,
things going on.
Some of these you will find there was some off the field stuff with someone. Some just weren't good. So Todd Marinovich, Andre Ware, Art Schleider.
Well, how many years did Andre Ware play in the NFL before he went to the CFL?
Like 4 or 5.
And
he had two different teams. He had 2 different teams. He had
Detroit
Lions. Yes.
Detroit Lions. He played a long time.
Correct. Art Schleider, Johnny Manziel, Vince Young, Achilles Smith, Josh Freeman, and most recently, Paxton Lynch.
Did any make it back to the NFL?
Nope, none of them.
Interesting.
That sucks. Now,
did any of them win the Grey Cup or the
Did Josh Freeman win the Grey Cup?
Whatever.
Josh Freeman didn't win?
Josh Freeman was on the practice squad, didn't even make the team.
Wait, say it again?
Josh Freeman was on the practice squad to CFL, didn't even make the team.
But he did start that Monday Night Football game for the Vikings on short notice.
I thought
was that him? I thought that was somebody else. Against the
I thought that was Josh Freeman.
I thought that was somebody else. Some dude named Webb.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I thought he got traded midweek and started like within
Leslie
4
Smith
days.
Leslie Frazier was the coach.
Leslie Frazier was the coach. Yeah, I think that was a dude named Webb. I don't know.
I'm going to look it
up. Dave in Pleasanton. Dave, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, fellas, I just wanted to bring something up, and I feel really bad for the kid, Trey. And it's not really you guys. Because I think it's the bigger overall, the big conglomerate media. You guys all have your opinions, but you guys are open to discussion, and you see other viewpoints. But when it comes to this bigger social media, they are killing this kid. And unless he lives on the moon, I don't see how this is not going to affect him. I saw an article yesterday. I can't remember who wrote it, but they were talking about it was the worst trade in the NFL history.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And when they're attacking stuff like picking on his hair, compared, and he's the most talked about thing right now, I can't imagine this kid having any positive thoughts about himself, and that's one reason I have an issue with Kyle. Do you remember Harbaugh? No matter who was his guy, whether it was Michael Crabtree, this is the best hands I've ever seen. This is the best arm I've ever seen. I don't think they have done anything from day one to help build his confidence, and it is getting torn down right now.
Can I add something here as a long Niner fan who knows the history of the team? Can we acknowledge the worst trade in 49er history is the O.J. Simpson trade?
Yeah, that was awful.
Okay, you traded two first-round picks for a guy who had nothing left.
And one of them became number 1 overall pick.
Okay? Now, you were lucky enough to overcome it and find Joe Montana in the 3rd round later, but because you didn't have a first-round pick, because you traded it for O.J. Simpson, who was completely washed.
Go ahead, Dave. Finish strong.
No, I think I did finish strong. I just think he has no... the media might tear him down before he has a chance because it's a coin flip right now.
I agree. The media does do that. They do that to a lot of people.
In 2 seasons, OJ barely eclipsed 950.
I remember. I just finished Genius. They talked about that because Eddie DeBartolo hung out with OJ a lot. That was his guy.
That sounds like
and Joe Thomas was the GM. Joe Thomas was the GM of the 49ers at that time, and everybody in the league said Joe Thomas is not hireable. And yet Eddie D still hired him, and he was a complete lunatic.
But on his final play, he ran for a 10-yard run on 3rd and 10.
Wow.
Got a first down.
We're not piling on Trey. Trey may make this roster. I don't know. I'm just throwing out a hypothetical and an idea. And don't twist the words. It's just an idea if he doesn't make this roster. Jacob, Castro Valley, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going? I wanted to bring up, I think it's a bit of an overreaction to say, Trey Lance go to the CFL. You look at how many times does a rookie come out in any sport and just hit the ground running,
Casey Schmidt,
impress everyone. It does happen. Obviously, we see like Brock Purdy, dude was given an opportunity and he shined, and now he has his position. But not every rookie is going to be like that. We've only seen, the Trey Lance's first season, he played like 2 snaps. His second season, he played 2 games, and then he got injured.
Yep.
We have such a small sample size. I feel like let's give the kid a chance. Even you look at like baseball, like top prospect Julio Rodriguez, when he came out, dude was looking like a bust through his first like 75 at-bats. All of a sudden, he figured out major league pitching, shot up top of the ranks, figured it out. I think we need to let Trey Lance do his thing, give him some time, and let him play.
Well,
not as
Jacob,
the first string, but as the second string.
Jacob, that's my whole point. He needs to play. Right now, there's no avenue for him to play with the 49ers. He needs to play.
Yeah, I need $1 million.
Well, he needs to play.
Sometimes you don't get those things.
Before we go to break, I got to call this dude out. MFer on YouTube. These station is funny. They ran Wiseman pulling out Trey to the ground, who's black young athletes, and they're going after Trey Lance.
Defended Poole.
And Kamiga. Shut up. We were more critical of Jimmy Garoppolo than any athlete in this market. And what was Jimmy Garoppolo? He's a white guy. So stop with the racial stuff. Stop with the racial stuff. And, by the way, most athletes in basketball and football are black. They're black. Okay, so stop. So stop with the racial stuff. I'm a black guy, and I'm being critical of Trey Lance when I've carried Trey Lance's water for 2.5 years. This is the first week I've really been, you know what? Trey Lance may not be a quarterback. So stop with the racial stuff, please. Don't do that today.
If he goes 7 of 7 7 touchdown passes on 7 drives, all resulting in people's heads will explode.
Exactly.
And he'll go straight from the CFL to MVP of the NFL, right?
I mean, exactly.
I'm teasing.
But I'm not saying he's going to the CFL. I'm saying that could be an avenue just to play because he needs to play and throw passes. Doesn't have reps. All right. Rest of the show coming up, brought to you by Cars.com.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been added. Ooh, there's a nice truck. Oh, a purple one. Cars.com.
I got this from OJ.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Hey. Woo! Tomorrow's Friday. It is payday Friday, too, by the way.
Little fat burger?
Woo! You got me going with the Chick-fil-A stuff. You know I can't eat that right now. You know I can't eat it right
big. Yo, wake up.
I should text this center right now.
LAX. Flight
Dude,
504.
You think this Red Gold Summit is going to be off the hook in San Ramon? Fieldwork Brewing Company? August 29th?
Wheel me in like Hannibal Lecter.
Dude, Bois Vito was standing room only. Wall to wall. Packed. I mean, just packed. Sales staff, roasters from all over the place. Even Dublin March. You know what? Dublin March, she asked me, and I forgot to read this on YouTube. It's because, Bonte, do you still have that Trey Lance hoodie? Or did you dump it? I'll wear the Trey Lance hoodie tomorrow for the first 30 minutes of the show, and then I will take it off.
Because it'll be steaming hot in here?
Yes, you can't wear hoodies in here.
No.
Trust me, I got a great collection of hoodies. Shasky has a great collection of hoodies.
I haven't worn any of them in here.
I can't. You can't.
At some point, we're moving studios.
At some point. We
I've heard that for months.
Don't know when. But boy, Shasky eating fat burger while Bonte eating steak and lobster. Shasky loves steak and lobster.
Can we all acknowledge this? I don't care what happens this year. I don't care what happens. Brock could look like Montana. Vintage Montana. Heck, he could look like Mahomes. Someone, somewhere, somehow, someday will be clamoring for one of these backups to get in there.
Oh, my God. No, I don't think anybody's clamoring for Sam Darnold.
No. I'm just saying. Oh, you look me in the eye.
I'm not clamoring for Sam Darnold.
Hypothetically.
Oh, my God.
They lose 21-17 to Pittsburgh, and Kenny Pickett looks marginally better than Brock Purdy. It will come in. Someone somewhere will text, phone, chat in the YouTube comment, Sam Darnold. Someone might say Trey, someone might say Brandon Allen.
Boy.
The backup quarterback in San Francisco is one of the most popular players in the history of sports.
Oh, my God.
We talk so much like best player on the Lakers, captain of the Yankees, backup in San Francisco for the Niners.
Oh, my God. Sam Darnold's good love.
Our fans are the worst.
Hey, UC Steve, I guarantee you the next Red Gold Summit after the season will be on this side of the Bay Bridge. Trust me. We're going to the East Bay a couple times, but we will be all over the Bay Area. We got to touch every market, whether it's San Jose. Remember the Campbell and Hooters? We used to do shows down there. I missed that place. We shut it down.
So now they're calling me look into my eyes. Look into my eyes and tell me. Oh, you guys don't know about that.
Thugs and Harmony.
What it is you see.
Yes, I do. What soundtrack was that?
I don't know.
Look into
was it Mo Thugs or was it Bone Thugs?
Bone Thugs.
Remember Mo Thugs?
Yeah, I do remember Mo Thugs.
It's like a spinoff.
Yeah, I do remember that.
It was like the Belle Biv DeVoe to their new edition. Now I'm going real deep. Only Guru feels me on that.
Right. The MF comment, because on this show, we defended Jordan Poole. So much so that Jordan Poole's dad reached out to me a couple times throughout the season. I never shared with you. But he reached out a couple times and said, thank you for defending my son.
Did he thank me?
Thank y'all.
Oh, good.
Y'all do a great job at the station. Yeah. But he personally hit me up.
That other guy's
defended
awesome.
James Wiseman. We're the ones on this show who blame the veterans for that 0-5 road trip, not the youngsters. So that's why when it comes to, oh, you guys are being racist, you're coming down there. Not on this show. We defend the youngsters.
I love
that. That bothers me. That bothered me a little bit. It's like, no. If you listen to this show, we're the ones who defended Trey Lance. And all of a sudden, I get critical of him about a Sunday preseason game where he didn't look like an NFL quarterback, and all of a sudden, we racist. Like, come on, man, be better.
By the way, it was the Batman and Robin.
I told you it was the soundtrack of something.
Wow.
I told you.
Wow. Another thing that I'm noticing, and people are already saying it, if any of these quarterbacks struggle, we're going to get the Tom Brady call, too.
Oh, well, Phillip Rivers is going to get a call for the Super Bowl. We didn't even know that one. Damn, if we would have known that before the Eagles trip.
You know, somehow, Jeff Garcia's like warming up his arm. Like, I'm ready.
He still believes he could play, just like T.O. still believes he could play wide receiver.
Well,
he probably could, too.
T.O. can still play wide
receiver. I know. I truly believe. And you know what? I was open to T.O. getting a tryout with this team.
I don't want to, slander anyone, but if you think Dante Pettis could score a touchdown to win a game against a team in the NFL like they did last year, best believe T.O. If T.O.'s heart is pounding, I still believe he could play in the NFL.
Oh, man. 707, Xfinity Mobile text line before we get back out to the lines. This year shouldn't be Super Bowl or bust. It should be franchise quarterback or bust. We don't. I mean, this fan base.
See what I'm saying?
I will agree with Tyler Miller on this one. This fan base is down bad.
It's out of
You're down bad. I'm down bad. You're down bad. I mean, we're going to the preseason game.
You know what we are, this fan base? We're the villain in the animated, superhero movie who's just delusionally crazy for no good reason.
For no good reason.
I mean, we should be happy.
Shasky?
You know how many fan bases in the NFL would trade places with the Niners yesterday?
I don't know.
And we act angry every day.
Every day we're mad about something.
How many?
I don't know how many fan bases would
the
trade
Falcons.
Places. Okay, the Falcons, the Bucks. The Panthers.
The Saints.
No, Saints fans love their Saints. Trust me. They're crazy. When I was in New Orleans.
They wouldn't trade places with us right now?
They would not. They hate us.
Okay.
So I was down there 2012. All right. I was eating, and I had a debit card that had the Giants logo on it.
All right.
Believe it. I had a San Francisco Giants debit card from Bank of America.
Okay.
I didn't pick the Niners. It was a Giants card.
Okay.
And the guy looked at it and said, I should throw you out of my restaurant right now. I hate the 49ers. They hate us, so they wouldn't trade places.
Okay. What about the Jags?
They would trade places with us, although they're loving some Trevor Lawrence right now.
No, but I'm just saying in general. 5, okay.
Texans.
6.
The Browns wouldn't trade places with us.
Yes, they would.
No,
7.
they love their Browns. They're like us. They're irrational.
No, but I'm saying in terms of success and history.
Success and history. Okay, I heard something else.
They trade places in a heartbeat. Just the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we're talking about basically it's like the Patriots, maybe the Rams,
Eagles.
It's all the teams that have won a Super Bowl, basically. Ravens.
Yeah, no doubt.
Listen, we're talking about a very let me tell you, short list.
Let me tell you how psycho Niner fans are, like myself. We got down from the farmers market Sunday from Burley game. Got back home at 12:45. TV goes on. Channel 5, we're ready to roll. As soon as that ball was kicked off, Niners played offense. I left the kitchen table, got in front of the TV with my legal pad, and was like this, writing notes.
And then how many missed messages did you have from me by the time
missed calls from you, buddies, messages.
It takes one to know one.
I saw Shaz.
I can only call Niner fans the worst because I'm one of you.
Listen.
I am a part of this.
Babe goes, you're not going to pick up Shasty's call? I go, not right now. We were 2 drives into the game. I said, not right now. Then I called him at halftime, hung up on him, and didn't call him back. Because I was in my element. She goes, and Anna's whispering to baby Chaz.
Game.
I remember my little sister Bonita. Niners played the Packers. Harbaugh second year up at Lambeau Field. Remember that game? David Akers made the 60-plus yard field goal.
Colin Kaepernick came in right before halftime and ran.
And ran to get him in field goal range.
Yes.
My little sister, I'm pounding the table. She's talking to my mom. She goes, Mom, your son is over here acting crazy. She goes, welcome to football season with Bonte.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how we are, Shasky.
Well, my wife knows. Every Sunday from September 1st on, she's basically a widow.
Right. What am I supposed to answer? Did you ask me something and I didn't answer it?
Does anyone really have a choice?
How many people would trade places and stuff with us?
No. I don't know. I don't know.
We have a sickness.
We do have a disease. We have it's
and
bad.
I figured I'm going to be like this forever. My grandfather calls me. My grandfather, 88 years old, and he goes, he just didn't look good.
Yeah.
And I go, who? You know who? Trey.
Yes.
And I go, I know. He's like, I just wanted him to look better. And then he says to me, you know what's going to happen. And I go, what's that? Everyone's going to want Darnold soon.
Right.
This is my grandfather.
Yeah, he knows it. Even OG down there at College of San Mateo. And I'm not even supposed to read your text, OG, because I love you. But I had to go talk to my City College of Rams about beating y'all asses this year. I hope that happens. But they're coming, OG. But even he texts me, he goes, the Trey talk is getting out of hand. When in reality, the issue is Kyle Shanahan. But you know what?
He's one of the winningest coaches in the league.
But you know what? Shanahan, this is part of his problem. Shanahan's the reason why I go crazy half the time. I remember tweeting during the Texas game in the first half. Remember they went for it on 4th down? It was a terrible play. They didn't get it. Texas get the ball. And I remember I tweeted in real time. I said, Shanahan, ... drives me crazy. And, somebody from the Niners hit me up, was like, what's up with that? Well, because Shanahan does drive me crazy because we're in year 7 and we still don't know who the damn quarterback is.
Yeah, but you know what? At least it evokes emotion to me. Like the Giants, like Wilmer Flores.
Yeah, I just don't care about the Giants. Yeah, I just don't care about I'm detached emotionally until you hire Buster Posey as a manager. Like, by the way,
did anybody lose their mind? Kai Bowman!
Yeah, nobody did.
No one cared that year.
Nobody cared.
At least the Niners, I don't care. If it's Blaine Gabbert checking down to Carlos Hyde, I'm like, what are we doing?
No doubt. Or
how is
the Warriors?
Jeremy Curley the number one receiver on this team?
Or why is Anthony Lamb in the game?
Oh no, my favorite.
You know what I'm saying? Ty Jerome.
Okay, we've reached the pinnacle of last year. We're sitting in the second row in the link after walking through the walk of shame of Philadelphia. And I turned to Bonte after all the Niners come running out. We're right there. I mean, I could reach out and touch Jerry Rice.
Right.
He had the gold chain.
He had the 3 Super Bowl rings.
It was
on.
like a Disney movie. Yeah. And I, all of a sudden, and this is what football does to me. Why is Tevin Coleman suited up? Didn't I say that to you?
You did.
And then later on in the game, Tevin Coleman whips into Nick Bosa on a special teams play. And I look at Bonte and I go, it's Tevin Coleman's fault.
I know. And Tevin Coleman actually made a great catch against Carolina.
I was ready to punch random people, and I'm not advocating violence. Seeing Tevin Coleman suited up in the NFC Championship game. That's how sick I am.
But no, seriously, Warrior. Anthony Lamb. And I'm like, well, he is a good shooter, you know? Like, I mean, we're insane.
If you bring up Verjao to this day, I get angry.
Oh, my God.
You know that.
Yeah, no.
Every time you bring it up, it brings up Game 7, and I lose my mind.
No, bring up Kelly Oubre Jr.
Oh, my God.
Or Michael Mulder.
Oh, my God.
And I love you, Raymond Ritter.
The Nick? No, now I want to hear it. No. Give me the Nick Friedel, Kelly Oubre sound. Just for my soul.
Pull it up.
What's more funny? Javon Kinlaw saying, I'm really that freak, or Kelly Oubre telling Nick he'll never answer one of his questions again.
We got full phone lines. We're going to get to everybody coming up here. But I need Javon Kinlaw, I'm a freak, and I need Kelly Oubre Jr., Nick Friedel. This is how insane it is.
This Kapler kind of sounded like this yesterday.
But at one point, because our YouTube question today is, do you think Buster Posey will want to manage the Giants? 52% says yes, 48% says no. Well,
who's saying no to Buster Posey?
But remember, that reminds me of a poll question we had when the morning roast was first. Hold on, Chesky, let me finish. Hold on. When the morning roast was first birthed, we had a poll question: who do you want to keep going into the next season? Kelly Oubre Jr., Andrew Wiggins. Now, I remember 77% said we want Oubre Jr. back over Andrew Wiggins.
And they say that someone can improve on the fly with reps. Look at this show.
Yeah, or look at the
show. Obviously, you can't predict the future, and we'll see what happens this summer. But would you be willing to take less money?
Bro, I'm not answering your questions no more. I'm sorry. Next question.
And then Matt Mayoko to Javon Kinlaw.
Nah, bro, I'm really a freak, bro. Like, the world don't see, point blank, period.
But the greatest part about that was,
guy actually?
Hey, London.
I can't believe it.
London, did you delete the bus question with Javon Kinlaw's picture? Because we don't need that smoke.
Yeah, no, it's gone.
All right, thank you. Thank you very
Twitter
much.
Twitter fingers love you over there.
Hopefully nobody screenshotted that because we don't need smoke.
When a guy Sam the shovel because digging his graves.
Listen, we don't need smoke with a guy who's at a podium wearing gangster looks like that and a do-rag saying, I'm really a freak, though. Y'all go see. Yeah,
nah, bro,
you know
I'm
what?
really a freak, though. Like, the world don't see. Point blank,
I believe you. I'll pull it for you, Javon Kinlaw. I love you. You don't need smoke with a guy wearing those type of glasses. It ain't just any type of looks. Those are the looks where it's like, oh, that dude's from East LA, bro. He's about that life.
So, Game 5, Giants-Dodgers. And you know me, got to go to the team dugout store. I don't know why. It's Game 5. I already own all the. I think Giants gear you could have. I've owned, and I've been in that store every time. But I always do the same thing. And coming out, there's a little fire hydrant. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Right along the side street.
Yep.
And there is a guy in sweatpants who's the largest human being I've ever seen in my life. And I look over, and it's Mook Dog.
Yeah.
And I go over and I go, yo, what's up, man? 95-70 game. And I give him a fist pass. Like, what's up? What's up? And then he leaned up off of the fire hydrant. And I said, he looks like he was created in a lab.
Yes, he's huge.
And what's ironic is he's not a very good football player, which goes to show how incredibly strong and powerful the NFL is.
Listen.
If that man can't be that successful, he is the biggest human. He looked like a cartoon compared to us normal people.
I don't think Grant Cohn has analyzed Javon Kinlaw's game since that day in training camp.
Well, there are other D tackles that you can focus on.
Yes, and I think Greg Cole chose wisely there. Because Javon Kinlaw hopped in that live stream and told Greg Cole what he's all about. All right? So, listen, Javon Kinlaw, I met him at Chase Center. He said, I'm going to follow you on Instagram, big dog. And you better believe there ain't no slander coming from my IG account about Javon Kinlaw. Mook Dog's my guy. I love Mook Dog. I'm pulling for him. With that said, let's get back out to the lines. G-Money out New Jack City. G-Money, what's happening, my man?
What's up, fellas?
What's up, baby?
What's up, bro?
Fellas, all good, all good. All good. I just know, being a 20-year 49er fan, man, I created a monster with my son. He's 18, and this fool cannot stay in the living room if it's a bad play. He'll run off and I cry.
Dude, it's
he
bad.
He walked off when Hufanga got the fumble, the blocked field goal.
Oh, that was the best.
To win, and he didn't believe we even won. He ran off. But anyway, like I was saying, I don't think Trey really got the opportunity to, he didn't get the opportunity to work with the best line. Because if you ask me, the line play was just horrible. Both sides of the ball.
I agree with that. I think most would.
Man, we got beat up. So, with 2 seconds to throw, what can any of us do? If it's like hike, 1, 2, and you under pressure, what can you do? What really can you do? And it was a couple reads that he missed. I understand that. But like you said, Bonte, he does have to get the time to play.
Yeah.
The time to play. It just wasn't the best line.
It wasn't.
Dude, who was that? Number 70. We saw dudes standing around on a few plays, like standing, like you know how much you would get chewed out in high school for being a lineman, sitting around while the ball run around you.
Oh, yeah.
Who's the player? Who's the player in Niner history? If you hear their name, you get enraged. Who's that player?
That I hear?
Yeah, you hear the name, and you get angry.
Oh. And I get angry. I can't think of no one right now.
Lawrence Phillips is the name.
For you?
Yes. Because I think about him missing that block on Aeneas Williams.
Steve Young's career.
Yep. Vinny Sutherland.
Nah, Vinny Sutherland was nobody to me. You know who
Cedric Wilson.
No, he doesn't get me mad, even though he should have got down against the St. Louis Rams. I get all that. The name for me.
Kyle Williams.
Antonio Langham.
That's a name. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
And it's a reason why.
I thought you were going to go Walker on me.
Now that's a name I've not heard in a long
Dude,
time.
Listen.
People putting up Jaquaski Tart, poor guy. His last NFL game.
Yeah, and we had Jaquaski Tart all last year. Remember that?
I know.
Well, Langford, I think you missed that show. We had him on. And I don't know if we helped him because he hasn't gotten a call since. He said, if the business is right, I'll come back and guess the business isn't right.
I could name 50 bust Giants trades, and no one gets as angry as like if I go LaMichael James.
Right. Or AJ Przinsky.
Well, AJ Przinsky. But I'm not even I don't even like AJ Przinsky. But you say to me, AJ Przinsky or Jose Cortez. And I'm like, oh, fuck, that's Jose Cortez.
Or Jose Cortez missing that kick in San Diego. Oh, my God.
How about Rashard Robinson when he pulled the Javon Kinlaw and was like, yeah, I'm one of the best corners in the league, and then led the NFL through 8 weeks, broke the record of pass interference.
Yeah, he was so bad. Every team was running go rights on him.
I remember
what about Tremaine Brock? Tremaine Brock was supposed to be the next best corner. And next thing you know, and it started in the preseason.
He was a Pro Bowler, I believe.
But it started in the preseason. Tyreek Hill ready to go right on him. And then every team in the league was like, we'd see Tremaine Brock. Well, do this.
How about Chris Culliver the week of the Super Bowl? Hey, bro, why don't you just not talk?
One of the more underrated aspects of that Super Bowl week, when Culliver said that, he met the media the next day. Ray Rattle was at that table first, sitting next to Chris Culliver, and was waiting. I think he was there like 2 hours before Culliver got there. Wow. I'll never forget that. Wow. Waiting.
Well, he used to show up here early, so that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, there you go. But he was ready for that moment. He was ready for that one.
Snapple in hand.
All I'm saying is, look, I'm not saying send Trey Lance to the CFL. There's nuance to this conversation. He may end up being quarterback too, and I hope to God this works out. You paid all that compensation to go get Trey Lance. And hell, I want our video to age well, not wrongly. Because trust me, if Trey Lance doesn't make this team, we will have that video resurface, and we'll play it, and we'll lean into it. It's fine.
There's a lot of money in being wrong.
There's a lot
Nick Wright, Colin Cowherd.
One of the most gifted people physically I've ever seen. I sound insane. A field of Adonises.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
He did look good, though.
I mean, the voice of the Niners went on and said it was the greatest story practice he've ever seen in his life.
The voice of the Niners. I'd look like
No.
he said some things about quarterbacks in years past. We're all wrong.
We're all wrong.
That guy loved Sam Bradford.
Right. We're all wrong. Listen.
I mean, as a thrower of the football, though, Sam Bradford.
That's where that started as a thrower of the football.
Listen. I'm not saying he should go to the CFL, but I'm looking at his long-term value, and I'm saying the guy needs to play. He needs to throw the football. He needs to develop his pocket presence. He needs to get better. I don't know if he could get better in, hypothetically, Arizona. I don't know if he could get better under Todd Bowles in the Tampa Bay. I don't know. All I know is Trey Lance needs to play. And I know if that avenue is here with the 49ers. I just don't know if there's reps for him. That's all. Let's go to Brandon in New York.
Hey,
Brandon, out in New York City. What's up, Brandon?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Good.
I'm doing good. I'm thinking about Chick-fil-A.
Good. Shasky, I like the hat. I'm watching on YouTube. Hopefully that's not creepy. But anyway.
No, it's all gravy.
I think when you guys... What was that?
It's all gravy.
Okay, cool. Oh, when you guys mention Niners players that infuriate you when you hear their name, I don't know if anyone said Kyle Williams, but I remember being outside of Applebee's nearly crying in the rain watching the game through the TV, so just want to throw that out.
Wow, that's a visual. Applebee's, I would cry, and then, obviously,
I got to say, Brandon, that game.
What's what?
They could be a sponsor. You could be a sponsor. You're ripping Applebee's. Brandon,
I love Applebee's.
That may be the most depressed I've ever been after a football game. Was that game? Go ahead, Brandon. Finish up. We just screwed his call up. Go ahead, Brandon.
No, it's fine. The reason I called was to remind people of that, and also just like what you said, Bonto, Lance needs to play and also needs to get some reps. I'm a little worried about Brock Purdy coming off an injury, getting most of the reps with the ones, and then, Lance getting like 5 throws, 6 throws here and there. Yeah. Like, what if Brock Purdy isn't ready? And
we're going to find out.
They're taking a yeah. And by the reps they're taking, maybe no one will be ready. So maybe speak to that. And also, I forgot to mention this on my call a couple of days ago, but can you speak to maybe Kyle's ego of not addressing the O-line when everyone before the draft was like, we need some O-line. And then in the draft, he was like, nope, not taking anyone.
Well, it worked out for them last year. I had a lot of reservations on the offensive line. Banks basically did a redshirt year and then showed up and was really good last year. Burford, 4th-round pick last year. I thought he was solid. Brendel out of nowhere. As names be the players that drive people crazy when you hear their names, the OGs are going to feel me on this one. And this is from my boy Rob McDonough. Preston freaking Riley fumbled the onside kick against the Cowboys in 72 that would have took the Niners to the Super Bowl.
Preston Riley. Name you could never forget around these parts. Name you could never forget. Don't be slandering Applebee's. You know what? Turn off the mic. Take a play off. Because I want to talk to Deli Boy. Deli Boy out of Pacifica. Deli Boy, talk to me, my man. Long time no talk. Congratulations on number 3. Hold on to your hair that you got left. Get it. You know what? You deserve it. You know what? You deserve it. I hope you kicked Shasky's ass in golf the other day. Deli Boy, the floor is yours.
He did.
Oh, thank you. I played pretty well, I have to say. I played pretty well. So, hey, a win's a win against my brother. I don't get them very often, so I have to enjoy it when I do it. So, hey, so two things. One thing about the Niners and everything and the name that kind of pisses me off, I would say it's Aldon Smith, just because of a waste of a career. He could have been an all-time great, and just the fact that he just kind of threw it to the ground, that makes me mad, because it's a kind of a what could have been is what I think about when I hear that name. Other thing, I don't know why anyone would be against Posey being a manager for the Giants. I think he'd be great. That's silly to me.
And what about the fan experience? I know you talked about caption here says fan experience at Old Cove Park.
So my wife won tickets to club level, and we went on a spur. We brought the whole family out there, and I'll tell you, everyone that worked there was very accommodating, very nice. We had to bring the stroller in. They helped us to bring it in, and they kind of put it away for us. It was great. The problem is the on-field team that we have right now. The on-field product that we have is just absolutely terrible. Everyone that I talked to around there, around our seats, were very, very nice. We were right below Fleming and Miller. It was great. But everyone was just saying, what is Farhan doing? What did Farhan do? And it's kind of like this, uncommitted, like, do you want to go young or do you not want to go young? Because if you're going to go young and you're going to do this rebuild, commit. Go all the way. Let Meckler have that at-bat. And why'd you put in Slater? You let him have the at-bat the other night. And I know that Kapler's saying, oh, well, you don't know the numbers. It's because, well, Matos, I think, was the only available player, 2-3 days ago off the bench. He's only had 4 pinch hit at-bats. And Slater has, like, 800 OPS for pinch hitting in those situations. It's kind of like, I don't want to hear those numbers. That's excuses to me. It's either commit to the young guys or not. Because ever since the trade deadline, the Giants have had the worst offensive stats in Major League Baseball.
It's terrible.
And we were, 2.5 games behind the Dodgers? Yeah. We were right there. We were at that striking distance of, let's make a move, let's make a push. And now, I think we're 10 games behind?
Yeah.
That's terrible. I mean, you pretty much just gave the season to the Dodgers right then and there.
I know.
With just staying put and not doing anything. And everyone that I talked to around there said the same thing. They have lost faith in Farhan. They don't know what he thinks he's doing. They're just kind of like, what's going on right now?
It's crazy.
Because you're pretty much telling... But yeah, it's frustrating as a Giants fan because you thought, hey, we have a promise. We got these young guys we can build around. Everyone's talking about, oh, we're going to trade for Shohei. Shohei ain't going to come here. Why would he want to come here? Why? You look at the Dodgers, they're striking distance for him. Why? They'll pay him everything we can. He doesn't want to come to a young building. He wants to win the World Series. He wants to be in the playoffs.
I know.
It's ridiculous.
Good call, Deli Boy. Maybe your best one.
That baby, and you got the baby to quiet. Cook. Hey, you let the baby quiet down too. You got into the other room, and the baby almost freaked out there.
Well, mom's taking care of Andy right now, and me and George are outside. I'm trying to set him up on the tee right now to play some baseball because he was all excited yesterday seeing it.
3 under 3.
Kind of like,
wow.
Whoa.
Let me.
I had to keep showing him.
Deli Boy,
what's that?
Does Mom know you're on your phone with us?
Oh yeah, she knew it because I was like, oh, I was going to call earlier, and she goes, well, go ahead and do it. She's got it on YouTube. She actually paused it right now.
There you go. See, it's on YouTube.
And listen to it on YouTube.
Damn.
Well, hey. Well, you guys should laugh right now because I'm about to cut you off. So have a good laugh on that.
Damn, little bro, that's his best call.
Can you envision 3 under 3?
No, I can't.
He puts the bat out there on the tee, right, with the ball on the tee with the bat, and then the one little brother Teddy comes running into the picture, and he's swinging this bat, and I'm like, these two are going to kill each other in the backyard.
God. By the way, Bomani Jones is on a heater. We're going to get back to the calls in a second. Bomani Jones, who joined us, and a lot of people reach out. My buddy Evan Barnes covered the Grizzlies. Now he's covering the Brooklyn Nets for Newsday. He just DM'd me, said, I listened to the whole damn Bo interview. Spinoni said it. A lot of people, Bomani's going to join us once a month. We have to do it. It doesn't be 30 minutes blocked off for Bomani. But he's on a heater right now on Twitter. First tweet, he goes, Kyle Shanahan is hailed as so much of a genius that people talk themselves into Mac Jones at number 3. After trading 3 first-round picks to get there was a good idea. Now people are telling me the guy he did take at 3 after trading all those picks isn't talented. That, of course, is Trey Lance. I don't care what you think of Purdy. Trading all that to drop the guy who wasn't ready to start was crazy to me at the time. But making such an investment and acting like Lance is disposable, never seen anything like it before. It's one thing to say you go with Purdy. It's another to have a competition to be his backup and entertaining Sam Darnold over the guy you traded the farm for. If Lance is that bad, Shanahan made one of the worst trades of all time. And if Lance isn't that bad, what in the world are they doing? No matter where you fall on any of the quarterbacks, you got to admit, all of this is bizarre.
It is bizarre.
And that's before getting to being sold on Purdy coming off of elbow surgery. If you've never seen a rookie come in and be as good as Purdy, I can only assume you're 6 years old. And I was quote tweeting somebody. Washington gave Robert Griffin III lots of chances to keep that job. The Niners seem to be out on Lance after fewer than 5 starts. It's a strange situation, man, especially since they knew they were getting such a raw prospect. Actually, forget about Griffin. Washington seemed more invested in year 3 Kirk Cousins when he was an interception machine than San Francisco is in Trey Lance. Again, you got to admit, that's really strange. Also strange is Kyle's Cousins' love when Kirk wasn't even good under him, which we keep saying. He played like 4 games under Kyle Shanahan. It wasn't good. He got good when he was under McVay and Jay Gruden, not under Kyle Shanahan.
Here's what I would say. Bizarre is maybe the greatest way to describe what has been going on for the last 6 years with just quarterback. Right. Forget all the winning and everything.
Right.
Just the quarterback thing. Bizarre is probably the greatest way. If you thought Purdy was going to be, the next coming after, coming out of nowhere. Like no one saw that.
No
No
doubt.
one saw Jimmy being as good as Jimmy was.
No
I
doubt.
don't think. I mean, maybe.
No doubt. No doubt.
And then like then to trade up for Trey Lance and the yo-yoing back. It's
Right.
insane.
And then Bum Money adds, dude, Buffalo gave Nathan Peterman more of a chance than you think the Niners should give Trey Lance. Every one of those guys that somebody tweeted at Bum Money, Josh Rosen, Ryan Leaf, Jamarcus Russell, Jason Campbell, Zach Wilson, both goes, every one of those guys got more of a chance than Lance got, which is true.
But the nuance is this. Here's the nuance that you have to, the context has to be built into that. All true. Almost all of those other situations, they were not with 8 of the top 100 players, so they had a roster ready to win a Super Bowl now. Now, but here's where I fall into this one, though, because if you use that as your, hey, we're ready to win now, then you never flip over the card of Anthony Banks.
Right.
Or Aaron Banks, excuse me.
Right.
They at least went young there. They're going to try to go young.
In his second year.
Exactly.
They just said, you know what? You're going to start a strong safety without any real reps.
So to say that, they have good discernment, it doesn't mean that they're right, wrong. They have good discernment, and I think that their body of work has spoken for itself. That's why this year is so interesting, B. They have put all their eggs in the Brock Purdy basket, and we're going to see what happens.
I really think if nothing happened to Deshaun Watson with that whole situation there, we were talking about it. I think the Niners were in on Deshaun Watson. And I think they were ready to. The way they moved up for Trey Lance, or whoever it was at number 3, tells me they would have been willing to give that package away for Deshaun Watson.
Well, here's what
And then once Deshaun Watson got into that situation, it was like, you know what? You can't really touch Deshaun Watson. Because if they were in on Matthew Stafford, why weren't they in on Deshaun Watson?
Well, every guy that they haven't been outside of Watson, and again, we're not sure, but if that did feel like it. They were trying to get Brady. Brady's won how many Super Bowls since they tried to acquire him?
Yeah.
The first time.
1.
Well, no. Remember, when Jimmy got traded, they went on to win a couple more.
Who?
Brady. He won
I thought you were talking about when the Niners were inquiring on Tom Brady.
Originally, John Lynch tried to get Tom Brady.
Yeah, well, he said, what's up with Tom Brady? And Belichick laughed at him.
Yeah, exactly. So he's won multiple since they tried to acquire him the first time. Obviously, they were in on Tom Brady after the Jimmy G failed experiment. Then they were in on, it felt like Aaron Rodgers, didn't it? It sure did.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Didn't get him, although he hasn't won a Super Bowl.
But he's still pretty damn good.
They thought they were in on Stafford. Well, he immediately won a Super Bowl. Right? It just seems like everybody they've gone on to.
So it goes back on Shanahan. And, Trey Lance, we've been hard on him. But in the back of my mind, like I am with Farhad Zaidi, which is why Farhad probably won't come on the show because I've been very critical of the moves he's made. Shanahan, you better believe a lot of heat's coming his way if this season goes off the track here with Brock Purdy. It is. And I'm thinking positively here, but if it doesn't go well, Shanahan has some questions to answer. Rat-a-tat-tat here. Rat-a-tat-tat, 30 seconds or less. Let's get to our boy J-Dub in Union City. Jordan, what's happening? 30 seconds or less. We got a rat-a-tat-tat before the end of the show.
Cool. Good morning, fellas. Well, I'll be quick. Since y'all have had Falcons players' names in your mouth all week, I thought I'd bring up one that gets on my nerves whenever I think of his moments with the 49ers. First one, Harry Douglas, 2012 NFC Championship game. Falls down wide open. Could have been a touchdown. Of course, we end up losing the game. Second time, he dropped the pass, and the pick hits the stick. Well, that's what it turned into. He dropped the pass on a slant from Matt Ryan. Then Navarro Bowman takes it to the crib. The rest is history.
Love that. Love that call. OG Niner dude, Redwood City. Rat-a-tat-tat, 30 seconds or left. What's up, OG Niner dude?
Hey, guys. So like my nickname implies, I've been watching the Niners for a very, very long time, and I had season tickets back in the Montana and Young glory days. I think why we're so frustrated now in this century is because we've come close so many times, but just can't get that ring. And I know that's part of why I'm so frustrated. But at the same time, it's like, I guess maybe because I witnessed all of that glory in the old days firsthand, that now it's like, man, I just try to enjoy the ride and look at what a great contender we are and all the incredible players on our roster that we have. So, I want to encourage Niner fans, let's try to enjoy the ride.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm still hoping for that ring, but, let's have a little perspective on it. And then I got to say, in all the years I've been watching the Niners, the most frustrating player, I know you're going to hate me for this, has got to be Jimmy G. I mean, in the Super Bowl, he threw 2 interceptions, and the one that gets me the most is that first half one where there's that still picture where he's getting sacked and he's got his eyes closed and he throws it straight up in the air and they catch it for an interception. You cannot make that bonehead mistake ever.
No doubt. Good stuff, OG Niner dude.
The ones who live through the Super Bowl wins, they take it a little different because guys like Niner Nick, who are 30 and younger, are like delusional that we haven't won a Super Bowl.
No doubt. Jacob, Sacramento, finish strong, baby. Jacob, what's happening?
Hi, gentlemen. I just wanted to let you know that there's a rule regarding if Posey were to be owner, he would have to get permission from Manfred. It's called Rule 20E.
Yep.
And if he were to become a manager, he cannot be traded at all if the Giants were to do that. And also, there's only been 4 owners who've also been managers at the same time.
Yeah,
No doubt.
they could divest that interest.
Yeah,
they'll
no
find
doubt.
a way to
He's
work around
a
it.
very part-time.
Yeah,
owner. There's
they
not how
can
much-
find a way to work around
No,
it.
I'm not worried. Yep, no doubt. Very fun show. Let's get to Fast Five. My final thought is I love our audience. I love the text line, the Xfinity Mobile text line. I love YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This show is all about you guys, the roasters. Females, males, ladies, men, girls, boys. I love you all. You guys make this show so fun. The interactions, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. That's my final thought. And you guys reinforced that in my head today. I love all you guys, even the ones who slander the hell out of us.
You know, I love you, Bonte. You're a great king when it comes to the Bay Area media landscape. There's certain days I wake up and I go, where are we going to go today? You know, and I got all these great ideas. Yesterday, I got a text message that said, I've got a couple topics for you that are going to blow your mind. And I wanted to be like, well, it'd be nice if you kind of like, gave me a clue so I could study up on them. And then I come in here today, a little tired, not knowing where we're going to go. I'm a little hungry. And you blew my mind not once but twice. And this is why peanut butter can't be peanut butter without the jelly. Kool-Aid can't be Kool-Aid without the sugar. And I just want to say I love you, buddy.
I love you too, man. I love you too.
It ain't weed without a bong.
No, it's not.
Sorry, I had to go there.
Oh,
no,
man.
that was appropriate. This whole show is, I feel high as hell. Let's go with.
What I wrote.
Yes. Most disappointing players or people that would frustrate you from me. John Lester, how could you not be? That
John
2
Lester.
months
Oh
with
my
the
God.
A's, refusing to throw to first base
my
against the fastest team of all time in the Kansas City Royals, and you can't throw to first, John? God!
That was an amazing game. 9-8 Royals. Loved it.
Of course you remember the score.
I remember. Loved it. What you got?
I mean, if it wasn't falling apart already, yesterday felt like the beginning of the end of this current Giants regime. It seems like too much needs to go right for them in too little a time. I don't know, maybe they pull a rabbit out of the hat, but if that's what we're hoping for the Giants, it's not good.
Wow. I guess I read this text, Xfinity Mobile text line 408. Shout out to my brother Dylan. He moved to Canada, which is appropriate for this show after living in recovery.
San
shout out
Jose
to
all
him.
his
San
life.
Jose all his life. Okay, probably takes steps forward for his recovery.
Hey,
okay,
honestly,
great stuff.
I'll say a prayer for you. I got anybody who's willing to take that first step.
No doubt.
Man,
that's big time.
Good luck, Dylan.
Yep, good luck, Dylan. We're pulling for you, man. We're pulling for you. Hey, Alex Dallas and Guru were on fire yesterday. They were flying. They get what time? What time?
12:40. Mike Dunleavy Jr.
12:40 p.m. Alex Dallas and Daryl the Guru Johnson kid. Mike Dunleavy Jr. How about them apples? And Guru was yelling 5 minutes into the show yesterday. Them boys were on fire yesterday. I couldn't get out the car. I didn't leave the station until 1 o'clock because of these dudes.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
I wanted to jump into the studio because they were on fire. All right, we got to go. We'll be back tomorrow. And we may be high. We may not be. We may drive through the TL. We may not. But we'll be back at 6:05 a.m. for the morning roast.
What's fried chicken without the Chick-fil-A sauce?
Yes. Steiny and Guru Styles in for Steiny.
Day 2
on this beautiful Thursday morning here with Guru. Loaded show. We got Mike Dunleavy Jr., the new Warriors GM, at 12:30.
Yeah, baby.
So we got some Warriors. We know everybody. It's Trey Lance this, it's Brock Purdy that. We gonna keep that going, but we got some Warriors
NBA
for you.
schedule comes out today, too.
NBA schedule comes out today, so we're gonna switch it up a little bit. We got some Warriors for you. Which games are you the most excited for? Obviously, you got Christmas, you got Jordan Poole's return, you got the Suns. There's a lot going on, Goo. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. I started Friday Night Lights, fell asleep, so I'll get it this weekend. Yeah, I'll get it this weekend. You took a lot out of me yesterday, but you're burying the lead. Kevin Durant, this will be the first time he plays his return when he comes back here to Chase, and I'm going to be the front and center giving this guy his flowers. I'm still hurt more now that he's gone. I got to get past that. He's a son. But, Alan, I'm just speaking to Dub Nation, a PSA. This dude gave us his Achilles. He gave Dub Nation his Achilles trying to get back out there, and it didn't happen. He got hurt. But, man, we got to give this dude love. I cannot wait for him to come back as a son with people, Dub Nation in the building. We're going to be a class act, right? Dub Nation, stand up and give. We won 2 chips.
Yeah. Did win 2 chips. And like we said, Mike Dunleavy Jr., new GM at 12:30. We're going to ask him about the inner workings of all that with KD coming back, all Steph summer, Clay summer, Kuminga summer.
60.
A big 60. All that good stuff. And, well, here's the thing. Is that how you feel? Because it's been a couple years, right? Is it going to hit the same Kevin Durant? And obviously, you had the pandemic, you've had injury. Obviously, a lot of things have happened since KD. So does time heal all wounds? Do you feel differently than maybe you would have felt if it was the year after? And not only would it have been the year after, but it was also with Kyrie, who is about one of the top public enemies for the Warriors. So is it a little different now? Okay, he's in Phoenix. We got CP3. A little bit different than if he had come back that next year right off rip with your boy Kyrie Irving.
You know what? I didn't even think of that. And, along with James Harden, those are villains here in Dub Nation. So I love that you specified that. And you got me thinking, Alan, the fact now that it's been some time, time heals all wounds. I was just hurt because Kevin Durant was taking his talent somewhere else. And you know what I did? I took for granted the great basketball, the great music that Steph Curry, all the Warriors made, along with Draymond Green, with Kevin Durant. The fit was seamless. So now I've grown up, I've matured, and I do understand watching Steph Curry's phenomenal doc when he broke the record. Here comes Kevin Durant at the club to help celebrate, and it hit me like these dudes are boys. Right. So I'm ready, man. I'm going to get a bouquet of flowers for this dude KD when he comes back as a son for what he did as a Warrior.
No, I like that. And again, that's Mike Dunleavy Jr. at 1240 with a 4-0, and we'll have a lot of questions for him. You know what? I'm fine with Kevin Durant. I think
you know who I am.
We know who you are, KD. Thank you. And it was never an issue with KD. We know what he gave to the team.
Yeah.
I think what happened was, at least for me, it was the talking. It was he went on certain shows and podcasts.
You mean after? The aftermath. Shout out Dre. The aftermath.
After the fact. It wasn't about how everything went down. Hey, you want to leave? And Draymond tried calling him out. Remember that whole thing against the Clippers? That's fine. It was just, it got to a point where, and actually it wasn't even so much after Goo. After everything happened with Draymond, which Draymond felt as if he knew something that a lot of us just watching the game didn't know, and there have been multiple podcasts since then. It was just how KD was saying little things. Remember the whole, well, aren't we supposed to play with joy?
I'll never forget it, yeah.
And he little side remarks at Steve Kerr. When, as far as we knew, KD, you were the one that decided never to get into a long-term relationship. Yeah. Shout out The Bachelor. You didn't want to do any of that. You wanted to be here for a year, and then get mad when people would ask you questions about not being in a long-term contract. Yeah, and that was what was weird to me.
Man. You're on fire early, and you know what? Just my 2 cents. I can share it with you until 2 p.m. But I felt like that hijacked the season.
Yeah.
He could have kind of did it a little better in regard to don't ask me, I'm here. But I'll say this, Alan. I do believe the math that KD did before he signed the paperwork to come to Golden State. You're never, as great as you are, you could never replace Michael Jackson, Elvis Presley, Lennon. You know, Steph Curry was the Golden State Warriors, and there's just a part of me, and I love KD, that, you know, I don't know if he thought he wasn't hearing enough kudos. But you got to understand the chef is presidential.
Yeah.
We appreciated you. And when they come, Phoenix Suns on that night, I think the Warrior fans have had time to process and digest and appreciate, especially now. And I do wonder, we'll never know, Alan, if KD has some regret for dipping out of the Bay.
We'll never know. But I will say this. It makes it sting less. And I would say, going back to would things have been different if KD was able to come that first year right after. I will say this. It would have been different if the Warriors hadn't have won one. Now you have less reason to be salty at KD. Let's say flip it, right? Let's say the same thing, same time frame, but within that time frame, KD won one in Brooklyn or even in Phoenix, and the Warriors haven't won. You think Warrior fans would be thank you, KD?
Yeah.
They would be booing him.
I'm going Spider-Man, some venom.
There would definitely be some venom, but there would be no, thank you, KD. But now that the Warriors got one, KD, hey, how you doing over there, buddy? Didn't really work out in Brooklyn, huh? Oh, you're trying to do something else? How many stars do you need, KD? Now you in Phoenix with Bradley Beal and Devin Booker. You still got Ayton. Hopefully you get one.
You coaching?
Hopefully you get one, KD. But we good over here.
No doubt. And Alan, it just goes like if I saw Steph right now and any Warrior that was on that team in 2022, just the way you just phrased it, KD leaves and yet they win another title. We get Game 4 Steph in Beantown. But just think about that. They lost the great abilities of Kevin Durant, and yet the team won another chip.
Yep.
Come on, man.
Yep. And
when does that happen?
And that's what made 2022 so sweet.
Yeah.
Even with what went down in 2023. And you know what, Goo? We're talking about the fans, and we're talking about us as Dub Nation and how it made us feel. Let's talk about the players for a second. You don't think that was part of it too? The players, that was part of the reason that everybody had written the Warriors off. You don't have KD anymore. You can't do anything without KD. Y'all won your first chip because of injury, and then the next two you ran and got Big Bro, and y'all can't do anything without KD. And the Warriors said, "Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I do got to add, though, Alan, they won before KD.
They did win before KD, but everybody says they should have won two of them.
Hey, we'll leave that
so now the Warriors are able to clean the slate, and everybody's just going after another title. KD, can you get one without? Here's the thing: is KD, can you get one without the Warriors? Let's say he gets one. Let's say the Suns win. Okay, well, KD got one, but you got one. Well, is it any better that he got one with Devin Booker and Bradley Beal? You can make the argument that's a more fully loaded roster than the 73-9 Warriors.
No, that's not even hard. You're right. And what about, you forgot Brooklyn? Shout out Jigga. And
that's what I'm saying.
You were with Harden and the great Kyrie Irving, and that to me is one of the biggest fails in sports.
Yeah.
The fact that they had that all that lethal just basketball know-how, and it just imploded right before our eyes.
So we got a lot of Warriors that we are going to get into today. But, you know, Shasky, our guy Bonte, he's in the studio. We're trying to start the show.
Yeah.
Lucas over here. We got to go. We got to go. Bonte, we'll talk to you later.
It's playing.
Yeah, Bonte, can you
director.
Bonte, just text us later, all right? You know how to respond
just
to a text
promise me
message.
this. Before we get out of here, speaking of Bonte, at 2 or 2:15 after we joined by JD and Mark Willard.
Yeah.
Buster Posey, Bonte, where'd he get that? He could end up being right, but what made him just...
Well, it's about the feeling that you get with certain people.
Okay. Because Buster's presidential lifestyle.
Exactly. And whether Buster even wants to be a GM, and obviously he has moved back out here from the down south. He's back in the Bay Area. So I get that, but we don't know if Buster Buster wants to be a GM. We don't know what Buster wants. But I will tell you this. If he did want to be a GM, there would be a lot of pressure to make him a GM. And as a catcher, you are the captain of that defense. You are the captain of that team, captain of championship rosters, championship pedigree all throughout. It would be very easy for Buster to become
no doubt,
the manager.
And you know what's funny about what we do in our roster here at 95.7 The Game? We all, no pun intended, we all have styles.
Yes.
And, you run hot every now and again. I stay hot. Mark Willard, I just cannot forget what he shared with us on the crossover. He ran hot in regard to he's tired of these electric ball players coming to play on other teams against the Giants. And basically, to paraphrase, when are the Giants going to get their own electric player? And no shade at Farhan, but he hasn't delivered or closed the deal. So I do wonder if Posey maybe was in Farhan's position. Would we have Judge or would Giant fans in orange and black? It's just a thought.
Right. Yeah. That's a good thought. Right. I mean, well, I guess the whole thing when it comes to the electric player thing, it's not as if the Giants aren't trying to draft an electric player.
Right.
You just got to hit. And really the main guy I was talking with Willard in the green room before the crossover is Marco Luciano. That's really the only guy right now that has that potential. But they're not a bunch of electric guys running around.
Well,
right?
Well, Otani's electric. He's
and there's not a lot of Otanis running around. But you have to try to get so bridesmaid with
Judge,
bridesmaid with Bryce Harper,
Stanton,
bridesmaid with Stanton, bridesmaid with Judge, and all of those deals. I mean, I think Bryce Harper's a little underrated.
Did you think Judge was coming? I went to bed one night thinking, when I wake up, I'm going to get what's now X, formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah.
He's coming. Just be honest.
I got pulled into it, but after the fact, I realized how dumb I probably looked.
Why?
Because he played the game perfectly. Great business.
Came out here.
His whole camp, but if you think about the playoffs, the reason I feel like I shouldn't have got played is because Judge hit a home run in the playoffs, and he kissed the Yankee logo on his jersey.
Yeah.
There was no way he was coming, but I fell into it just like everybody else. I think once he went back to New York and I started listening more more nationally, that's when I realized, Giants never had a shot. And not only did we not have a shot, we all looked foolish spending all this time talking about it. But to me, that actually helps the Farhan case. Because to me, that's not an indictment on Farhan on the Giants. To me, it's more of just when you go overseas or wherever you go, what are you going to see? Yankees hats. It's the biggest brand in sports.
What did Jay-Z say? Steiny knew the verse. I make the Yankee hat more famous than the Yankee can.
That's what I'm saying. So to me, you could even remove, I would say, the Bryce Harper and the Otani the first time. You could have Farhan wear. But when you're looking at this whole situation with Judge, it's the Yankees.
Okay, but at the end of the day, he got on a bird. He got on a 757, and he came out here, Alan, and
he went to see his family, Goon.
And Willard and Diggs went to his home. That's what I really wasn't their fault. But they were, I forget what city were they in, but they went to do it. Yes, Linden. Oh my God, the boulevards of Linden. And Alan, I'm not ashamed that I fell for it, but it's like dating. When you're getting some type of signals, not a no, well, maybe you're like, well, oh my gosh.
Right.
But
deep down,
you keep talking about Luciano and the farm.
Yeah.
There's other avenues to go get what you don't have on the farm.
Yeah.
So that's why I keep saying, okay, I really can't throw eggs at Farhan for coming up, going to the club and not getting a number. But there is a track record that's growing and thank God the Correa thing, he did say yes, right?
Yeah, we got to give him. But I don't even know, Correa's not even a superstar.
I'm watching him in Minnesota. I'm turned off.
So what, you saying it's Farhan at the club? What time is it? Because once it get past 1 a.m. is the lights come on.
Maybe 11:54. He got
time.
Yeah.
He got time 11:54, but you get to 1 a.m., you running out of time.
Okay, so what are we going to do now? And I know we're fast forwarding, Alan. let's just say Ohtani, which we know is going to be on the market, he takes a meeting and somehow stays or whatever. He's not a Giant.
Yeah.
Does that go on? To me, it's going to go on the ledger because, again, you got to throw the kitchen sink at everything you say to
he would have to
Ohtani
wear
in that meeting.
He would have to wear that for sure. He would have to wear that for sure. But I do want to run something by you, Goo. I was reading an article last week, and I talked about this on Willard and Dibbs, and essentially what the article said was that it was by Pavlovich, right?
Okay.
Pavlovich, our guy. So basically what the article said is that Farhan has, and I'm not trying to make excuses for Farhan, but there have been situations where timing just hasn't worked out, right? So hear me out.
Yep.
So basically the article alludes to Farhan saying that Juan Soto, who was available last year, what happened with the Giants and Juan Soto last year was that the Giants, when you talk about farm systems, they can get really hot. Very similar. We keep talking about value and stock markets. We talk about trade lands. I would say trade lands.
Okay.
Trade lands and all that good stuff. But when you look at Juan Soto and the Nationals who were willing to move him, last year, the Giants farm system was not looked at the same way it is currently looked at. And Farhan said it was essentially a timing thing to where if Luis Matos in particular had done what he done, remember that stretch in AAA?
Yeah.
And we talk about, they're bandboxes, they're Little League fields out there.
One home
but
run, Alan.
I know, but I'm talking about AAA because that's what matters in terms of a prospect. Farhan was very certain that if Luis Matos had done that this last year, Juan Soto would be on this team right now.
Interesting.
And Juan Soto, and I know coulda, woulda, shoulda, but just the fact that he was willing to bring that up means I believe him. I'm just gonna take people for their word. So you have a situation where, again, unfortunate timing, nobody had popped when you had a star available. Now this go round, the farm system is probably the hottest in baseball, or top 3 hottest in baseball with the Giants. No big fish around. So I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying there are certain situations where Giants have kind of missed for a reason. So hopefully one of these days they can put it all together. But now you have a situation where you brought up all these. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You start
we
to
got
lose
a glimpse of them all, except Harrison.
And you almost don't want the glimpse because now you might lose value. What's hotter? A Luis Matos with 8,000 home runs in AAA who's been hot to trot, or Luis Matos who, he looks comfortable. It's a car. It's almost like a car, Goo, right? You haven't driven them off the lot, so you didn't lose value. When you're in AAA, you're in the lot.
Yeah.
So that car looks real nice. I'll trade for that car, but then when you drive them off the lot and you think, it's fine, you've already lost value. So I like the fact they've brought up all these young guys, but the more you bring them up, the more you are revealing what they currently are. And I would say, I don't know how they get valued the same way or evaluated the same way once other teams are saying, whoa, what's all this? We don't expect him to do what he was doing in AAA, but we thought he'd be have a little bit more going right now. So I don't know.
No, I hear you, and I'm going to just say this. It's just like I believe Giant fans are saying, I'm going to go Nike. You know what? At the end of the day, you said no excuses. Just do it.
Yeah.
And we know in baseball there's a term called 4A players. You got all these dudes on the farm. That's exciting. But the real farm to me, in my age, in my life, is up the big club. And the Giants don't have what the Dodgers have. Mm-hmm. How long has that been? It's been forever. And what was the crazy stat about the last Giant to hit not 40, Gertie, I call 30 Gertie, Stoney hates it, home runs?
Yeah.
It's been forever and a day. Like, it's time the Giants get that guy. And I'm going Malcolm X by any means necessary, Alan. Like you said, you didn't close the deal. This happened, that happened. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is results. So Ohtani, to me, it's incredible what he represents. And he's tired now. He is tired.
Yeah.
And I'm giving him a pass. But he would be that arm that you need in the bullpen.
No, I hear you.
He would be that bat in the lineup. The place would be packed. It would be electric. So, again, here we go, dreaming again. But, man, Farhan, I don't know if you feel like if he felt comfortable saying what you just said, that he shared with Pavs, if he's learned anything from these courtships, anything he would do different. But to me, Alan Stiles, and all the Giant fans listening, there is no prospect untouchable, Elliot Ness, when it comes to this offseason trying to get the guy in L.A.
No, I agree. And it would be one of
Operation Ohtani.
It would. I love that. And it would be one of the worst ones because we know Ohtani wants to stay on the West Coast, right? If he goes to the Dodgers, can you really be mad at him, though?
No. And the Dodgers it was eerie. They were quiet this all season. I feel like they were kind of saving their chicken. Let your boy go to Boston with the Fraggle Rock haircut. He got the same cut as Mark Davis Turner. But anyway, I'm just like, they're still balling.
Yeah.
They're about to win the NL West. Like, this is crazy.
It's crazy. But I will say,
I'm a Dodger fan. So where did that come from? Because I'm not. Right.
You said
you look like you're judging me now.
No, I'm not judging you.
I don't know where that came from.
I'm not judging you.
Yeah.
But the reason the farm is important is a couple reasons. Either you hit on the farm and they end up being a dude, or you believe the second option, which is what Farhan is saying, they are believed to be a dude, and you have a Marco Luciano, so you can push that chip in whenever you want and get somebody that you already know is a dude, right? So so here's the thing. If you look at the Dodgers roster, they've eventually, these guys have kind of flamed out or whatever. Cody Bellinger, he was good for a bit. Not really
having a good year for the Cubs, but
having a good year for the Cubs, but it was time. He was lost at the plate
blind
in LA, right? They essentially did the same thing with Jock. Don't forget, Jock was in the home run derby. Jock did a lot of different things, right? And then when Jock started to cool off, Cody Bellinger started to heat up. And Farhan helped that farm system grow. Yeah. Right? I used to call him Farmhan. So because
I'm gonna give you a 3.
Okay, I'll take the 3. Heard that. I'll take a 3 on that one. So
I don't know if he stole this, but Donnie, but
I did not steal that. You can check the tape. Check the tape. So I think it's just as important because let's look around the league. You look at the Dodgers, right? Corey Seager, they grew him. You flew here, I grew here. Now you got him out of here. You did what you needed to do. That gave them the ability to go out and get some of the stars. Look at some of the guys right now. Ellie De La Cruz.
Oh my God,
he came up. That's you have to hit. I get what you're saying. You need Ohtani to be your pillar, but you have to hit on somebody on the farm and hit big. That's how the Giants did 10, the 3 championships. Because you had Buster who you farmed, you had Lincecum, you had Bumgarner. All these guys were in your backyard. All in your backyard. So you got to grow. You got to grow the plant, got to put water on it, you got to nurture it. That's what you got to do sometimes.
So what would you say right now on 95.7 The Game if you were at a podium, because you're behind a mic now, let's just act like you were, and you're talking to Giant fans. Do you know how many teams in Major League Baseball would give their right leg to be where the Giants are right now? They are the second wild card, but it don't feel good. Why doesn't it feel good? Because you're feeling like this offense is about to, you know what? Don't let it get ugly on this road trip. Don't go 1-5 or 2-4 because you're about to go to Hotlanta. But nobody's feeling good like they were early on. It's like, oh my gosh, we're holding on. In vogue again, I keep using that. You're holding on, but it don't feel like you got that traction and confidence.
I will answer that question after the break, Goo.
All right.
More Giants talk, Niners, Trey, Brock, Warriors, and that's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full banking, no compromises.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Let's take it away, Styles.
Well,
for
look
the
at
next
you.
couple days.
I'm mad at you, man.
Why?
You and Spadoni. I like to, for the pipes, my vocals, I like to drink hot water.
Sure.
You looked at me like Cameo yesterday. That's strange. And I spilt it coming in on my hand,
Your
and
hand
I'm
was
burnt right
shaking.
now. But you guys are laughing like
No,
it's funny.
I
Wasn't
was-
cold water. I'm storing
I knew
right
we were
now.
coming back soon.
Need some Vaseline.
There's a lot going on.
Neosporin.
You come in hot with the hot water.
No,
you spill the water.
Loveman picked me off at the door, so I turn around and it got on me. But you're laughing.
No,
I'm
I was just in shock. I wanted to make sure you're okay. I knew we were coming back soon.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out.
Bonte texts us to clarify. He wanted Posey as the manager, not GM.
Yes.
Which I think
Posey-
is more far-fetched.
Right, yeah, Bonte feels that he's not going to be. He doesn't want to be in the corporate suites.
Okay.
He wants to be in the dugout. He might want to do something. We'll find out. September 11th, join 95.7 The Game at the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society SF Bay Area. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Learn more at sfautismsociety.org. So, Goo, you had not a bone to pick, but I want to get your thoughts on the interception talk with Brock Purdy.
Okay.
And we'll get, again, we have Mike Dunleavy Jr. at 12:40, so you want to stick for that. A lot of Warriors today. But Goose texting me. He's blowing me up while he's watching Friday Night Lights, saying I'm tired of this
Well, it was
interception.
watching me. I fell
watching.
out. Yeah.
When you text at 9, 10 o'clock, you got to start earlier than that.
Right. Well, I got stuff at the house to do.
I hear you. You'll trust me. You got plenty of time. You waited about 20 years, so what's another couple days?
Okay, here I go. Well, Brock Purdy, there was a chance he was going to be on the PUP list, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we still, without the injury to the elbow, the moneymaker, we still need to see, I don't think there's one person living that would say we need to see more and see if this is real.
Yeah.
And hopefully for Niner fans, it is. But the fact that he's on the fast track and he's going to be under center, by all accounts, by week 1 in Pittsburgh.
Right.
To me, and the organization, that's a humongous win.
Yeah.
But I got to stay off X.
Yeah.
Okay, not the drug. But the amount of attention these interceptions are getting in practice, Alan, would we do this to the chef? Would we do this to a baseball guy in the cage? Isn't practice where you just not mess up, but a brother gonna work it out?
Yeah.
Why are you more nervous now because of social media and the fact that we're getting the actual number of the interceptions? Because I'm not. I'm like, you know what? Talk to me. Now, he could regress, and it could be interception gate left and right. Vinny Testaverde on a bad day.
Right.
But until we see that, what do the kids say? Can we cool our jets?
Yeah.
Do you
I don't know
think
if the
too much
kids say that.
attention's being made about Brock Purdy and his INTs? And I'm going AI. Allen Iverson. Practice.
I was hoping I was going to be very surprised because every time we bring this up, AI, I'm thinking, is Goo going to get through this and not bring up AI? But it's impossible. It's impossible not to bring up the line.
Not artificial intelligence.
No, I know
Dude,
that.
I'm fascinated by that. But anyway, it's scary, Alan. It's
It
really
is.
you over there.
Yeah.
But I'm taking a step back like we're doing too much.
No, I
Come
hear
on.
you on that. And everybody, I'm not here to police fandom. I believe.
I love that.
I just don't do it. and I believe that the amount of access that everybody gets nowadays, the amount of content that everybody gets nowadays, I think it's great.
Yeah.
I think there are positives and negatives to everything. If you are a person, and we talked with Willard about it during the crossover about how you are ingesting content, and is somebody more of a Brock guy, is somebody more of a Trey guy, the world is your oyster. You can take it how you want.
CNN and Fox?
CNN and Fox,
Sounds
right?
great, yeah.
So, and I don't know, would Sam Darnold be MSNBC?
I'll leave that to you.
What's
Yeah.
going on here? So my question, so the whole thing is, I don't mind talking about the interceptions. If you Guru or me, Alan, or whoever want to take it as a big deal, then you can make it a big deal. If you don't want to take it as a big deal, then don't take it as a big deal. But I'm not going to sit here and say, these people making this, making that. Hey, just put the content out there as fans. Here's my question. Everybody says, why are we so worried about this? Why are we so worried about the interceptions? don't act like you don't pay attention like everybody else. Not that it matters to you, but that it's just content that you are receiving, and whether you enjoy it or not, it's part of it. If you don't talk about it, what do you want us to talk about?
Yeah.
Not us in the booth, but anybody. What do you want them to tweet about? This is what happened at practice. Okay? If you personally want to choose to care about it, then you can choose to care about it. If you don't, then don't.
Yeah.
It's that seriously. Now, if you're asking me personally, do I care about it?
That's what I'm doing.
Then I feel I'm a person, okay, Ingu, I got the bad wheel, but when I used to be hooping, I'm the lefty. I'm a proud lefty. If I'm working on something and it's a game, right? Because John still hasn't come out to Washington Park. Neither of you.
I was on my way the week before you got hurt.
Yeah, I'm sure
maybe you wouldn't have been hurt.
Maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you would have set a screen for me, and I don't go that way. We'll never know. But if I'm playing a team that, okay, this team is whatever, or I only got a little bit longer to go, I'm going to work on my right hand. Now, if somebody was taking my Washington Park stats and I'm smoking a bunch of layups with my right hand, they'd say, this guy's trash. Yeah. What they don't know is that I'm working on something. And that's basically what Kyle Shanahan said in yesterday's presser after practice. I want Brock to let it rip. Essentially, if you watch, and I don't know about Steph because Steph is Steph, but you're going to take shots that you don't typically take, right, in practice. You are working on things that you wouldn't typically do in practice because you want to work on things. Practice isn't the time to play it safe. It's practice. So if you're going to play it safe during practice, then you're never going to feel comfortable going out of your comfort zone when things break down in game. And that's why, whether you think somebody has a kind of Brock-type platform or Trey, that's why the context does matter. Okay, you're sitting here on X or Twitter, whatever you call it, and you see Brock through, see Dove Kleiman. Dove Kleiman, he'll just post stats with no context, and they'll all blow up, right? And nobody knows, well, were they working on something? Was he trying to fit it into a small space? Nobody knows.
I'm still convinced that's not even a real person.
That's the thing.
I've never even seen that guy in my life.
Theory now. That's a conspiracy theory now. So without context, it's much ado about nothing. And even with context, hey, this is the time to work on things. So I don't mind the fact that it's being reported. I don't mind the fact that people want to get all huff and puff about it, but it's your choice to do that, or it's your choice not to.
You know what? I hear you talking, and I'm going to say this, Alan, and this is how I live my life. I never once during my career come in here and get on a microphone, turn the on button, and have an agenda. Like you told me, and you were playing with me before the show started, you're off the Trey Lance wagon. No, I'm not. I'm just so real that, I come in some days and I'm feeling it, but I'm not fake enough to stand by if I had an agenda to where I'm going to ignore what has changed.
Right.
So I've told Steiny and anybody that'll listen, I'm addicted to social media. I'm trying to cut back, but what's bothering me about this, as passionate as I am, it's in the interceptions, my subconscious. So in 2 weeks, Alan Stiles, if they go to Pittsburgh, Heinz Field, and he throws 3 picks, then I'm going to be, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Maybe I was mad at the info, but something was cooking on the grill when they were reporting it that I was like, nothing to see here. And I'm a double back, but maybe there was something to see. But I'm in the middle, but it's in my subconscious now of, is Brock, maybe these interceptions have nothing to do with his elbow, and maybe it's just, okay, he hit the scene running like he did, and now he's in practice. Is this just a form of regression? Is it, like you just said, is a brother just working it out? Time will tell.
We don't know.
But it is in my mental dome, like, okay, I'm going to see because, he wasn't throwing picks when he was here last time.
Right. But I will say that even in games, and I'm curious how this all plays out, and there's been so much. Here's where I want to take this, Goo, because there's been so much to be said, and this is part of social media and analytics and technology. We know that Trey Lance didn't have a good game when you look. But when you do look at his stat line, it did look good. But we're doing this
10 of 15.
10 of 15. And look, we had guys on, we're talking about, we had JT O'Sullivan on from the QB school yesterday with Willard and Dibbs, right? And his whole thing is he really breaks down the game in a way that normally we don't understand.
Right.
I am getting to the point, though, to where I do miss, and I'm going to sound like an old school cat here, get off my lawn. I understand why we have to talk
30,
about.
right?
I'm 33.
You're in the club, buddy.
Okay, well, thanks,
You
dude.
ain't Spadoni and John.
That's funny because with Diz, okay,
and you're hurt.
And now I'm hurt.
not happy, but yeah, go play with
because
you.
with Diz make me feel young. Now you make me feel old. Now I don't know what to feel. So you have guys like this who do a great job of breaking it down. But, Goo, don't you just miss the good old days to where I get it, stat lines, numbers don't always tell the whole truth. They say numbers never lie, but they don't tell the whole truth. Don't you miss the days where it was just what actually happened? Wow. There is so much to be said. I follow the QB school, and now the next breakdown is Stetson Bennett. And how, again, wow, if this hadn't happened, would have been this instead of that. I saw one thing with Trey this was Trey's QBR. This would have been Trey's QBR if that pick had happened. And it's getting to the point a little bit where it's preseason, so you assume, and I was talking to John in the green room, hey, these defenses aren't really throwing very dynamic looks. They're very basic, so it's good to do it now. But once the season starts, can we just go with what actually happened? Because this goes down the path of, well, if there was a 50% chance, and how much does that ring count? Because based on what JT O'Sullivan told me in the QB school, that should have been a pick. So really, they don't have a ring, but they really do have a ring. I just don't know where that line ends.
And again, I'm older than you, and you just hit me in a cardiac when you said the good old days, because the good old days, to me, pre-social media, when did the NFL week start? Maybe Thursday, you get the Chronicle or the Tribune, and Friday they write up they give you the breakdown of what's going on. And sports is now, and always has been, a good drug for me. But back in the day, pre-social, you didn't start using the drug, or you couldn't until maybe Thursday, the Friday, Saturday you had college. But now you can go down so many holes of, if you follow, the people you just mentioned, quarterback school on Twitter, it's nonstop. You're doing the dope all week because you want it and you get fixated on it. But, you're saying, Goo, I don't want it. I want to stop. I want to do other things. But right now, it's just, I'm going Prince. It's a sign of the times to where you can go down an avenue for 3 hours on a Monday about Sunday's game. And then Tuesday, it's there for you. Just a smorgasbord of, it's nonstop. And I guess it's on the individual, Alan, of when is enough. But again, I'm over here saying, hey, I'm tired of the reporting of these interceptions, but I'm also admitting to you, if Purdy in the first 3 games throws a total of 6 picks, I'm going to be like, it was starting in Santa Clara. But I think it was starting against the Raiders in the joint practice,
But I think the line, because the reason I bring up the whole this could have been an interception thing is because I feel as if Purdy played with fire not a ton, but a decent
lucky a lot
last season, right? So now it's okay. Well, if this is the new thing, and we're going to be breaking down the ifs, coulda, woulda, shouldas, and that could have been a pick, but it wasn't a pick. Then this is the new landscape we're in, and how are we going to view quarterbacks based on what could have happened and what should have happened, or what actually happened? Because if that's the case, then run the numbers back on what could have happened with Purdy. If those picks against your Cowboys, by the way,
Diggs dropped one right. Could have tie game. Not that I care, but
so that's the thing for me. I understand reporting on practice and what happened in practice. I get that. Take it for what it's worth. If you want to take it, if you want to listen to it, if you want to dissect it, great. If you don't. That's a crazy thing, and people get so upset about this. Just like you said, Goo, just go outside, go play catch with your kids.
Cut the grass.
Do what you need to do, right? Go drink some lemonade at the stand. Whatever you got to do.
Spill hot water.
You don't have to be on social media
but
if you don't like what you see.
I can admit my addiction, Alan. I'm gonna ask you, and I cannot. Spadoni John, wait for this answer from Alan. I already know the answer because only God can judge. Are you addicted to social media?
Of course I am.
Okay, now if you were to say no, I was gonna run over there and put handcuffs
of course I am. I got the screen time thing that gives you a report, and I don't even know why I have it because I don't pay attention to it anyway.
Quit talking about television.
I don't even check it. John. I don't know why I have it. I don't know why I have it. So that's the whole thing for me. If you don't like it, you don't have to see it.
Yeah.
But to me, there is a bit of look. No matter what I do, and we all content creators, we're trying to make a name, whatever it is. But no matter what I do, I'm not going.
Sources.
I'm not trying to be an NFL GM. I'm not trying to be an NFL coach. And to me, it's a little bit of when it gets broken down this much. And again, I can log off and try to ignore it, just like I told everybody else. It's a little bit of finding out how the secret to the sauce, right? I don't want In-N-Out secrets. I know it's probably just Thousand Islands, but I don't want it. Right, animal style fries. Okay, I just want to know. It tastes good sometimes. Christmas, Santa Claus. I was so upset when I ran into my daddy, and oh my gosh, I really thought there was a Santa Claus. It made me upset. I wanted to believe. Right. One time my mom came in, the tooth fairy. Right. I got too old. I was 12, 11,
Pops
whatever
used
it
to
is.
pull our teeth.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to do it. At one time I wasn't fully asleep, and I felt my mom come in and swap the tooth with the dollar, and I was mad. I wanted to be asleep because I wanted to believe. And if you are a Rams fan and Stetson Bennett just balled out, or if you're Stetson Bennett or his family, okay, you did a good job. And now it's, well, really, he did it because of all these reasons. And look, if you want to take it, take it. I'm just saying, me personally, I'm trying to move away from that. We need some of that because obviously we're on the air, and it was really good with Trey. But there is a line specifically with Trey and what we're trying to figure out. But once the regular season starts, I'm just going off the results. I'm not going off of coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Okay.
And as a Warrior fan, you really can't because Warriors are about 0 and 50,000 in hypotheticals. So I just can't. I just don't want to go down that path.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Now, I hear you talking. I appreciate the honesty. And you brought up a guy that, again, I want to bring up. You know, if Trey Lance was to my left, if he were in this studio, Alan, again, I keep going to Bonte because he was with me in line. We were disappointed with what we saw from Trey.
And
we'll
so
leave
was
that there. But am I too fixated on what happened in Vegas and not getting ready or geared up for this Saturday at home against Denver? Because again, I'm going the O word. It's another opportunity for Trey. If we take everybody at their word and decisions have not already been made, Alan Stiles, do you think Saturday, a big game for Trey, means what? The third string, you still think number 2 is an option for him? I'm asking you because I don't know. Now, again, forget all the people that I read on social media. I'm just sharing with you guys what's in my heart, and I believe he's playing now for a spot on the 53-man roster, so I'm hoping he puts his best foot forward. You say what to that?
Well, it's going to be different because, as far as we know, Darnold is going to start, I believe, and then Trey's going to come in.
But you'll get your time, though.
But you're going to get your time. And then it becomes a question of, well, was Darnold seeing the second string and Trey was seeing the third or fourth? So it's going to answer some questions, but even if Trey balls out, there's going to be those flip comparisons. So I don't really know what it's going to solve, Goo. All I know is he got to look better than he did in Vegas. I don't know how, but he has to look better than he did in Vegas. And to that point, we do have some sound here from the 33rd Team podcast, and that is from Joe Banner, who is on the podcast with Ari Meroff, and he's talking about basically...
So Joe Banner, huh?
Yeah.
Not Bruce Banner.
And basically he's talking about Trey's future in SF, so I'm going to double check with Padone. We're good to go there. But essentially, and we are good to go. Let's hear what he had to say.
Yeah, so my answer is affected a lot by the fact that I worked with Kyle Shanahan. And he's obviously a really good coach. I worked with some really good offensive coordinators. He is as smart, if not smarter than any of them. But he's a very emotional guy, and he tends to be a fairly short-term thinker. And once you get in his doghouse, it's really hard to get out. But knowing the way Kyle is wired, it's really hard for me to picture how they could ever just get back into a really good, positive place supporting each other. So that leaves me with kind of a simplistic that if they could find another place and give Trey a chance to showcase what at least I thought he could be in the draft, and let Kyle make his bet on the other guys he hasn't watched on, because it's just very hard. Once he gets down on a player, it's just very hard to get him back into a place where he's really objective about it, and that's not going to be good for any player.
So that's Joe Banner, 20-year NFL
he sounded
president.
like the Emperor from Star Wars. That's a wow.
20-year NFL president and CEO.
Made you powerful.
With the Eagles and the Browns. and he has a relationship with Kyle Shanahan. And look, we've seen this with Kyle Shanahan before. Brandon Ayuk was in the doghouse. He was in the doghouse, but he's a wide receiver. There were things going on with Debo, and Brandon Ayuk ultimately was able to get out of the doghouse. QB is a different story. So to answer your question, Goo, it doesn't matter who Trey is facing. He's got to ball out. He's got to find a way to look much better, and since the numbers don't matter as much, you have to look the part. That's what I've always heard, Goo. In my back in my playing days, right? When it comes to the scouts and things like that, a lot of times it's not what you actually do. You can get a hit, but if it's some dinker up the middle,
we know,
right?
Okay.
A scout's not going to wow, this guy went 5 for 5. All things aren't created equal. You have to look the part. They said, hey, Alan, you in center field, you got to be smooth out there.
Is that what you played?
I'm gonna keep it 1,000. I got banged to left. But
Nothing
I was
wrong with
center.
that. Ricky Henderson.
I was in center for a bit, and what they would say, you need to look like Luis. My comp, not my comp, but you need to look like Luis Matos.
Okay,
he looks like he's under control. He glides
smooth,
out there.
No doubt about it.
It has to look easy, and the thing is, for whether it's a QB school or whatever, things did not look easy for Trey Lance. They just didn't look easy for him. So that's number one. You have to look comfortable, because if you don't look comfortable in the second half of a preseason game with some guy with a decent amount of guys who might not be on the roster, then whether you were on the trade train, leaving the station or not, nobody can cape for you at that point. At that point, it's just, hey, man, we don't know what to tell you. Because I'm still saying, and we'll get into this Kurt Warner sound after the break, that he's rusty. He was coming back. And you can call him excuses if you want. An excuse doesn't mean that it's not true. It's just an excuse because it's what happened. So this is it. This is it for Trey in terms of, I don't even know about the QB2 conversation. You have to look comfortable.
Yeah.
You have to look comfortable.
He mentioned, the Emperor did, that Trey, a doghouse. Do you believe right now, as we talk on this lovely Thursday, do you believe Trey is in a doghouse?
Doghouse is different for a QB because there's only one spot, right? When Brandon Ayuk is in the doghouse.
But now we're talking about the roster. Now we're talking about.
That's not a doghouse.
Now
That's
I think a couple weeks ago, people would Guru, you need crazy pills if you're talking about Trey remaining on this 53. But Alan, I feel like, again, no sources. I feel like that's in play.
It's the conversation happening. But what's weird to me about that conversation happening, as we're up against the break here, what's weird about that conversation happening is because Brandon Allen hasn't been taking reps. So I'm not really sure what that even means, right? I mean, we're talking about cutting Trey, but Brandon Allen's not getting reps? How does that happen?
Right.
That's what's weird to me.
Well, to me, it makes me feel good about Trey remaining the third string when I saw that stat.
Exactly.
I took that as, okay, maybe his days are numbered.
Well, and if his days are numbered, then at the end of the day, you don't have Trey is still gonna be holding on. Trey's still gonna be hanging out, but ultimately, okay. Well, I'm just trying to figure out. Where you're at with all this.
Well, right next to you.
No, you're not.
Well, with Trey.
Yeah.
Man, Alan, I feel like it wasn't his fault. Mm-hmm. I honestly can look and talk to you people and say, oh, my God, to you people, and say, I don't believe Kyle was trying to get him hurt, but I believe he's wasted an opportunity. And now the opportunity was you were the starter last year. Maybe you would have got pulled and benched and we would have more clarity. But now Brock Purdy's emergence and the fact that I don't feel like you've been doing your due diligence or you've improved on your quarterback mannerisms, I feel like you've allowed yourself now, especially with Saturday's performance, good or bad, I choose bad.
Right.
Now it's in play that it may not pop for you here.
We're going to find out. Okay. You just got to see it to believe it, and I get that, Goo. All right, we'll be right back, and when we get back, like we said, Mike Dunleavy Jr. at 12:40, we're talking Warriors as we put a bow on this trade, because you got to show up and you got to show out, and that's all brought to you by Cars.com.
Oh, that's the sound of...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Guru's feeling it.
Yeah. You owe me an apology. I got a bone to pick.
Why?
Go ahead and read what you got to read, and I'll save it.
After every break,
Yeah,
you come in with
this
something.
one, you hurt me.
Styles in for Steiny. Football season is here, and what better way to kick it off than with 95.7 The Game's Red and Gold Summit. Join all your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon to welcome in the football year on Tuesday, August 29th. Willett and Dibs will start it off at 2 p.m. Then the summit will go from 4 to 6 p.m. All the hosts will debate and answer the most burning questions surrounding the red and gold during a live show right in front of you, our loyal listeners. Again, that's Tuesday, August 29th at Fieldwork Brewing Company Tap Room and Beer Garden in San Ramon. Now featuring the links, Top Golf Simulator.
Sweet. Yeah, baby. Did I hear you say, shout out Soda Weight Loss, because I'm down 25 and I'm fighting for my life.
Do what you got.
And in the studio, I'm facing you. For the people not on the YouTube chat that can't see, you're looking directly back there. There's glass. Now, I know Steiny's taller than you, so I need to clarify before I get hot. Did I hear you tell Spadoni or John you can't see them because I'm blocking them? I'm blocking you. I am not that wide, bro. My goodness. I heard you say that. So I'm like, maybe it's because he's smaller.
Okay, now you're coming down my
I'm coming
road.
at you.
Why are you coming down?
Spadoni, wow.
No, this is
No,
what
because
happened.
I was slouching, so that's why he couldn't see me.
I was
on
trying
the
to make
board.
sure Spadoni was good for the read. I was trying to make sure he was good for the sound.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of a glare. I can see the bushes, and I'm trying to find Spadoni, and I couldn't. And that's why Spadoni, and then I saw all I saw was a thumbs.
No,
thumbs
he needed
go
to
up.
clarify for those that don't know. Sometimes I play the sound on the board, or the host will play it.
Yes.
We didn't
Okay.
discuss this beforehand, so he was just reminding me that he's throwing to me for the sound. So it was actually very good communication. He just couldn't see me.
All right, I feel better now.
I mean,
Hold on
now you
Shout
coming
out
at
Soda,
now you
boy.
coming at my lack of height.
I did point out Steiny. Steiny a little taller than you, though. Yeah.
Well, okay, I still got the. Why are you coming? Well, okay, we still
I just
got.
heard I was in my feelings.
And here's the thing, though, because I told you I'm working through the physical therapy, right?
Yeah.
So what they do is they take out the different. I have my foot's pointed down when you tear your Achilles. They want your foot pointed down. So they give you blocks to put to wedge the foot.
All right.
So since I'm almost done with the boot, right, to kind of get your foot ready, they start taking wedges out. So each wedge they take out, I'm losing like a quarter of an inch, and I'm just starting to get lower and lower. So now you really hit me, Goo.
Yeah, if I can loan you some inches, I would.
No, I know you would. I know you would. But all right, somebody needs to maybe loan Trey just a new confidence pack because his confidence is down, right, as we've kind of talked about. And that's the one thing that you got to get back. When we talked about his game film, you were joking with me for watching him in North Dakota.
Yeah.
That is one thing that you
reaching.
I'm not okay.
Yeah.
One thing that you did see is he was playing with confidence.
All right, swagger.
He seemed very sure of himself. So for all the conversations that we've had about preseason, and you had LaShawn McCoy saying he doesn't need to be in the league, and even Bonte, the Morning Rose, trying to send him off to Canada. This is Kurt Warner, and we all love Kurt Warner, who did the arena football thing,
Yes,
by the way. This is Kurt Warner on the Rich Eisen show saying that Trey's play wasn't as bad as people made it out to be.
When I watched the tape, I actually didn't think it was nearly as bad as people were talking about. You know, there were some missed throws. There were some times, that I want to see him just process a little bit faster with the information. But overall, I actually didn't think it was bad. I thought it was progress from what I saw a year ago. And I think we always have to remember, I know he was drafted high, but he hasn't played a lot of football, and he hasn't had a lot of experience. And so, speeding up the game and understanding what they're doing, it takes time. And, that's just the nature of it. And I know, maybe unfair to him because he was drafted so high after not playing a lot of football. So the expectations are really high. But I thought there was progress there from what I saw a year ago, and that's kind of what you want to expect from a young quarterback.
I think I like hearing that for a couple different reasons, and I know it's preseason, but it does make you feel good and also sad about the situation because it makes you feel as if Kurt Warner is seeing an improvement, right? Even though it's not good enough. We know it's not good enough, right? but we also knew he was a project. If Kurt Warner is saying that he's seeing an improvement, that does make me wonder. So it makes me feel good because you think, wow, okay, Trey's moving in the right direction. But it also makes me feel sad because now we'll never know how that timeline would have matched up if he didn't get hurt last season.
You know what? That's more than fair. And I'm kind of taking 2 steps back because I got you kind of hot yesterday. You don't even know I knew you were hot because I'm talking about Brock Purdy and the rust in regard to him working himself back. But it feels like I'm omitting to myself that, Trey broke his ankle.
Right.
And you said, Goo, what did you expect? He's working himself back. But I kind of was like, yeah, but I kind of didn't stop there and kind of reflect of how hard that was just for him. But Styles, the video component that I think these pro athletes use and Trey being able to watch the 4 quarters in Chicago, the half a quarter against Seattle before he got hurt, and even the starts in Arizona, prior years, I'm like, maybe the mental reps there could have you when you do step back on the football field, that inner clock I keep talking about, like I'm Joe Theismann. That would be something that, we wouldn't see you holding the ball. And if you listen to the voice of the Niners, and I believe it was, who was with them, Ryan, they were saying they kind of had the gloves off. They were saying, Trey's got to get rid of that ball. But before they said it, my eyes saw it to where I was saying it. So, again, that was one game. We're going to see something hopefully more positive against Denver Saturday. But I do wonder, because you asked me before we went to break last segment, Styles, where am I at? And where I'm at is I'm going Mark Jackson, who's unemployed right now. Trey's fighting for his spot on this team. That ship has sailed, and it probably was never even on the dock in regard to being a starter or surpassing Purdy just because what Purdy did. Now Trey Lance is fighting for his life and his spot on this roster.
It's one of the craziest turn of events I think we've seen out of a quarterback, a starting quarterback to get drafted, because normally when you go through the whole bust thing and it didn't work out, you had a season and it didn't work out, and maybe even the situation wasn't great, but hey, we got you on the field and you didn't make it pop. But you didn't even get to that with Trey because of injury. So that's a tough thing as well. Kurt Warner, again, had some things to say on the Rich Eisen show, but this piece is more about the preseason play between Darnold and Lance.
You expect Sam Darnold, who's been in the league and been around and been in different systems. And then, like you said, when you get into preseason, the difference with preseason is everything's more basic. The coverages you're seeing are more basic. They're not game planning. The offense that you're running is more basic, kind of first day install stuff that, is stuff that these guys have run a million times. And so, Sam Darnold, we've seen moments where he's looked really, really good. The problem with Sam Darnold has been consistency. When he gets out there and has to play every week, he hasn't played consistently. And so you can't read too much into preseason, in my opinion. Now, you have to look at the plays and you break down the plays and you want to see guys execute the play that they've been given. But it's a whole nother level when you get to the regular season, and you've got to see the things that people are preparing and throwing at you, and then play consistently in it.
So that has me thinking, because he didn't think Trey's play was as bad, but he's also saying it's a more basic package in the preseason than it is in the regular season. So if Trey could look like this in the preseason, what in the world would he look like in the regular season when the defense is throwing a bunch of fake looks and things at him like that? So you feel good about it, what Kurt Warner said, but then you also feel as if, so basically you're saying Trey should look really good right now. Everybody should look a little bit better because defenses are throwing the basic packages. But to your point and to Kurt Warner's point, he is a bit rusty. And it's just a timing thing, ultimately. That's what this is.
No doubt. And let's put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Alan, that injury for Trey Lance and his family and everybody that loves him and wants him to be the best he can be in a 49er uniform, it came at the most inopportune time. And again, Purdy could have came out there, the last quarterback standing, and kind of failed, falling on his face, and maybe Trey heals up, rehabs, and it's here go the keys again. Let's drive the Ferrari again. I love the Hall of Famer, Kurt Warner.
Yeah.
I love his lexicon. But to me, that was nonchalant and not in a bad way. Kurt's, he's got a comfy job.
Yeah.
You know, you could say it like that, like you did, and yes, but Kyle's got like hard decisions to make.
Right.
And this kid's future is in the balance. So again, life is about timing, it's about opportunity. And Alan, the way I feel right now at 11:13 on this Thursday before a Friday payday is, will Trey Lance ever be able to supersede the bad luck that hit him with the injury and the emergence of number 13 in the red and gold? And right now, unless something happens in week 1 in Pittsburgh or during the season, you're not going to get on the field, son. First, you got to be on the 53.
Yeah.
And then the only way you get on the field is if you beat Darnold out, an injury. And I'm not rooting for Trey. Drew Don't Care on YouTube, one of our diehards, he's saying, guys, I just don't feel the excitement, and Willard kind of brought this up, from you guys when you talk about Brock Purdy. No, how can you say that? I'm super duper excited to see part 2. Can it be the equivalent of part 1, where you basically got a 99 on the test of a 100?
Right.
And there's no shade. I don't want any ill will or anything bad to happen to Brock Purdy, but that's the title of the jam. If we just put Lance to the side for a minute, this Niner team is ready to go.
Yes.
And Brock Purdy, can you sustain what you did? Is the interception city in practice anything?
Right.
I got my popcorn ready to see if you can duplicate what you did in a short sample size last season.
Well, that's the thing. When it comes to talking points, right? We know Kyle has made it clear. There's no more question marks in terms of Brock Purdy. They have set Kyle, John Lynch, and that Albert Breer article have made it very clear Brock is the guy, right? We're still in the preseason. We're still breaking down the QB things. This is a very unique situation. I don't know how many times we've seen this happen with somebody who got given the keys one year to the next year, fighting for their life to be on a roster. As far as Brock Purdy is concerned, you're not supposed to talk about the interceptions in practice. He's not playing preseason. We haven't seen him playing preseason, so there's not really much to talk about with Brock. Because we know what we have. We know what we believe to have with Brock. That's regular season talk, right? Brock, what are we going to talk about with Brock right now?
Man, just about the elbow.
He got cleared.
Okay, yeah. But
he's back throwing every day.
But he's not taking a hit. He's not gone to the ground.
Right.
The mustard on the passes. And there's a part of me, I got to stay off social. I'm addicted. Mm-hmm. But I am wondering, Alan, okay, if this interception thing is real, how much of that is because maybe is there a lack of arm strength? I don't know, but we're all excited to watch that.
Yeah.
And I told Steiny last year at this time, Alan, you tell me if I was off the mark, because I don't believe I was. All other 31 cities, the biggest question mark was about this 49er quarterback situation. And at that juncture, it had nothing to do with Purdy.
Yeah.
It was Jimmy and Trey Lance. Fast forward a whole year, the Niners go to the NFC Championship game. Mystery Relevant takes over, looks like Montana, and here we are again. You take the rookies out of the equation. Tell me what is the most fascinating question in the NFL at the quarterback position. I'll tell you one for me, Dak Prescott and what I believe he's playing for his tenure in Dallas. Okay, that's a whole nother story.
Yeah.
They got to deal with Philly in their own division. But before that is, can Brock Purdy, the Spider-Man meme,
Yeah.
can he be what he was last year?
Yeah.
And if somehow he's not, Allen, oh my God, is Sam Darnold, is he seeing ghosts in red and gold? Or if he's not called on, it's Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Don't tell me that's just content city.
Yeah, exactly. No, I hear you. I'm just saying we know in terms of the question marks,
Right.
we know for this year. So I'll say this. We know for this year what it is, barring injury. My question is this. Going back to what Joe Banner said, or you said, what would you say, Emperor from Star Wars?
That's what he sounded
Star
like.
Wars
Yes,
Emperor.
but don't say
Okay.
he sounds sleepy.
33rd from the 33rd Team podcast that we played before the break. I will say this. As much as Kyle Shanahan, I was of the belief when I read the Albert Breer article, I was of the belief that they found their franchise guy. But from what Joe Banner said, and he has a relationship with Kyle Shanahan, right? From what Joe Banner said, now I'm starting to think you know what? Is this more of a conversation about this year? Am I reading too much into what John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are saying? If Brock Purdy goes out, and let's say he does, what is Brock Purdy's leash if they don't win the Super Bowl? How long would they rock with Brock Purdy?
We'll never know. We can feel.
We'll know if they don't win this year. Right? Will they be speaking about, let's say it wasn't Brock's fault or whatever. Let's say it was or wasn't. Whether it was or wasn't, at some point you got to win the big one. And I would say that depending on how they lose, there will probably be a conversation, because there always is with QB schools and everything, that Brock could have done this or Brock could have done that. And if you still are, now they are trying to tell us, they're trying to tell us there are franchise guys out there. I'm not saying you could have went out and got Aaron Rodgers, whatever, but there are franchise guys out there that you could have went out and got, right? Let's say Kirk Cousins, we know that the money is much different. But if you were deciding that Brock Purdy is your guy, then you were connected to everything that he does. And again, what is now the timeline? It's 2 years until you can offer him an extension. Okay. If you don't win a Super Bowl within those first 2 years, are you extending him? Even if he looks like he looked last year and they just still couldn't get it done because of the ability, the inability to throw the long ball, whatever it is, teams have caught up to him a little bit, but he still looks good. Doesn't it seem like Back to the Future? Doesn't it seem like we're having the same conversation that they had with Jimmy G?
Right. And I'm no doubt, and I'm still a line from our guy, John Dickinson. What does it look like, Alan? And I never toot my own horn. Beep, beep. Okay. But I got this saying, and I think it's phenomenal. You cannot hide your quarterback in the NFL. And you just said it. What is it going to look like? And I fight with Steiny all day long. I know Kirk Cousins from a stat standpoint, and this is across the board in sports. We know when we watch the games. The dude, there's not a throw he can't make, but there's that lemon booty situation where we see Joe Montana, guys that live for the moment, and then guys that just cannot, they go bonehead, or they make their most inopportune or their one mistake on the biggest part of the game. And that's what Kirk Cousins is.
Yes.
I don't know that about Brock Purdy, but I do like this from Kyle Shanahan, and tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm feeling this energy from you yesterday when they kind of anointed him and came out and said, this guy's our guy. To me, he's the guy for now, Alan.
Yeah.
That comes with the territory. But, pump me up. That's part of the job. A good boss is going to make their workers feel like, okay, you are that guy. But you know what? That lasts for so long. So Brock Purdy, in a sense, is playing for, quote unquote, that next contract. And if they don't get to the Super Bowl, if he did his job and the defense was kind of leaky, they're going to be able to know, okay, we didn't lose because of 13. So yeah, we can say all the kudos now that he's our guy, but you and I both know you got to go out there and ball out.
Yeah, you have to. And they've already positioned themselves to where they're good this year, right? Yeah. Brock's been cleared. He was cleared about 6 weeks early. So my question is this, opening up the phone lines, 888-957-9570. If the Niners don't get it done this season and the conversation about the UCL surgery comes up,
wow.
Do you think that would be fair or foul? And I'm going to start with you, Goo.
Oh, it would be fair.
Nobody's talking about the UCL right now.
It would be fair. It would be par for the course. This is what it is. And Alan, that's why when I mentioned my popcorn, that's part of it. And I'm not happy, bro. No, I'm not happy Brock got hurt, but we're all watching to see, oh yeah, it looks good now. But talk to me when they're coming at you from the blind side.
Right.
We want to talk about what's going on with that. Yeah. But you know what I mean? Like, that's when we're going to know if that's surgery, if he's really past that.
Right. But I think that the Niners aren't doing a great – you're not bringing it up at all. He's been cleared, right? And now he's throwing every day. We understand that there's a progression, but it's, hey, Brock's our guy. So to me, it would stink a little bit I would want them to say, honestly, we thought that he would be in a different position than he is right now. Something does seem to be going on with the arm. You can't just not bring it up this whole time and say he's cleared, he's good to go, because Brock is the only person that's been saying coming back from rest, whatever. Yeah. Shanahan, they have not been talking about it. So I don't want to hear it if you don't get it done, because you haven't been talking about it.
Do you? That's crazy, Alan. Do you think, and here we go on Dr. Phil, because we're guessing, this is what we do. Do you think there's any part of Brock Purdy's being that he's rushing himself back?
Everybody said no. I've thrown that out there before.
And and if Brock told us that
no.
is Styles, yeah, I am, because, I want to be the starter.
Right.
But I got to be honest, I don't think he would do that to himself, but he's an athlete. He's got an ego.
At that time,
you
Trey,
saw what he did, how he replaced Trey, and what if Trey would have bought? So I'm asking you, do you think there's any part of that, or is Brock at a point in his life to where he's so secure with what he put on film last year, the playoffs, that he wouldn't even put himself in that position to not be able to ball out physically because he's rushing back, not for the wrong reasons, but so maybe Darnold doesn't get the and look so great, and now he's Wally pipped.
It's hard for me to say that's not in the back of an elite athlete's mind and a competitor and somebody that knows specifically, like you said, how he got the job. Right? When you talk about relationships, how you got them is how you lose them.
My pops told me that
all the time.
Oh, my goodness.
So it's hard for me to say that wasn't in his mind. Was it enough for him to say, no, coach, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go? I don't know.
But the doctors have cleared him to the point to where,
doctors don't have.
So scientifically, he ain't cheating.
Exactly. Exactly. He said, hey, I'm ready to go.
But he ain't got tackled yet. He ain't been through 300-pound dudes. Alan, just imagine throwing you to the ground. Yeah. Or what if he's in that position again and somebody comes and it's was it Leonard Marshall to hit Montana in that playoff game? Oh, spinal. Yeah. I thought that broke Montana's back. But, that is all in play. And nobody's talking about the O-line, McKivitz in from all that is out of Brock's control.
Right.
It's all about us assuming that the O-line's going to be perfect in A1. Guess what? Week 1 in Pittsburgh's coming off the edge.
And they're going to be ready to go. And speaking of the O-line, that's what Bob and San Mateo, the Matteo, wants to talk about. What's up, Bob? You want to talk about the O-line? You're on with Steiny and Goose. Styles in for Steiny.
Hey, guys. Hey, I got to say, first off, before I jump into that, I'm loving this Styles and Goo. You guys are the new dynamic duo. Hey,
Appreciate
when Steiny gets back, they can put him with Spadone. Steiny and Spadone. They can have their own time frame.
Who's this guy? Yeah,
listen,
Italians,
so, Goo, you hit it right in the head when you said you cannot hide your quarterback in the NFL, and you cannot hide your offensive line either. And
oh, we lost Bob.
Spadone didn't want to work with Steiny.
Wow. We still got Bob.
Cereal.
Bob's gone.
Yeah.
All right, we're up against it anyway. All right, Bob, call back. We wanted to hear what you had to say. September 11th, join 95.7 The Game at the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society SF Bay Area. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Hardin Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Learn at sfautismsociety.org. And that was all brought to you by Guru.
The best time to get a great deal on a Jeep 4xe SUV is now, during the Summer of Jeep event. Well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Jeep Wrangler Release 4xe for $369 a month for 36 months, with $4,770 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Includes 7,500 EV cap cost reduction. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 9/5. Jeep is a registered trademark.
What's up? It's your boy Guru here to tell you about Soda, the nationwide weight loss program that's done me wonders. And get this, it's 100% over the phone. And I keep saying this, from the comfort and convenience of your own home. You can do it from your workplace, anywhere throughout the country. I have weekly weigh-ins. You can get updated with Soda weight loss results on the regular. And if you've been on the Soda program for more than 3 weeks, get this, the average man can lose up to 3 to 5 pounds at a time, and that's where I'm at. You see lovely Bonte Hill. He's at 35 pounds, and Soda's number one priority, guys, is keeping the weight off. Maintenance is free for Soda clients who hit their healthy target goal and weight. So you're not by yourself. You got somebody to speak to. I got my own nutritionist, and they've devised my own personal meal plan. And guys, I cut out the Red Bull. You haven't seen me drinking one. I cut out the late night eating. No In-N-Out for your boy. I didn't have any yesterday. You call right now, sodaweightloss.com. Help them pick the program that works for you and watch the weight fall off. Soda Weight Loss, state-of-the-art weight loss.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We are back. 95.7 The Game. Steiny and Guru Styles in for Steiny. Wow. I don't know what's going on here. Lucas is in the building.
My buddy's in Las Vegas. My buddy, part of the show, Relaford. He's staying in Vegas, Alan, at this cribbo. He just sent me a video that's looking over the city. TVs, pool tables, jacuzzis in. It's just incredible.
He did the Airbnb thing. He's not on the strip.
That's what I'm trying to clarify that.
Yeah.
Like, dude, we're on our way, Lucas and I.
Well, you know what? You better be careful for anybody going out there. We have a friend who's going out there as well. Bed bugs going on.
Dude, I saw that.
Caesar's Palace.
What's
Circus?
Well, they could be sponsors, but yeah, some hotels. Yeah.
Right. Just be careful.
I'll die if a bed bug gets me. I'm done. Could you a bed bug?
Well, you can't see them.
I didn't even think they existed.
No, they're real.
What do you mean you can't see them?
Bed bugs are not visible to the human eye, I believe, unless they're really big. Yeah, John's confirming. You can't see bed bugs. You just feel them all over your goo. How about that?
Wow, the invisible bugs. What?
That's Goo's nightmare.
Oh my goodness!
You gotta be.
Shout out Nick Friedel. Yeah, our guy Nick.
You gotta be careful out there.
Like some damn mosquitoes.
Football season is here, and what better way to kick it off than with 95.7 The Game's Red and Gold Summit? Join all your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon to welcome in the football year on Tuesday, August 29th. Willard and Dibbs will start it off at 2 p.m. Then the summit will go from 4 to 6 p.m. All the hosts will debate and answer the most burning questions surrounding the red and gold during a live show right in front of you, our loyal listeners. Again, that's Tuesday, August 29th at Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room and Beer Garden in San Ramon, now featuring the Lynx Top Golf Simulator. So, Guru, Xfinity Mobile text line, also known as my beloved text line.
Okay.
I wanted to read something that whenever you send a text twice, it's better chance of reading that. I know you really mean it.
Yeah, right.
So I wanted to touch on this. This is from the 574. So are you guys saying this is in regards to the conversation about Brock Purdy? What do you do in 2 years if Brock Purdy, they haven't won, but he looks pretty good, whatever the case may be? 574. So are you guys saying the Bengals shouldn't extend Joe Burrow because they haven't won the Super Bowl yet? Come on, man.
Dude, that is what's the thing with comedy where you hit the din-on? Okay,
Come on.
He's been to a Super. They should have won that Super Bowl.
They've been to a Super Bowl, and unlike Brock Purdy, so now this is why people say I'm a Brock Purdy basher, which I am not. I am just a Brock Purdy realist. That's all I am.
I don't have you as a basher.
I'm not a basher, but I just want to see more. That's it. That's fair.
Yeah, that's with all of us, and
some of us don't need to see more.
Yeah.
So my thing is this. Even though Joe Burrow, top pick in the draft, we get all that, and Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. Joe Burrow did not come into a hot and ready Little Caesars pizza situation with weapons everywhere and a top defense.
He was the sauce.
He was the sauce. So it's a completely different situation, 574.
Yeah.
But I had to give you that one.
Yeah, Lori from Arizona, real quick. Our girl, she says you could see them check under the mattress. And on the news, they had a picture of what they look like. So I thought you could.
Well, I'm nervous
now.
When the news,
I'm gonna sleep on the couch. We go to Vegas.
When they zoom in on them, you could see them. But I'm pretty sure. But I'll take.
Well, how do you zoom in if you can't see them?
I'm just saying on pictures on the news.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right.
Okay, well, here you go. No, not enough because we got our guy Pesty in Hayward who wants to let you know about the bed bugs.
Okay,
what's up,
talk
Pesty?
to us.
You're on Steiny and Goo.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I just wanted to say that. So bed bugs actually are very visible to the human eye. The most difficult part to get them is when they're kind of small in their larvae, because what they do is they'll put their young inside the small little stitchings in the mattress, and what happens is when they hatch, they come in and they get a blood meal. Now, how you avoid them is I'll give you a nice little tip. There is a product called cedar side oil, and the best thing is it kills most insects on contact, because most insects are exoskeleton, means they have a cuticle. They groom, they clean, they touch food, they clean, they eat their food, they share. A lot of insects are social. So long story short, what you do is when you're going on vacation, get cedar side oil and you spray your suitcase with it. Yes, it has an earthy smell, but it's not overbearing. It's a lot lighter and a lot less fragrant than most stuff you can get over the counter. Now, bed bugs they don't just appear, they're hitchhikers. They usually come from poor sanitation. And don't just think of sanitation as in trash and stuff like that. Yeah. Long story short, what I'm alluding to is bring Cedarside, use it as a spray or an insect repellent. It will kill insects on contact. And then when you get home from all vacations, make sure to wash your clothes in hot water and a very, very, very hot, high temperature on your dryer, because 113 degrees Fahrenheit is fatal for all insects on planet Earth. So yes, bed bugs can be creepy. They can be very annoying, but they can be very, very, very avoidable.
Okay.
So go prepared, get Cedarside oil and Guru. It doesn't matter if you sleep on the couch, on the floor, they will find you, because all insects that take blood meals go after our CO2. So a lot of the times, the most common times when we are attacked is when we're hanging out dormant in one spot and we are exhaling. That's how vectors and insects that take blood meals get us. But don't worry about it. Cedarside oil kills
I'm getting it. Yep.
Bed bugs, all types of stuff. Promise you can go to Vegas worry-free. Don't worry about it. Hurry up and Amazon some to Steiny so he doesn't come back and load up everybody at the studio. I love you guys. I love the show. Thank you for letting me.
Great info, man.
Have a great day.
Yeah, shout out Atco. I'm gonna hit them up before I go. And we're staying at Circa, so
that's right.
Yeah, they weren't on that list,
that's
but
not
still,
on the list.
Good God.
Yeah, they out
Pest
there.
of the month, bed bugs.
Bed bugs. Wow, that's crazy.
Dude, what are we? Man,
and they chasing you around.
Mention that publicly.
Right.
They are chasing you around. Well, thanks, Pesty, for that call. And perfect timing as we're getting real close to the NBA releasing the full NBA season. We know they've done bits and pieces.
Yeah.
We know when Jordan Poole's
Warriors on the
return.
road Christmas.
Warriors on the road Christmas. But in about an hour, and exactly an hour, actually, 12:40, we will have the new sheriff in town, Mike Dunleavy Jr., GM for the Warriors, and we're going to talk to him just about how he's feeling about the team, the schedule, KD's return, adding CP3.
Just him getting the job,
exactly.
Alan.
And you know
this was
what?
the team that drafted him.
Exactly. Is the honeymoon phase over? Is he getting his hands dirty? And you know what? If you're on the YouTube chat or the Xfinity Mobile text line, throw us some of your questions. If we like them, maybe we'll throw them to Mike Dunleavy Jr. when we hear him as well.
Yeah.
So, how you feeling? Dude?
Yeah. Well, did you see the bit where the wife called and blasted me last week for not?
Oh, yeah. I watched that.
Never go full Jeff says I should have just told her I didn't want you to get hit with the bed bugs. Yeah.
There we go. No, that was great.
I'm going to get that spray.
No, that was great. But
I'm excited. And Kevin Durant will be, if I'm correct, help me out, guys. The first home game is against Phoenix. Kevin Durant's return to Chase, the first time playing in front of fans. Right. This is a PSA, Allen. I mean this. Because, we're Durant. You talk about Trey Lance. We talked about KD. The dude gave us 2 chips. Should have been 3. Right. He also gave us his Achilles. I'm just PSA to Dub Nation. I know they don't need to hear this, but we are not going to do what KD had to endure when he returned to OKC. That was pathetic with the cupcake thing, all that. This dude needs a round of applause, just a standing O. Yeah. I'm sure there'll be a video component, but you heard the old adage, because you've been on fire giving me the, as you start is what you end up being with the relationships. You never know what you have until it's gone.
Right.
KD and the chef on the same team, Allen.
Yeah.
It was incredible, and I took it for granted.
Well, I'm glad you say that, Goo, because we've been talking a lot about how the negative sides of social media, and how we're dissecting everything, and how we're just breaking everything down way more than it needs to be. But I will say that social media is good, because you can go on X or Instagram or whatever, and you randomly just see somebody saying, man, those Warriors were ridiculous. And you'll just see a highlight reel of about 5-10 minutes of them just going off.
Clay,
and it just reminds you.
Pre-injury.
And it just, Clay too. And it reminds you of the good old days and how good that team was. And it also reminds you why everybody still hates the Warriors. I mean, people are really hurt over what the Warriors did to them. And then when you see those highlights, it was unfair. Andre Iguodala talking about, I stayed at practice for 40 minutes and I had a tea time.
Did you hear? I believed him.
I believe him too.
But there's nothing they were the super friends. And Steiny and we talk about Draymond in 2016, Allen being his best year, shooting it from deep, and why that, his attempts have kind of waned. Yeah. But he said it. And now I think about it, during the Durant era, he didn't need to shoot threes.
Why would I shoot a 3? Right. Why would I shoot a 3? So with KD coming back, I think you can look at it a couple different ways. When you look at it, hey, KD didn't want to be here forever. He didn't want to sit down and sign a 5-10-year deal. That's fine, but we can look at it like that. We could also look at it in the aspect of he was here when he was here. And those parades, did you enjoy them any less when you knew that he wasn't on a 5-year deal? I'll tell you this, Goo, because I don't know if I told you this story before.
Wow.
I've been at the station for a little while now, so
Look at my
maybe
boy
some people
flexing.
have heard this story before, but I'm gonna tell you this one. This was after I believe that the idea of KD signing a long-term deal ended fairly quickly. I think he might have wanted too much too quickly, but I would put
from who?
From the fans.
Okay.
From the fans. Because there are a couple things that always stuck out to me. So I'm at the parade. It's in Oakland.
I'll never forget.
the first one with KD.
Okay.
And I'm sitting next to this dude, or we're standing up, and we had to go during work, so we weren't really about that life. We were just enjoying ourselves. We weren't sipping or anything like that. Me and the girlfriend at the time. And there's a dude that clearly wasn't at work or didn't have to go to work.
Getting after it.
He had the Heen bottle. He had the Shannon Sharp. He had that Heen.
Yeah.
And as the bus was coming by with Kevin Durant, after Kevin Durant was the MVP, everything that really just happened, right? After that the bus is coming by, this dude starts screaming, "Hey, Snake! Hey, Snake, KD! What's up, you snake?"
Yeah.
And this dude is yelling at KD as a Warriors fan at the Warriors parade.
Yeah,
and it was so bizarre to me. And I didn't
there's
get
one
it.
in every bunch, right?
But I think it just signified to me what KD wasn't going to be. Maybe if he signs let's be honest, he could have signed the 5-year deal, whatever. He was never going to be Steph Curry. He just wasn't. And maybe as obvious as it was to us that he would never be that, maybe KD thought that maybe he could be that, and eventually it didn't happen. The other thing I saw was after I went to the home opener, I believe, after they won. It was either after the second or after the first or second. And Steph goes to the free throw line, and Steph had a fine season, right? But nobody was winning MVPs on that team. And KD, he won Finals MVP both times, right? So Steph goes to the free throw line, and the arena starts chanting MVP.
I remember, man.
And I'm thinking, if I'm KD, maybe it's a little early. I'm only in year 2, year 3. But what am I? All right. It was cool. It was a business. We were talking about whether it's Jimmy, whoever. It was a nice business transaction. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Warriors fans. I just got to keep it pushing. I got my rings. Y'all got parades. Y'all got your rings. It is what it is.
You know what? That's phenomenal. And the timestamp that you just went up, those things happened. And for so many days, I came in here with Venom, and I told Steiny, who am I? But I told Steiny, why would Durant, even if those words were echoed to him, and they were, and the fans chanting MVP for Steph, why would that bother him?
Yeah.
But now that I've stepped back, we all, I think Durant looked at the noise that was out there, that he took, quote unquote, the easy route.
Yeah.
And maybe he won and he wasn't fulfilled from the standpoint of, okay, nobody's making it seem like I went through anything, like this was just supposed to happen and easy. And now that I've had time to think about it myself, I'm like, that probably would, piss me off. But I will say this, forget De La Hoya, the golden boy of sports on my Mount Rushmore, Montana to the city of San Francisco, Jerry Rice, Jeter to New York, and Steph Curry to the Bay. And again, I'm not saying KD was using this calculator, but if those things bothered him, I would have been like, man, K, you must have forgot a digit in the equation before you decided and didn't allow for the noise from a national standpoint, joining a team that already won, blew a 3-1 lead. They got to the finals twice. So when it's all said and done, the dust is settled. I do believe that started to piss him off. And then he would start, speaking his truth as he left. And I'm like, Katie, let it go. Why are you saying that the reporters didn't do this or that? But that's neither here nor there. I appreciate the time he was here. And I'm being real. Steiny and I were doing the pre and post. They were in Toronto when the game that he tore his Achilles. I had to walk away because I was the guy on the station saying to Steiny, it was a thought, Alan, not that I knew, could he play and he's not going? Is he trying to prove a point? And dude goes out there, mans up, tears his Achilles for the Warriors, and that was it. Shame on me. I put myself in my own timeout. Like, dude gave his Achilles to this team and some damn good basketball. So when they come back, obviously as a son, Dub Nation got to give this man his flowers.
No,
and what
I
that
hear
looks
you.
like, I can't wait to see.
I hear you on that. When I saw the whole thing with the calf injury, it never looked good to me. Right.
From the beginning, yeah.
It just
That's
never
why I'm
looked
worried
good to
about
me.
Burrow.
And then you had right. Well, and then you had Drake faking like, oh my gosh, I'm
You're
so
damn
hurt.
about no Drake night.
That was good.
So well, and then I think the funniest part at this point, with KD is, I mean, dude, if you were gonna leave the Warriors to play with that many more All-Stars in James Harden, Kyrie, and make a super team there, and then go play with even more superstars with Booker and Beal and
Chris
to
Paul.
a lesser degree Chris Paul and to a lesser degree DeAndre Ayton, you could have just stayed. You could have worked it out, right? You could have just stayed. 888-957-9570. Kareem.
Who's gonna guard him?
Who's gonna guard? Oh, trust me. We got a little bit of time before the break, but we're gonna break down because I'm worried about
Draymond,
I'm worried about opening night. If you look at these matchups, I'm a little bit worried. But let's go to Kareem and SF. Wants to talk about Trey Lance as a third string being the best for him, not the CFL like Bonte. What's up, Kareem? You're on Steiny and Goo.
Hey, it was good. Yeah, Vontae, man, I don't know what he was talking about in the morning, man. But listen, the reason why I think third string quarterback position would be the best option for Trey Lance is this. Based on, since everybody's reacting to preseason and practice news, then let's go off that. If Brock Purdy's throwing 4 interceptions in practice, I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying that's what's being reported, and Kyle wants him as quarterback 1. Okay, go ahead. Be QB1. Let him be QB1. Let Sam Darnold be QB2. Brock comes in. The fans see that he's not entirely ready. Defenses have figured him out. Those tip passes have become interceptions. Then Kyle's like, okay, we're going to turn to Sam Darnold for now. We're going to give Brock a little break. Sam Darnold comes in. He becomes indecisive. He's throwing interceptions. And Trey's on the sideline. He's picking that up. He's seeing their mistakes, and he's hungry. He's ready to prove people wrong. Kyle turns to him. Boom. It's all yours now. Now you got nothing in the way. You got nobody to worry about behind you. You got nobody to worry about ahead of you. You're good. And another thing I want to talk about, man, is we just got to relax off the preseason stuff, man. It's one game, and the dude came off an injury with limited snaps. Like, we have said this so many times, but why are we forgetting it? Like, come on, dude. Like, he played so many limited snaps, like, in his entire career. He got injured last year, and this is his first game back after having an offseason working with a different coach, and everybody tripping off that, and his line was trash. I mean, come on, guys. We're better than that. Come on, y'all.
I hear you, Kareem, and I will say this.
The skyhook.
I will say this, and thank you for the call. Everybody loves an origin story. And you said, Goo, we were talking about the Avengers and Justice League. Everybody loves a villain origin story. Everybody loves a hero's origin story. And Trey hasn't really had one. He got drafted. It hasn't worked out, right? Purdy had one. Mr. Irrelevant. Now look at you. And maybe there needs to be some build-up with Trey, right? And try to turn, obviously this isn't what he wanted, but at some point you got to turn a negative into a positive. And nobody knows if Trey will get an opportunity as a third string. I think it's kind of crazy that there's just an assumption that in Kyle Shanahan's offense, quarterbacks are going to go down, but that's what we've seen.
No doubt. Factoids, man.
So I don't think that, I wouldn't use the word humble because I don't think Trey's ever not been humble.
Okay.
Right? I think Trey's a good kid. Everybody said he's a good kid. But I do think that sometimes, I think he's already starting to feel that because of the conversation. But sometimes these things are going to make or break you.
No doubt. But, Alan, I hear you loud and clear, but what about this component? At the end of the day, maybe the kid just didn't have the goods. And I don't fault him for that.
Yeah.
Because he didn't play at the U. He didn't play at the big colleges for us to see him at least ball out on the college level. And when you ball out on the college level big time, you don't get a pass, but people can say, you know
You're
what?
used to it.
I seen it.
Yes.
Even Sam Darnold.
Right.
We seen him ball on the college level. We understand the pick. So again, Trey can still change all of this, but Allen, the crazy thing about this, and we talked about it with JD at Willard yesterday, is we'll never know. Maybe we'll find out. But has Trey ever mastered his skill set so to the point that it would equate to on Sundays him being the man?
No,
and that's what scares me about all this. Maybe he is who he is, but they projected Kyle that he could do it on Sunday, and I'm not saying he can't, but right now it does not look good.
Their projection was wrong based on the timeline that Trey needed, and maybe some of that was botched due to injury, but we had JD during the crossover yesterday talk about how he doesn't think Trey Lance would have lasted 5 games if it didn't look good last season, and I believe him. I don't believe they were going to punt the whole season.
There was a leash.
There was definitely a leash, and it's just unfortunate that we'll never know how long that leash is. Let's go to Father Time in Napa. Wants to talk about Brock Purdy and his contract. What's up, Father Time? You're on with Steiny and Goo.
Hey, guys. I've been out of town a little bit, taking a well-deserved vacation, so I haven't been listening too much. I don't know if it's been brought up in the last couple of weeks, but, this whole world, and especially the NFL with its salary cap construct, it's money, man. Like, if Brock Purdy is a B+ quarterback, and he's making $900, they get him for free. He's making $900,000. 3 years from now, in his final year of his his rookie contract, he'll be making slightly over $1 million. Trey is making what he's making. Both of those guys are dope. If he's a B+, if Brock's a B+, and Trey's a B+, A-, Shanahan's going with Purdy. Purdy's done it on the field. He has a team surrounding him. Their window is 3 years. If you tell me that Debo and CMC are going to get better in 3 years, you're nuts. They have to sign both. They got so many people they have to sign. It's as simple as that. Trey, probably a great dude. Darnold, probably a great dude. He's not making any money either. That's my point on Brock. Everything else is ridiculous. Coming back from injury, everybody gets injured. It's NFL. Real quick, switching gears to the NBA. There has never been a more talented big man than Kevin Durant, and there's never been a bigger baby. He's doing burner phones with kids, and he's crying because the reporters don't say he's the greatest of all time. He burned his way out of 2 different teams. He went to Brooklyn and built a team, and then left because it wasn't right. Kevin Durant is supremely talented, top 10 maybe ever, and just one of these dudes where he'll never be happy unless every day of his life he's validated. It can't be enough to just be a badass. That's my thing. I love you guys. I'm glad to be back in the Bay. Thanks so much for letting me rant.
Thanks, Father Time. The one thing I would say about his Brock Purdy, Trey Lance is, they have to pay Trey. I don't know how that works, but they're already paying Trey.
Right, but now if they feel like they're not getting their bang for their buck, we're up against it. Next year it'll make it easier to say night because we ain't giving you nothing.
Right. If it's about the future and cutting, and we can get into all that when necessary, and it might be sooner than later. But we'll be right back. Starting to get into some Warriors talk, like we said. Mike Dunleavy Jr. at 12:40. More of your calls, more of your texts, more of your chatting on the YouTube, and that's all sponsored by SC Johnson.
The new Raid Essentials Light Trap uses light to attract, then trap flying insects like fruit flies and mosquitoes, turning your home into
Oh.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru here, 12 o'clock hour, 95.7 The Game. Styles in for Steiny. As we get ready, 40 minutes, we'll have at 12:40 Mike Dunleavy Jr., the new sheriff in town, coming to chat with us about the Warriors, the schedule that's coming out very shortly. We're going to get into that as well. Goo did a little bit of the KD talk, but the KD talk, that's always going to be there. Let's talk about this. I know it's the first game.
Okay.
Right, but I will say this. After what happened between 2022 and 2023, I think there shouldn't be, I know there'll still be people, but anybody that's still in the camp of it's a long season and the Warriors don't have to get off to a hot start.
Oh, man, Alan.
You can't be in that camp anymore.
You know what? I am fatigued and tired like a fat rat because all last year I kept telling our guy Steiny the road record, which ended up being 11-30, is going to get better. It's going to get better. And I was in denial, Alan. So you are correct. And we got the opportunity, Steiny and I, to talk to Steph over at the practice facility. It's my avatar on my Twitter. But we looked him in the face at that juncture. The season wasn't even over, and we asked him about the road record, and the chef was he was perplexed. Like, he really didn't have a good answer for it. So, Alan, you are right. That's one of the big things for me about, now you got your house in order, relationships, and everybody seems to be on the same page. We hope. You coaching, hopefully that's not an issue, but it's imperative, like you just said, not only obviously to get off to a good start, and they won 44 games with if you just take a step back, Alan, I'm looking at you now thinking, I don't have to tell you, there was more drama on this Warriors season than TNT because of what happened before the season started. So, breath of fresh air this year, you think?
Well, if it's you coaching, the next question is going to be, you winning?
Dude,
if you're not winning, there's going to be problems. You better be.
Because they can't, if it was just all bad, not being negative, it would be January before they could do something if this wasn't a good fit with Paul, right? But that was signal, that it ain't good in the hood.
Yeah, and the question is, how long are they going to wait? Like we said, you don't have that much time. These guys, the vets, they're all going to miss some type of time, whether it be rest, whether it be just wear and tear on the body. So that's why the beginning of the season is much more important for the Warriors. And we saw that in 2022 when they started out hot and then they had time to.
What were they, 12-2?
It was
incredible.
It was crazier than that. And then you had, when the injuries did happen, you were able to get through
Jordan
right?
Poole.
Well, you had Jordan Poole,
no
right?
doubt.
And we're going to talk about
it was Poole's time.
Who's the
Poole party?
You are missing 20 points a game, right? And that's
sometimes 25, sometimes 32.
You're missing the turnovers too, but that's something we will get into with Mike Dunleavy Jr. as the new GM. Yeah. Where are those points going to come from? What's the thought process there? And Steph and Draymond and Klay Thompson, all the talk that they've been doing, it's been coded. It's been coded. Not to bring up that we talked about that word yesterday a little bit in different context, but it's been coded, and it's really just been about, we have our guys, we're in a good spot, this is what we needed. Last year was off, and now we're good. So the question is, what happens if it doesn't happen this year, right? There seems to be a lot of there's been so much put on the punch, right? Whether people think it's because of the media or just the reality, even Draymond saying if the punch didn't happen, we'd still be playing. Now, when he said that to Stephen A. Smith, the finals weren't over yet. The season wasn't over yet, but I do believe they were in the finals. So you say something like that, it feels to me, Goo, and I'm going to be honest with you, that the punch has been used. So every year that the Warriors haven't won the championship, unless you're not counting 2016, which Warriors fans count the injuries there, but non-Warrior fans do not. Every year since this dynasty has started, the Warriors have won the championship when they have been healthy. Okay. Right? They won it in 2015, 2016, depends on who you talk to. Steph had the ACL situation, and Bogut and all those guys, right? Then you get KD. And then that third year, KD goes down, Klay goes down. Then the next couple of years, Klay's been down. Then you got healthy again in 2022 when everybody said you were done.
Yeah.
And you won the whole thing. And you said, we got 4. And you did your victory lap. And it was time to be petty mayonnaise and do all these types of things. Now comes 2023, a little bit of that championship hangover. And their whole thought process is now, okay, well, it wasn't injury besides what the injury that Jordan Poole took in his face.
Yeah.
But you didn't get it done. And I feel as if they're using the punch and the Jordan Poole and the vibes being off as an excuse as to why they didn't get it done. But let's keep it real. Last year was the first year everybody was healthy and they didn't win the championship. And I just think we need to talk about that more and less about, well, the punches. The bottom line is that was the first year they didn't get it done.
Yeah, but I'm with you, Alan. But gosh, and I'm trying to get it out of my system. The schedule just dropped too, so we can see when they play LeBron and everybody. Memphis, Ja. Well, he won't even be playing, huh? You got to sit a little bit.
He gets back.
But to your point, Alan, you're gonna laugh, but to me, the punch was almost worse than any injury because Draymond told us on his podcast. He said, you know, you can tell me what you thought of it, but he said, had he not hit Jordan, they would have still been playing. Yeah. I don't know how you process that, but if a guy can look himself in the mirror and say that on a podcast that, you know, the world's listening to, my goodness, who am I to say that didn't have it? You know, there was no residue there. Yeah. So now I feel like, because I thought you were going here, the rallying cry is they weren't on the same page because of obviously what happened right before camp ended. And that's why I feel like they got a Kumo D, how you like me now kind of sense of, here we go, we're about to run it back, but we're going to run it back. We may not win, but we're connected. And that's why the guy that scored 60 the other day, Jonathan Kuminga, it's not about his athletic ability and points to me. It's about Draymond. Are you going to take that kid under your wing like you had mentioned to us that you hadn't?
Right.
Things like that. Are you guys going to be connected to where we can win on the road?
And I don't know. And I remember listening to you and Steiny a little bit ago, a couple months ago now, and the whole question of Draymond saying, I didn't get to know him.
I didn't like that.
But where is that line? Does he need to know Kuminga's favorite food, favorite color?
The line is, it's bigger than basketball. The line is Rodney Dangerfield. It's respect. As an OG, call him over in the hotel, especially on the road where nobody has their wife and kids for much of the time. That's when the bonding starts. And we talk about this Warriors culture. I was just living in the world where like, oh, I just assumed that happened. So to hear, you know, I didn't know my guys. You can't tell me that didn't equate or follow them on the court.
Yeah. No, I agree. I'm just trying to figure out.
Maybe I'm in Disneyland. That doesn't mean anything.
I'm just trying to figure out what the expectation is, right? That's all. And are we saying, would Kuminga have not been mad about his playing time? Know your guys,
Alan. OGs, get to know the youngsters. That's all.
But are we saying that Kuminga wouldn't have been upset about playing time if Draymond had taking him under his wing?
Maybe he would have told him what was up. Maybe he could have told him how he was feeling on a night he didn't get. And there were nights he got DMPs or nights where he needed to be empowered when he had, you know, because Kuminga did have a couple months when Clay was gone and Dre was out. So
it can be lonely.
That's all, man.
It can be lonely. Yeah. All right, so the schedule is officially out.
What we got?
Let's go through it right now. Not the whole schedule, obviously, but the first week. So we all know. You got the Suns. That's on Tuesday, October 24th.
That's big.
Then you go down to Sacramento, Golden One. You got
K Diddy and D-Lo. Them are my guys. I actually partied with K Diddy. Nobody cares on Saturday in Sac. We hit something. They're smart and they didn't get a Christmas game, so we got them at their place, huh?
At their place on the Friday first week of the season, and then you go to Houston. So here's the thing. We talk about that away record. Yeah. You go to Houston. Obviously, Houston spent a bunch of money. We'll see if it was worth it. Fred VanVleet. As long as Fred VanVleet from the 2019 finals don't show up, Warriors should be okay there.
Brooks. Yeah. Why do I like Dylan Brooks? Gosh. He could be on my time any day of the week, and I said that. But anyway,
you think so?
He got some chips, some chicken.
I get you. Yeah. All right, then you go to NOLA. You go to New Orleans.
Will Zion be there? Okay.
I don't.
Put the spoon down. I'm playing. I'm one to talk. SodaWeightLoss.com, Zion. Yeah.
They got the Pelicans on that Monday. Then you get the Kings at home on the next Wednesday. You get the Kings at home. Then after that, the Oklahoma City Thunder. You got Chet.
Oh, yeah.
You got to. I wouldn't.
You got more than that.
That's one of those teams where you look at it, and I just did a goo. Okay, that's an easy W. Then you think, hold on now.
That last time they were here, Steiny was front row in the yellow jacket. That was a game. They got some ballers, Shay.
Giddy, right? You got a couple guys there. And then after that,
Dort.
Hold on now.
What we got?
You still on that road trip? Hold on now.
When's Wemby coming to the town?
I'll get to that.
The city.
So you got the Cavs in Cleveland.
Okay.
But then you got the first revenge game, Detroit Pistons. James Wiseman.
The big ticket.
Big ticket.
I didn't know where you were going. I'm like, they beat them. But
It's early. Then after that, you're still on the road. So that's a 4-game road trip. You go to Denver. So
where you'll be Christmas too.
Then you got home with the Cavs, home with the T-Wolves twice, that weird little back-to-back.
Okay.
The Thunder again, I'm waiting to see, Thunder, then the Rockets.
Give me a Laker game.
I'm trying to get there. And then in November, you got the Suns again on the road this time. Then that's a mini road trip, just a random Suns game. Then at home, you got if you're looking here at home, if you got something to do, we'll be there. Maybe we will. Friday, November 24th, you get Wemby and Popovich on a Friday.
There'll probably be load management. But anyway,
all right, don't start.
I can't wait.
I'm looking for the Lakers. They're holding out on the Laker games. It's a little while. So December 19th, you get the Celtics at home. December 22nd.
Alan, you haven't mentioned Lakers one time.
I haven't seen them yet. I have not omitted them.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm telling you.
What is going on?
But you know what I'm not omitting? Don't let them dance on them. December 22nd.
I'm trying to
Washington Wizards.
Oh, JP.
The pool show. The pool party coming back home.
35 shots.
35 shots. He's going to get 50 burgers somehow, some way. He does not care. So they play the Nuggets again. All right, let me try to find it here.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So they don't play the Lakers until
See, this is what I hate.
January 27th.
What are we doing? They played each other you got Curry and Bron.
Yeah.
What's going on?
That's what you get.
Spadoni, how odd is that? I don't like that.
Well, they might play the in-season tournament. If they win their groups, they may face each other in like December, whenever that is, whenever that culminates.
Do you know how that works?
Well, so these games count differently, and they're supposed to be. Here's a problem with the midseason.
But they're weeks apart. But they count toward the tournament.
Right. It's a soccer model, the football model. But here's my issue. Right. If the Warriors win the tournament, and let's say they lose the championship, but they win the midseason, are we going to say Chris Paul is a champion?
No.
So what's the point?
Yeah. I get it.
What's the point?
That is no doubt about it. Nobody will dare say that.
Years from now, I don't know.
That is phenomenal.
I don't know. I mean,
these games count towards a record, though, still.
As well.
Nobody's going to even be that guy.
Man, I know Chris Paul. Here, let's look at his Hall of Fame resume. Okay, so he's a 3-time midseason tournament champion. Okay. Nobody's going to say that.
You're going to come down my road because I'm putting Steiny's face on you right now.
What? Just give it to me.
When Carmelo won the gold medal and he cried like it was a real chip. Now, I love my country, our country, but you can't cry like that unless it's the chip Melo.
He knew that was the closest he was going to get.
I didn't like that. Steiny was like, good, he killed me for that take.
No,
Come on, Melo.
He was trying to.
That ain't where you cry.
Maybe some of it was playing up. He knew this was the closest I'm going to. So I'm going to play this up a little bit. Yeah. And it worked for some.
Yeah.
Shout out for everybody. Yeah. But now you can have people. Let's say Charles Barkley had 3 mid tournament. Are you going to look at anybody differently? No. But look, it's all about timing, and we got to look up when the actual tournament happens. Because if nothing else is on, sure, I'll pay more attention to it than normal. But if you're
and they're not
up,
home games, Alan. They're like off spot. They're like in Vegas.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
Yeah. So after that, I'm looking here since all you care about is the Lakers. The Lakers in February.
Give me the Clippers. PG and Kawhi. Give me Kawhi. Is that January 2024?
Clippers is you got a lot of Clippers, actually. You get the Clippers November 30th, a back-to-back, the home away. So you do at home against the Clippers November 30th. December 2nd, very next game away at the Clippers. You play. This is actually a little tough one. So you have a weird series in November. End of November.
Why do you call it weird? Okay,
because you got the Clippers twice, and then you get the Clippers twice, one at home, one away. Then you play Phoenix away, and then you play the Clippers again.
Wow,
away.
3 out of 4 games.
Yeah,
that is weird.
It is a bit different.
That's damn near a series.
It is a series.
What is that about?
A lot of Kawhi.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing about it. That's good about playing the Clippers like this because Kawhi and Paul George ain't playing at least one of those games.
Yeah. What about PG-13? Who's what is it? Podcast P.
Podcast P?
Where he says, "I'm gonna be a bully. I'm gonna be a." It's the Kinlaw thing. Don't tell me, just show me, man.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be on my bully thing. Okay.
So the in-season tournament is November 3rd through the 28th of November.
Good God!
Sounds like there's some football.
25 days.
There, so good luck,
boy. And they're going up against the NFL on Christmas Day.
Yeah, right. And if you're a Bay Area fan, Warriors Niners.
Now I don't like that.
You got a choice
crossing
to
up
make.
game.
Yeah.
Don't do that to a region. Last time I can remember the Warriors on the road Christmas, I know you're going to laugh, is in Cleveland when Kyrie gave them the business. And that was the last time I remember the Warriors on the road Christmas. They always been at the cribbo.
Well, that's because there's a new sheriff in town.
Yeah.
Again,
we'll talk to him in 20 minutes.
Talk to the other new sheriff, Mike Dunleavy Jr. in 20 minutes. I mean, look.
I love it.
This is fun. This is fun to do. And we talked in the green room. Okay, are you a schedule watcher? We know the games that matter. Right, Christmas, the opening game, Christmas, MLK Day. Those are the big games. Everything else, they'll be once you get to the ABC games and those highlighted games
Mark
Saturday
Jackson
nights.
or Van Gundy.
I know you're hurt over that.
Are you not? Or you don't care?
I don't know. I haven't decided yet.
I'm ready to judge you, but you have to.
Sometimes Van Gundy was a little anti-Warriors to me.
Boy.
Sometimes it was a little anti-Warriors.
I hadn't heard that one, man.
Well, you guys are mentioning the ESPN broadcast. Bob Myers, as you know, former GM and president of basketball operations with the Golden State Warriors. He's going to be on some of these ESPN games, so that's what I'm starting to. You can look at some of the ESPN matchups here. Is Bob going to be on any of these ones?
Right.
Denver, awesome. Phoenix,
and in the studio being Jalen Rose with Stephen A.
And the Washington Wizards one is on ESPN. So how fascinating would that be with Jordan Poole's return? Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Can you imagine?
I mean, they draw it up for a reason, Goo. And Bob Myers, I had to do my homework because Bob Myers, he had a podcast, but it was more of a leadership type deal.
Well, he had J. Cole on there,
right? Is he going to be talking X's and O's on this thing? So I played at UCLA, won a national championship at UCLA. Then he was the commentator for UCLA.
This I did know
for a couple years. And then after that is when he went into being an agent and things like that. So we know Bob knows ball, but I am very intrigued to see how he talks ball.
No
Is it going to be about the roster construction? Is it going to be coming off a pin down, missing a shot? What type of sauce is Bob going to bring to the ESPN box?
I'll tell you what, and the guy that you're in for, Steiny, I'll never forget, Goo, former writer, said words are my life. So Steiny's just great with the word game, right? Lexicon. But also Bob, when he joined us on the executive show, some of his answers were just profound. Like, you knew what that man meant. He was painting a Picasso with the brush with his words. So, Steiny and I talked about it. Obviously, now on the call, you ain't going to get as much time to hit home points, but that's nothing for a guy that's got the important part of the game. So good points, Spadoni, and I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited too. It's gonna be a long season, but we know they go fast, and the Warriors, they have to start
Draymond
fast.
on Poole. Oh my God!
Oh, there will be a match. Did you see the NBA 2K trailer? So in the trailer, in the trailer for NBA 2K, they have Jordan Poole with the basketball calling out to Draymond like, "Come
just
check
stop
me."
it! They don't have that.
They do. They do.
We're gonna see it.
We're
Dre
definitely
wants
gonna see
that task,
and everybody's asking the question: in that scenario, how does this possession end? In a bucket, a steal, a foul? How does that possession end? I think we're going to see it a couple times. And look, I've been known, I wouldn't say I'm a Jordan Poole apologist, but I do think things got a bit left with the punch, and there was a lot of it started to come off like the he deserved it thing, which makes me feel uncomfortable.
No, I'm with you.
To be completely honest,
your boy had game,
but I know he's working.
Yeah, no doubt.
And he had a rough season. He was doing the slip and slide, the usher.
I
dance.
called it dress shoes. He was
the loafers.
I got to ask you this.
Stacey Adams, is that the nickname?
Because
Stacey
guys,
Adams?
Warrior World on Twitter it hit me with this one. Every time I kept asking when it was bad for Jordan Poole and he would fall down and there was no contact, he goes, do those same rules apply when we go to the punch, when he had a good game and scored 32? Real quick, what was your what do you think made JP lose his balance so much?
Wait. You're not saying the punch made him slip and fall?
I thought it was a confidence thing. But on the good days, you couldn't apply that. So it had to be technical. What made my guy become non-Fred Astaire?
So
I've never seen anything like it.
You know our guy, Cron 4, KRN?
Dumas,
yeah. Right? So he did notice something because we got the kick game. Me, you, Bonte was in here with some fresh threes. I'll give him some love.
I'm not in the club, but yeah.
Okay. Well, we in the club. And Dumas pointed out that, I don't know if you saw, and I forget the name of the new shoe, but halfway through the year, or at some point through the year, Jordan Poole switched. He used to only wear Kobe's. And I know this sounds tinfoil hat.
My favorite shoe of all time.
I've never got them. I'm trying to get the reverse Grinches. If somebody got
they're releasing some new ones.
Well, they come out on the 26th, right? The Halos, RIP. So Jordan
I got a guy.
Okay, well, everybody's got a guy. Everybody's got a guy.
13.
So
did you wear 9?
Come on now.
No. I'm 10. I don't know.
That wasn't funny, Goo.
You think you took it offensive?
Why are you trying to come down my road?
Because you probably get the shoes readily available in your size.
Come on, Goo.
So you won't tell me what size?
No, I won't tell you what size.
That's weird.
You telling me I shop in the kids section?
No, I was just saying you probably have a better chance to get them than me because I'm 13. Unless you got big feet. I didn't. My bad. I wasn't meaning anything. It wasn't a small joke.
Come on, Goo.
You're tall.
No, you don't have to lie to me.
But I want to know your size now. I'm coming here. Well, you got one shoe on. But
what is this?
Yeah, no.
What is it?
Go ahead.
What I was trying to say is that Jordan Poole was working on this sponsorship with Nike, with this deal, and he stopped wearing Kobe's. And I know it sounds crazy, but how he was playing didn't make sense. So I think at one point he did go back to the Kobe's.
Okay.
But at that point, it was too far gone. But he's been playing with different shoes. I saw the promo a couple weeks ago of him saying, yeah, these are my shoes. These are this, these are that. So
and they were the Kobe's?
They weren't the Kobe's. They look like Kobe's, but it's a different version. It's just a Nike, just some shoes, some Nike shoes that it's not necessarily his shoe, but he's kind of co-signing it with Nike or whatever.
Wow.
So that happened throughout last season. I don't know why he was slipping and sliding.
It was incredible.
But there's got to be some type of answer. Because
it was bothering me.
He's playing on the same floor as everybody else.
Yeah, and his footwork was second to Kobe looking down would be proud of dude, you've been in the lab.
The only thing I would probably put on it is that it's just confidence. Again, it's that same word we've been saying, confidence in the moves that he was making, confidence in his ability to make certain cuts.
When you think that had anything to?
Sure.
But that's carrying. That ain't you falling down.
Sure, but that lasted like a month. We had Steve Kerr on when I was on Willard and Dibs. That lasted like a month. And 510 is chiming in. Xfinity Mobile text line. Thank you. The Nike GT cut. So I don't know what they were cutting, but he was not cutting on the court.
Interesting.
September 11, join 95.7 The Game at the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society SF Bay Area. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Learn more at sfautismsociety.org. And we'll be right back. We got Mike Dunleavy Jr. at 1240.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee.
Yes.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We are back, Steiny and Guru Styles in for Steiny. Love it, John, with the bangers, the slappers coming in.
Turn the mic on. If we were at your crib and this played, I would just let one go.
We would do it right now. Football season is here, and what better way to kick it off than with 95.7 The Game's Red and Gold Summit. Join all your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon to welcome in the football year on Tuesday, August 29th. Willett and Dibbs will start it off at 2 p.m., then the summit will go from 4 to 6 p.m. All the hosts will debate and answer the most burning questions surrounding the red and gold during a live show right in front of you, our loyal listeners. Again, that's Tuesday, August 29th at Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room, and Beer Garden in San Ramon, now featuring the Lynx Top Golf Simulator. So we have Mike Dunleavy Jr., new Warriors GM, in a little less than 10 minutes coming up here. We're very excited. And Goo, I got to get this out because I don't know what you did to me. And you know what? Just like Adrian Broner, I know you've seen that GIF before. I'm getting cooked. This YouTube chat is destroying me right now, and it's all your fault.
There was no bad I tried to get some Kobe's the other day, and every time I tried to order the shoe, when you go to 13s or 12s, they're grayed out. Yeah. So my mind was saying, oh, he might not be a 13. So I was thinking Allen could get this. That's all. I'm not. And they're like, how can they kill you? It's your size, whatever it is.
I would say 13. What? I would say about 11. Okay. I would say 11 to 13 is really hard to get.
Okay, right. No doubt.
I would say 11 to 13 is really hard to get in total. You ain't in Shaq area. Right. Like it's pretty hard for you to. You know what I mean?
His are 20-something. I forget what they are.
It's whatever Customs. They are. What's up, John?
I'm just loving this shoe game talk.
I'm weirded out. Like I didn't do that on purpose.
I have a 12.5 for those that are wondering.
Cool. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah. That's what's up.
John has a shoe hookup. Ooh, I'm about to use that, Alan.
All right. Well, so I am too.
Bonte and our guy Dumas, you got a shoe club going with the Jordan. Like, what's your favorite Jordan?
My favorite Jordan would be the 4s. Okay. I like the 4s the best. Because to be honest, my pops is one of the guys who I'm not buying you expensive shoes if you're not going to hoop in them. So I never had J's growing up.
Yeah.
And then once I got a little bit older, that's when it was time. Okay, I got a little bit of extra chicken. Let me see what this is all about. So I really just started wearing Jordans like 3 years ago.
Yeah, and I was young. Denzel had the waves and the girls, so I couldn't have the Jordans on because that was too much sauce. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm being real. I couldn't. That was too. I'd be in trouble. Then.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you. Well, let's hope the Warriors aren't in trouble as we continue to go through this schedule. We already know some of the big ones. We talked about the return, or I guess they're going to Detroit Motor City. James Wiseman, and I hope he has a good game. James Wiseman, completely different situation. But it comes with the territory with it being the quarterback and Trey Lance. But James Wiseman, there was definitely some venom there from fans, but I think ultimately a lot of people just felt bad, which is actually a pretty interesting thought that how people felt worse for James Wiseman than it feels like they feel for Trey Lance. And I don't know if it's the nature of the NBA versus the NFL.
That's interesting, Styles, because real quick, for me, Wiseman was symbolic of the next Warriors big man. Mm-hmm. And what he did have and come to town with was that 7'1", 240-pound frame. Yeah. And since Chris Webber, we hadn't had a big man, and I hadn't, forgiven Nelly for that. Yeah. So that's why I was rooting for him, because he was going to be something different that this team hadn't had. And I know they had the Zazas who were
very
great.
Similar to what Trey Lance was supposed to be.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out. Now, don't get me wrong. People were definitely roasting James Wiseman, but I think it's just different simply because of the position of quarterback.
And physically, he wasn't ready yet.
He wasn't supposed to be a savior. I think the bar was lower for James Wiseman, but he also didn't hit that lower bar. So it is an interesting conversation just about all that good stuff. So okay, Goo, besides the Lakers, besides let's say the Grizzlies aren't going to have Ja, right? Okay. So besides the Lakers, the Suns, right? The obvious teams. Who is a team? And I know your ears kind of perked up when we said the Oklahoma City Thunder. Who is a team that you are maybe excited about, or maybe even worried about the Warriors having to deal with throughout the season or in the standings?
It's the team that they play on Christmas Day, and tell me if I'm hitting the low-hanging fruit. But I do want to see how this team with Chris Paul, how that manifests, how they can match up with Denver. Because I know Paul's not going to guard Aaron Gordon. No. And for that matter, Jordan Poole wasn't either. But Jordan Poole, to me, on a good day, I got him on the brain. You know, he was a weapon, an offensive weapon. Slow the game down, get to the charity stripe. So now I look at Denver, who had some key losses now. You're going to laugh with Green and Brown.
Yeah.
Those were like, I don't get it. And I know you can't pay everybody, but when you get away from guys like that, I think that's a bigger loss than a lot of people think. And those two dudes helped that team hoist up that O'Brien trophy. So Denver's the one to where I want to see this new Warrior team, how you match up, because before Denver, I want to say LeBron and AD, who now added, what's my guy, light-skinned guy from New Orleans Pelicans that's going to, kind of control the paint and get rebounds. Yeah. That was a big addition for the Lakers.
Oh, Jackson Hayes?
Yeah, Jackson Hayes. Like, people laugh, but he's going to help them. So that's your kryptonite to me, the Lakers, but then you got Jokic. How are you going to match up against Denver? And I don't like that Christmas Day game, them being on the road against the Nuggets.
No, it's a good call, and I'm doing the same thing in my mind when I think about the Suns, these matchups. And we know that Steph has gotten immensely better defensively. He's gotten stronger. But you do have two guys in Steph and Chris Paul, and I got a bet with Willard going, will Chris Paul start opening night? He's going to buy me dinner.
Who got what? This is great.
I have Chris Paul starting opening night, and if I'm right, Willard has to buy me dinner, and vice versa.
I'm not mad at that notion, but damn, so Looney's not starting? The guy that we call the MVP that does it all?
I think
just for it.
I was worried before I knew it was the Suns. There is no way Chris Paul. It's almost a respect thing. There is no way they're going to start that game with Chris Paul on the bench against his former team. He might come out quick, but he's going to start that game.
That part of it is why that's interesting. Okay, you're going with the not throwing him a bone.
Yeah.
But you can, it's okay.
Your
former team.
Right, this old dude that the Suns didn't want, now he's coming off our bench. I don't see that happening. I don't think Chris Paul will start throughout the year, but luckily for me, Goo, that's not the bet.
Yeah.
That's not the bet.
And Steiny just ran his victory lap. My goodness. I went on a rant. I didn't know I was going to go on the rant, Allen, when he suggested maybe the Warriors should be in on Chris Paul. And I was like, hey, he's going somewhere. I know where he ain't coming. And it ended up being here. So now the more I think about it and taking care of the ball, because we saw turnovers galore for the Warriors. So I got my popcorn again, ready to see how that fits. And if it fits, how good they are to be a threat to
That's the thing, right? Throne. I don't know what the ceiling looks like for the Warriors. I'm just more worried defensively. I know offensively, I think Klay's going to have a bounce-back year, another year removed from those injuries, right? So I think Klay's going to be much better in general.
If he's finishing games, you're small.
He can't. You can't finish games with...
You telling him that? You coaching?
We trying to be winning.
All right.
So, and here we are now with Mike Dunleavy Jr., who joins us, the new sheriff in town, GM for the Warriors. Mike, how you doing? Thanks for joining the show.
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me, guys.
So real quick, Mike, just curious, was there a honeymoon phase with your new gig? How long did it last, or did you just get your hands dirty immediately?
I think we're still in it, right?
There you go.
Nice vacation.
There you go.
No, I mean, I think it was an interesting time to take the lead in this position, just rolling right into the draft, free agency, obviously trade season, summer league, where you do all this stuff in our chair, in our position. And so I just kind of hit the ground running. But the good news is we've had a group that's in place, and we felt ready and had things kind of teed up to a certain degree. And now it's a little bit quieter, and kind of sitting back and taking a broader view of things and what we need to do, and just like in the office and collectively and things like that. But it was a pretty intense few weeks when I first got the job.
So we know what we do when we get the schedule. We just got it in our hand. When you get the schedule, what's the first thing that you look at?
All right, so I've been a player for 15 years and on this side for a few. I immediately look at the holidays, and I say, where are we at Christmas and Thanksgiving? And, Easter and all that stuff because it impacts family, and I know a lot of our players and coaches do too. But realistically, too, you look at when you're on the road a lot, when you're at home a lot, and this schedule is pretty interesting in the sense of a lot of road heavy games to start. A huge patch in December and January. We're at home, and then finish the season with a pretty strong stretch of road games. And so it doesn't have a great amount of balance. Some heavy pockets of one or the other. But that's just the way it goes. That's the hand you're dealt, and gives us an opportunity, I think, this season to kind of get over our road woes from last season right away and hit the ground running.
Mike, I don't know if you remember, Steiny and I last season were out at the practice facility. You were kind enough to sit down with us, and I looked you in the face and asked you, had you thought about maybe, being a GM, and coaching even came up. And now you are the GM of the team that drafted you. You've been here 5 years under the tutelage of Bob Myers, who at one point represented you as a player. I mean, just talk to us about, has that even just subsided? Like, man, I'm doing this for the team that drafted me.
Yeah, it's really interesting, the journey, so to speak, having been drafted by this organization, which, as I think I mentioned before, it was on the other side of the bay. It was a different zip code. A lot has changed. Certainly the fan base has remained. We've got a few people left around, Raymond Ritter and Eric Housen and Nam and Brian. But overall, it just feels like a different franchise. So other than Warriors, it feels different. And, but things tend to come back full circle. And when I came back out here a few years ago to, work for a front office and work for Bob, I just was excited to work for a great organization and, learn more about this side of things and scout and help build a team and do all that and learn. And here we are a few years later, and now I've been asked to kind of lead basketball and basketball operations. So it's a little surreal, but I'm excited about it. I think we've got a great group, and I certainly feel more prepared today than I did a few years ago when I got done playing.
Talking to Mike Dunleavy Jr., general manager for the Golden State Warriors. Mike, as we look at this schedule, the return of Kevin Durant, you get right into it. It's been a couple years. Do you think it'll be as electric as it would have been right after KD's first time in the building with the fans? What are you expecting on that opening night?
Yeah, I think of the combo of him returning and us open up the season against a formidable opponent should make the building pretty electric. I think we got to figure out a way to appropriately honor Kevin. He hasn't actually played in Chase Center since departing, so I know it's been a while, but anytime great players like that who've given so much to the franchise come back, you got to figure out a way to honor him. We'll do that appropriately, but at the same time, it's opening night, it's a good team, and we got to get a win.
No doubt. Mike, you mentioned when you took over, it was hectic, and you made a big move, moving Jordan Poole for CP3. I, like a lot of people in Dub Nation, I like what Jordan Poole brought to the table. But, I'm just trying to keep it real here, Mike. If that punch didn't happen to you all last year, do you think Jordan Poole would still be in a Warrior uniform right now?
Great question. Really hard to say. To go back in the scenario and kind of put the toothpaste back in the tube and evaluate is tough. And so, how much that had to do with us making the move is hard to really explain. But I think from a basketball standpoint and a financial standpoint, we did a deal that makes sense. So, who's to say? Who's to say what impact that had on the season last year and then our thought process this summer? So I'm sure it factored in how much I can't really honestly give you. But overall, I think our basketball team is in a better place right now than it was a year ago, which, by the way, happened to be before that incident happened. So we feel good with where we're at. Hate seeing Jordan go. Gave so much to this franchise. Wouldn't have a banner without him. But overall, we feel like trying to win a championship next year with Chris Paul in the mix greatly improves our chances, and we're excited.
Talking to Mike Dunleavy Jr., GM for the Warriors, with us on Steiny and Guru. Mike, as you talk about bringing in CP3, Steph has been very vocal during this offseason. Same with Draymond. Does it feel, even Klay Thompson, does it feel like these guys are as focused as other championship years? Does it feel the same as maybe going into 2022 versus going into 2023 when they had just won a championship?
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but it certainly does have that vibe. These guys, flying back after the game in LA where we were eliminated, there was just a sense of, let's put this season behind us, and guys are ready to go. And that was only in May. And so I know the work these guys are putting in right now, the commitment. There's been great communication. I think we've improved our roster. So, and we've had a longer off season. When you have a short off season after a championship, and we started early last year because we had to go to Japan, it just never got off on the right foot. And I think we've had some more time this year to get our things in order. And, we'll start October 2nd, and I know these guys will be ready to go.
Mike, we saw Draymond, and rightfully so, get his contract for $400, and we know he's the heart and soul of your team. But Steve Kerr, his contract situation is coming up. Has there been much talk or any talk to where, Warrior fans can expect an announcement soon?
Well, we're working on it. It's quite obvious, hopefully, to everybody that we want to have Steve back. We want him, just like our great players who won championships. We want to, extend their window. Same with Steve. We feel like there's no better coach to coach those guys, and those guys are going to be here. So we're working on it. I don't know that I need to say or can say anymore other than, we'd love to have Steve back, and I think I'm optimistic we can make that happen.
Talking to Mike Dunleavy Jr., GM for the Warriors. Mike, if you could just pull back the curtain a little bit. When we see reports of the Warriors, everybody's always worried about that last roster spot. When we see the Warriors working out guys like JTA and a couple different players like that, how does that whole situation work? And when you have those workouts, how soon after do you make a decision, hey, we're going to bring this guy back or not? How does that whole process work?
Yeah, so right now with the position we're in with 13 guaranteed spots and having a couple more that we can do during the season, and then obviously training camp, we're allowed to invite 21 players, and we have a couple two-ways. So we're looking at a lot of end-of-the-roster stuff, and I think from our standpoint, we're in a good spot in the sense that we have 13 players we really like. We don't feel like there's any glaring positional or talent needs. So therefore, we can bring in a bunch of different players, young, old, experienced, less experienced, long-term play, short-term, and evaluate. Certainly, we've got to see these guys play over the years, whether it's college or G League. But now we're getting to see them in our own gym, compete against our guys. And it just gives us another data set to look at and say, hey, is this a guy we want to maybe bring into our camp or make a part of our program? And, we take our time with it. We talk through it. And I think sometime come December, we'll have more clarity and start kind of locking guys up into training camp roster spots. And, that's sort of the process and how we go about it. But to be in this situation right now in August where we have a really good roster, but also some room to add is a good one.
Mike, we're seeing Clay and Kuminga put in work, and last year Clay, wasn't a lot of basketball activities in the offseason, so I'm excited at what he's going to bring, and Jonathan making a jump. But when the season was over after you guys lost to the Lakers, Draymond talked about connection, with the younger guys, and I'm just asking you, how much emphasis has been put on that for like the veterans and the youngsters to kind of, bridge that gap, if any, to where you guys can be, all on the same page and maybe we see a better Warrior team on the road?
Yeah, I mean, no question about it. Connection's been a big word for us around our facility over the last few months in this offseason. It's something that we're trying to address both internally and externally. I think adding a guy like Chris Paul can help with that, his ability to lead and communicate. And then I think everybody just taking a step back, taking a deep breath and looking at it and saying, okay, last year didn't work, especially on the road. What can we do better? I think everybody's approach is going to be better. And it's really not about young and old. It's just about the whole team and the whole organization. I want the front office to be better connected with the coaching staff. I want the coaching staff to be better connected with the players, performance better connected with, the business, whoever it is. I think we all need to be better connected, and that'll translate to the guys in the court doing that. And then, ultimately translate to winning. So that's sort of the plan and the hope, and I think we're making headway.
Talking to Mike Dunleavy Jr., GM for the Warriors. Mike, Steph Curry this summer has been ridiculous. The hole-in-one, winning the golf tournament. He drops his doc. How much have you been either keeping up with Steph, speaking with Steph, and what are your thoughts on this? We're calling it the summer of Steph. What are your thoughts on Steph's summer?
Well, he's just unbelievable. Just to be on the golf front, to be so good at two sports is in some ways unfair, but it's been fun to watch. And the best part of it all is the guy can balance things out so well where he's getting the appropriate amount of work in the gym. I mean, he's been in our gym playing with our guys. for a guy that's 35-year-old, as accomplished as he is, in the middle of August, to be playing 2 hours of pickup, it's just incredible. And so he's our leader. As he goes, we go. And I think he's primed to be in position to have another great season. And a lot of that is because of the balance he has in his life with golf, family, and the other interests that he has.
Mike, I've been telling my partner here, you know what? I got to stay off social media. But speaking of which, Bounce, Jonathan Kuminga, I mentioned, scored 60. And we got fans saying he's about to break out. The talent is there. Some saying slow your roll. I'm just curious to see, and I know it was pickup. When you see your guy scoring 60, how does the Warrior GM take that? How do you look at that?
Well, scoring 60 in a game, I don't care if it's a summer league game or a regular season or a playoff game. I mean, that's hard to do. Not many people can do that. So I saw some highlights, didn't watch the whole game, but Jonathan's in a really good place mentally and physically. He's put a lot of work in. He's been around our gym, and he's focused on, his own career, but also helping our group win games. And I think that's a good place to be heading into year 3. He's still super young, but he's had the experience and he's had some ups and downs that I think he's learned from, we've learned from, and I think he's in a good spot right now to have a great season, and I'm excited for him.
Talking to Mike Dunleavy Jr., GM for the Warriors. My guru, my partner here, loves the quote from CP3, "You coaching," and the whole thing went viral. And CP3 then went on to say that he hadn't had those conversations yet with Steve Kerr about starting or coming off the bench. The question is, have they had those conversations yet? Would you be a part of those conversations? What are the expectations for CP3 this season playing with the starters?
Yeah, I think the conversations have been, look, man, we're adding a hell of a player to the mix, and we've got 5 or 6 other really good players. Only 5 players can start. The answer is we don't really know. Like, we got to get to camp. He's got to get to camp. Chris, our players, and just see how this all works. The bottom line is that the guy's never played less than 30 minutes in his career. He's going to play a ton, as is Kavan, as is Draymond, as is Steph, and so on and so forth. So I guess people are going to make a big deal out of who's starting and who's not. My main thing is to put together a really good basketball team. I think we've done that, adding Chris Paul, whether he's starting, coming off the bench. As long as he's playing a lot, I think we'll be really good.
Mike, this is kind of a random question, but there's so many parallels, and you tell me what you think. If you look at the Niners, they drafted a relatively unknown quarterback in Trey Lance, and right now, it's not going the best for him, and there's talks maybe he makes the roster. Hopefully he does. Maybe he's not. And you guys kind of had that when you drafted James Wiseman, and I guess I'm asking you, when do you know how much rope to give the player to where, okay, we want to keep him around, or if he's going to be a good fit? Can you kind of speak to what goes into that thought process?
Yeah, sure. It's tough. I've been there myself as a rookie in the NBA and a young player. Everybody kind of runs their own race, and some guys come out of the gates and they're really good and they don't look back. And some guys, it takes some time. And whether you're talking about football or basketball, it's just something that there's no specific recipe for every guy, and it's important for us to always have a pulse of these guys. They're in our gym. They're working with our coaches, working with our team, and you just got at times you got to make a call, as was the case with James, where we just felt like with where our guys were and the success of our team and the amount of time it was probably going to take him to get to the level we needed him to get to, we financially couldn't afford that. And so those things happen. Those are the conversations we're constantly having and evaluating. And so it's been, I think we've learned a lot the last few years in terms of traction at the top of the draft. Hopefully we're not back there anytime soon, but if we are, I think we'll be better.
With Mike Dunleavy Jr., one more question for you, Mike, GM for the Warriors. 15 back-to-backs this season. How do you plan on managing that throughout the season with this older roster?
Yeah, look, we always have a high amount of back-to-backs based on the national TV schedule and us needing to play on certain days to be on ESPN and TNT. So that's a part of it. We understand it. We don't love it, but our guys, we heavily rely on our medical staff. We rely on our players to let us know how they're feeling, where they're at. And we look at a lot of the data. And we kind of take it on a game-by-game basis, and we project some stuff. And, look, are these guys going to play 82 games? Probably not, but we want to pace them in a way where we have a really good season. And by the time, April, May, June playoffs come around, these guys are in prime form. So that's sort of our thought process and strategy, and a lot goes into it.
Thanks again. That was Mike Dunleavy Jr.
Appreciate
Mike,
it.
Have a great season. Dub Nation is rooting for you, and thanks for taking the time.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me. Take care.
All right, we will be right back. Steiny and Guru, and that's all sponsored by Cars.com.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been added. Ooh, there's a nice truck. Oh, a purple one. Cars.com. Where to next?
Golden State Lumber and Building Materials is here for professional building.
schedule is out. The NBA schedule is out. And you know what 95.7 The Game is doing to celebrate? Tomorrow, 95.7 The Game is celebrating the Warriors schedule release by giving you a chance to win tickets to any game you want to go to. That's right, any game you want to go to. Each show tomorrow will give one lucky listener a pair of tickets to any Warriors home game. It could be Christmas. Not Christmas because it's away, but it could be the home opener.
Yeah.
It could be anything you need, anything you want to go to. Warriors home game of their choosing. So you have 3 chances to win, and all you have to do to win is listen. Look at that, Goo.
Yeah, no, you nailed that.
Look at that, Goo.
Yeah, I can't wait for the Phoenix game.
I mean,
that's
if you
the one
win,
for me, KD's return.
Win, you got to go to the Phoenix.
Oh, man.
So that's every show giving away a pair of tickets to one lucky listener. So you're not going to want to miss it. You got to go to Phoenix, I think.
No doubt. And they're loaded. It's shout out happy hour. But boy, they got a lot, man.
They got a lot.
If this fails, if they fail to at least get to the WCFs, then what are we doing? Especially after the debacle that included KD, which was the Nets.
Yeah. You have to get, because if you're KD, and this isn't, the amount of stars you played with, you got to win.
It's growing. Okay.
You got a whole Rolodex of them.
Since you left here.
I mean, the Hall of Famers that you played with, come on now.
He even said it. Did you ask some great questions? They're going to have a tribute. Raymond Ritter and the Warriors, they're, class personified. KD's going to get something big. I want to be in the house for that. But Austin in San Jose on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat pointed out something that I felt, and you tell me what you think. We asked him a lot of stuff, but it felt like he's been in the game. He was a player. And I got to be careful here. Nothing kind of fazed him. He said what went on with Poole. And I just appreciate that kind of nothing was too, I can't go down there. Like Bob, he's kind of just opened up.
Right. And it's a form of politician, but also giving you the real. Because you're not going to talk yourself into any trouble, but you're going to give the people what they want. You're going to give people the real. And I think Mike Dunleavy Jr., new GM for the Warriors, is doing a great job of that so far. Hope to have him on again. And I think it gets appreciated and people can trust you. I think that's what Bob Myers. So when they hired Mike Dunleavy Jr., there were a lot of questions about, okay, well, you're filling some big shoes, and here we go back to the shoes again.
Right.
But
you stuck on it. I'm good.
With Bob Myers, how is that going to work? And I think if Mike Dunleavy Jr. continues to just give people the real and be authentic and be as transparent as he can, he can't tell us everything, be as transparent as he can, people will love him. And obviously winning helps with that as well. But Goo, the one thing that stuck out to me, a couple things stuck out to me, was the conversation about the Warriors and this being similar, and he said he didn't want to jinx it, but this offseason feeling similar to that of the season going into 2022. We know it's hard to stay hungry when you're fed.
Yeah.
And in 2023, the Warriors had just won. They had just finished. And at the end of 2022, going into 2023, they had just finished victory lapping, throwing up the fours everywhere, being petty everywhere, and they deserved it. But we all knew. Then they went overseas, like Mike Dunleavy Jr. said. Then they went overseas, and there was no way that they were going to come in this season as hungry as they were last season. It just wasn't possible, right? And I thought, again, going to Clay and on Podcast P, when he was honest, and he said, look, I was getting cooked by Devin Booker. So I threw up the 4, and that just was what it was. And I didn't like the 4, but a lot of Dub Nation loved the 4. So I think just going into this season, you see Clay working at that summit, the summit in New York, where it feels like nobody ever misses a shot.
That gym.
Nobody ever misses in there.
I feel like I've been in that gym.
I feel like we shoot 90% in there.
Yeah,
so
Melo's been in there.
Exactly. And his son. So you got Clay doing his thing, Kuminga doing his thing, Steph doing his thing, even at his camps, Draymond working. Everybody's working right now.
Yeah.
So it just feels like I'm so glad that Mike Dunleavy Jr. was able to just confirm what it feels like, because it feels like they are focused.
Yeah, and you know what? Everything that you mentioned, I feel like before the season of the Warriors defending their throne, going Pat Riley back to back.
Yeah.
Got robbed with what happened with Dre, and you know what? I'm gonna say with what happened with the team.
Yeah.
Because that set it off, Alan. Everything that was supposed to be natural for us to see, are they tired? You know, maybe a little bit of fat rat resting on their laurels. let's be honest, that thing shook the sports world that Friday that I woke up and saw the punch.
Right.
So people, I'm not going to stop talking about it because it's the beginning point of, and he said, great question, about the connection or their lack of with this team. And I think that threw them for a spin, Allen. And now that you got rid of that, so we think, we're all still, we'll be watching. We'll know if we see it. But the Warriors gotta feel like, they're pure. They've been cleansed of the stuff behind the scenes that maybe had them not on the same page. And what did he say? Basically, I'm paraphrasing. This ain't about Draymond or the vets and the youngsters. This is the organization.
Yeah.
So I was like, man, that's big. That's when you pull it. Everything's been cleansed, you hope.
Right. And I'm just going through everything that he had to say, and even his honeymoon, he still feels like he's in the honeymoon phase.
He said
I think that's gonna, on opening night, that's probably when it'll officially end. But I'm just the CP3 piece of this, you coaching, and he nailed that one on the head as well, because there's all this conversation about whether CP3 will start or not. Again, we do the same thing, and this is my thing, Goo. If you cannot pick and choose when you trust somebody's ability to know more than you in a certain sport or whatever it is, only when it meets your narratives, right? When it doesn't meet your narratives,
Twitter.
well, that's also true, right? Got to get off social media. We covered that as well, or X, whatever you want to call it. Because if it's Kyle Shanahan and you like what he has to say, then it's, hey, look at what he's done. Look at his ability to be one of the top coaches in this league. If you don't like what he's done or you don't like the idea of it, now it's, oh, well, what does he know, right? Same idea there. So then when you go out and get CP3, you're telling me that Chris Paul himself, who wanted to go, knowing that he's later in his career, you're telling me that Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, some of the most accomplished basketball players in the history of the game and accomplished basketball minds in the history of the game, they think CP3 can work, but Alan Stiles on his couch, who figured that they'd move Jordan Poole but just didn't know for what, is questioning the fact that they went out and got CP3. And I had to say, Alan, I got to get a grip, man.
Okay.
So maybe it doesn't work. Maybe it doesn't work, right? But I'm going to trust that they know what they're doing, and if they don't win, it's just a matter of, hey, a team that's more athletic and younger, or maybe more talented, dare I say, put it together.
It's their time.
Right, versus the Warriors beating themselves, and that's what they wanted to stop doing.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Alan, and I appreciate the honesty, but you weren't by yourself, and you shouldn't. I'm not saying you are. Beat yourself up, because let's be honest, and I told Steiny and anybody that would listen, CP3 is a gladiator. He was a rival, so nobody ever once thought that, especially at this juncture or this late in the game, for whoever you want to input there, we'll say CP3 on his quest to win a chip would come to the Super Friends and be on the same team. Draymond Green is on record as saying, I can't stand that guy. But now they're one. So I keep going to Terrence Howard, the great actor, was in a great swim movie back in 2014. It was called Pride.
I remember that.
Okay, it was great. A lot of people don't know about it. But CP3 has that. So that's why I feel like the Twitterverse or social media was like, hey, is this guy going to now, for the betterment of the new team that he's going to, that used to be his formal rival, going to say, I'm coming off the bench? So a lot of people swooped in. I think it was about CP3's pride. Would his pride not allow him to cause a ruckus and say, you know who I am? I'm not coming off the bench. But Dunleavy Jr., Steph, at the golf tournament and in Vegas spoke on it like, no, it ain't what you guys think it is. And that was one to where I didn't beat myself up, Alan. I'm not saying you are, because I think it was a natural CP3, and I told Steiner he's got a lot left. One, he ain't coming here because this is the team that's pretty much prevented him from getting to the top of the mountain. But then I thought about it. Okay, I'm putting my feelings on that, and obviously they believe they can get past it. Again, to me, it ain't who's starting. I do wonder if you finish with CP3 and Looney and it ain't going to be Dre out. Then it becomes, oh my God, you guys are small.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that naturally plays itself out.
Right. And the thing about CP3, whether he's off the bench or whether he's not, the bottom line is that the Warriors decided, look, we're not even making any promises. I know Clay on Podcast Piece said we need to get one more. The Warriors don't know if they're going to get one more, and they'd love to.
Steph would be with Duncan and Kobe.
He would be. I know they want one more, but they have no clue if they're actually going to get one more.
Doubt.
But they were basically saying, we're not going to lose like this anymore. We can't lose like this anymore. We might not win the whole thing, but we can't lose by turning the ball over. The idea of us, we got to play fast and do this, those days are over. Right? I'm not who I once was. We have to adapt. Okay, you look at Mariano Rivera.
Yeah.
Fellow Panamanian like myself used to throw gas. He said, you know what? I got to rework some things. Let me try this cutter out. 92 miles per hour. You would think, oh, it's not as fast. It's not going to throw people off as much. But all of a sudden, he's the greatest closer of all time. First unanimous Hall of Famer. So sometimes you have to change things around. Yeah. Some things you have to adapt and evolve and be honest with yourself. And I think that's what happened last season. The Warriors, hey, we still play fast. Hey, we got to do this. We got to do that. And then they came up. They were able to beat the Kings. But they looked in the mirror. They said, fellas, we can't play like this anymore.
Yeah.
We got to play a different way.
Hey, you're on fire, but give me this in the basketball world that says this, because this is my number one question in regard to playing fast. Stylistically, CP3 doesn't seem to be a fit. Now, they're going to control that.
Right.
Okay, but you can give me or anybody that's saying from afar, you know, this don't seem like a match made in heaven, like Build a Phoenix. But that's going to be seamless, because they're going to be running and gunning.
Yeah, but it's just like what we talked about with the Trey Lance situation. It's all about balance, right? CP3, he can speed it up a little bit. The Warriors slow down a little bit, and you meet somewhere. You know, why don't you just meet me in the middle? You know, you love that song. So that's what they need to do. I don't think it's going to be, hey, it's a completely different game when CP3 is in, but also, and we're not talking about the Warriors not playing fast at all. If they slow it down by 20%, 30%,
and cut down on the turnovers,
and get rid of the turnovers, now you're cooking with grease again. So I think that's what I'm most excited about, because I just trust them as basketball minds. And you got Kuminga. You got your Kuminga question answered.
Yeah, and I thought he was going to shoo. It meant something to him.
It meant something. He scored 60 somewhere.
You're about the highlights, but he said you can't just score. I've never scored 2K.
Look, Pro-Am, that's not just the lab.
You're right. And it ain't the 24 hour. And I love my guys at the 24-hour fitness all across the world. But you're right. There's some ballers in the Pro-Ams and the Drew Leagues.
It's not the same as just working out.
Okay. All right.
And can I say this, though?
Take your time.
And 888-957-9570, I am curious, because you'll see these Kuminga highlights, right? And I don't know if it's a bit or not from Dub Nation, but I see these Kuminga highlights. I'll post about them. I'll talk about them. And people continue to say, after seeing him with these crazy workouts and dropping 60, where are the rebounds? And I just want to know, are you trolling Steve Kerr and Dub Nation, or do you really want to see rebound highlights of Kuminga in the lab grabbing boards? Is it that important to you, or are you just trolling because you know that's what Steve Kerr wants to see?
I'm going to take a crack at it. How about this? The reality of our guy JK scoring 61 in the Warrior jersey, slim to none.
Okay.
And the reason is there's a hierarchy. There's a ranking of who gets the shots.
Right.
There are going to be nights for him. Don't get me wrong. But, Alan, I do believe there is a speck of non-trolling in, okay, JK, you scored 60 wherever you're at balling it at the gym you talked about. What is that really going to manifest when you get out on the court?
Right.
Because rebounding, and I sound like my dad, is probably what's going to keep you on the court.
Yes.
In your present situation.
No, I get
than the 61 that you dropped.
No, I
playing
get
against
that.
Joe, whoever.
But come on, you telling me.
I feel like an adult, man.
You are an adult, but you telling me Dub Nation, if Kuminga posts a video, first of all, what, just grabbing rebounds with his trainer shooting? All right, that's what I need to see. Yeah, grab those rebounds. What are we talking about? And I'll tell you this much. Kuminga, it wasn't too long ago where Kuminga was talking about playing time. He was another guy. So he's putting
Wiggins coming back hurt him.
Wiggins
or
coming
his
back hurt
psyche
him.
or what something.
But he's also posting this stuff. Hey, I don't know how this year's going to go. I got to show y'all what I really could do.
Now, I don't know where you're at on the King, but I'm going here. There was a game, I think it was the play-in game, 2 years ago when the Lakers beat the Warriors and they shouldn't have beat them.
Right.
So Bron, we know he ain't 21, but he's still a beast. I saw Kuminga pick LeBron James up, and I know people, Guru, he's older, because I got this on Twitter, 94 feet. I've seen him do it against Dallas.
Yeah.
Dude, your boy he's got some, that ain't easy. And your boy's long. Scottie Pippen, the greats with that size can do that. So, it's about defense too. But Kuminga, if he's ready to go, I mean, guards hate that when you got an above average dude with God's gift with size, able to pick a guard up with 94 feet, then go deal with a 4 or 5 in the paint. Kuminga's got, I'm stating obvious, all kind of potential.
But that was the weird part of the whole situation, because like you said, GP2 got healthier, and then Wiggins came back, so really that role for Kuminga wasn't there anymore.
Okay.
But it was still kind of weird that you wouldn't use that defense when everybody was getting cooked. Okay, so I don't know. And it did look
right.
and it did
Lonnie
look like,
Walker the 4.
And it did look like, okay, he looks better against bigger guys. The guards, once you got to the playoff basketball with better guards, right? He wasn't there yet. But I still think that the reason I do care about Kuminga and his offensive capability and not just the reboundings is because the only thing we're thinking about with this second unit is Chris Paul, Lob City 2.0. I don't know how often that's going to happen. Ultimately, you lost 20 points per game in Jordan Poole being gone. You kind of need another bucket getter.
JK, can you get some Antoine Jamison buckets?
We're sitting here, we're sitting here talking about guys on the G League being able to come up. What about Kuminga? Right? We want Kuminga to only focus on rebounding. What about that last highlight that I saw he posted? It was almost a Steph Curry workout.
It was nice.
Then he banged 5 corner threes, 5 corner trays in a row. How can you not be excited about that? And the release is quicker. It used to be slower, right? So why wouldn't
but Steph wasn't on the court. Not that's going, sometimes you look around.
I'm talking about when Steph, hey, whether it,
I know.
Because Clay sometimes not really a guy who's going to create. So let's say Steph isn't on the floor, Jordan Poole's gone.
It's your show,
and
dude.
even Clay is not on the floor, right? So you got, what's a lineup that we'll see? We'll see CP3, we'll see Kuminga,
maybe Davis. The big one, the new big they got, the rookie from Indiana.
Oh, yeah. Saric, you got Saric, too. So you got a lineup like that. So you got 4 guys, and you throw in a Looney or another guard, whoever it is. You're passing it around, hot potato. Is it going to be CB3, whoever? And Kuminga says, you know what? I'm in the lab. I've been in the lab. I've been in the
love
gym.
It. And,
I'm on my muscle milk.
Yeah.
And I'm going to take this trade with confidence. That's what you saw a little bit. And a name that we do not talk about enough either is Moses Moody.
Yeah, dude.
So
who
both
I'm a
of
big
those
fan
guys.
Of. No doubt. I can't wait. And I'll tell you what, just like when you go to Kaiser and you give your blood, that's lab work. Mm-hmm. Guess what? You get lab results.
Yeah.
So the results are going to be, when they start playing. Now, you and I have talked Trey Lance, and rightfully so, to her blue in the face. Mm-hmm. But fair foul, because I know you keep it real with me. But I tried to make a parallel with Dunleavy Jr., and I want you to hear his answer with the Wiseman comp. But can we hear what his response to that, with the parallel between a young player and when maybe if it's time to throw it in?
Everybody kind of runs their own race, and some guys come out of the gates and they're really good and they don't look back. And some guys, it takes some time. And whether you're talking about football or basketball, it's just something that there's no specific recipe for every guy, and it's important for us to always have a pulse of these guys. They're in our gym, they're working with our coaches, working with our team, and you just got, at times you got to make a call, as was the case with James, where we just felt like with where our guys were and the success of our team and the amount of time it was probably going to take him to get to the level we needed him to get to, we financially couldn't afford that. And so those things happen. Those are the conversations we're constantly having and evaluating. And so I think we've learned a lot the last few years in terms of traction at the top of the draft. Hopefully we're not back there anytime soon, but if we are, I think we'll be better.
It's interesting because you kind of said something in the first hour. You don't even remember. You probably said it. Basically, in pro sports, tomorrow's not promised. You know, Trey Lance was the starter last year, and it's like, here we go.
Yeah.
You know, how long? And then in a millisecond, an injury happens, and now you're fighting for your life. But I say that to say, when Jordan Poole signed that contract, which I thought he earned, I'm not by myself. If he wouldn't buy a mansion in San Ramon and I'm going to be a Warrior for the next 8 years, Allen, I don't think you would have said, hey, young fella, come back here. They probably did that for this. It's just, it emphasizes my point of we never know what's next. And when he inked that deal and was getting you the best Geico going, I believe, in the NBA as far as, you know, being anything that you need, a chameleon, now he's gone. And he talked about him being gone because of the finance.
Yeah.
It's just, man, you never know.
Well, I do wonder, though, just because of the CBA and everything, if Jordan Poole had an idea.
Wow.
And he was asked, I believe, he was asked when he first was in Washington. That was the other viral interview where they said, have you talked to Draymond?
Oh, yeah.
So earlier, it was either before or after that.
I don't think there was an answer, right?
No, he pretended like he didn't hear it, and good for him. So earlier or later in that presser, he also had said that, he was asked, was there a trade or did you have any ideas? And maybe that was a little bit later, maybe after the season. But I think that deep down, everybody knew, not that it was him versus Clay, but you can't pay 3 guards this much. And
maybe I saw a naivete I was thinking Jordan was it. Go get the mansion.
But I think he thought if I balled out, y'all might have to ship out Clay.
Now, another great question you asked Dunleavy Jr. is the fact that, you know, hey, nobody can hide the fact when you go birth certificate, Allen. This is an older team. 15 back-to-backs?
Yeah.
Otis Bird III on YouTube, my family. A lot of guys are upset that, again, but is that just the nature of the beast?
So Mike Dunleavy Jr. did speak to that, and he said it's because one of the reasons, or the main reason, is because they have so many primetime games and primetime matchups that it tends to happen to them more than other teams. For example,
would you trade that in if you could? Again, we're the Warriors.
I do
won
like
4.
the prime times.
Okay, no doubt. I hear you.
But the Pelicans don't have the same prime times like that. Basically, blame Steph. Blame the parades. That's what you got to blame it on. September 11th, join 95.7 The Game at the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society SF Bay Area. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Learn more at sfautismsociety.org. And that's all sponsored by Lucky California. When we get back, oh yeah, you know what it is. We got Niners and we got practice stats. It's Steiny and Guru.
Who's your favorite player?
Jonathan Kuminga.
Wow, the high flyer.
Yeah, he's going to have trouble getting off the bench this series, kid.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event. With Comcast Business Internet, new and existing customers can get 1 year of unlimited mobile for free. Yep, you heard that right. An entire year, free.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We are back. One more segment until the crossover with our guys Willard and JD filling in for Dibs, Steiny and Guru Styles filling in for Steiny as we continue to break down the Warriors schedule. We got some Niners practice stats because we know everybody loves those. But Goo, what's with the long face? What's wrong?
Dude, I'm officially old. Okay, put down the birth certificate, the hair looking 32, hoop game probably 33. How the hell did you guys not tell me Champagne Poppy is at Chase Center tomorrow?
Everybody knows.
Drake, how does everybody know? I don't know.
It's Drake night. How you miss Drake
How
night?
can Drake be here and I did not know?
It's Drake
I'm
night.
officially a dad, man.
Yeah.
The dude,
Drizzy.
Top five.
Top five.
Started from the bottom.
Jumpman.
How could you not admit John? Shame on you, Spadoni.
We knew.
Evan,
Who
Aaron
the hell
Willard,
is John?
JD. Oh, they're in for. How could the? I'm just too focused on sports.
You can find
Pete Tolner on YouTube goes, Guru getting his game face on for Drizzy tomorrow at Chase. I'm thinking, what? The dude's at.
He's in the building. He's in the building and he's feeling like, yee.
Go ahead, you got the practice stats.
Yeah, we got. I just want to make sure you're okay.
I'm not. It's a new day. Anybody
So what
can
are you
get
gonna
me
do?
to Drake.
I know.
I'm seriously. Anybody.
Yeah, I know. So there are people that are offering tickets now. I don't know what it's going to cash me outside. How about that? I don't know what you're going to be willing to pay, but you can find them.
Well, right now it's over because they're going to be charging everything.
No, you can cash out. You baller.
Should have asked Mike Dunleavy. Yeah, we had him on the. Can you sneak me into Chase, Mike? Yeah,
get him back into Chase.
I'm hurt. Seriously, I'll finish the show. Good Lord.
Well,
You should have told Mike Bob would have done it.
Well, look at him. Yeah, that's next time.
Well, to be fair, I mean, the promotion, they buy them so ahead of time, or they promote it so far ahead of time that, you know, it's not as if you for all the targeted promotions we see, and I'm sure you obviously listen to Drake, and so do I. You don't really see it when you're scrolling through social media.
That's what's
miss
hurting
the tickets. Don't miss the tickets. So it is a bit weird that they don't kind of.
Wow.
But maybe it's because it's sold out. Maybe there's no point. Because I don't know.
Be right.
I don't think you even want to mess with StubHub. Wow, good luck. Man. Good luck.
This is probably because I did my wife with Usher. This is how I get repaid.
And did you see Kiki?
Yeah.
She's in the new Usher
but she broke
video.
up with her dude. He broke up with her. Yeah.
And now she's in the Usher video. Yeah. I mean, I think it's all a joke, but here you go.
I have no sources.
Okay. Somebody help Guru get tickets to this.
Yeah, but go ahead. I'll get through it. No, seriously, Styles, I'm hurt.
I know you are. Somebody help him. All right. So we got the stats, practice stats from Niners training camp. You got Purdy at 13 for 19. Sam Darnold, 1 for 7. Trey Lance.
Damn, 1 of 7.
Trey Lance, 3 for 3.
Wow. And I guess, I'm not going to even waste my brain power. I don't have much of it, especially at this juncture of the show, to ask why only 7 for Darnold and only 3 for Trey.
My guess is at this point, they are pretty certain that they're not going to play Brock Purdy during the preseason, so he's going to get the most reps, and that's just what it's going to be, and everything is out in the open. There was never a QB competition, but at the same time, now it's very official that there's no QB competition, so our main guy is going to get the reps. That's just how it breaks down.
Do we know yet? John, help me out. Do we know? Help us out. If Purdy is not seeing the field against the Broncos Saturday.
Let me check that out real quick.
I think we would know already, right?
Right.
They're going to err on the side of caution and give him some run maybe the last game?
Well, and here's the other thing, because, you know, you see a bunch. It's like, hey, well, Purdy had this, and Sam Darnold had this for attempts. The exact numbers, they don't really matter at this point. All that matters is that it seems like Purdy got most of the reps.
Okay.
And
Did he throw a pick?
I don't see a pick on here.
I'll look at Brock.
I don't see. Fix that INT rate for the practice. Fix that INT rate. I'm looking here, though, Goo, and the narrative coming out of the practice today was that Purdy was very sharp and Darnold's accuracy was off.
I bet 1 of 7.
Yeah, well, yeah, right. Yeah, I guess I didn't have to explain that one. And I'll say this, as we do here all the time, Goo. what matters more now? That's the same question, whether it's preseason versus practice. Are you shipping Trey out of town too soon? And we're going to have a whole conversation where the LaShawn McCoys of the world and Bonte wants him in Canada, doing
Where
a bunch
did that go
of eating Canadian food and all this types of things. And then Darnold comes out, he doesn't play well. Let's say he doesn't play well this weekend and Trey does. So ultimately, that's why I think that this conversation about Trey being out the league is complete hyperbole. I don't think it's ridiculous that Trey could get moved.
Oh, yeah.
But being out the league, come on now.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm with
Come on now. Because Darnold, he is who we think he is until he's not. So I don't want to I don't want to hear about Darnold making these waves or whatever until we really see it. And it seems like Darnold is taking one step forward, a couple steps back, trying to figure it out. And Darnold has less of a he has no excuse, right? He's been around the league. He's been through this.
But if I'm Sam, I'm like, don't let me, talking to his friends, don't let me get out here and meet up for games with what's around me. You will see USC Darnold.
But that's how they all should feel, though. Mm-hmm. Not that it's true.
Well, has Trey ever felt like that? Is no senior season because of COVID? Like, when was he the big man on campus?
He looked like the big man. I'm gonna go
highlights.
there.
No,
the
I got
highlights.
you. All right, and probably
and the way he carries himself, I do. If Trey isn't confident,
well, you got to get a cut too. Speaking of which, Trey,
come on.
Yeah, no, I got to throw that. You got to cut that. You got to come home, dog. Yeah, no, I love you, Trey. But come on, look at that Gene Hackman.
I think he's still.
Come on.
I think he still walks around and carries a lot of confidence.
All right.
The issue is, Goo, once he says "hut," the confidence goes away.
I'll give you a three on that.
That's the main issue. He's got. What's up, John?
So Shanahan was quoted in his midweek press conference saying, "I have not yet decided with all the starters," referencing Saturday's game.
He knows how to milk it, doesn't he? Kyle, boy, he could have just. Yeah, John, I think Purdy is not playing. What says you?
Yeah, I don't see him playing this week. I think it's going to be up to Darnold and Lance. I see maybe a series or two for the last preseason game next week.
Yeah, and at that point, all right, I guess get warm. But I'll tell you what, I've been watching these preseason games, Goo. Those are not preseason hits. Those hits are very much regular season. So as much as I don't think that Purdy, quote unquote, deserves the 10-year vet treatment in terms of just playing it safe and, hey, we're not going to take the bubble wrap off until we absolutely have to. They're not playing. And you better play all the starters because that offensive line is a joke right now.
Yeah, what Trey was under. But Allen, had he not had surgery, I would say, hey, I get it. Run him out there a couple series, no harm, no foul. He can even go to the ground. But just what you stated, the bubble wrap, it stays on until Pittsburgh, baby.
I hear you, Goo. The 602 Xfinity Mobile text line, Drake is also playing Saturday night, so hook Goo up if you could, Friday and Saturday. We got to get to a break. The crossover is coming up next with Willard and JD, and that's all sponsored by Cars.com.
If new Heineken Silver was an old-timey radio drama.
Well, Dottie, this is the end of our song.
Don't go, Johnny boy. Dance with me one last time.
I'd love to cut a rug like jitterbugs, but I've changed my tune. So long, Angel Face. A new Heineken Silver. You know what? Let's shake a leg, because I'm staying.
You mean it?
You better believe it. If I don't stay, then
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We are back for the crossover. Steiny and Guru Styles in for Steiny. Joined by our guys, Willard and JD. And Willard,
go ahead, man.
You know the energy in the room right now.
We had Mike Dunleavy Jr.
I listen.
And I gotta ask you, how you feeling about the bet?
How you like me now?
I like my ribeye medium. I go medium, and it's going to be very good on your dime.
But first of all, you're not supposed to go medium. You're supposed to go medium rare.
But I like medium.
And second of all, well, you like what you like, but you can also be wrong. But I did not take from that.
You can't be wrong with how you like your meat.
Talk to him, Jay.
Ask a chef.
I'm sorry about that.
Ask a chef. Yes, you can.
Gordon Ramsay would.
Everyone knows medium rare.
The chef.
That's mine, John.
The chef. Just trust me. If you don't order it medium rare, the chef gave you the gas.
Wow.
Face.
All right.
That's mine.
You get to eat it how you want, but the chef gave you the gas.
But even
face.
with medium, though?
Medium is like medium gas face.
Okay.
If
I'll
you
take
order
that.
it medium well, they would like to kick you out. They want your money, but they're offended.
Yeah.
They're
right.
like, we worked hard on this meat and you done messed it up.
Sure.
Anyway, I didn't take from that his answer, and we should play it for everybody, but I didn't take from his answer that there's any more likelihood towards starting. And so people know the bet between you and I is whether or not Chris Paul starts on opening night, and I actually think the favorite is possibly going to be a no pay because if he starts because someone else is hurt, we took that off the board.
Sure.
But I was struck by his answer when he sort of stated, look, Chris Paul has always played over 30 minutes a night wherever he's been. And he's like, and there's nothing should change here. Was kind of the vibe I took.
JD had what
And
I
it was
felt.
just like the idea that he's going to be some sort of a bit player on this team or, just hold Kuminga's hand. Nope. Nope. Like he's here to play.
Yeah.
He's here to be a big piece of this
JD,
puzzle.
you got to say what you said.
I mean, I'm somewhere in between on that. Like to me, the way you get the most out of Chris Paul is if he's not playing 30 plus minutes a game every night, and maybe he's not in the starting lineup. I mean, the right thing to do to me is you go to Chris Paul, like Steve Kerr went to Andre Iguodala back in the day and said, look, this is the best thing for this team. You're going to be finishing games a lot of the time. You're going to be playing a lot. I mean, we can even, it doesn't have to be the third week. All right, you're going to play your 30, although I think probably 28 or so is probably about right if you want to maximize everything that he still has at this age. But, I mean, to me, you just look at the other players on this roster and that starting group, it makes sense to me for him to come off the bench and have that be his primary role.
I echo that 100%.
Can I just add this real quick too? It's also because it's not about the size of the presence of the player,
the ego.
Well, no, to me it's just the position because people will go, "Well, take out Looney." You're in this tiny little lineup.
We just talked about it. Like, no, that can't happen.
To me, if he's going to start, it means either Steph Clay. Or I guess maybe Andrew comes off the floor.
No.
Like,
that would be placating for the wrong reasons, for ego.
I'm not doing
if you
that.
don't do that, Jay.
Right, so we doing that.
We got the
Jokic is going to have 18 points at the end of the quarter.
No, that,
you know
that's
what I mean?
Size matters.
Yeah.
I'm still in that.
All right, John, let's hear from what Mike Dunleavy Jr. had to say about it.
I think the conversations have been, look, man, we're adding a hell of a player to the mix, and we've got 5 or 6 other really good players. Only 5 players can start. The answer is we don't really know. Like, we got to get to camp. He's got to get to camp. Chris, our players, and just see how this all works. The bottom line is that the guy's never played less than 30 minutes in his career. He's going to play a ton, as is Kavan, as is Draymond, as is Steph, and so on and so forth. So I guess people are going to make a big deal out of who's starting and who's not. My main thing is to put together a really good basketball team. I think we've done that, adding Chris Paul, whether he's starting, coming off the bench. As long as he's playing a lot, I think we'll be really good.
Mike understands this, by the way.
Oh, he understands a lot.
Well, no. So when he says, I guess people are going to make a big deal about whether he starts, it's kind of like going, well, I guess people are going to make a big deal about who the Niners quarterback 2 is.
Right.
Yes, people are going to make a big deal, but it's not because of what's on its face. It's not whether or not Chris starts. It's what kind of vibe does he have in this room? Where does he fit in this picture? Because this picture has already been taken, and you have massive, not just egos, the presence in the room of people like Steph, Clay, and Draymond, and even Looney and Wiggins, champions in this town.
Yep.
The presence is large, and the question I think Warrior fans have is, are you going to acquire Chris Paul, who we've rooted against our whole life, and hand him the same level of presence in this room as the other guys have earned? And that answer leans yes.
Yep. No doubt
and
about
that,
it.
to me, is what's potentially a little uncomfortable.
And let me go, Dr. Phil.
Just real quick, I don't even care about that.
Okay.
Like, I don't even care about I don't even really. I don't care about. Well, everybody hates Chris Paul, and he hasn't won squat, and these other guys have got 4, and like none of that matters to me.
Yeah.
But if he's, if Chris Paul has a problem, like if Chris Paul really truly has a problem coming off the bench, then this thing's already in trouble.
And JD, on that point, I was going Dr. Phil.
Like if you're doing it to placate him,
here we go.
We got problems.
And people, I'm not trying to be unfair. I'm just sharing with you what's in my cardiac muscle. That you coaching, if you're going to take Mike at that word, Jay, it's leading towards there's a problem in your voice. Like that you coaching was almost like, I ain't coming off the bench or I don't want to. We'll see how it plays out. But you can say, oh, that was him being cute in Vegas. But you coaching and waiting on an answer leads me to believe, Jay, he's leading more towards what you're talking about. Like, read between the lines, Alan.
One of the reasons that, not just because I was born and raised here, but one of the reasons I was so dying to get back to this market after working in Southern California for 20 years. Thank you. is
but does that really give you drip in the bag?
No, I don't. But
John counted
it's because I knew all along. I'm like, I know what makes that city tick because I'm one of them.
Wow.
So the question, the reason you coaching mattered, and I bet on some level made Raymond Ritter slap an open-handed, like in his face, like, oh God, is because the second you acquire Chris Paul, I think this fan base goes, oh, dude.
That's how it went.
Do you know how we tick?
Oh, man.
Do you? Because we don't vibe with you. And so the thought was, upon arrival, is there any sort of like, Chris Paul, are you going to like try to fit in?
Right.
Or are you going to keep being all of you? And in 2 words, upon his first interview, he's like, I ain't changing one damn bit.
That is what
I am
took
not
from
here
that,
to
man.
fit in. I am here to
JD
be.
might
I'm
have
here to be Chris Paul.
Yep.
Well, I'll tell you
I was
this.
like, oh boy.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this.
That's it. Yeah.
I am much more confident about the bet simply because they're playing the Suns. If they weren't playing the Suns to start,
No, that's interesting.
But you think of it to tailor the lineup to one game?
Or tailor it to his vendetta against
Yeah,
them.
right,
Like
right.
that's not
Revenge
like he
games.
can't be doing that either.
Is Avery Johnson coaching?
Hey,
Who's
I'm
coaching?
just saying.
You coaching?
Look, I'm looking for. I'm
Hey,
trying to
come
grab
on.
I'm trying to grab whatever I can grab here, right? And I feel more confident about them playing the Suns and Chris Paul starting than I don't. I'm not saying it matters.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I feel more confident because of that. That's it. So I don't know, because you can't have 2 guys out there, and I know Steph has gotten much better defensively and much stronger, but you can't have 2 guys that people hunt on defense on the court.
Hey, book gonna cook.
I cannot wait, man.
If they send
I'm
out,
scared about that matchup.
If they send out Chris Paul, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson
man.
on open, like, I'm sorry,
against Denver, boy, like
Andrew Wiggins needs to be on the floor.
No doubt about Looney.
Right.
It's Looney.
Yeah.
I mean,
It would
unless
be
there's
Looney.
an injury, it would be Looney would be the player that would take a seat.
It would be Looney.
And honestly, when they've done that, they've subbed Looney in.
Yeah.
It's 5 minutes later.
7 minute mark.
That's the thing.
I'm actually feeling good about this now because if it is Looney, okay,
And Looney can handle it.
Looney can handle
yes,
it. He's the easy answer. I like Draymond.
But if you need him out there,
but Draymond and DeAndre Ayton, I'll take Draymond in that matchup. And then besides that, I don't know who they're. So they got Beal. He gonna be trying to cook. Booker.
They don't got a lot of depth though. That's
you got
still,
KD,
I believe.
Right? You got
they're not defending anybody on the perimeter either.
So you'd have Wiggins on KD. Okay.
Yeah.
Wiggins on KD. you'd have to go at that point Clay on Booker, and Clay's going to at least have pride. I don't know how far the pride's going to take him.
Okay, so who are Steph and Chris guarding?
I don't know who's their
Who are they guarding?
Who are the Suns' fifth, though?
Might be Okogie.
I don't even know if the Suns have 5 players. I thought the Suns were just playing 4-on-5 over here.
Steph will lock up Okogie and
Chris will guard.
And Chris will figure it out.
You got him on the power forward.
But here's the thing,
you got him on the power forward.
But here's the thing, Will. All I need is CP3 to start.
Listen,
he doesn't have to be in there long.
I'm not here to tell you I'm right.
He doesn't have to be in there long.
I got no idea, but
we know what we're talking about in regard to if you're going to be a team player and take one for the team, Jay, Chris should have no problem coming off the bench.
And here's the reality. It's October, so nobody's going to be guarding anybody anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
They're all going to be going. They're all going to be going through the motions.
Well, I'll tell you what.
I like that, JD.
Because I'm going to give you guys credit for something that happened on your guys' show yesterday. That was Styles. I've been holding on to this. I didn't want to blow it.
Okay.
So I'm going to give them some love. But why I'm going to walk to the car, because I told you on Monday, Willard, I was disappointed in this Warriors culture from the sense of I thought it was perfect. It's not their fault. It's not anybody's fault. But I thought the culture took a hit when Dre talked about, the lack of mentoring and the connection between Mike stepped to the mic. I asked him about that, and he said not just with the young and the old, connection's been a big key. He said with the whole organization. And to me, I know, come on, those are words, but that struck me like, that's what I'm talking about. It ain't just, he said old and young. It's everybody. Like this year, we're on the same page because last year we were off, not just on the court, a lot of stuff behind the scenes. So I'm confident.
Okay.
You're listening
if he's
to
telling you the truth.
They're saying the right things. I mean, to me, that's just saying the right things.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit.
Wouldn't you love it? But so what was it? And he's right. Here's one thing that
resentment.
It pops into my head. It's like I think fans know Jordan Poole is gone and Chris Paul's here. There are a bunch of people who left. Bob Myers is one of them. You know what I mean? Jama Malalela. Like there were a lot, and it goes on and on. There were a lot of people who left, and I'm not saying they all left like with their tail between their legs or they're slamming doors in the parking lot, but yes, something culturally broke down.
Yeah, and I think we saw that at the beginning with the punch. If people took sides.
But now everybody says it's fixed.
Right.
What happened to fix it?
Because they used Jordan Poole became a scapegoat.
Okay, but so if Mike's going to tell you that it's not just young to old.
And the organization.
Well, then Jordan leaving, that doesn't cover enough bases. There has to be something bigger than that needs to be fixed.
But, JD, the fact that he said that he didn't just say it was players. He said the whole organization. So, to me, I took that as everybody had to clean up.
Yeah, and look, I think you could go up and down the roster and you could find with a majority of the players something like Clay was Clay's energy and attitude was garbage last year. Like it was. He was angry, he was defiant, he was mad at everything.
You think all year?
Yeah, I think he was. I think even when he played well, he was pissed off.
He just held up 4 fingers whenever he wasn't feeling
good.
good.
And he took that back. But when
he was playing well, it was like the double bird to everybody that because he hadn't played well the other 5 games, it was like, hey, see, I am who you don't think I am anymore.
Yeah, well, you know what?
And then he would go back and be terrible for 3 games.
And so, that's obviously not okay. And it does feel like he's trying to walk some of that back and act differently now. But secondly, sometimes I look at that. It's almost like the conversation we had about Gabe Kapler yesterday. You look at someone and go, okay, I don't like that you snapped, but do I understand why you snapped? And I would pin that on Clay last year. If the whole year was one big snap,
okay,
I don't like that you snapped, but I get why you snapped. Like, just imagine the mentality and the effort that's needed to go through getting that body back on its feet, the world constantly telling you you're dust while it's happening. Like, I can imagine, and we know this, we saw it sometimes. It got real emotional. Like, that went deep. That went really deep for Clay. And I think that's what we often saw last year was that emotion coming out.
No doubt
and it
about
came
it,
out
man.
as anger.
The Charles
And,
Barkley thing.
Right. And so, no, it's not an excuse. It's not okay because it derailed some things. But I get it. I get it.
Because in that podcast,
and I brought it up
I get it.
because
You won
when
the
you
Summit
said how does it
MVP.
gets fixed,
Yeah.
but I brought it up because we've seen Clay try to change that energy.
Yeah,
I
speaking
think.
of which, because you just touched on it.
That's a positive sign.
No doubt.
Draymond,
And
his
the fact
energy
that
was
he
terrible.
was on the podcast, self-reflection, like I shouldn't have did that. I'm like, he's in a better place.
That's a win.
Yeah, that's a win.
Even
That's
the fact
something
that
tangible that says maybe some
I'm
things
like,
have changed.
Clay is cool. He's
that's a
in
win.
peace with it,
And
his game right now.
And we know about Clay. Clay doesn't even like doing those things.
All right.
So the mere fact that he was like, yes, let's go on some podcasts tells you that he's trying to send out a new message.
Okay.
And so that's good. That's
so
good.
the Johnsons were having steak dinner yesterday,
Hey.
so I'm driving the same way to pick up the steaks and some shrimps. You can have that on the soda.
Okay.
And I'm listening to you two, my comrades, friends, after the game ended, the Giants game, with Kapler going off on the poor reporter. And I know they have Grammys, but if I could give a Bammy to my comrades here for JD's reaction and yours, you two get the award. Congratulations. It was excellent radio, but my side was hurting. Why did Gabe do that to the poor reporter? But this is where I'm going. He ran himself out in Philly because I don't think he played the game enough, but there was a lot of that, what he did yesterday, and that was Gabe kind of letting off. That was his version to me, Willard. You tell me if you think I'm wrong, guys, of him flipping the spread because the reporter didn't deserve that. They asked you a simple question, but if we start getting more of that and they lose 6 or 7, that ain't going to go well for Gabe.
No, listen.
Because then you were not fraudulent. The guy that I thought you were, calm, cool, now is getting to you when it ain't good.
You hit on a lot. You hit on a lot correctly. I would encourage everybody to read Andy Baggerly in The Athletic. He wrote sort of almost like a play-by-play of what took place.
I can't wait to read it.
And I think he struck the chord that I was trying to hit yesterday. Same thing I just said about Clay, which is like, no, that's not okay. I get why you're doing it, but that's not okay. He snapped, and you're right. It's hysterical to listen to Gabe snap because he sounds the exact same as he does when he's talking regular. Like,
let me get this straight.
I think I'm going to snap now.
I called JD, man.
Yeah, that reporter asked a very clear, fair, and obvious, quite frankly, a question that Gabe should have known was coming.
Went off, Jay.
It was a layup.
A question that he should have known was coming.
Austin Slater's a great pinch hitter. He's been struggling a little bit lately, but his track record the last 3 years speaks for itself.
That's Gabe losing it. Gabe
and I
lost
get they're
it.
scuffling right
well,
now.
And right. Gabe thought he was trying to be pinned into a spot where he was going to say something bad about Elliot Ramos.
Get this straight.
And I think the rest was like, nobody even cares about that. They're cracking. Like, look at what's going on. They have not gotten a big hit in 2 months.
But I do
think, and they're about to face the Braves 6 of the next 9 games.
Pretty big hit on Sunday in the 10th inning.
I was going to say that the Bentley hit.
You know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They essentially have gotten very, very few key hits in key spots in 2 months. And when you're somebody who handles all of those things, like my dad was this way. Tom, he knew it. Like, and he'd even tell you later. He goes, look, if you get me to the point where I feel like spanking you,
it's going down.
You messed up because I don't get there. But when I get there, it's bad.
But he was there because I believe the team is not handling their business, and he took it out on the reporter. That's what I didn't like about
of course.
that. Okay.
Yeah. Of course. Like they are. It's when you listen to the Giants talk, they'll sound like they're never upset. And so I think for years that organization has battled people going, gosh, they got all these lifeless people with no personality and all. They like Brandon Crawford, competitor, like cares, big time. Doesn't look like it. And that's what I think about Gabe. Like they pride themselves on handling everything just under control, calm, cool, collected. But no, they are about to snap. They are about
they
to
got
snap.
Atlanta, Allen, in 90-degree heat, ball flying.
Yeah, and they have a good time out there. Acuna, right? My guy Ozzy Albies, but I think
they're stacked. Man.
They are.
They're
but
stacked.
And the fact that they're doing this and they are the best hitting team, all while losing Freddie Freeman. I mean, that's great. I mean, that is just one of the most impressive parts of it. But I do think though. And I wouldn't call myself a Gabe Kapler apologist, even though I do think he gets a bit of a bad rap. This is the danger, or this is the fire that you play with when you don't have a big bopper, right? When you exceed expectations. At some point, you're going to regress to the mean, and now everybody's going to be looking. Everybody's going to forget.
Willard was calling for it.
Everybody's
hard to see guys coming in here.
Right. Everybody's going to forget that you are playing better than expected and only focus on who you are now, when in reality, I mean, Gabe ain't out there swinging the bat. What do you want him to do?
Yo, I think you're touching on something next level here. I was thinking about this morning, and again, it was after reading the Baggerly piece when he said something about the left-handed hitters who either don't hit left-handed pitching well or have forgotten how to. He wrote that, and I went, okay, hang on a second. This is the line the Giants are walking, and I wonder if it's flipped in the wrong direction. The Giants have basically been telling free agents for years now, come here and we will put you in your best position. So what they did with Gausman. Like, Gausman, you need to throw your split finger. He's like, huh? Next thing you know, 5 years, $100 million. And that spreads to free agents, and people are like, oh, the Giants will put me in my best position to win. The problem is now, if you tell guys, hey, you're really good at this, I wonder if some of them are now dealing with, but that means I'm not any good at that. Like, I'm really good. Austin Slater, you are really good at pinch hitting in the seventh inning when the left-hander's on the mound. Well, what happens when you get into a spot where he's got to hit a right-hander?
Right.
It's almost like what we do with little leaguers now when everything gets real specialized. When they're kids, the pitcher is the best hitter. Something happens between Little League and Pro Ball where all of a sudden the pitchers look like Johnny Cueto and can't hit. So the Giants are both being told, this is what you're really good at, so just do that. And does that kill their confidence with everything else that's out there to do?
Right.
That's just how they're built, though. Like, that's the whole Farhan plan. Like that.
But Michael Conforto was not a player in New York who was only allowed to hit right-handed pitching, for example. He was a starter. He's an everyday player.
Yeah, that's true. And they identified the fact that they don't think he's very good at it or wasn't going to be very good at it.
So you're saying that's what's got him stuck now.
Well, I just think it works for some, but not all. It works for some, but not all.
Well, they're constantly going to be in this position where, because a lot of it is they're playing the percentages. They want to play the percentages. Well, there's going to be years where a bunch of the guys you bring in for these specified roles don't work out. Right. And it's don't work out for 2 months.
That's what's happening right now.
And it looks bad. But like, this is like, I'm not like, the secret sauce, if you will, is like the thing that makes them great when they are great is exactly the thing. Like, I'm trying to think of the right way. Like, you can't just say, well, should they be empowering this guy or that guy to hit? They don't give a rip about Austin Slater hitting right-handers.
I know they don't
about his development.
That's not my point.
Like, Austin Slater's been told for 3 years he can't hit right-handers.
My point is not to suddenly tell a bunch of players who have holes to like they should go that direction. I just think this is a potential flaw
on why they're all going south at the same time.
Because the flaw in the system is we are only going to put people in their best slot, but you're not always going to end up there. Like you pointed this out yesterday, JD. Bruce Bochy schooled them over the weekend because they're like, we're going to put everybody.
Well, it goes back to preference.
Only because Gabe didn't have the guts to pinch hit in the second inning with the bases loaded.
But it would have burned him. Well, it probably would have burned him later.
Not if the dude comes up and hits a triple.
Okay, so forget analytics. Is there any one of us four in this room, and I'm going old school, Waddy Herzog, Chuck Tanner, is there any one of us that would prefer the Giant method on an everyday lineup to where the computer's involved, or the Dodgers, or even the Padres?
Dodgers do it too,
the Dodgers are a computer model too.
The Dodgers told Jock Peterson he couldn't hit lefties his second year in the league.
So the Giants, but the Giants are pinned with a philosophy that is actually not theirs.
Like, it's too much of
They
this.
don't, but this isn't their philosophy. They're not. The Giants do not think we should do all openers and all platoons. They are doing it because they have failed to get the players they want to get.
That's a whole nother wow.
Okay,
Right.
they want everyday players.
Right.
They want five starting
I ain't
pitchers.
got nothing else to say.
They have failed to get the players they're trying to get or develop
the
players they're trying to develop.
And the starting pitchers they went and got have been busts.
Yes.
Like this year they were busts.
They didn't start them.
That's it.
They didn't start them out.
Stripling bust. Mania bust.
Yeah.
You know, Alex Woods turned into a bust. He had a good year a couple years ago.
They did not. They wanted these guys to start, and all of them did. And then they stunk. And so then they're like trying to do this, and then the guys start bucking because they're like, well, I'm a starter. And they're like, well, we saw you start. You weren't. You're terrible at it. And so they're stuck in a spot where they're being labeled as something because they're doing it. I don't think they're doing it all by choice.
Alan, wow.
No, I think the Dodgers do it, but the Dodgers have stars to also couple with the analytics. That's one thing. And then on top of that, we talk about the hidden gems. Unfortunately for the Giants, right now they're remaining hidden. Willard and Dibbs, 2-6.
We'll be listening.
JD in for Dibbs.
That was good stuff.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I love that. I love that. That's good energy in the room. We're going to keep that going all afternoon long. It is Willard and Dibbs, but as you heard, JD all week in for Dibbs, and that continues today. Glad you're with us. 888-957-9570. That is the number. Xfinity Mobile text line is available to you. And, of course, as always, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go ahead and let's get it on. All right, so here's something I was thinking about. And I think today is going to be a lot of everything. So whatever it is that you got on your mind, from the Warriors schedule release to Gabe Kapler getting tossed, we've got Greg Johnson comments that we need to share with you that you probably have not heard. And then obviously the continuance of the 49er quarterback situation for those of you who want information. Here's what I would say stands out as the headlines from 49er practice today. Brock Purdy was very good. Sam Darnold got, I think, 3 to 4 times as many reps as Trey Lance did, but did not do well with them. Sam Darnold went 1 for 7, but had, I think, 13 reps. Trey Lance maybe only had like 4 or 5, although completed all of his passes. So there's your information from practice today. But Mike Silver wrote a fantastic article in the San Francisco Chronicle about why this conversation has the tone that it does. Forget for a minute Brock Purdy starting, who's QB2, whatever. And instead, let's focus on why the conversation sounds like it does. Tense, people taking sides, labels of you're a Brock guy or a Trey guy or a Sam guy or a Trey girl or a Brock girl or a Sam girl. Okay? Why is it like that? And I've stated everything I want to state in terms of I hate the fact that those labels even exist. I don't want Brock people and Trey people. I'm a 49er fan, and I want production out of that position, whoever it may be. But here's a question I have for anybody who considers themselves a quote-unquote Trey fan. How did you get there? What is it that you saw? What happened and when did you become a massive Trey Lance fan? That is not to say that Trey is good, bad, or otherwise, because most of the people who are on that side of the fence, if you will say, well, he hasn't even been given a chance. Well, if he hasn't even been given a chance, what is it you fell in love with? My life as a sports fan, you fall in love with production.
Winning.
You fall in love with a person that comes in and does really good things. And you go, oh, that person's a really good player. That's our player. I'm now a fan. Patrick Bailey has done that for me over the last 6 to 8 weeks. Oh, that looks good. I'm now a Patrick Bailey fan because there's production involved there. I would love to know where this comes from, this allegiance to a player who hasn't played football. You can be mad that he hasn't played. That I get. The excitement of wanting to see a player play. But the fandom, the pom-poms, the jerseys, the Trey area signs, the vitriol that seems to come from a place of knowing that this person is great. Where did that come from?
It came from being the number 3 pick in that 2021 draft. It came from the 49ers announcing that they had traded their first-round picks for the next 2 years, plus their first-round pick in the swap for 2000, to move up to number 3, because they were going to get a state-of-the-art quarterback. They were going to get a quarterback that could run. They were going to get a quarterback that had arm strength to throw the deep ball, and they were going to get a quarterback that was the he going to look like the Mahomes and the Allens and the Justin Herberts in terms of physical tools and ability, high-end, top-flight talent on a team that was built really in every other way to contend for a championship. It was the notion that Trey Lance was going to put the 49ers over the top because that was the one thing that they didn't have in their championship goal.
Totally get it. All of those things are a concept. They're all an idea. So how 3 years later are there so many people who have decided they know exactly what this person is going to be, should be, looks like? The fandom is intense in some spots. And I don't know if I've ever seen that before for a player who hasn't played. And if you're completely honest with yourselves, when he has played, it has not looked good. If this were, and I'm so glad that it's not, if this were the East Coast, my God, this would sound so different. There is so much, there's a portion of the fan base that's blind loyalty is actually blinding, like the sun. It is so intense, the thought of how much love is out there for Trey Lance. And on the human side, I dig that. I love it when people get supported. And Trey, as a person, has earned all of that. But this is sports. And I don't know that I've ever seen this before, where so many people are so attached to a person who has produced next to nothing in terms of winning and losing.
I do think part of it is the fact that, and you mentioned this, but I think we disagree a little bit on this particular part of it. It's the fact that the true Trey believers or the Trey fans don't think that they've seen him fail yet.
Actually, and that's fair to a degree.
He really hasn't gone on the field in games and failed. He had some moments against the Bears, had some bad moments against the Bears, fine. Had some moments against the Texans when he played.
It's been mid.
It's been, well, yeah, he started 4 games, and he's done some good things. He's done some bad things. I don't think he's been a disaster in any of the 4 games.
I don't either.
He hasn't been great necessarily in any of the 4 games. They've won 2. They've lost 2. Like, all of that. So I think there's this notion of, well, wait a minute. Everybody's moving on already, and he hasn't actually gotten the opportunity to go on the field and fail, to where, even if he had played half the year last year and went 3-5 and been bad, and Kyle Shanahan had to go back to Jimmy Garoppolo to finish that season due to ineffectiveness, I think there would be more of a, well, at least we saw him go out there and struggle. I think that's why people are still hanging on to it, because they haven't seen it yet.
That I find fair. I get that. I think that's fair. If you're disappointed because you feel like you were pitched a bill of goods and then you just never even got to try the goods, right? You bought a trip and the plane never left.
Yeah, some people refuse to believe that he's bad because they actually haven't seen him be bad.
And that's fair. I get that part of it. But if I use that analogy, right, you bought a trip and the plane never left, a lot of you sound like the trip was already good. You never even went on it. So how are you so sure? Like, how can the fandom normally, as I said, fandom comes from production. Fandom comes from things actually happening. Everybody in this city was kind of like, Andrew Wiggins, huh? Right? We played jazz music, K-Wig, and we, yeah, he's in. And then pop, and they win a title, and he's an absolute dog, and everyone went, I'm a fan of that dude. But you waited. You waited until you saw it before your hook was in the mouth and you were all in. You wait until you see it. But that has not happened here, and that's the dynamic that I don't really get. And JD, would you agree with me on this? By and large, I'm going to paint a little bit broadly here.
All right.
But by and large, the person who's mad about Trey Lance, the person who's mad and thinks he hasn't been given a chance, is also the person that often criticizes Kyle Shanahan and calls him an idiot for his quarterback evaluation.
Yeah, generally I would say that's true.
All right, if that is true, then how are you so sure that Trey Lance is going to be good? Because the only thing you know about him is that Kyle Shanahan evaluated him to be good.
Well, it's also, I think, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, it's that notion of, Kyle, why can't you do it with him? Like, Kyle, if you're so smart, why can't you do it with him? If you can make Jimmy Garoppolo playable, passable, winnable, if you can make Brock Purdy better than that, why can't you make the state-of-the-art in terms of physical traits quarterback? Like, why can't you make him great?
Well, but I mean, are people under the impression that he can do that with any human being or any quarterback on the planet?
But let's be honest. At times, he's been spoken of that way.
Well, I don't know about anybody. Yes, I think people make the comment. I mean, the comment is hyperbole.
Yeah, at times.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
but I think a lot of people are living in that world, though.
But it's not like C.J. Beathard and Nick Mullins are not stars.
True.
You would not give them the keys to a franchise in the NFL.
They weren't the third pick in the draft.
No,
either.
but they were. But C.J. Beathard was a third rounder. He wasn't a no one. He wasn't Mr. Irrelevant. You know what I mean? Like, and if you like, we're not under that impression, right? That Kyle Shanahan can snap his fingers and anybody who can throw a football can suddenly become a viable starter in the NFL.
I'm not. I'll speak for myself on that.
I don't think that exists.
I think there's a belief, and I think you even said this at one point, like, hey, any quarterback's going to be a better version of themselves.
Better version of himself.
Than...
Which is actually, for me, the scariest part about Trey Lance and why I wonder about his trade value.
I think there's also something to it, and I don't want to get off on a Giants tangent, but it's...
Why not?
Like, the Giants are much more comfortable with the middling players, right? They're much more comfortable finding them.
That's true.
Playing them, cutting them, moving off of that. Like, they've had a lot of success and some failure, because the failures don't hurt as much with middling type players as they do. There's something to, can Kyle handle a star level talent? Like, I feel like the Giants have in some ways shied away, balked, whatever.
Do you mean as a head coach or as a play caller?
Just as a developer.
Because I mean,
as a developer,
he was the play caller. He was the play caller for Matt Ryan and Julio Jones, and Matt Ryan won the MVP.
Yeah, I get it.
You know what I mean?
No, I get that. I think it's more of, like, Matt Ryan didn't have to be developed at that point.
True, yeah.
Julio Jones is already a star.
He was improved.
You know, he became the MVP. He got better. But so I think that's where it's like there's something in the development. Like, Kyle needs almost a specific type of quarterback or a quarterback with a specific skill set to be able to maximize.
Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Would love to inject you into this conversation. 888-957-9570, especially if you're a big-time Trey Lance fan. Where did that come from? When did it start? I don't mean this to be a leading or rude question, but why? And I mean that from the standpoint that he hasn't played. So where did this fandom come from? That's what we're talking about, and much, much more. JD in for Dibs on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Hey.
Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're going to go to the calls on this here real quick. 888-957-9570. Appreciate that you're there, and we're going to go to you in just a sec. But two quick things I want to throw out first before we go to those calls. One of them will be just, JD, I'm going to throw something at you from practice today and let you react. Okay. But I don't want to pass this along. So you know that Styles and I have the Chris Paul bet on who starts.
Yes.
And what many of you wouldn't know, nor would you care, but the payoff for the bet, Styles and I both, we bet this, and the loser has got to send the other couple on a date. So Styles and his lovely, I'll send them on a date if Chris Paul starts. If Chris Paul is on the bench, then the lovely Christy and I eat on Alan Styles' dime, okay, after opening night. Well, the lovely Christy was just texting me during the break, and she's like, oh, by the way, for sure Chris Paul's going to start. I've been on that. I've been on that from the beginning. And I'm like, hon, no. Like, you don't understand. Like, you might be right, but you can't be rooting for that.
Can't be rooting for it.
You got it. Like, we get to go out. We get to go eat if Chris Paul doesn't start. And she's like, oh, okay, I'll root for it. But Styles, if you're listening, just so you know, we've got Discord within the building. Even though the lovely Christy will eat on your dime, if Chris Paul does not start, she thinks that you're right. It's
trending that way.
You think so?
I mean, as much as it can be on August 17th.
Yeah, I get what trend do we even have?
Well, I mean,
I guess we have Dunleavy saying
Dunleavy was but
he didn't say anything about starting. He just said he's going to play a lot.
Right, but
then he said, and so are the other five guys.
The feeling that I get is, at least for right now, that Chris Paul's got a problem with coming off the bench. And the issue is going to be, do the Warriors just roll with it because they want him to be happy? Do they have a conversation? Steve Kerr says, hey, Chris, we did this with Iguodala. I mean,
I wonder if he's got a problem with coming off the bench, or he's got a problem with the fact that that's the conversation upon arrival in a new city. It was almost an assumption, well, you're not good enough to start here, so you're good coming off the bench, right? Like that was, we always look at it like the way he handled the Bay Area media first. Let's look at it through his eyes. You arrive in a new city, you're a future Hall of Famer,
right.
and the first thing they want to know is you're cool with lowering everything about yourself to come here, right? And it was a trade. He didn't choose to come here.
Right, he thought he was going to be a free agent.
So,
yeah, it's interesting.
I wonder.
And there is the Steph component to it as well. It's like, well, you're not like Warrior fans are like, well, you ain't Steph.
You're not going to be our starting point guard, right?
Which is obviously fair.
Yeah, I wonder. All right, before we go to the calls, how about this? Just because this is everybody's daily practice now, ladies and gentlemen, here are the full practice update numbers for August 17th, 2023. Here we go. Ready? You tell me what this means. Brock Purdy, 27 reps, all with the first team. 14 of 20. Pretty good. 70%.
He's the starter. There's my one-sentence answer.
Okay. Next, Trey Lance went 3 for 3 with 4 reps. 4.
Okay.
Sam Darnold had 13 reps. Now, he went 1 of 7 with those reps, but Sam Darnold, 13 reps. Trey Lance, 4.
It makes me think just initially, it's one of two things. Are they getting Darnold ready because he's likely to be the starter on Saturday against the Broncos, so he's going to get more reps. This is their last full practice before that game on Saturday night. The other thought is, are they already starting to maybe shift toward Darnold being a little bit ahead? And that means he's going to start getting more of the reps.
Well, you made the point yesterday that Kyle Shanahan's made a real point about everything being like kind of equal. Correct me if I'm wrong, no practice tomorrow?
No, but they have their usual, I think,
like a walkthrough.
They have their walkthrough that the media will not.
So you're
be
not
at.
going to get a chance to like spin that back in the other direction. Like Trey gets 13 tomorrow and Sam only gets 4. They're not going to get a chance to do that until after they play again.
Right.
And you feel like, and this has not been announced, right, Grandy? Like they have not announced Sam Darnold as starting Saturday's game. You just said they've sort of indicated.
Kyle Shanahan said yesterday that's the plan, but he reserves the right to change it.
Yeah. He also, it was part of that was he hadn't decided if Purdy was going to play or not yet, or some of the ones were going to play or not.
Got it.
That factored in as well.
Well, I mean, we head into Saturday with some interesting questions.
Yeah, and he won't speak again until after the game.
And those of you who might be wondering, Brandon Allen, 0 reps. Now, that's been the case all week. However, the last 2 days is because he was excused for personal reasons. I feel like I read that he was maybe having a baby.
Which I can confirm.
Can confirm. Today, I do not see 0 reps for personal reasons. I just see 0 reps.
Yeah, an indicator that he would be back. I don't independently know that, obviously, from being here. But the thought was, are they shifting this thing toward Darnold a little bit? And then the extension of that is, well, did they start to give Darnold a little more, and he
didn't do well with it.
1
for 7.
Does that, and how much does that factor into, all right, opening the door potentially for Trey still?
Okay.
Which I think is still ajar.
The door open.
I do think
sure.
it's still ajar.
I agree with that. All right, so let's get out to you at 888-957-9570. And again, the question that we're asking, fandom in sports usually comes from production. And so whether it's good or bad, there has barely even been any games played by Trey Lance. So this intense fandom that a portion of the 49er fan base seems to have, where did it come from? What is it based on? When, why, how, all of that. Ken in the city, you're on with Willard and JD. Hey, Ken, thanks for calling.
Yeah, how you guys doing?
What's up?
The thing that excited me about Trey Lance so much was his potential of explosiveness in the passing game. And I believe that some were calling Trevor Lawrence a bust after his first team. And now he's looked at as an MVP candidate. Also, Bill Walsh developed his game plans according to the strengths of each of his players and then incorporated it into a system. Mike Shanahan is not Bill Walsh, and I don't think that he has the ability to think outside the box, whatever you want to call it, the Shanahan offense, the Shanahan box, or whatever you like to. But I think that, and I don't mean to insult anybody's intelligence, but I think that there probably are some 5-star high school athletes that can compete on the same level that you're getting from Brock Purdy, really honestly.
Wow. You had me for a while, and boy, I couldn't disagree more with a couple of the statements there at the end, Ken, which, thank you for calling. I respectfully disagree. I think that is wildly dismissive to Brock Purdy or anybody who achieves anything in professional sports. With all due respect, I went to college with a guy who played at 1AA as like a special teamer. And we had a conversation one time, and he's like, you know what? If I dedicated myself and I had all the resources and this, that, and the other, do I think I could play special teams in the NFL? Yeah, I do. And we looked at him and went, dude, get another beer.
You're crazy.
You got to be. Do you all really think that you can just go play professional sports if you have athletic ability? Do you know how many people have unbelievable athletic ability and cannot make it at the pros? There are a billion things that go into it. So the idea that there are people in high school who could go 8-0 and take a team to the NFC title game I think is ludicrous. Also, the idea that Kyle Shanahan is not adaptable. He tried to put a game plan together for Trey Lance. It didn't work all that well, as we know, in Chicago and Seattle. But if you go through the career history of Kyle Shanahan, I think to say that he has a box and every quarterback needs to fit into it is inaccurate. Provably inaccurate when you look at the different quarterbacks, different teams, different styles that he's had. I'm not saying he's Bill Walsh, but yes, like every coach, he tries to tailor a game plan to his people.
He's been able to figure it out, and there are examples, whether it's RG3 or Kirk Cousins. I mean, those are the primary. Garoppolo's game's a little bit different, I think, than both of theirs. You look at what Brock Purdy's brought. I do think that is. I do think that is part of the fans' gripe, though, is that hey, he's the number 3 pick. Why can't you make it right? Why can't you make it right?
I think that is part of their gripe, but I just think there's so many holes in that. Number 2 pick can't play either.
Well,
and they went and got Aaron Rodgers.
It's also
is anybody saying that in New York? Hey, Rob, why can't you turn the key and make Zach Wilson good?
No.
No one's saying that.
Nobody's saying that, but
no one's dying to see him play.
There's no quarterback offensive genius guru type guy.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody's got a coach. Everybody's got a coordinator. You know what I mean?
I think it's just the notion of make the super talented, maximize that guy. Because if you can maximize that guy, then you're going to win multiple championships, or be in position to win multiple championships.
I guess that just goes to the question we were asking earlier this week with regard to when a high-level draft pick does not succeed. Do you blame the player or do you blame the development of the team? I tend to, and again, blame's the wrong word. If you're not good enough, you're not good enough. But when you get to the professional level, to me, I'm going to skew every time toward the player. I mean, the idea that because he's number 3 pick, you should be able to make him work suggests that there would never be a bust draft pick in the history of the league. If he's top 5, just make him look top 5.
Sure. I think the other part of it is the way that they traded up in that, and it's been widely reported now, they traded up without even having a guy, right? They traded up.
Which, if that's true, is weird.
They traded up
weird.
Wanting to guarantee, and Kyle said that on the record, that they traded up wanting to be in a position to where they knew they were going to have their pick of 3 of the 5. And you knew who was going 1, and you really kind of knew who was going 2.
Yeah.
So you wanted the ability to control the room as far as Justin Fields, Trey Lance, Mac Jones. And so I think there's a frustration level in play there that comes from the fact that it's well, wait a minute, you didn't if you don't know the guy that you want, well then part of that is you're supposed to be good enough to be able to make it work with any of the 3.
And that I get.
3 differently skilled quarterbacks,
totally.
Too. Justin Fields is very different than Trey Lance, is very different than Mac Jones.
I guess if your answer to my question is that you hate the pick, you hate the 49er process of making it, you hate the way they went about it, I understand all of those things. I'm trying to figure out why so many people, instead of saying that, criticize the 49ers because you made a bad pick or you had a bad process. But instead, you've sold yourself that Trey's amazing. And the only reason he's not is because, A, the 49ers have something against him or they've developed him incorrectly. There is a blind fandom that, in my life, I've usually seen is reserved for players who've done things on fields and on courts that make people fall in love with them. But this is not that. There's this fandom and just convinced narrative that Trey is really good without anybody having any proof of that. And in fact, the same people who will say, oh, he's barely played, even in college. Right. So what are you a fan of? I don't even know what there is to sink your teeth into.
Potential.
And that goes to the disappointment. We didn't get to see
tools.
Tools.
Strong arm.
Yeah.
Big body.
Well.
Ability to move, which is not as much of a thing.
Not what you thought it was.
I know Tim Kawakami wrote about this, and it had been stated the last year. I think it was really apparent last year at this time, the fact that Trey Lance can't run outside. Trey Lance can't run out like that. And I think the 49ers misevaluated in that respect.
Absolutely.
I think they thought at worst they had somebody that they could run a Kaepernick style offense with, and he could be gaining chunk yards, 7 a pop on the edge, faking the handoff and taking it around the end. And Trey wasn't fast enough to do it.
Nope.
I think I can add something here. I think for me personally, I don't know how most Niner fans feel, but for me, my belief in Trey Lance, which has certainly waned recently, it's because I have just a ton of belief in Kyle Shanahan. And I tend to believe that the decisions that he makes are the right ones, are the good ones, are well thought out. And because he's never going to come out and say, oh, we made a mistake, Trey Lance just isn't a good quarterback. Without him saying that, I think there's a big portion of the Niner fan base who still feel like Kyle Shanahan actually believes in this guy. And if you believe in Kyle Shanahan and you still feel like he believes in Trey Lance, then naturally you can still believe in Trey Lance.
That's all very interesting, for sure. But again, I think you are in the minority of the Trey Lance fandom, if you will, Grandy, just because what I hear mostly, if you're a Trey Lance fan, what many of the Trey Lance fans will say right now is, well, Kyle's an idiot. Kyle, like, why is it going this way? Either because you made the pick or you won't develop, and now here's the list of all the quarterback decisions that he's made in the past that have gone wrong. So if it's because of total faith in Kyle Shanahan, that I understand more. But then I guess my response to you would be, are you watching what Kyle did originally when he made the pick, or are you watching everything he's done since? Because my response to you would be that his behavior since the pick has suggested, other than his words, that he's not a huge believer in Trey Lance.
Yeah, and I would agree with you. I just think maybe there's, in order for widespread opinion to change within the Niners fan base, and this is something that you guys talked about earlier in the week, I think you've talked about it with Dibs as well, not like an apology, but just some, official notice from the Niners that, hey, this didn't work out, and that would allow everyone to move on. I'm not saying that they should ever do that.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Well, that would come in the form of a trade.
Right. Because if you did that,
or him being the number 3,
does anyone understand how awful that would be for Trey? That'd be the most embarrassing day of his life. Some sort of a public statement by the Niners, like, well, mess that up.
Well, again, it's
like that sounds demoralizing.
That statement is coming though, within probably the next 2 weeks, unless he outplays Sam Darnold over the course of the next 2 weeks. The statement's coming. Whether he's the 3. I think him being the 3 makes that statement.
The behavior's already been there. That statement's already been made.
Him being traded would obviously
be a
make
bigger
that statement. Would make that statement.
Yeah. But I mean, their statement has been made in re-signing Jimmy. Their statement has been made in running Trey Lance up the middle. Their statement has been made in starting Brock Purdy and announcing him as the starter when his elbow was detached. Their statement has been made in signing Sam Darnold. Their statement, right?
But that doesn't mean they don't think Trey Lance can be good. Like you can think Trey Lance can be good. Like I
don't think he's good right now.
Well, not now. No, that's and they're in a championship window. I mean that statement has been made. I mean Kyle Shanahan may sit down at night and think he's just so far away. Like I do think he can be good, but he has to play. And he's not going to play here because we're trying to win a title, and we have Brock Purdy who's better. And now I think Sam Darnold's better. Like it's unfair, and I think Kyle's addressed it. It's unfair because of the circumstances, not because of how he's been treated, but because of the circumstances that haven't allowed him to play when the 49ers have intended to play him in the past, because they have intended to play him. Last year, they intended to, I think, at least give him half a season, or close to it, to try and develop, and then we'll see what would have happened. But there's a difference to me between believing that he is not capable of being an NFL quarterback ever and just not the guy that helps this team win right now.
I agree with you there. I just don't know how relevant it is to the 49ers what anybody thinks Trey will be 3 years from now. It's kind of irrelevant. Contract's going to be up. Nobody's got that kind of time to sit around. If Brock Purdy is who they think he is, it's kind of an irrelevant question.
It is.
Right?
No, I don't disagree with that. It just and if Brock Purdy is a franchise quarterback, then it's also okay that they like it because whatever Trey Lance wasn't, Brock Purdy is at that point, and you can to me that should make it easier to move on than if Trey Lance couldn't play right now and you couldn't win with him right now and you had no other options, or you were trying to throw Sam Darnold in as think of how many teams do the Trey Lance. You draft a guy, he plays. Let's just say he plays.
Yeah.
He's not very good. Then you bring in the veteran Darnold. Think of how many times over the course of NFL history there's been a drafted quarterback that struggled. He gets into year 3. Then you bring in that veteran guy to compete.
You bring in the placeholder. Yep.
You bring in that veteran guy to compete, and that veteran guy either wins the job outright and isn't that good, or he doesn't win the job, and then middle of the year he winds up going in because the young quarterback, and in the young quarterback a lot of times it's just done. The Niners would be in a really bad position right now if that's what was going on. We'd look at this. They have a guy who's shown that he can play at a really high level. Now, can he extend it over a full season? We don't know the answer to that, but the fact that Brock Purdy's around should allow for the rest of this to be a little calmer at least.
Yeah. All right, we'll keep going with this. 888-957-9570. Those of you on hold, we're coming to you immediately next, so stay where you are. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Lots to say about the Warriors' schedule release as well, including how that could lead tomorrow to you winning your way into a Warriors game this year. So we'll tell you all about that in just moments. JD in for Dibs on Willard and Dibs.
I heard.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're to the phones here in just a sec. You're always welcome here, 888-957-9570, especially for those of you who have gotten loud as Trey Lance fans. Mike Silver wrote a great article about it in the Chronicle. Why is this so triggering for 49er fans? My question is, if that's you, if you're a huge Trey Lance fan, when did that start? Where did it come from? In my world of watching sports, fandom usually comes from production. And so this isn't anything about Trey Lance. It's not a criticism. He hasn't played. So where did this love come from? We can get into it. 888-957-9570. JD, tomorrow, when you're here again, we are celebrating the Warriors schedule release by giving everybody who listens a chance to win tickets to any game you want to go to. Any of them, okay?
Love that.
Right? How cool is that? You win, you pick the game. You want to be there to cheer KD on opening night? And I know, wait, cheer? I mean, not during the game.
You want to be there to yell at KD that the Warriors stuck it to you because they won another title before he did? You can do that, too.
You could do that. I do hope this. I hope KD gets what I believe is the welcome he deserves. I'll also say this, though. It's odd because it's like we're such a now society. I wonder if the whole thing is just like expired. It's been years.
It feels that way.
It's been years, but KD has still not received the return welcome that a two-time champion, in my opinion, deserves. As I hope that something before the game starts on opening night sounds like that.
And I think it will.
Yeah.
I think the Warriors will do the right thing as well and still, even 4.5 years later,
I have
celebrate
no doubt about that.
the moments that he helped bring. And then it's on because the Suns are pretty damn good.
Yeah, once tip-off happens, then all bets are off.
Chris Paul's playing for the Warriors? What?
But anyway, back to tomorrow. Each show throughout the day is going to give one lucky listener a pair of tickets to any Warriors home game of their choosing. So 3 chances to win, and all you got to do is listen, and that's tomorrow. So be with us all day right here on 95.7 The Game. JD in for Dibs all week. It's Willard and Dibs. Let's go to Diego in Marin. Hey, Diego, what's going on? What are you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I'm just enjoying this beautiful day.
Appreciate it, man.
Cool. I'd like to know if you guys had a magic wand, where would you like Purdy to rank in terms of play action passes, passes to the numbers, and passes on plays where there's a shift before the snap?
Well, that is a Diego. Please take this the right way. That's an odd question. Where's that question coming from?
Larry Krueger just posted a YouTube short showing that Purdy ranked first in all 3 of those categories last year, over Mahomes, over Burrow, over everybody, while as a starter.
Okay, so you're a Krueger-phile. I love these. Diego, that's good stuff. I've been getting text messages, actually, from Larry Krueger that, and I'll share some of what he said here in about 5 minutes, because he gave some context to what happened at practice today that I think a lot of you are going to find very interesting because he was there. So I'll share that with you here in just a couple of minutes. I watch games in a little bit maybe more simplistic fashion than Larry Krueger does. I don't care what they do as long as they get first downs and touchdowns. I want it to work. That's what I want Brock Purdy to do this year.
Where it becomes relevant, though, is the plays that have worked. I mean, those are the plays like that fits the system.
Yeah,
it fits the Kyle Shanahan system without a lot of adapting to the player, and I think that's where. To me, that's part of the breakout for Purdy is the fact that once he got in there, it was like, whoa, like this unlocked a level in Kyle Shanahan's ability to design offense and come up with a game plan that really we hadn't seen. We saw that once in a while with Jimmy, game here, game there. But I think as time went on with Jimmy, there was always this ceiling of, could stall out in the red zone, or a couple of throws that could have been big plays wind up not being big plays because they're bad throws or they're incomplete, whatever it is. Purdy made a lot of those plays, which I think gave Kyle Shanahan more confidence in him and more confidence in his own ability to call the game that he really wants to call.
I got no problem with teams going shopping for certain things. Like, in other words, yes, you want a coach to put their players in the best position to succeed. In other words, build a playbook around who you have. But also, you're allowed to go drafting or shopping on the free agent market for players who will fit what I think you want to do. And maybe that's what Brock Purdy has become for Kyle Shanahan. By the way, Larry, hi, Larry. Larry's listening right now. He just said, wow, that was posted in February, and that caller just saw it now.
Oh, wow.
Here's what else Larry had to say.
It's a hell of an algorithm you got going there, Larry.
Yeah, good job, Larry. Trey went 3 for 3 today in his 4 reps. Mm-hmm. Larry writes, and again, you can go to @Larry Krueger and scream at him for this awful thing that he's about to say. All 3 of Trey's passes were checkdowns to running backs.
Okay. That's okay, though.
That's totally fine.
Those are passes that he doesn't always hit.
That's true. But you also know in the tone that has been created, people will scream at Larry Krueger for even pointing this out.
Fair. I will also say that there have been days where Sam Darnold's completions on a 6 of 8 kind of a day.
Charlie check down.
Hey, 3 or 4 checkdowns. All right.
Non-quarterback related point from Larry, and this is not being discussed enough, and it's probably, it appears, headed in the direction of a draft pick that really did not work. Cam Latu, the tight end, he said he dropped another pass from Darnold, so keep that in mind with Darnold's numbers. One of them was a Latu drop, and he kicked the pylon in anger.
Yeah, he's been
after dropping it.
Bad body language guy throughout camp and a lot of drops.
And a fumble.
Camp.
And a fumble.
Not good.
No, that does not look good. And what the 49ers are going to do behind, it looked like they're starting to try to get ready for George Kittle to be, I don't mean gone, but like at some point in the next 3 years, does George Kittle start to decline? Do you want to lower his usage? Looked like the 49ers were trying to get ready for that this year, and this pick may not have worked out.
Yeah, and I'd go as far as to say, and you might disagree with this, but I'd go as far as to say, next year there may have to be a conversation about George Kittle or Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk. Can you keep all 3? Which one's got to go?
That could happen.
And so, I
still got my money on all 3. That can be our bet.
Yeah, maybe.
I send you and your lovely out.
Yeah, we'll think.
Yeah, we've got to wait and see how Brandon plays, though. If he goes for 2,000 yards, you might be right. But if he only goes for 1,000, I think all 3 can stay. Armando in San Jose with Willard and JD. Hey, Armando, what's cooking, man?
Hey, just waiting for my daughter to get out of high school, so I'm just parked here listening.
Well, you're waiting for her to get out of high school. What year is she?
Freshman.
Oh, it's going to be 3.5 years then, Armando.
Oh no, parked out front.
Okay, you're going to be there for the next 3.5 years?
See you in 2027,
anyway,
brother.
Yeah, my terrible joke is going over your head. But anyway, go ahead, Armando.
So I appreciate the topic, and I don't understand the Trey infatuation with fans either. One thing that they should realize is, let's paint a picture real quick. Week 13, Dolphins, Jimmy G goes down. Let's say that Trey Lance was actually healthy. He got in the game. And at that point, would he be able to drive the ball down the field and score a touchdown like Brock Purdy did? I doubt it, because Brock Purdy has accuracy. He understands the playbook. We started averaging 33 points a game. That tells me that Shanahan actually opened up the playbook. So I don't understand what the debate is. I think we should be more worried about right tackle than anything.
Well, Armando, I think a lot of people agree with your take, but the only real way to answer it, would Trey Lance have done X? We don't know. But that's the core of my point. So where's the fandom come from? That's all. I mean, the examples are through and through. Steph Curry was a first round top 10 draft pick. Was everybody enamored with Steph upon arrival? Or did you have to wait till Monte Ellis got traded and then he became an icon before you bought your kid a jersey? This feels like we're just a little cart before the horse, that's all.
To the point, though, about why people feel maybe the way they feel. There still is, and this goes in line with haven't totally seen him fail. There's also the notion of, you know what? There are a lot of people want to see. I want to see him with Kittle and Debo and Ayuk and McCaffrey and running with the ones and getting some time to grow. And so to the point about December and Jimmy goes down and would Trey or not Trey. Like, I think a lot of people are like, Trey could have put up some big numbers if he had been playing with those guys at that particular point in time.
Maybe.
I'm just saying but you do hear that. Like, that's.
But I guess
that goes to he hasn't. I don't want to say hasn't been set up to succeed in the right way, but just hasn't gotten the opportunity to have it, have everything around him be as fluid.
I still personally believe Christian McCaffrey is woefully underpaid if he can walk in and just produce a quarterback and make a quarterback great. Like, I don't think that it's that. But I understand what you're saying, and I think people would like to see it, but you can only factually say that you'd like to see it. You can't say he would do this if he played with – you don't know that.
We don't.
We don't know that. We're sponsored by AC Transit. Plenty of time for more of this and more of your reaction. Where does your lockdown Trey fandom come from? 888-957-9570, plus the Warriors schedule is out. And JD, wait till you hear. JD's got takes. JD has got Warriors takes, y'all. Right here on Willard and Dibs.
Get in where you fit in.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
JD, will you smile for the cameras, please? Just right over there, right over here in this corner of the room. You smile for the camera and wave to the people.
Hello, everybody.
Wave to the people. Look at the people over there. You see all the people over there?
Yeah.
My camera's over there. I see you people. Look at you. Look at you people. You look great. Okay? Y'all look great. Love our YouTube and Twitch audiences. All of it powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Even those of you who have decided that you can see the seething frustration on the face of John Dickinson as he has to work with me for the entire week.
I'm having a great time.
I know
man.
you are. So am I. We're having a blast. And now I'm going to get a text from Dibley. But no, we're having a good time. It's okay. Can't wait for Dibs to get back next week. We're having a good time this week.
Come at me.
Yeah. We're having a good time this week. I don't know, man. We might need to, get – you talk about Dr. Phil. We might need to get, some Oprah or something going on and remind everybody in this city how we can all have a good time again. Woo-wee. Everybody kung fu fighting. Good Lord.
Sometimes people are a little tight.
Niners only made the NFC title game. It's been a full 13 months since the Warriors won a title. And Gabe with his tats and his burgers and Farhan with his Velcro wallet. That's enough. As my mom used to say, the great Ellen Willard, who just got home yesterday from her broken leg accident that some of you have been kind enough to reach out to me about. As she used to say, Mark, I've had it up to here. And the jerk that I was, I'm like, where's here, Mom? Where's here? Huh?
Yeah, let's test that theory.
Exactly.
Sounds about right.
That stuff's reserved for moms, though, isn't it? You know? Let's go to Fox in Oakland. Hey, Fox, you're on with Willard and JD. Hi, Fox. What are you doing?
Hey, gentlemen. Good afternoon. JD, I've never called in when you're on the mic, but been a long-time fan. And Willard, I love you, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate you,
Wanted
Fox.
to call in and offer my perspective on this Trey fandom thing. So, Mark, I think your question about the fandom is based off of really past events. What we saw minimally from Trey Lance last year, the fact that he was a third-round pick, et cetera, et cetera. But from my perspective, the fandom isn't really based on the past, but in my opinion, again, I'm not speaking for the whole fan base, but I think it's based more on the future. And here's what I mean by that. What happens in the scenario this season where, knock on wood, because I really hope this doesn't happen, Purdy gets injured? Then our options are Sam Darnold, and I cringe when I say that, or Trey Lance. I'm obviously wanting to go with, the better option, in my opinion, being Trey Lance, because I think even though we haven't seen that much of him and everything that you guys have talked about around him, I think that he, in my opinion, is a better option than Sam Darnold as the number two. And so I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on that. And
I'd love to give. Well, you know what? Don't go off the air yet, because Fox, I want to follow up with a question. I think everything you said is totally fair. Obviously, it's your own fandom. You can love whoever you want. You think Trey Lance is a better option than Sam Darnold? This is fascinating to me. I'm not saying you're wrong. I have no idea. But why? Can you answer that for me?
I mean, I've seen Sam Darnold play.
Yep.
And yes, he has a good arm. Yes, he has more starts and has in the NFL and has played more games than Trey Lance. But the guy sees ghosts. I do not have confidence in him. And if I have to pick the lesser of two evils between those two players, I'm going to pick Trey Lance. And, he may end up being a total bust. But in what little I've seen of Trey Lance, which, he may prove to be worse than Darnold, and what little I've seen of Trey Lance and what a lot of the play that I've seen out of Sam Darnold, I don't have faith in Sam Darnold.
Okay, and that's completely fair, I think. Fox, thanks so much, man. It's a great call. I appreciate it. Here's kind of what I'm getting at. If you want to go on Sam Darnold's history and be like, I don't like that, then that's completely fair. Trey Lance's history, which is much, much shorter, also has not looked good. Like when you say, oh, Sam sees ghosts, I could respond and say, well, Trey doesn't see anything at all. Again, according to the video.
Darnold's have a lot of bad tape, though.
No doubt.
A lot.
No doubt. So
yeah.
I guess here's my question, though, or what I would love to point out. if you believe that Trey is going to be good, as Grandy said, isn't that based on your faith in Kyle Shanahan because Kyle saw something that he likes? Well, exact same thing is true for Sam Darnold. So you can't like Trey because Kyle likes something and then not like Sam unless you want to put it through the exact same ringer. Like Kyle Shanahan, in fact, has spoke in glowing terms about what he thinks Sam Darnold could be. And
Yes,
while there is a lot of bad tape, I think it's at minimum worth our time to process the idea that that tape has happened with the Jets and Panthers and very defensive-based coaching staffs. So if you're a Kyle Shanahan fan, if you're a fan-a-han, then wouldn't you say if he sees a future in Trey, wouldn't you want to also listen when he says, I see a future for Sam too? Both number 3 overall picks in the draft.
I get that. Fox brings up an interesting point along these lines, and it's one that we haven't really delved into much, but it plays along the lines of what we've been discussing with Trey. I think even those who believe Trey Lance deserved an opportunity to compete for the 1 spot in camp with Brock Purdy have, I think, in some ways accepted, okay, that's not happening. Brock's going to start.
Right.
They're on board with that to some level. Fox brings up the point, well, what happens if what happens if Brock Purdy gets hurt? Well, and Sam Darnold is the backup, and Trey Lance is still on the roster. You've got a lot of 49er fans rooting for Sam Darnold to fail and expecting Sam Darnold to fail and want, like, because I think there's another
might be right.
I think there's another line, there's another layer to this. It's okay, well, Brock was awesome for 8 games. I'm a 49er fan. I can see that. Okay, they could have won the Super Bowl, maybe, if he doesn't get hurt, or at least gotten to the Super Bowl. I think with Darnold, there's the belief right now, this guy's a retread. He's already a bust.
Yep.
He stinks, turns it over, all that stuff. Like, I think it's almost Trey Lance has got to be better than Sam Darnold. It's got to be, because we haven't really seen Trey Lance be that bad on a football field.
Right.
And we haven't. We have not. Have not.
Actually, in a very small sample, I would submit to you have. It's not a fair sample.
I don't think Trey Lance has put.
On Sunday, he looked every bit as bad as Sam Darnold. It's a football field?
Preseason.
You said we never. Yes, it's a preseason game.
I mean, I'll even say that. Like, I think Darnold's ahead.
I'm not trying to say that's
Darnold probably should be ahead at this point.
That's not putting that in Sharpie at all.
But I think it does. Fox does bring up, like, it's going to get, if something does happen to Brock.
That's a tough spot.
Like, it's
a tough spot.
If you think it's been nasty to this point, like, there'd be a lot of 49er fans that I think are kind of like Fox in that, well, I don't even want to see, like why has Trey even got to waste his time competing with this dude who's already been a bad quarterback in this league, and everybody knows it.
I know, but we've answered that. We've answered that 1,000 times. We've answered it 1,000 times. If you think evaluation only happens during the games, it just doesn't. It just doesn't. You don't have to agree with it, but that's not when coaches are doing all of their evaluation.
True. I think there's also going to be a lot of 49er fans that are like, the leash better be real short for Darnold. If Trey's a 3,
that's probably fair.
He's on the team and he has to play and he looks a little bit like the guy that he's been to this point in his career on the bad side.
I mean, you're painting a picture that is actually what could be potentially a very difficult road for Kyle Shanahan. If Brock were to get hurt and you go to Sam and it doesn't work, you're talking about a very angry fan base.
Yes.
And the anger would actually only grow if then Trey ended up getting his shot and looked good. Because people will think, what the hell were you doing going to Sam in the first place? So it's like, you phrased it as rooting against Sam.
I think there will be people.
I think that people will be angry upon arrival, whether Sam looks good or not.
I agree with that.
If Sam goes in second, like Trey fan, if you're mad now, how you feel that day? Brock gets knocked out of a game and Sam runs in there.
And I think the extension of that conversation becomes, if it gets to that point where Darnold wins the 2 job, does Kyle Shanahan even want to have that have the potential for that energy to be around? That because if it,
but there's no escaping that even if he's somewhere else. You turn things over to Sam.
Isn't it easier if he's gone?
Unless he plays well wherever he goes, then it's not easier at all. Now you're heading down what you're painting, which is not reality, but
it could happen.
Yes, and what you're painting that's the kind of stuff where fan bases start to be done with a staff. That's the kind of stuff where a fan base would be very, very upset.
It's a little more,
and to a degree, rightfully so.
It's a little more fragile, I think, than people think, based on the history of the 49ers have had a hard time. I mean, again, I keep coming back to it. I don't think Shanahan by any stretch is responsible for it, but the 49ers in 4 of the 6 years have had to play 3 quarterbacks or more.
Yeah, the injuries. Sure.
It has happened, and I'm to the point where I'm not expecting it to happen, but I'm kind of expecting it to happen.
Well, dudes get hurt. I mean, most of the teams or half the teams or whatever. I know some guys like Dibbs has come up with this stat a lot with regard to how many teams use more than one quarterback, but a lot of them it was by choice. They're yanking guys out of the game. The Houston Texans, I don't know if anybody ever got hurt. They just didn't have anybody good, so they kept rotating things. The Atlanta Falcons used 2 quarterbacks. Marcus Mariota never got hurt. He just wasn't very good. So they made a switch. But how many starters missed time just because they truly were hurt and they could not go? And I think it's less than 50%, but it's close. It's close. So I just think if you're a 49er fan, I would stop short of putting a pitchfork in one hand and getting ready to huck it if Brock Purdy misses a game this year. It is, I don't want to call it likely, but it's very, very on the table. This is football.
Yeah.
And that happens.
And Christian McCaffrey's probably going to miss some games. He didn't.
Running backs do.
He didn't last year, but he has throughout his career. And if Sam Darnold's the 2 and Trey Lance is still on the roster, I think there's an immense amount of pressure on Sam Darnold to go out there and succeed because that's the guy that you chose above the guy that you've had.
If he beats out Trey. Yeah. I agree. I agree completely. Randy in San Lorenzo. Hey, Randy, what's cooking? What you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm actually driving home. Hey, let me ask you guys. You guys believe that the Niners are biding time for Kirk Cousins? And who would you say was the better coach, Jim Harbaugh or Shanahan?
Wait, who's the better coach? Jim Harbaugh or Kyle Shanahan? Okay, let's hop into that. Randy, thank you. First of all, no, I do not think they're biding time for Kirk Cousins. And anybody who thinks that, I just wanted, what is it that they've got to say or do to convince you that they really, really do think Brock Purdy's good? I don't. That's what do they have to say? What do they have to do to convince you that they actually do? Call them crazy if you want, that they actually think Brock Purdy's good.
They're not biding time for Cousins. Now, that being said, Brock Purdy isn't good, and Sam Darnold is Sam Darnold, and Trey Lance doesn't get better.
Oh, I didn't say it couldn't fall that way.
He's the quarterback next year. But they're not holding out hope for that.
That's not on their brain now. You have options if people get what if Brock Purdy is really, really hurt?
If Brock Purdy isn't good, if Brock Purdy isn't good this year, if he proves himself to not be a franchise quarterback, and Darnold is mediocre, which he's been throughout his career, and Trey Lance is still not ready.
I'm not saying it couldn't play that way. Sure.
Kirk Cousins would be the next. If you were to say, hey, give me 4 names as to who the 49ers quarterback is going to be next year. Give me 3 names. I mean, I might even say Kirk Cousins is more likely to be the 49ers quarterback in 2024 than Trey Lance is at this point.
You're probably right. But they're not biding time for him.
They're not biding time for him. No. The answer to that question is an emphatic no.
And how'd you answer the other question? Kyle or Harbaugh?
It's really close. I think it's going to be Kyle because, Harbaugh had the 3 straight years. Then it fizzled out, and then he was gone. Kyle, it's interesting. All the NFC Championship games, right? Kyle's been to 3, been to 1 Super Bowl. Like, their resumes are almost identical to this point. Kyle's been able to withstand, he's been able to, the longevity has won it for Kyle. I think Kyle needs one more just playoff year, and it's him. So I think, that's probably going to happen this year. You could say it's already him.
Yeah.
But it's Shanahan. I mean, I think it's going to be Shanahan if it's not already.
And you're answering it in a very results-oriented way, which is fine. I will tell you this, just like if you have an opportunity, let's say some of you maybe know someone who works for the organization and has been there for a while.
Yeah. I don't care about likability.
No, but you have to, from the perspective of keeping discord out of the organization.
That's why he's been able to be here for 6 years. For sure.
The organization loves Kyle Shanahan compared to Jim Harbaugh. And that's part of it. I don't just mean being likable. I mean being like someone you can work with. Jim Harbaugh, everywhere he goes, succeeds and wears people the bleep out. Not just the Niners, Stanford, Niners, and how we doing at Michigan? What have you heard about Jim Harbaugh the last month? Is everybody just like, we're excited for the start of the season? No, the word investigation is up. So, yes, that matters. And yes, for me, puts Kyle Shanahan way the hell over the top on Jim Harbaugh.
I love Jim Harbaugh. Shanahan. It's Shanahan.
Shanahan.
I mean, because
you got to keep your people from wanting to kill you.
And they've had the
isn't that worth something?
They've had the same level of success. Now Harbaugh did it 3 straight years.
Yeah.
Immediately, Harbaugh inherited a better roster than Shanahan did. So it's like, but the simple fact is, this is what, year 7 for Kyle Shanahan?
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Harbaugh lasted 4 and really lasted 2.5, I think, before he was starting to. I mean, the whole thing turned with Harbaugh when they lost the Super Bowl.
He's a weird dude. And that's fine.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like his kind of weird.
I don't dislike
What's interesting is I like his kind of weird. I don't like Kapler's kind of weird. Like that's
why is that?
I just there's. I just was thinking about. I was thinking about. I
think Jim's weird is much more. I
think it's much more genuine.
But it's much more invasive in terms of the people he works with. No,
maybe. I mean,
I'm a big believer in what the people you work with. You know what I mean? How they feel about you.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, in sports.
In general, and I don't mean you need to be fluffy and everybody needs to love you and everybody wants to invite you over to their home.
I don't know about that because I think
I don't know about that.
I think a lot of people.
You got to be able to work with people.
Yes, but there's. I don't know. I think general likability goes a little too far today.
That's fair, but I'm not.
You know what? I like
I'm
that
not
guy.
saying general likability. I'm saying, do you have the ability to be a leader and have the organization function for a lengthy period of time? Greg Popovich is somebody who appears to a lot of people to be abrasive. Part of that is just his media way. Part of it is he is a tough guy. He is hard on people. Tony Parker and he joked about that just recently at the Hall of Fame speeches. But can you give Greg Popovich that? The people that he's been hardest on now sit on a podium and hug him and cry and love him. And he has been able to keep an organization floating for decades. That's worth something to me.
It's worth something. I think when you have the level of success that he had, it almost doesn't matter, though.
I don't know. Bobby Knight had a ton of success, and it was sustainable for a while. It did not stand the test of time. You know what I mean? Like you're not even allowed to behave that way anymore.
Sure.
So
it's a little different. I mean,
I just think you got to be good to people, man. You just got to be good to people.
You do, but I
don't think Jim Harbaugh was always good to people.
No, I don't think he was. But I also think there was an expectation that Harbaugh wanted out of people that it was a little too demanding. And sometimes when people are a little too demanding with reason, you get you can get labeled as kind of an a-hole.
But I don't mind that. Like if
Like,
you're,
you can get, like, it's like-
are you talking about like asking a lot of players?
Yeah, or just
that's coaching,
or just even the assistant,
That's-
your
that's-
personal assistant in the office.
Yeah. Well,
like
okay, but there has to be an
you
underlying
can't
respect.
treat him like a jerk.
Yeah, you got
You can't treat him like a jerk, but you could be maybe demanding.
Demanding is fine.
But if
I
you're
think-
demanding to that person, sometimes it might be.
I think
why are you so demanding to that guy?
Well, but
jerk?
I think people like fair but firm. I don't think they like fair and unfirm. I'm sorry, firm and unfair. You know what I mean? I don't mind firm coaching. My daughter got mad at me the other day because she got in the car after soccer practice and she's like, it's their initial training for the fall.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, Dad, he's making us run 4 laps, and then tomorrow we've got to do 6, and I hate running. And I looked at her and I go, he's trying to get guys in shape for the season. Dad, don't take his side. I'm trying to complain here. Well, is he right? He's coaching you. He's being tough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, if he's body shaming you, then he and I are going to have some words.
It's different.
You know what I'm saying? Like, just be good to people, but you can be demanding. You can ask for a lot. It's professional sports. So I don't have an issue with that.
It reminded me, and a mini tangent. It reminded me of my junior year and being on the varsity basketball team, and it just reminded me that the coach was demanding. Old coach. He passed away about a year and a half ago. He was 90. He was like in his. He was like 70 then, basically.
Right.
And so I'll never forget, like, conditioning was his great thing. And he had a time that everybody had to hit on the suicides. And if you didn't do it, you were doing it again. And I'll never forget the first practice of that season. And I'm trying to make the team as a junior, a lot of seniors or whatever.
Yep.
And I ended up just for lunch that day, we were practicing in the evening. I just crushed like Taco Bell. I crushed like 3 bean burritos and 2, soft taco. And like, I was not ready to play. And I'll just never forget having to run and having just the Taco Bell just eat me alive to the point where I remember because I was the guy that was like, the whole team had to make it. Right, the whole team had to make it in a certain amount of time, or everybody had to run it
again.
Everybody had to run it again,
yeah.
and there were 2 times where I was the guy. There was one other, and it was because I was crushing Taco Bell at noon for a 6 o'clock practice.
Okay, now you're an adult. Do you blame the coach?
No,
or do you
I didn't blame
you?
him then.
Okay.
I didn't blame him then. But but I was so mad. I was like,
got you.
I'm I'm
accountability.
Chuking
JD.
Taco Bell in the dumpster outside the gym.
No quiero Taco Bell. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Many more of your phone calls coming up next. 888-957-9570. We got an open show today for you. 888-957-9570. And JD's Warriors takes not far away either on Willard and Dibs.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
97 The Game.
Say it, JD.
Come at me.
You want me to come at you? I got no issue with you.
No.
I want to go. I want to
come at me.
I want to keep going with the calls.
But I'm pro going after whoever you want.
Well, the first thing I want to go after is the fact that y'all can win some tickets to a Warrior game tomorrow on 95.7 The Game. We're celebrating the schedule release. JD is going to torch the whole Warrior organization in moments.
Come on.
I'm kidding. But we're celebrating the schedule release by giving you a chance to win tickets to any game you want to go to. Did you hear that? Not just the game we pick, the game you pick. So tomorrow, each show gives one lucky listener a pair of tickets to any Warrior game, home game, obviously, of their choosing all year long. 3 chances to win. All you got to do is listen. That's tomorrow, all day, on 95.7 The Game.
A lot of great options. You want to see Phoenix the night before the
I do.
Super Bowl?
Oh, that's when they come back.
That's the other trip, the night before the Super Bowl on a Saturday on ABC. You want to see that one? You want to see maybe one of the matchups against the Kings? January 25th, perhaps?
Damon Chang on YouTube just said, Wizards, I want to be there to see Jordan Poole.
December 22nd, Friday night, ESPN, the Jordan Poole return.
Damn right it's on ESPN.
One of 10 out of 11.
Jeez.
From mid-December to mid-January. 10 out of 11 at home.
Yep.
Pretty crazy.
That'd be one option. All right, the station tweeted out a quote that I said on the show. Quote, fandom usually comes from production. There have barely been any games played by Trey. This intense fandom that a portion of the 49er fan base seems to have, where did it come from? What is it based on? Now, some of you know Andy Liu. I do not know Andy. I've never met Andy Liu. Andy Liu has quote tweeted this quote and wrote 3 things, none of which have any fact based to them at all. So I thought I'd bring it up because this is an example of what I'm talking about, where some of you have either blindly put faith and fandom in Trey Lance without any evidence, or you don't play fair in the sandbox. And we're big people here. We're adults. I don't care. I don't need you to play fair. It is all good. You can have any opinion you want. But I do think it would be smart on the part of every human being that if you want to play with facts. Play with facts. If you bring conversations like this to your family ain't going to last. Okay? So Andy writes back. This is about Trey Lance. Year 1, he sat behind Jimmy G when it was obvious the team wasn't going to win a title with him, wasted a developmental season. How in bejesus can you say that when they were 5 quarters away from winning the Super Bowl? They went to the NFC title game with an injured starter and still made it. Still had a lead in the 4th quarter of the NFC title game. Still might actually have gone to the Super Bowl if the interception wasn't dropped. Yes, so those are all mights. But a year where they knew they weren't going to win the Super Bowl and they end up in the NFC, how on earth can you say that? They were right there. Were they not?
They were right there. And you could make the case that the 49er locker room came into that season thinking we're good enough to win the Super Bowl.
Of course they were.
Which means if you make a move that the locker room believes puts you farther away from that, you run the risk of losing your locker room.
You run the risk. I'm
just going 21. I'm just going 21.
Yeah, his previous healthy year, they were in the Super Bowl. All right, then he writes, year 2, Kyle breaks his ankle running him up the middle 30 times a game. Thanks for your sarcasm, your exaggeration, and what Kyle would find to be the most offensive thing you could possibly say. I don't want to even get down to the debate over whether or not a coach can hurt a player in a football game. I find it laughable. Did he run him too much? If you want to have that opinion, you can. But 30 times a game, that didn't happen. Factually incorrect.
I think he did run him too much.
That's fine. But you can think that. But
he couldn't really do anything else consistently.
And like a coach cannot hurt a player in the NFL. Fact. Year 3, he's QB3 behind a terrible QB who everyone knows will be awful when he plays. First of all, he isn't even QB3 yet. And second of all, you have no idea what any of this is going to look like. You don't even know if Sam is going to play. You don't know if he's going to look bad when he does. This is pure speculation. So I will circle back to my original question. Does anybody want to play with facts in the sandbox? Or do you want to continue to do this? Do you want to hold on to your wild opinion that is based on clouds? You're welcome to it. It's America, knock yourself out. Where did your lockdown fandom come from? Because if you want to just speculate and say that Sam Darnold already won QB2 and he's going to stink when he goes in there, then why isn't someone allowed to fight back with their own speculation and say Trey's going to stink when he goes in there? Play with what we're actually playing with. And if not, then we know the game you're playing. We know the game you're playing. Okay? American politics has been run by this for the last 6 to 8 years. Just say whatever the hell you want to be a fact and make it a fact. And then see if you can get a bunch of crazy people all excited and chase you all over the country. Go for it. Go for it. Just know the game you're playing. It's a joke. It's a total joke.
It's all fair game for me. I think it's not a crazy take, and we talked about it earlier. It's not a crazy take to be skeptical of Darnold if he has to get in there and win.
Skepticism is fine. Don't say it as a fact.
But there are a lot of people that think he's like, hey, if Darnold has to play, he's going to suck. Like that's like I don't think that's I don't believe it, but that's not. I don't think that's a crazy take.
I'm not hitching to that wagon, but it's no crazier of a take to say that Trey's going to stink if he goes in. It's no crazier of a take.
I would agree with that.
So
I would agree with
my
that.
question is a genuine one. I said nothing about what Trey Lance will or won't be. I said, where did this come from that so many of you seem to talk about him as if he's already this made man? And your fandom, just listen to this. Your fandom knows no boundaries. Like, I just wonder if you're the ones who can't be talked to. It's not the other way around. It's not I don't hear. Do you hear anybody say Brock Purdy's a star? It's done. Does anybody say that?
No, not specifically. But again, I think that there is a percentage of 49er fans, playing devil's advocate, that think that Brock's been gassed up a little bit too much.
Okay, that's fine.
Like whether you think, because
you can be encouraged, you can be skeptical, you can be anywhere in between.
They're like, hey, he was really good.
Hopeful.
That may not be what he actually is.
I would call it hopeful.
That may not be what he actually is.
Maybe.
And we are, and look, we're not doing this yet, but it could get to the point where, and I've hinted at this a couple of the other days, and we've talked about it in short periods of time, but if Brock Purdy is just average or above average, let's say, then you are going to hear from people that are like, well, if he's only above average, then you may at least ask the question, should you be developing somebody that maybe has the potential to be better at that point?
Yeah.
I mean, we're going under the premise of Brock was a stud and he's going to continue to be a stud, or at least 80% of what he was, let's say, in those 8 games.
I guess. I mean, in theory, really all he has to be is the better choice. That's really all he has to be. If Brock's only above average, I don't think that if you want to be in the now, you can hate the quarterback evaluation process for years, but in the now, all he has to be is better than Sam or Trey. And only if Trey goes somewhere else and performs better would you then say that Brock was the wrong choice, right? I mean, we're here now.
I mean, yes, but I think if Brock, I do think we get it. I mean, a lot of this is speculation, but if Brock's just average, I do think you're going to hear, not to be repetitive, but I do think you're going to hear a little bit of, well, if Brock's average, then you shouldn't have been so all in on him, Kyle. Like, you shouldn't have been. You should have taken a step back, and maybe you do take, because it's kind of the along the lines of the Warriors' development with the young players. I think there are some in the Warrior fan base, there's a lot actually, that would have been willing to lose a few games here and there to get Kuminga farther along, to get Moody farther along, to get Wiseman to a point where he was playable at all, even in regular season games, because he was behind, he was really in a lot of ways behind the other two even. But the Warriors deemed, we can't do this because we're not good enough to be even a playoff team if we do this, let alone a championship team. They got off to such a great start that the year that they won the title, it became very easy to not play Kuminga and Moody very much. Wiseman was hurt that year. But I think there's a lot of, it's like, well, if you're not gonna guarantee me that we're gonna get to the,
I know, but come
or
on,
he's gonna be
people.
elite, then I would rather develop.
Okay.
And you kind of can't have it both ways, but that's how fans think.
I know, but you're asking for something that's entirely impossible. What I'm hearing you say is a fan is able to tell a team, if you're not going to go all in on your young people, then you better win it all. And if you fall a little bit short,
or the guy you go to better be legit,
but
not just average.
But if you fall a little bit short, then we riot. I mean, that's championship or bust, and it's stupidity. That whole mindset is just dumb. Life doesn't work that way. One team wins. So what you got to me, you got to ask yourself, are you willing to forego some of these projects to take a shot at a title? And if you're close, you got to be willing to accept that, because not every team wins. But if you're on a short list, if you're in a Final Four or a Final Six or whatever, you got to take that shot because you don't know how it's going to go. I mean, you telling me that the 49ers, with their double-digit lead against the Rams on the road, even though it fizzled, you're telling me that you would have rather just watched Trey Lance develop?
They wouldn't have got there.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, they wouldn't have got there.
But in favor of development, you would give that run up for let's see if Trey can play?
Look, I wouldn't. I do think there's a decent chunk of 49er fans that would. When they're 3-5 in the middle of that year, and it was a game away from happening.
Well, then it would have happened.
Well, but it would have happened because Kyle would have quit on the season.
Right, but it didn't. And so he didn't.
And it
smartly.
And it shouldn't
correctly.
Agree. I don't disagree with that. But that's the part people, well, Jimmy was one game away from getting benched. Well, no, Kyle was one game away from punting the season.
Right.
But
then he won.
It was declaring, he was going to declare it. It was, all right, we're not worried about it. We're going to develop. And again, if that had happened, maybe Trey would have been farther along at the beginning of last year.
Maybe.
To where he didn't feel he had to run him as much as he had to run him, or in the ways that he had to run him.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. We appreciate all you being there. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Redwood Dave, Redwood City. Hey, Dave, thanks for calling. You're on with Willard and JD. What's up?
Hey, guys. Just finishing up work over here, and I'm coming after all the fans that like Trey Lance. I do not blame Kyle Shanahan rolling the dice, taking a risk, trying to get an awesome player like Pat Mahomes, but that has not worked out. He's only thrown 400 passes in the last 6 years. He's only thrown 100 passes in the NFL. Sam Darnold has thrown, I think it's 1,700 passes or whatever it is, but he has a greater body of work. I don't foresee him overtaking Trey Lance in the remaining preseason games, but if he does, then okay, then that will be the number one, or the number two, and the number three. But Purdy has earned his right to be the starter, and until he falters, because we're a win-now team, we have to go with that. And I think the people that like Trey Lance are just uninformed and don't really watch football that much.
Your stat was about right. I just looked it up while you were talking, Redwood Dave, and thank you for the call. 1,765 career NFL attempts for Sam Darnold. You and I talked about the other day whether that's worth something as a backup. You know,
I think it is.
I do too. I think it's dangerous to start talking about Sam Darnold as if he's pushing Brock Purdy for the starting role.
Yeah,
that's like that. That to me,
we started to hear a little of that.
I know. I'd hit the brakes on that. I got no interest in that. I think that's fair. But again, you judge Sam Darnold as what the 49ers brought him in to be, the backup. They didn't bring him in to be the starter. Now, as far as if you're a fan of, like, I actually would hit the brakes before what Dave said. If you're a fan of Trey, you're uninformed. I don't know. You don't need to, like, pass some sort of test to be a fan of a guy. You can be a fan of whoever you want. I'm just, like, I'm asking where it comes from because it's not been the normal road. It's not been the normal road in sports. We usually get excited and become fans of players because they produce. And Trey hasn't even played. So if you're simply excited to see him, that's one thing, but that's not what I'm hearing. That's not where this conversation has gone. It's gotten ugly. It's gotten mean. It's gotten personal. It's gotten like where people are just convinced Trey Lance is great, and Kyle and the media have ruined everything.
And
where did this come from?
And that Kyle has, in some part, botched the whole thing to where Trey isn't farther along.
I mean, you could say that he botched the pick. I don't know how Kyle. Do you believe that Kyle got in the way of Trey being further along?
At this point, I get everything that they did. Like, I get moving up. I even get moving up without having a guy. Like, I even get moving up where, you're going to get either Fields or Trey or Mac, although it was clear they were focused on Mac and Trey, and they ended up going with Trey. Like, I get, hey, that was the 1 year out of what they're thinking at the time. It's the 1 year we're going to be not good, because you're thinking, fluke 2020 got kicked out. This is the year to move up. There's all these quarterbacks. I get the logic behind it. All right, we'll get a guy. He's gonna need time. We're gonna keep Jimmy for one more year while he develops behind the scenes, and then we're gonna give him the job. And that's exactly what the plan was, and it worked. And I think going into last year, they were comfortable. Maybe not not winning as many games as I think they were comfortable with it last year.
That's what Albert Breer said.
I
can't speak to their state of mind.
Because remember, Jimmy was not part of the equation
not
at that
the beginning.
Point. So
exactly.
I think they were willing to give a year to get it maybe lined up for Trey this year to be able to be able to lead them. But then Jimmy is still around, and Trey maybe wasn't as good at camp as they would want him to be, or wasn't as far as long. He had that finger injury that screwed everything up. And so Jimmy's back. But at the moment in which Jimmy's back, at that point, last year, it was set up to, and I've said that, it was set up that where they were going to, Jimmy was going to end up being the quarterback because everybody in the locker room believed that they could get to the Super Bowl with Jimmy.
Did you read Kawakami's piece yesterday in The Athletic?
I did.
I think it's important for you all to know. It's important for you all to read. Tim Kawakami on The Athletic, the background of the relationship between Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan and how it evolved last year. And there was incredible tension between the two that you saw bear out at the end of the season, but also at the beginning. Incredible tension between the two. And to me, you read that, it proves that bringing Jimmy back was a hedge because it was almost as if Jimmy Garoppolo and the 49ers got back in bed together against both of their wills. So simply ask yourself why they would do that. And there's zero question. They did it because they did not believe in what they were seeing from Trey Lance.
And I think there's logic in the way that they've handled all of that.
I do too.
And then you get to the point where they get to the NFC Championship game again. Purdy's hurt. A big part of the reason why Darnold was brought in, I think, was because at the time in which free agency started, both Trey Lance and Brock Purdy, you didn't know if they were going to be healthy. Now, Trey ended up getting cleared, I think, in April. It was like, all right, he's going to be fully healthy.
Yep.
Brock had his surgery pushed back to the point where the timeline ran right up against the start of the regular season, Labor Day and Week 1. So you had to get somebody because at that point you didn't have any quarterbacks. On March 13th,
right.
or whatever day the league year started, 15th, whatever it was, they didn't have a healthy quarterback on that date. So you have to get somebody. So they went out and got Sam Darnold, who I think you could make the case was the best option as far as somebody that's would fit the system and has played a lot of games. Played in the NFL.
They were if you believe a lot of reports, they were interested in him before.
So I get the logic to bring in Darnold at that point because you don't know about Brock or Trey, and now you've got all three. I also understand the logic of saying Purdy's the starter based on what he did last year. Like, that to me is an obvious. Like, he's been the best quarterback. Those 8 games were the best quarterback play the 49ers have had in Kyle Shanahan since he's been the coach.
Yeah. Yep. You're right.
So, again, as a long and winding road to get to the point, I see the logic in how they've handled all of it. So I don't think there's really any fail at this point, other than they haven't been able to get over the top. Now, is it debatable? Can we have a conversation about should you have, I think they should have taken more time to try to develop Trey or done better due diligence to understand how far away he was.
There's absolutely a conversation.
The biggest thing is the athleticism miss, the fact that he can't run zone reads.
That's wild. That one's wild. That's what I don't
that's
get.
inexcusable.
I don't get it.
Like, if you thought you were getting that guy as part of the package, then that to me is the biggest whiff.
Yep. Jeff in San Francisco, Willard and JD. Hey, Jeff, what are you doing?
How are you?
Good.
I'm disappointed in the diatribe that it's been unfair to Trey Lance, because it's I don't know. It doesn't seem unfair. It seems more like it's just a bad break for him with being injured and getting that to start last year, but it's kind of not unfair because you look at Purdy. He took advantage of his opportunity. He won, like you guys have been saying, in a row. And I don't know. I have a hard time with the diatribe that it's unfair to Trey that he hasn't gotten a shot. There's no time left. There's none left for him to develop as a 49er quarterback. There really isn't.
Thanks, Jeff. I had someone, I won't mention who, I had a conversation with someone inside the Warriors organization recently, and they were like, you know what? I'm not like, yeah, thank you. They're like, I'm not a huge football fan, but they because this has gotten so hot in the last few days, they kind of read up on it, and they were like, it is stunning. It is stunning, the parallel between James Wiseman and Trey Lance.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, the experience and how we felt about James is exactly what it looks like the 49ers are going through with Trey, which is that, like, we want to be a part of this, but we just don't. We don't have time. We don't have the time or space to do this anymore. And injuries and bad luck and all, they were like, it's stunning. The parallel is absolutely crazy. All right, we're sponsored by AC Transit. We got time for more of your calls next. We will get to the Warrior thing. I promise. I absolutely promise. We will. JD's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive to East Bay. Take the wheel of your career and level up. No driving experience required. Paid training is provided.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, wait till you hear what some of our listeners are about to throw into this stew in just moments. But first, Willard and JD. JD's here all week. Football season, I don't know if you've noticed, is here, which is exciting. And we're going to kick it off with our Red and Gold Summit. I'm really excited about this, especially those of you on the YouTube chat who say you're going to come for me at the Red and Golds. I can't wait to see you there. Let's hit a golf ball together and have a beer. I'll say the same thing to Andy Liu, who apparently is listening. Hi, Andy. We've never met personally. I know his work. Andy, if you're listening, we're happy to get a beer and tell you about how wrong you are. We could do that anytime. All good. But the Red and Gold Summit, all your favorite and non-favorite 95.7 The Game hosts at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon. I want to take that moment to thank Fieldwork Brewing Company, because it doesn't happen without you guys. And so we're going to send everybody down there. I hope everybody comes down to see us. If you missed the Warrior Summit that we had recently, it was a smashing success, mainly because so many of you showed up. And we just had energy in the building and just an awesome time. And so now we go to Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon and welcome in the football year in a week and a half. Tuesday, August 29th. We will start it off, me and Dibs, 2 o'clock. That goes 2 to 4. Get there early during that part, and you'll get a good seat. And you can also specifically hurl French fries at us, just the two of us, from 2 to 4. And then from 4 to 6, here we go. We release the hounds, and everybody will be there, all the hosts, with all the topics, the debate, the burning questions, everything surrounding the Red and Gold, live show right in front of you, all of our loyal listeners. So it's Tuesday the 29th, Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room and Beer Garden in San Ramon, now featuring the Lynx Top Golf Simulators. So that's going to be a great time. I can't wait for all of that. So 888-957-9570, that is the number. Let's keep it going. How about Grandpa Daddy in Hayward? Hey, GPD, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm on 580, driving in traffic, and I'm listening to you guys. Thank you very much for taking my call. It's always a pleasure, gentlemen.
It is great to have you. Thank you for calling. What do you got today?
I just want to say, you know where it comes from? It comes from emotions. See, a lot of people, we are emotional human beings, but a lot of people don't know how to stop their emotions and think with logic and common sense. I've been on this planet 61 years, man. I had to learn how to be logical and have common sense, and I saw it. When I saw Brock Purdy do that for 8 games, I mean, it's logical and it's common sense. He's got the skill set. And I've been watching Trey Lance, and he, even though he's got skills, he lacks what it takes, or he lacks what Purdy has. That's why they're going with him. And one more thing. If they would just stop thinking with emotions and stop being haters, look, man, do you think that the 49er organization don't know what they're doing? I mean... Well,
some don't, Grandpa Daddy. I mean, I'll answer for a lot of them. A lot of them just answer, yes, they do believe that the 49ers do not know what they're doing, at least when it comes to quarterback.
It's part of the reason why this is happening.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who don't believe that, which I find to be a funny dichotomy, because if you don't believe the 49ers know what they're doing at quarterback, why are you all excited about Trey Lance? You should have assumed from the beginning that they were going to get it wrong, right?
Mark, you always, and you know what, JD? You admitted to everything, Mark. You admitted to all of Mark's logic, but you still had the but. And there's 2 words in the English language that are always misused and misconstrued. But and if. If was a fifth, we all be drunk. But if I wouldn't have done that, my wife wouldn't have divorced me. I mean, here you go. You know what I'm saying?
Grandpa Daddy, you always bring a smile to our faces. Thank you very much for the call. Appreciate it. I don't even know what he was referring to.
I don't either. That's fine.
Yeah, but that's fine. It was funny, so it was okay.
Doesn't matter.
I don't know.
It'll slide.
I don't know.
I didn't take it as shots fired, so we're good.
Logic is a tough word when it comes to all of this. But yeah, A lot of people don't think that the 49ers know what they're doing, and that's fine. Do you want to know the one that gets me is not if you think the 49ers don't know what they're doing. You can think that. What gets me is a lot of your opinions seem to be based on like the 49ers being evil. Like, do you think the 49ers have wayward intentions? They're sabotaging Trey. Or, they're working dastardly deeds behind the scenes to promote this guy and push that guy back. I just wish everybody would understand that the only way Kyle Shanahan comes out of this looking really, really pristine is if Trey Lance was a star. He's completely incentivized for Trey Lance to be great. Don't you all genuinely think that Kyle Shanahan wants Trey Lance to be great? Don't you think that?
He does, just not somewhere else if they don't win a Super Bowl.
That's correct, yes. But I mean from the beginning.
Oh, yeah, of course.
From the beginning.
And that's why he picked him. I mean, he picked him with the intent on having him
I think some
do everything Brock Purdy did and more.
I think a lot of you think that these are like, right, that you don't trust them. I don't mean that you don't trust them to pick a quarterback. Maybe you don't. But you don't trust that they have like just on the face intentions. They would like to win football games. That's the only thing that's happening here.
2 mistakes that they made, Mark.
Okay.
The one was the misevaluation of Trey's athleticism, ability to run and have that be a part of his game. The other misevaluation, and this one I think you could even push back on, but I do think it's fair to bring up, is just the acknowledgement of how long it was going to take. Like, if you're going to take Trey Lance and it's a project, like, you need to have some feel when you have a championship caliber roster as to, is it going to take? Because I think they thought this guy will be good enough to lead us to a Super Bowl by year 2.
I agree.
Even if he didn't play a lot year 1.
They better have thought that.
Well, I think they did.
They better have thought that, because if they didn't, if they thought that this was a 3-year project, then what a horrible idea.
So I think they misevaluated the athleticism part, the fact that he would be able to be a dual threat at a high level, and that the running ability would allow him to be on the field while he developed as a passer. That's the first part where this just doesn't click, right? Because he's not this adept passer. We're going to run him, but part of, if he's a threat to get out on the edge and gash the defense, and inside both, but if the threat of the run keeps the defense honest enough to where some of these throws are going to be a little bit easier or a little bit more simplified within the offense, then that's something you can live with if the guy's going to play a little as a rookie or play a second year and win and develop, right? It's almost like the 2 times, like, we're going to win and develop.
Yeah.
The Warriors analogy.
And the Giants, yeah.
So they misevaluated his ability to, the athleticism, which is, now he's just basically a pocket guy, which is fine, but you didn't make that distinction until now going into year 3. So that's one fail. The other fail is just you have to have some understanding of what the timeline is going to be, and does the timeline fit your other goals? And that
I think that's fair. I think their answer on the second one would be that injuries the first year derailed his timeline. However, the problem with that is what we're looking at now. And
you're saying the finger injury that, so it screwed up the offseason.
Because he's overcompensating and he couldn't throw right, and that busted the timeline. The problem for me on that is it's now year 3. It's year 3, and whether you've had live game action, preseason, whatever, everything we're seeing at every stop at this point, whether it's somewhere, but some people will be like, it's awful. And some people are like, oh, it's mediocre. Whatever it is, it's not good enough. This isn't good enough. You know what I mean? You can't watch that game last Sunday and keep standing on the mountaintop screaming that the 49ers should this, that, and the other with Trey Lance. How can you watch that game and say that? I know it was only a half. I'm not writing off his career. But if that's your take, well, how can you watch that game and think that? The 49ers have a game in a couple weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it is. So, Amal, in Union City is next up. Hey, Amal, thanks for calling.
How you guys doing today?
Great, man. How about you?
Man, I'm still alive, still kicking. Can't ask for more nowadays.
Say it again.
But you know what? A lot of that segment of Niners fans that are really rooting for Trey Lance remind me of the character in Dumb and Dumber that Jim Carrey played. Where she asked him, where he asked her, man, just hit me with it. What are my chances? 1 in 100? She's like, no, it's more like 1 in a million. So what you're saying is there's a chance.
Exactly.
And that's what these Niner fans are holding on to. They can't see the data. The kid is a bust. And it's okay. A lot of first rounds are bust. They don't make it. That's okay. Let's move on. But they still think there's a chance. Guys, thanks for taking the call. I want to go to radio and listen to myself. Have a great day.
Okay, run, Amal. Get there quickly. You might be able to get the last few sentences.
That's funny.
How long is the delay, Grandy? How long do you have to do that? It's kind of like those, those panoramic cameras from 25, 30 years ago? We did this in middle school. I went to a Washington, D.C. trip with my whole class, and now you can just grab a phone and do a pano picture. But back then, they would set us all up in front of the Capitol building, and they'd tell the kid who was at the end, they're like, as soon as I raise my hand up, run to the other side of your classmates. And the kid would be in the picture twice because of those pano cameras. I think that's what Amal just did with his radio call.
Yeah, we're running on a 12-second delay, so
Okay.
Amal, the time has passed. But if you missed it, you can go to YouTube, go to the Odyssey app, and just rewind a little bit, and then you can listen to yourself.
Look at that promotion by Mark Grandy. That's why he has a professional job in this industry. Right there.
And he's a really likable guy.
That too. At least there's one of us in this room. Good Lord. Amal called him a bust. I'm still.
Yeah, see, I'm not even doing that.
I don't want to. And I'm admitting that maybe that's just I don't know. Maybe we should. I don't want to use that word.
Not yet.
I don't want to use that word.
Why would he be a bust? If there's anything, and we haven't talked a lot about this week, maybe some in the pre-show. If there's anything that's blown me away this week, believe it or not, it's how strongly
everybody left.
Yep. It's how strongly it's so so negative. Like, you can't play. JT O'Sullivan, I can't be on a roster, and we haven't gotten to Joe Banner, and I mean, it just it just feels like, whoa. Like, all I'm saying is he's the third string quarterback right now. Like, everybody else is like, it's over. It's a wrap. It's one of the worst trades in NFL history. It bust. Like, what? Like.
By the way, so JD references JT O'Sullivan on our show yesterday, and yes, I asked him, the problems you saw on video against the Raiders, are they fixable, or are these things that just should not be happening at this level? Listen to the answer.
I'm never going to be the guy that puts an artificial ceiling on someone's ability to improve. I think that if you were to show me that film of his first half, that first quarter, and I were to not know what was invested draft capital-wise, I would say this player is going to have a hard time being on an NFL roster right now. Now, that's not reality, though. They have invested a significant amount of that capital into him. They are invested as an organization from the outside looking in his performance. And so, I think he can continue to develop. I think he's in a tough spot.
Oof. Yeah, that's it's not a good quote. It's not a good quote. I don't want to use words like bust. Here's where I'll split the difference. I would not come anywhere near right now calling Trey Lance a bust. I think it's fair if you are a 49er fan and you want to call the pick a bust. Because what you did was you used three rounds worth of draft capital, 3 years worth of first-round draft capital on a player that you are not planning to get anything out of this year. So from that perspective, I'm not going to say Trey Lance can't play football. I am going to say the 49ers ROI is a total bust.
And it's especially tough when you start to look around, and I had seen this list earlier in the week of all the different different players that the 49ers could have had between the draft picks that they gave up.
That'll drive yourself crazy.
Everybody from Kyle Pitts to Jamar Chase to Pat Surtain,
Jalen Waddle, Micah
Parsons. Yeah.
You know how I lull myself to sleep on those?
J.C. Horn.
Whenever my head goes there, I go, they wouldn't be able to pay them all. Brandon Ayuk and Nick Bosa would have to leave if they had drafted those guys because they wouldn't be able to afford them all. But I'm only saying that just to make myself feel better.
They might have traded Debo because they have McCaffrey. Or they might not have ever gotten McCaffrey.
Maybe. Yeah. And that's why I don't go down that road. Like some of those players, like the 49er picks ended up as part of them. Like one of the 49er picks was part of the Tyreek Hill trade. Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean you could have had Tyreek Hill.
No.
Pick.
Yeah, I don't go that far.
I hear people doing that.
No, I don't do that.
They could have had Tyreek and Jalen Waddle and Micah Parsons.
The problem is, though, like a bunch of the picks, especially the 21 year, like the next 10 picks were all sweet players.
They were nails. Yeah.
It was almost you could have just picked one out of a hat.
No, that's
and
what
you would
I
have
mean.
got an awesome player.
That's why I think my ears would be open to you if you want to say the pick was a bust because they're not getting anything out of it. But I'm not going to call Trey a bust.
And they've also
it's too early.
In fairness, they have made it to both years with two different quarterbacks.
It hasn't killed them.
Made it to the championship.
It hasn't killed them. You're right. Yeah, Rob and San Bruno. Hey, Rob, you're on with Willard and JD. What's up, Rob?
What's going on? See, look, I find it funny how we ignored the Houston game where he came in where Jimmy almost threw us out the playoffs, and he played very well, won that game. But then y'all want to look at him and judge him off where he hasn't played football in the whole year. The whole year, broke his ankle. He playing with guys that probably won't even be on the roster in 2 weeks, and y'all going off of that. But then y'all only talk about the negative stuff. Yeah, he made a few bad throws. I seen Jimmy and Purdy do that all last year. But he also made some big-time throws, so I don't understand it. One more thing. Willard, all last year, I listen to your show all the time, by the way. Last year when Trey was all you kept saying was, oh, we're a Super Bowl winning team. We got to get to the Super Bowl. It's Super Bowl or bust when Trey was the starter. Now you backtracking with Purdy. No, don't backtrack.
Rob, if you say that I ever said championship or bust, I know you're lying because I've never used the phrase. That ain't me. That ain't me. Did I say that the 49ers had championship aspirations before last year? Sure. But that wasn't belief in Trey. I had no idea what was going to happen. No, it was belief in the roster.
You said Super Bowl or bust.
No, Rob, period. No, flat. No, I don't do that. I've never done it in my life. Zero. I am not a championship or bust fan. I don't look at sports that way. Okay? I just don't. Now, this game against Houston, here's the other response to you, Rob. This idea that we all forget what happened in the game against Houston, but we spotlight one game this. I'm not, and nobody here is spotlighting one game to criticize Trey Lance. You have got to look at reality. The 49ers have evaluated the player for 3 years, and they're not into it. That's all we're saying. JD, you've accurately pointed this out a number of times. I feel like I'm one of the few people who can say this. I'm not getting swayed by what happened last Sunday. I already thought that.
That's true.
I've been saying this for months. And it's not because of anything I see with my eyes. It's because I'm watching what the 49ers are doing. Their opinion is as clear as day.
Yeah. The other thing is... And because the part of Rob's call for me was I've seen this guy do bad night, but you've also seen them win a lot and put a lot of good tape out there, and and this is the part where I'm going to say this, and people are going to categorize it as part of maybe what they think isn't fair about it. But Trey Lance is not. He's not going to get the leeway that Jimmy got in 17 and 18 and 19. Like, he's not going to get the leeway that Brock Purdy earned based on the way that he played over those 8 games. Like,
they have a resume.
Like, he's not going to get to do it with the ones. Sorry. Like, that's just it's tough. It's circumstances. That sucks. Like, the only way he's going to get a shot at the ones is if the other two guys get hurt, it looks like.
By the way, he balled out against Houston.
He was good in the second half.
You want the numbers?
Give me the number. He was good in the second half.
Because if I give you the numbers, it's going to sound exactly like a Jimmy G game that y'all hated. Okay? They stunk out loud in the first half. They were better in the second half. They were playing the worst team in the NFL, and Trey Lance went 16 of 23 for 249, 2 touchdowns, a pick, and was sacked once and ran for 31 yards. Okay.
He was
balled out.
He was good enough to win that game.
Balled out.
Got better as it went on.
I reserve balled out for, I won my fantasy game because Jalen Hurts put up 45 points. 249 yards, 2 TDs, a pick, and 31 yards rushing. Falls somewhere short of, quote, balled out. He had a great throw to Debo. That was a wonderful highlight.
And you can also make the case that the fact that he played that well gave the 49ers confidence to make him the starter last year.
Great point.
Which they did.
It's a great point.
So I think you could make the case they used that in part to say, hey, all right, we're good. Yeah. Like if he can do that again, even if it's just against bad teams, if he can do that, there's a baseline to where we can live with this as a developmental year where we're also trying to win.
Don't you remember the vibe after that game?
I do.
The vibe after that game was, I'll try to use my tone here. Okay.
Yeah,
that was the vibe. Nobody was running around going
there's something there.
Oh my God, future star. Nobody was doing that.
I mean, maybe the people that thought that he should have been starting from the jump were doing that because the one thing, and again, I hate to do this, but it's my literal mind.
Yeah.
I do remember a little of, because you compared it to Jimmy. It's like, well, he didn't play all year, and he put up a Jimmy line. He could have done that all year.
Yeah.
And again, I'm playing devil's advocate.
Right, but the conversation we've been having for a few years is not, can Trey Lance be Jimmy?
Well, no, but his rookie year without playing. Sure. I mean, this is his rookie year without playing at all.
It was
for a couple of years.
It was mildly. It was nicely encouraging. That day.
That's what it was for me.
Nicely
That's what
encouraging.
it was for me. Because we don't disagree. We don't disagree. I'm just bringing up the.
Yeah.
I'm bringing. I remember that. Like, well, okay. Like, he could have done, but it's like he could. But there were some that were saying,
I was freaking out.
Well, he could have done that all year.
Yeah,
like, he could have done that all year,
and maybe he could have.
And if his first year because there was a lot of, well, Trey's going to be as because a lot of this was the Jimmy put down, but there was a lot of, well, Trey can be as good as Jimmy. Like, Trey can be as good as Jimmy, like, pretty quickly, if not immediately, but by the end of his first year, because Jimmy ain't that good anyway. Trey's got all his talent. You can work with Kyle. He'll be as good as Jimmy. And I think that was, for some, a validation of, well, why didn't you start him the whole year? Because that's kind of what it could have looked like. There was some of that.
Sure. Of course there was. I'm not first of all, a phrase I have literally never said in my life, championship or bust. I think the whole concept is dumb. And secondarily, the idea that like this game last weekend suddenly shifted my position on this even 1 inch is it's laughable. It's laughable. And everybody who's here in the building and everyone who's listening to this show every day knows that. No, there's nothing against Trey. The 49ers are right where they were before Sunday's game. Not that into it. 888-957-9570. We got some important sound from Mike Dunleavy Jr. to play for you. And plenty more time for your phone calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. It's JD for Dibs all week. Willard and Dibs.
I want to go to radio and listen to myself.
This just in, BMO is coming. Let's go live to the scene.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, gosh. What is it? It's August 17th. When do they play?
September 10th. It's about 3.5 weeks. I think we could say 3.5.
Oh, crap. Is it that long?
3 weeks and 3 days.
Ooh-wee. We got a preseason game, though, in about 48 hours.
And the first actual regular season game in the whole season is 3 weeks from today.
3 weeks from today. Lions Chiefs? Do I have that right?
Yep.
Lions Chiefs? Nice. That'll be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. No, it will be.
Why are you into it?
No, it will be. No,
Why aren't you into it?
The Lions don't totally do it for me. I know they kind of became the darlings. There's a little of this. This is something that I actually, and I may be wrong about this. I feel like Dan Campbell's kind of in a weird way a Gabe. Like he's kind of my Gabe Kapler of the NFL.
Why?
I don't like Dan Campbell. Like I think he's.
You think he's
in a
fraud.
very different way? I think he's a phony.
We're going to bite a kneecap off. We're going to take your other kneecap.
I hated that press conference, but he won me kind of back over because you watch Hard Knocks. And actually, let me take Dan Campbell's press conferences and apply them to James Wiseman or Trey Lance. Like that press conference was small sample size. You're going to bite a kneecap? I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, you weirdo?
Yeah. Doesn't matter if you have one ass cheek and 3 toes. I will beat your ass.
What are you talking about, you absolute weirdo? But then you watch Hard Knocks and watch 10 Wins or whatever, and you're like, you know what? He's growing on me a little bit. He's growing on me a little bit.
He's not really growing on me necessarily, but the fact that he, and I think some of the in-game stuff has been, I think he's coached that team like a team with zero the whole time he's been there.
Well, he had to.
It's been so I'm a little interested to see how it plays.
This is a great
with
point.
Some expectations attached to it.
This is a great point because that is a very, very different season. And Warrior basketball is a great way to point it out. When people talk about how difficult it is to repeat, we hear all kinds of different ways where players say it. We had a target on our back, and we get everybody's best shot every night. And whatever it is, expectations do something to you. And there are two types of teams in the NFL. One is a coaching staff that comes in and is trying to switch a culture, which is what Dan Campbell was trying to do, and he successfully did that.
Seems like it.
But the next thing you got to do is, now we're expecting you to show up and be good. And can you meet that?
Right.
And this is a first.
They were
for them.
They were left for dead at, and I don't even remember they ended up 9-8, but they were left for dead at 2-7 or something. They were really bad.
Yeah, correct.
And nobody gave a damn whether they were going to win or lose or whatever. And then they just started to win. They started kind of winning. Totally meaningless. We're never going to make the they were never going to make the playoffs.
Not true. There was a scenario going into the final game of the year.
They ended up where they could have backed in. Yes.
Yes.
And to their credit, again, I say all this to give him credit. I'm giving him credit for keeping that team together, although they were
1-6.
Okay.
They were 1-6.
And ended up 9-8?
And then won 8 of their last 9. No, 8 of their last 10.
8 of the last 10.
Yeah, they
okay.
with
they
their
get to 9-8.
Their only losses being
was Carolina,
Buffalo, and then
I remember. It's funny. I remember the Carolina game because that was a game where they were playing better, and I thought, you know what, they'll go to Carolina and get smoked because they're frauds. I remember,
and they did. Well, they had just gone into New York and beaten that Jets defense. They pulled. Yeah. They back to listen to what they had done. They had lost to Buffalo, and then they went on a 3-game win streak. They beat Jacksonville.
That's right. They almost won Thanksgiving. Buffalo was the Thanksgiving game.
They beat Minnesota, and then they went to New York and beat the Jets. And people were like, "Hold on a second." That got them back to 7-7, and people were like, "Hang on a second." And then they had the letdown. They go to Carolina and lose.
I'm interested expectations. And honestly, being the first game of the year against the defending champs is the perfect sort of, that's the perfect sort of, okay, now you're on the radar, Lions. Dan Campbell, now you're on
Lions.
You're on the radar.
Yep.
This is not,
Lions.
cute and it's interesting because him and Gabe are obviously very different, but there's something. there's just something off where I feel like he's trying to be
it's an interesting
Joe football coach.
Yeah, it's
like
an interesting
he's trying
though.
to be that guy.
I know, but Dan Campbell's trying to be the guy. The guy he's trying to
Gabe's
be
trying to be the intellectual.
Right, but yes, like Dan's trying to be like, I'm you.
This is how we do this.
I'm you, and we're like, let's have a beer, and hey, players, I'm one of you.
Come on, Dees.
Right?
Dees nuts.
Yeah, Dees nuts. Let's get an ass cheek and go win a football. Like, he's super, and especially you're in Middle America, you're in the Midwest. I not Middle America, but Midwest, and it's just very accessible and relatable, which is exactly what I would say is Gabe Kapler's problem, is he's not. Like, the Giants manager is on the cover of GQ. What the hell is more inaccessible than that?
Right.
How does anybody relate to this dude?
Well, he's in it. Yeah.
He goes to get a picture, and everyone's like looking down at their body, and they're like, "Oh crap!" That's what you know what I mean? Like, we're used to people waddling out there looking like Santa Claus.
I think Gabe has tried really hard to not have things like happened yesterday happen. I think he's tried really hard to make sure he can explain everything, make sure that he does it in a real open and thoughtful way. I think he's done a lot of that because he doesn't want to get caught making a mistake or with the inability to explain something to where it looks like he's not connected with what's going on. Like, he's done but I think that has also made him come off as less relatable in some ways. Like, I don't even fault him for that part because I think, you know what I mean? I'm not even.
Well, here's the only way where I can relate to Gabe Kapler. Early in my career, this is one of the things that I thought, and this is even just as a radio host or whatever, a personality or just a human being. I felt like, kind of turning 30, one of the great epiphanies in life is that it is okay to not know something. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to make a mistake. It's okay to not know something. In my 20s, when I got on the air, if a caller would call in and be like, "Hey, what's the, you know what I mean? Like, what is Trey Lance's completion percentage for his career?" And I would be like flustered if I didn't know it right off the top of my head. And that's not human. That's not being a human being. And I feel like that's one thing, and I'm not saying Gabe hasn't learned that lesson. I don't know him well enough to say that. But I feel like if you said what would embarrass Gabe Kapler, I think embarrassing Gabe Kapler is like not looking fully buttoned up.
Yeah. Well, that's
about something.
Because that was the perception of him in Philadelphia.
Which
was that he wasn't, that it.
And like, I don't know if people.
And they would box him in constantly.
Yeah, people don't relate to that because nobody feels buttoned up. Or very few people. You know what I mean? Yeah. Do you feel like, does everyone feel like you're just in full control? Like you just got it? Every day you wake up and you're like, man, I'm crushing it. And everything has been totally planned for. And we're going to go on the schedule. It's 8:03. It's time to fry an egg. Like, that's not how most people live. And it feels like that's how Gabe rolls. And when it doesn't follow the plan, that's when he feels embarrassed.
And maybe lashes out as an extension of that. Yeah, but again, I give Gabe credit here. He's done a really good job of keeping it under control.
Totally.
Like he's just, again, I think there'd been a lot more days like yesterday. I think there would have been a lot more things that slipped through the crack. I think there would have been a lot more things that moves that were made that players didn't like in all of the switching of things around, just the pinch hitting and the subs and all that stuff. And I give him credit because I think he has whatever he's had to do, and maybe it's extremely mentally draining to have to do it. I don't know. I'm not inside his head.
Well, it seems like his way. I actually think that's his comfort zone.
But he's made it work to where it hasn't been a disaster.
Do you remember, I bet you could help me with this because it's a little fuzzy. I feel like they were in Cincinnati. This was not this year, but last. And there was some sort of a lineup card error.
Oh, yeah.
They put someone on the card.
And it wasn't. And
they weren't available.
Right. It was, yes.
And I can't remember who the player was. And that's actually not, even though it ends up with Gabe, he's
They were
the
a
boss.
man short.
They were a man short, and I think that's Kai Correa's.
Yeah, I think it was.
It had been delegated to him, and a mistake got made, and Gabe was like, I mean, that was worse to him than someone striking out with the bases loaded in the ninth inning of a tie game. He was like, it was
because it made him look bad.
He's like, this is our thing, and our thing is being organized, and we were disorganized.
Yeah, it made him look bad, and it made him look bad in a way that the perception of him is that he's
the opposite.
Well, but the perception is that he's kind of a dope. Like the perception of him coming in here is that he, you can say I think he's smart or not, but the perception of him coming here to me was this guy's kind of a buffoon. He's not buttoned up. He tries to be, but he can't keep it straight. And so to me, that type of mistake was that was the kind of thing that would especially make him bristle, because it fits the mold of you didn't have the guy in the lineup card. Like I missed. Like how did I miss it?
Well, that's what I mean. I think everybody has the things that they think not so much define them, but they're your things. That's your thing.
Yeah.
Like, what's your thing, man? Right? If I asked you, what's your thing? Like, what really kind of makes you tick? And when that area of your life,
I just think he's super aware of the fact that any kind of little detail thing like that plays right into the perception of what people thought he was coming here. And so I think that's why he gets so mad. I think that's why he got mad about that.
That's interesting. That's it. See, I think it's because he feels like that's his absolute best quality.
Well, then maybe, but that's not
detailed, oriented, and organized. And when an absolute 1 foot putt gets missed in the organization department, you're like cutting Gabe to his core. Like, dude, that's my thing. And we're gonna go out. We're gonna go out into the public world and look like idiots.
You might be right
because we're disorganized.
You might be right. To me, it's one of those things that even if it wasn't his fault, he had to own.
Of course, he's the boss.
And I just think he sat back. I might be wrong.
Yeah, well,
we all might be wrong. But my take is, he sat back in his office, when that goes down, or he's thinking, he's got to acknowledge it or whatever. He sat back and he's like, "Damn it, you made me look like the idiot. You made me look like the idiot, and I looked like the idiot in Philadelphia, and now I got to, for tonight, look like the idiot here. And I've done everything I possibly can to not look like that kind of idiot here. And now there's one that's slipped through the crack." Like, I think that's what it is.
I think there's some overlap to what we're saying too.
Yeah,
I think there's some overlap there. I hear you.
There was something that I want to say there was something that happened the pandemic year, but I can't remember off.
I've erased that entire experience from our existence, except for Alex Dickerson throwing balls at cardboard cutouts. That's the only thing I remember about the pandemic. Oh, and the week when people tried to wipe down their food. Remember that? When you had to take your groceries home and you had to wipe them?
I never did that. But.
Neither did I. There's the one thing where I'm like, you're supposed to stay in your home. And I'm like, fine, except for grocery store. I go every day. I'm a weirdo like that. I love going to the grocery store. Most days I go twice.
Wow.
I'm serious.
Okay.
It's air conditioned in there. They got food. I'm like, this is great. This is the best place I've ever seen.
You sound like my dad.
I love it in there.
My dad goes.
I forget stuff on purpose, so I got to go back.
Now you are my dad.
I'm like, this place is awesome.
He goes like 4 times a week.
Yeah. Like, I never bring a list because I'll walk up and down every aisle. We'll find it. Then I'll go home and be like, God damn it, I forgot.
My mom,
go back.
My mom will be like, your dad texted me again. He went out. He texted me again. Do we need anything at the store?
I love it.
You just went 2 days ago.
2 days ago. I've been 5 times since then. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube as well. Love y'all people, even you haters on there. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. So we were mentioning a couple times today, Trey Lance and James Wiseman, and the obvious comparison that so many have made through the years. It is really uncanny. And it was cool because Mike Dunleavy Jr. was on our station earlier today on Steiny and Goose. Styles in for Steiny. And Guru asked Mike Dunleavy about it. Like, not knowing how much of a football fan Mike Dunleavy Jr. is, but have you watched the Trey Lance situation that's unfolding? And kind of how would you compare it to James Wiseman? Listen to what Dunleavy had to say.
Everybody kind of runs their own race, and some guys come out of the gates and they're really good and they don't look back. And some guys, it takes some time. And whether you're talking about football or basketball, it's just something that there's no specific recipe for every guy, and it's important for us to always have a pulse of these guys. They're in our gym, they're working with our coaches, working with our team, and you just got at times you got to make a call, as was the case with James, where we just felt like with where our guys were and the success of our team. And the amount of time it was probably going to take him to get to the level we needed him to get to, we financially couldn't afford that. And so those things happen. Those are the conversations we're constantly having and evaluating. And so I think we've learned a lot the last few years in terms of traction at the top of the draft. Hopefully we're not back there anytime soon. But if we are, I think we'll be better.
I thought a fascinating answer because it's the first time I've heard anybody attach money to this.
Yeah, that was... We thought the same thing.
We financially couldn't wait anymore.
It's interesting.
It's super interesting because the idea has been all along, look, we don't have time for development here. We're trying to win championships. Not so much our salary cap situation doesn't have time for it anymore. Now, that might be, Dunleavy paints the picture of the one huge difference between the 49ers situation and the Warriors. The Warriors are in a spot where they're like, look, we're trying to lower payroll. We're trying to get some things down here in terms of the luxury tax. And I still think that was part of the underrated part of the Wiseman trade, which over the life of the deal, they saved almost $40 million with that. And so that's a significant amount of money, even for the Warriors who spend, $500 million almost every single year. But he attaches finances to why they had to move on from James Wiseman. The 49ers, that I would think is not even a consideration, partially because the quarterback they did choose is only making $800,000 or $900,000.
Right. If the 49ers had a more expensive option filling the void, then the financial component probably would come in on Trey Lance, and that might force their hand as far as taking him off the roster more quickly. A lot of people, when the Warriors acquired Gary Payton II in the Wiseman deal or the series of deals that led up to that, it was, well, you could have kept him anyway. You could have kept, well, the truth is, no, you couldn't have kept him because in part you were carrying a $10 million center that was going to take a few years to develop. So in essence, they were able to, shift that money. The Wiseman money became the GP2 money. All right, we're acknowledging a miss on Wiseman, but we're getting a guy that maybe we should have kept anyway in that salary slot.
Right.
And and saving in the structure of all of it in addition to that.
It's so tough, I think, that, not that I feel bad for the Warriors at all. I think that this is it's a subject matter that I would like to mention that Mike Dunleavy Jr. has been courageous enough to bring up a couple of times. I remember right before their really disappointing playoff loss to the Sacramento Kings, Game 6, the home game.
Yeah. God.
And we were out there, right? We did our show out there and handed the baton off to you. And right before we handed the baton to you, Mike Dunleavy Jr.
You
was
guys made
out.
me sing.
And that's right. We made you sing. Did we make Mike Dunleavy sing too?
I don't remember.
Okay. Anyway, Mike came over. He's kind enough to come to team shop, right? Warriors shop. And he's sitting there talking to us. And we asked him about the offseason and certainly what some of the plans were. And he was courageous enough to point to the fact that, look, there are realities in play here financially. The reason I call that courageous is, let's be honest, not a fan on the planet that wants to hear it.
That's true.
They do not want to hear that the billionaire wants to spend less. That is incredibly, especially when the fan is being asked to spend hundreds, in some case thousands, in order to go see games at Chase Center. It's very, very difficult to say that and not get criticized. So I'm not throwing a victory lap for Mike Dunleavy Jr. there. I'm just saying I appreciate it. I appreciate the honesty to point to that aspect because, by the way, he's also not the one that's driving that. He's not saying, look, I want to save money. His boss is telling him these are the realities here, and we need to make some moves that free up a little bit of money. It's part of why Jordan Poole is gone and Chris Paul is here because Chris Paul's only got 1 year and Jordan had 4. Exactly, and it also gives the Warriors the ability to potentially use Chris Paul to bring another player back. If there's flexibility in that as well that I think has been sort of an underrated, under-discussed part of the Chris Paul deal. It's the fact that they could do to Chris Paul what just happened to Chris Paul. They could trade him somewhere, and somebody could have his money go away, and you could take on a player if you want. And now maybe there's another player on the Warriors roster that has to go to make that happen. But you have with Jordan Poole, you were just much more boxed in because anybody that was going to take Poole was going to have to take Poole with the years remaining on his contract, and that might have been a trickier proposition if he had to continue to be here, given the way last year had played out. I mean, I think what you're talking about, and this is a very, very big possibility, which is if the Warriors get to camp and start the season and this whole plan that they have this year doesn't work. Yeah. And they would have to pivot. Yeah. Yes. You mean off of Chris Paul. Yeah. That's one option. If they get to the end of the year, they could also trade him and take nothing back. Yes. But I mean, I'm not even saying that. They could just let him go. They could let him go and save the money. They got to re-sign Clay. Yeah, they can get creative with it as well, though, if they want to add. Like that was the point that I was making. So you can add if you want to get creative. By the way, while we're on Warriors, the schedule is out, and so we've pointed to a couple of things that stood out. Obviously, Kevin Durant will finally, knock on wood, play in front of fans. Yeah, let's hope. I mean, hope he's healthy, right? Like, we'll finally play in front of fans here in San Francisco on opening night as the Suns visit the Warriors. And I have no doubt that the Warriors are going to give him the tribute he deserves. And I have every belief that the fans, even if you've got mixed feelings about it, for me, I'm just going to focus on what Kevin Durant brought for a few years and the entertainment and all of those things. I got nothing against Kevin Durant if he was looking for something else in his career. I do think, it's funny. Some people are like, gosh, this Kevin Durant guy, at its core, if you're a Warrior fan and you didn't like his departure, it was because he was having a hard time getting along with Draymond, which I feel like Warrior fans, how hard that would be. Some of you can't do it and you've never even met him, Good point. So there shouldn't be anything against Kevin Durant. I hope he gets a huge reception. He will. On opening night. Jordan Poole returns on December 22nd with the Washington Wizards. I hope that looks cool. But the basketball stuff that we get out of the schedule is that the Warriors, like you would expect, tons of national TV games, and driving the broadcasts and the money and all of that means that the Warriors have you got a lot of back-to-backs. 15. It's a lot. Which is, I think, tied for the most, if not the most. It's the most. Which, if you're looking at the Warriors objectively, the concern that fans would have is, well, they're old, and they got older. And so now you throw that at them, and, okay, that could bring up some concerns. You had an interesting comment about that, though. Yeah, and it's 7 of 8. It's 7 of 9 on the road. It's 7 of 8 after the first game against Phoenix, which is a home game. They've got, just real quickly, a 4-game trip in January, 5-game trip in February, another 4-gamer into February, March, and a 7-gamer at the end of March and into early April. They do play 10 of 11 right around Christmas through, I think it's December 19th to about January 10th. Great. They play 10 of 11 at home. Great. And the only road game is Christmas at Denver. That's kind of the exciting launch of the NBA season for a lot of people. Right. So great. So that's like, you're like, all these road games, when are the home games? Well, they play 10 of freaking 11 at home, basically the week before Christmas until the week and a half after New Year's. Well, what, by the way, just complete aside, what day of the week is Christmas again? Monday. Okay, so we do have NFL. And, well, we did 49ers. That's right. But here's the thing. That game's at 11. The Warrior game's at 11:30 a.m. because they didn't want to. They didn't want to go up against.
They didn't want to. So yes,
They didn't want to go up against.
It's actually. I think it's great. The Warrior Denver game is at 11:30 Pacific. The 49er game's at 5:15. 49er game is Monday Night Football on Christmas. Right. I think that's perfect.
I've decided that that's going to be the greatest day of my life.
Is that perfect or not?
It's completely perfect. The only way it's not perfect is if your kids aren't 5 yet, because 11 o'clock is build the toys time.
Okay.
Right?
It's true.
Yeah. Like, my kids are old enough that I don't think we're going to be building anything this year. You're done opening your gifts by 11 a.m. Eat some sort of an egg quiche, and then turn on the dubs.
And you've got a little break in between.
And then, and that's your early Christmas dinner. Like, get so fat and happy.
2:30.
Couple of cocktails.
To like 3:30.
And then you are lubed up, full, and satisfied with the belt unbuckled by the kickoff of the Niner game.
Yeah, and you got other games you can have on in between. I think there's a football game on in between. There's basketball games on in between.
And if you can do all that without falling asleep, you're elite. You're elite. If you could drink 2 Manhattans, have 8 pieces of cornbread, right? Like, I don't know why I threw cornbread in there on Christmas, but like just...
It's there.
Ham,
I'm sure there is some.
There's green beans, right? The kids kids have gone nuts, and they're getting their 8th wind. If you can do all that and watch both games and not take a nap, I want to hear from you on December 26th. I can't wait. That sounds like an amazing day.
It worked out beautifully. And again, not to get lost in the week, but the first thing, everybody's like, JD, the schedule, it's a great day. Yes, it is. I go all Rain Man, right? But one of the first things I look at, I do all right, I got to tweet this out, and what do I know? Like, I do the kind of reporter stuff first, but really the first thing that I look at every single year is the 49er Warrior conflicts. And so to see
they're smart. The NBA is not stupid.
Well, and
they're not stupid.
Well, they've been pretty stupid the last few years.
I guess, but I think
I was telling Lucas there were 7 or 8 like the last 3 years of like 6, 7 Sundays where it's like the Warriors are playing and the Niners are playing. And one's at 4,
those.
And one's at 5, and one's at 12, and one's at 1.
A random Sunday, sometimes there's not much you can do.
I hate that.
But on Christmas, it's Christmas.
There's like 3 of them this year. It's like it's the most
perfect.
It's the most 49er Warrior friendly schedule I can remember.
I think most sports leagues have figured out, and you watch Major League Baseball, for instance, when they get to October and the way they schedule their playoffs with total and complete fear of the NFL. It's awesome.
And rightfully so.
Do not battle the NFL. Just don't do it. It's like that 300-pound dude walking into a bar. Don't go talk smack. Okay? You're going to get smacked upside the head. Don't do it.
Don't tug on Superman's cape.
Some Warrior Nuggets game, even on Christmas, which is a great game. I can't wait to see it.
They wanted it early.
But you're going to go up against the Niners?
And their number 1 game is Boston and the Lakers. They brought out Boston and the Lakers, but it's at 2.
Yep. Because they didn't want to do that.
It's at 2 Pacific.
Yep.
So they've got other games. I can't remember who's even playing, Dallas and Phoenix or something. They have games, I think, at 5 and 7:30.
Niners and Ravens.
But Niners and Ravens a big freaking deal.
Put up a huge old number. That's going to put up a bananas number.
By the way, you know what?
Oh, my gosh.
So I mentioned
Christmas night. That's really spicy.
So Boston and the Lakers, right, is the NBA game, like the middle of the day, 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
You know what the NFL game is? It's going to go up against the end of the Warrior game, but they got the Warrior game on first. It's Philadelphia and the Giants.
Oh gosh, the old NFC battle.
You've got Philadelphia and you've got the Giants and the Eagles.
The Chiefs play up against the Warriors though. Chiefs and Raiders play up against the Warriors.
Yeah. Okay. That's cute.
It's not cute. It's massive. It's the Chiefs. That's massive fantasy football.
No doubt.
Families are going to be together.
You're going to need multiple screens.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Which is a given.
A lot of cities won't. They'll just be like, I don't need to watch the Warriors and the Nuggets in December.
But, yeah, and again, but you've got like Philadelphia, New York, and Boston, L.A., like at the same time going up against each other.
Okay, San Francisco, Garoppolo or Steph. Who you want to watch?
Yeah. Okay.
Some of the ladies will be like, put Put the Raider game on.
So that it.
Come on.
What? No, I'm
Put
not.
the Raider
I'm not,
game on.
You see me disagreeing with you?
The Chiefs have the ball? All right, let's go check in on the Warriors.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
I'm going to be at my sister's house, and she's one of these people. She's one of these people. I'm forcing her to be in a family fantasy league this year. She does not want. She's like, I don't know how to do that. I'm like, I don't care. You just be in it. We're just going to have a good time. You know what she said? I'll do it. But
Cool.
you guys have to reserve Garoppolo for me.
Well, okay.
I told her, I go, you don't have to worry.
Done.
Nobody.
Let me tell you.
Nobody else is going to see.
We'll do it.
Right? Don't tell her. Nobody tell my sister. I'll just be like, okay, fine, but you owe me one. You owe me one. I'll do something different and take Jalen Hurts or Josh Allen. You get Garoppolo, but you're cooking on Christmas, not me. I'm going to play this thing. Anyway, back to, I want to hear your Warrior.
I know.
Yeah.
I got off on it. This is what happens when you bring up the schedule. It's like,
it's great.
You're going to not let me come back tomorrow.
It's like Gabe Kapler and his details.
So
it's JD and his schedule.
And I'm only getting started because I barely got a chance to glance at it.
Oh, gosh.
But no, the thing that I heard in the first 90 minutes, schedule drops at noon. I get it out. I'm looking at it. Okay, fine. Drive in. We're getting ready for the show. So it's about 1:15, 1:30 we're talking. But everything that I heard in those 90 minutes, looking at social media, whatever.
Yep.
All the road games to start. All the back-to-backs. What's going on? Leagues against the war. Like, put up or shut up. Like I don't want to hear any complaints this year. I don't want to hear any complaints. Like, there's no complaint. Like, you got your complaints out of the way last year, right? Nothing worked last year. You had the punch. You had bad on the road. The young players weren't far enough. Like, there's no excuses. There's no excuses. Like, last year got off the rails very early, and they were never able to get it back. Like, I don't want to hear complaints about too many road games early, too many back-to-backs. Like, the Warriors, like this year, the Warriors are going to just have to figure it out. If they were terrible on the road all year last year, well, guess what? Then now you got 7-9 on the road right out of the chute. You better be buttoned up enough right off the top to win enough of those games to where it doesn't get you off the rails at the beginning of the season.
Okay, I got a question for you. That's an interesting take. Do you feel like the Warriors complained last year?
I think there was. Yeah,
do you know what I mean? You know why I'm asking
I know
you that?
what you're saying.
You're like, I don't want to hear XYZ.
I think Warrior fans complain.
Okay.
I think Warrior fans complain about everything. Like, I think Warrior fans do, for as well as things have gone. There is a little of this. Everything's gone against us.
Well, that's fan base. Fans always complain, right? Steph never gets a call.
But what I'm saying is, there's no for the Warriors this year. There's no excuses. There's no.
Yeah, I don't
like you come out, be ready at the start. They weren't ready at the start. Clay wasn't ready at the start. Draymond Green and Jordan Poole, because of what Draymond did, they weren't ready to play at the start. The young players weren't ready to play at the start, and they had a little championship hangover too. Like, they wanted to come out and coast and go through the motions, and they were in a bunch of close games on the road against some bad teams. They couldn't win any of the freaking games.
I'll tell you where I really love what you're saying, and it's from this perspective. Like, a couple of the things you said there. Clay wasn't ready, and obviously Draymond punched a teammate, and things just completely went sideways. And even though we were told all along that they were going to get it back and they were getting it back, they weren't getting it back. They never got it back, and that's why things went the way that they went. I'm with you big time from this perspective. What it feels like is last year the focus ended up in so many of the wrong places. And I don't think they intended for that to happen, but boy, did it ever. Obviously, the two things I just mentioned, from Klay Thompson not being ready from the punch to even things that festered like Kuminga at the end or Andrew Wiggins' absence. Like, all year long, the focus was on all of these things that had nothing to do with the Warriors' record. And the poster for me, beyond the obvious, which is the punch, the mindset, and I couldn't figure out at the time why it was bothering me, but when Klay Thompson kept holding up 4, And it started against the Suns when Booker was cooking him. He was cooking him.
Early. That was the week before Thanksgiving.
And I was like, why is normally you're a fan, you love your team. I love Klay Thompson. He used to do a show with his dad. Klay has been he's been good. Like, he's been a Hall of Fame. Thank you. Hall of Fame player. Took a picture with my son one time. I love it. I love it. But he was doing that. And I'm like, why is that rubbing me the wrong way? And I couldn't really figure out why. And I think to a degree, you kind of just touched on it. You touched on it because it was like, that's not where we want your focus, because that makes me feel like you're focusing on the past. And as it turns out last year, I think they were. They were focusing on all kinds, like it's almost like respect us because of where we've been. Isn't that why Draymond may have punched Jordan Poole?
And also selfish agendas,
right?
I think, moving forward.
Respect us for where we've been instead of this is where we are. Like, be here now. And if you're going to go into this season, as I think Klay just said recently, we need one more. And I love that he didn't say, like, oh, we're still going to be great for 5 more years. Maybe we can win 3 more. Get out of here. Let's be real.
Just trying to win one more.
We need one more. Well, I love that as a phrase. We need one more. Well, it's only going to get harder each year. So make it this year and focus on that. And when things are rough on a Tuesday night in January, I don't want to see 4 fingers go up because of what happened years ago. Like, that's in the past. So for me, what you're saying, I think that's the really, really valid part is the word focus. The word focus. Yeah. And that is related to what you're saying, which is kind of like no excuse.
It's just, it's focus. It's no excuses. It's not, oh, they were terrible on the road and they got to play 7 of the first 9 on the road. It's like, okay, good. Go. You didn't win a road game till November 17th, I think it was, somewhere in there last year. Like, you got it's going to have to back-to-backs. 15 back-to-backs. Well, guess what? You're going to have to come up with a plan. You're going to have to come up with a plan of these are the games Chris Paul's going to take off, and these are the games that Klay's going to take off, and here's who's going to play when those guys aren't going to play. And it's going to have to gel. And you might have to trust the young guys a little bit more in the regular season.
Sure.
Coach Kerr. Like,
sure.
I've defended Steve Kerr on the playoff stuff, especially with Kuminga. He showed himself, but, could he have played a little more here or there in the regular season?
Hey, quick aside on that. Load management night often means like the whole damn group takes the night off. Would you be in favor of them, like, slanting that a little bit more?
They need to. Well, I think they're going to have to.
You two take the night off, Steph and Klay, but Chris, Andrew, and you're in.
Yes.
And then 3 nights later, okay, Draymond and Chris.
Or it probably would be Draymond and Steph.
Whatever.
Maybe, yeah.
I was kind of trying to create like loudmouth's night off. But anyway, however you want, but 2 of them. You 2 take this one off. You 2 over here, you get the next one off instead of doing all 5 of them at once.
Yeah, and look, injuries are going to happen, so you can't get too far down the road of how you plan it out. But I do think there almost needs to be more of a baseball-like approach to it, where a baseball team will say,
night off for
you're going to get you're not going to play Tuesday, you are going to play this night. I think the Warriors, for whatever reason, I think we kind of know the reason. Not saying it's a bad thing, but they don't like resting Steph at home. Well,
of course not.
Well, you know what? Like, that shouldn't matter either. Like, it's the right nights. Like, don't play Steph an extra home game if it means you're going to have to punt a road game.
Right.
Where, like, you might be able to win a home game without Steph. You might.
Especially now. Especially now. I mean,
they won a bunch of home games without him last year.
Well, you have Chris Paul.
Jordan Poole.
Right, but
was
you have
a big
Chris
part of that.
Paul. Like, you have somebody else who, I mean, you could run a starting lineup of Chris Paul, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, and Kevon Looney.
Yeah.
A very viable starting lineup.
No, and I think they're gonna have to figure that out as far as I think Klay and Chris Paul are the 2. I know Klay was playing back-to-backs by the end of the year, but he's probably not going to play every back.
Not all of them. No, not all. What did you say there are? 15?
There's 15 of them.
And
some of them are home.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like I was kind of going through it. There aren't I mean, there are a lot of them, the most in the league, but it's like you figure it out, you map it out. There's breaks in the schedule.
It's interesting what you were saying about kind of like, I don't want to hear this and no excuses. But what's interesting, like sometimes, and this is maybe more, as you said, the fan base than it is the actual team, but the idea of the things that are set up against the Warriors. Well, we've got more back-to-backs because we're on national TV more.
Well, yeah.
And, we get everybody's best shot and all that. Like, sometimes that focus, and this is just fandom, but that focus on why things are harder for the Warriors than they are for other teams. I wonder if everybody realizes how much is baked in their favor. Like, this is near and dear to me because I've raised children in California. I don't ever let them, but we don't have, and my friend's got 3 stories and 8 bedrooms, and I want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. We could go anywhere in the world, and you could see how freaking lucky you are. So have some gratitude. And I think, look, you're the Warriors. You're the Warriors. Don't you see the baked-in advantages? Don't you think that from the league, from the referees, even if you think, Steph never gets calls. Well, he probably gets more calls than the Pistons point guard because I don't even know who that is. I don't know who plays for the Magic. I know Ben Carroll. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're the Warriors, and life is actually set up pretty advantageously for you. So I think sometimes that focus needs to be shifted a little bit about, woe is us, and we make it hard because of our success. There's a lot of advantages that come from your success.
Come out, be ready, get off to a good start, have a plan, and just go get it. Like, it's not you're going to have to navigate it. Like, there's going to have to be a more organized fashion to, I think, the way they try to attack this than I think there's too many times where it's felt like, and part of this is because they've been so good and they have won titles. There's been just too many regular season games that have felt like they haven't mattered. And I think they need to,
sure.
I think they need to make, they need to say to themselves, the regular season does matter more than we've allowed it to matter in the past.
No doubt.
You have to win 70, but you know what? If you really think you're a title contender, you can win 50. Like, win 50.
Yeah. I think that's fair.
Like,
yeah.
You won 44,
wins.
and you told us how many games you should have won.
Don't chase wins, but last year sometimes it felt like you were chasing losses.
I mean, the last 2 champions, the last 2 NBA champions were 53-29. The Denver Nuggets were 53-29, and the Warriors 2 years ago were 53-29. I mean, it's not that. It's not. These guys weren't winning 65,
and that gets you into that top 3 seed or better.
Exactly. I mean, the 3 seed was 4 games away. The Kings were the 3 seed.
4 games away.
They were 48 wins.
Yeah.
48 wins used to be an 8 seed, 7 seed. Like, it's right there. I don't, and again, I don't think, in fairness, I think you brought up a good point. The Warriors, I don't think, have complained about that stuff, but I do think they've devalued the regular season because they've been through it all and won titles and seen all the games. Like Draymond says, it's hard to get up.
I'd rather not hear that this year.
Like, I don't want to hear it. Like,
not.
It's not up. It's hard to get up because, I got to play that game in Detroit the night after we played the game in Cleveland. Well, no, guess what? The game in Detroit's a game you got to win. Mm-hmm. They didn't win that game last year.
I know.
And you know when they didn't win it last year? They didn't win it last year the night after they didn't win in Charlotte the night before. Like that,
I love the comment that just came through on YouTube. JD will remember the entire schedule by tomorrow. Is that true? Can I test you tomorrow?
You can test me tomorrow.
Make you close your laptop, and I'm going to just okay, February 18th. Where are they?
I probably,
and you'll be like, they're in Cleveland.
I probably won't have it.
But I love that you had to say probably.
I probably won't have it.
But you might.
because it's more like
insane.
The memory is more based on like
what's already
happened. Like I can see it and remember it.
When they
more
lost that game to Detroit last year, what night of the week was it?
It was a Sunday.
Man, I knew you'd see it.
It was going on simultaneously. I'm going to tell you right now. It was Sunday, October 30th.
Oh, gosh.
It was going on simultaneously with the 49ers and the Rams in L.A. when Christian McCaffrey was thrown for a touchdown.
Threw, run, and caught. Yeah. That was better than the Detroit game.
It was actually one of the games I didn't do pre and post game for because I was covering the Niner game.
Oh, because of the Niners. Okay. I love it. All right. That's really, really good stuff. 888-957-9570. We started off the show today asking the question with off of the Mike Silver article and all of the debate that has happened, the anger that seems to be out there, the devotion to certain players, and in this case, Trey Lance. The fans that are out there, no problem being a fan of Trey Lance by any stretch, but the statement I made is that fandom usually in sports comes from production. It usually comes from production. So why are so many of you just so darn loyal to Trey Lance when he's barely even played? So where did that fandom come from? When? Why? Any of it. 888-957-9570. Tracy and San Bruno, thank you for holding. You're on here with Willard and JD. Hey, Tracy, what's up?
Hey, Willard. Hey, JD. Thanks for the call. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to piggyback on something that you were explaining about Brock. And how much development did Brock need? Brock needed zero development. He came in, he did his apprenticeship in college. Trey came out and took the money, so it's Trey's fault for coming out and not being a professional yet.
Well, Tracy, hang on. You're taking that in a little bit. To me, that's unfair. Because don't you, like, but put yourself in Trey's shoes. Somebody's going to offer you, what did Trey make on that contract? Right? Is it upwards of $30 million?
It is about that, maybe.
So if someone's going to offer you that, Tracy, especially in a sport like football where your career could end at any time, like, do you have kids, Tracy?
I would take it.
Yeah. So like, I don't know. Did you want Trey to do something different?
Early.
What's that?
That would be my fault for coming out early.
Well, I don't know. I guess I have a problem with the word fault on that one. Tracy, I have a problem with the word fault. You know what I mean?
Nope. It's not his fault, but you come out and you say you're a professional. You have to know the game. Brock Purdy served his apprenticeship and came out and said, now I'm a professional. So all I need to do is learn the playbook and learn the speed of the game. There's no developing.
Tracy, thanks, Tracy. I appreciate it. I just think they're different situations. Like, there's so much that goes into that conversation, the way Tracy just brought that up. Like, where do you end up going to college? There was a pandemic that got thrown into this. There were injuries that got thrown into this. I'm certainly not going to criticize Trey Lance for where he went to school and the way his college career unfolded. He did a great job. He put himself in position to be the number 3 overall pick in the draft and get paid a ton of money. And players come in with different needs and a different journey and whatnot. Now, here's where I will agree. There is an unfortunate reality for Trey Lance that it's now year 3, and people are like, well, he hasn't had a chance to play. So how can you expect him to be good? And Brock Purdy got hucked into a situation where he barely was even given any practice reps and then never lost a game.
And that's why it's advantage Purdy.
And we get some of the reasons why, but in the end, they're irrelevant. The answer's the answer. Someone's ready to play and the other one's not. That's a wrap.
They're going to play. No, that's why we're here in this situation. And that gets back to the difference between unfortunate circumstances or bad luck or whatever as to why maybe Trey didn't get those opportunities. You have to draw a line, though, and separate that from the 49ers intentionally doing something to him.
Exactly.
So
let me also add, Trey had no choice with who drafted him. The norm, not that you would predict this or care, the norm.
Yeah, you're going to the Bears.
You're going to a crappy team, and they're going to give you the reins. And what's so funny is we all thought 3 years ago that Trey Lance had sold under a lucky star. We're like, how lucky is this dude? He's going to be one of the early QBs, and he's going to Kyle Shanahan and Trent Williams and this roster. It turns out it might have been the worst thing for him.
Yeah.
It might have been.
Because
I don't know. Maybe he would have been awful with enough. I don't know. But you do figure at least he would have played.
Unless he got hurt.
Yeah.
And then maybe he wouldn't have played. So, I mean, yeah, the thought was, well, he's going to be good enough, and Shanahan's system is effective enough, not easy, but effective enough to where he'll be able to shine and develop. I mean, that's the parallel here with the 49ers and the Warriors.
Yep.
It's the belief that you could win and develop. They both found that you can't. Like they both found that you can't. Like it just and for different circumstances potentially.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I buy that as a write it in ink statement. Win and develop.
Well, they couldn't do it.
Those particular players at that time.
I'm just saying
at that time, right?
Yeah, they found that they couldn't do it in this. I'm just speaking of these circumstances.
Yeah, Jordan Poole developed while winning. I have hope that Jonathan Kuminga will.
Well, but
the Giants are trying to win and develop.
Yes, but they did. But I guess what I'm getting at is like Kuminga and Moody were not meaningful members of the Warriors championship team, and Wiseman didn't play at all. They were the Moody was like the 15th man, and Kuminga was like the 12th. Really, when it really came down to it.
Bunch of people want to weigh in on this. So 888-957-9570. More of your calls next. Sponsored by AC Transit. JD's in for Dibs. Swillard and Dibs.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive to East Bay. Take the wheel of your career and level up. No driving.
I don't like anybody, not even myself.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You know what's going to happen when we come back here, JD? Do you want to know what's going to happen?
I do.
Yeah.
I would like to know.
Someone's going to go to a Warrior game. Want to know which one?
Ooh, I love that. Well, whichever one they want.
Whichever freaking one they want. So tomorrow, all day on 95.7 The Game, we're celebrating the release of the schedule, which just happened today, by giving you a chance to look it over and then call in tomorrow and win tickets to any game you want to go. I mean, yeah, it's got to be a home game. We're not sending you to New York, okay?
It's too bad.
I know.
I'd be like, can I go to Boston?
Exactly.
Sunday, March 3rd.
Do they play overseas this year?
Give me Sunday, March 3rd at Boston, 3:30 Eastern on ABC.
I like that. You're going to wait out the NFL season and then go. I like it. But that's the deal tomorrow on 95.7 The Game. Each show is going to give listeners one chance to win a pair of tickets to any Warrior game of their choosing, home games only. So that means 3 chances tomorrow on 95.7 The Game to win. All you got to do is listen. Just listen, and you'll figure it out. Okay, so Bonte and Joe, they got a chance. Steiny and Goot with Styles, they got a chance. Me and JD here on Willard and Dibs, you're going to have another chance. Listen tomorrow. You can win tickets to a Warrior game of your choosing. I also have this to pass along with regard to Saturday's game, 49ers and Broncos. The latest word from Kyle Shanahan is you might see Brock Purdy and some of the starters for a series or 2. You might. If you don't, Sam gets the whole first half.
All right.
So, under no circumstances, according to Kyle Shanahan, will you see Trey Lance until the second half. So, it is either a little bit of Brock, followed by a bunch of Sam, or just a bunch of Sam. And some of the other starters might get in there for a series or 2 as well. Does that make you comfortable? Is it part of it? I get a split reaction every time. You know, like you're going to send Brock out there. It's going to make everybody nervous automatically. It's like, oh gosh, hope nothing happens there.
And also, he better play well.
And he better be awesome. But I also think the fact that we're even having this conversation is still stunning to me. Stunning to me that they opened training camp and they're just like, yep, Brock's ready. And then here we are in preseason game 2, and they're like, yeah, might put him out there. I mean, our conversation all summer was like, maybe, you know what I mean? If everything goes perfect, he can show up at the end of camp and be ready by week 1. But the fact that they are considering putting him out there this weekend is obviously a wonderful sign for his health. And then do with the rest of it what you will. If you think that the 49ers should or should not do that. I will say this. I would like to see him play a couple series in the preseason, whether it's this week or next. I would like that. I think that is prudent.
Me too. And I think Kyle Shanahan agrees. To me, he's more old school, wants to see guys get out there, but he also knows that he's had a team that's been snake bit by injuries, and he doesn't want to risk it, which is also understandable. I think it is beneficial, and again,
feel the speed. Go feel the speed before Pittsburgh is what I would say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because as Trey proved last week, it different. It different than practice. So, I'm with you. All right. A few more here on the phone lines. 888-957-9570, Willard and JD. Mr. Burns is in the city. Hey, Mr. Burns, what you doing?
Not much, guys. Listen to my boys. Willard and JD, or should I say DJ Willie? Anyways.
Good job, Mr. Burns. Good job.
Yeah, so my take on the whole, why do we have such an attachment to Trey? I think it has to start with Kaepernick, and how badly we burned this running dual-threat quarterback, and then how much we got burned by other dual-threat quarterbacks. Russell Wilson, Pat Mahomes, and then me as a man of color, I'm trying to see a black man as a quarterback, and so all that emotional attachment, especially in the Bay Area, it just builds up. But after last week's performance, it's like, you know, he doesn't got it. It just looks like he has it, and it's.
Mr. Burns, I'm really glad that with regard to how open you are for this conversation. There's two things that pop to mind. One of them about wanting, and stay on the line, please, Mr. Burns. Wanting a dual threat quarterback. I'm totally with you. Who's not excited by that? Except for Trey Lance, the one thing that I do think we can write the book on is that he's not as fast as we thought he was going to be. So that dream feels a little bit dead. But the fact that you said as a man of color, you're trying to see a black man succeed at quarterback, while I fully get that, I'm sort of fascinated by the fact that Lamar Jackson and Deshaun Watson and Russell Wilson and Patrick Mahomes and Kyler Murray and Geno Smith and Cam Newton from days gone by and Justin Fields and Dak Prescott and Jalen Hurts. Like, it's all, half the league is black. It's all good. Like, that ridiculous racist narrative has been burned. Don't you think?
No, I hear you. Yeah, no, as Mr. Burns, I know what you're talking about. It's just that I just want to see it on my team, you know, especially
That's
after
fair.
what happened to Kaepernick.
Yeah.
And then it's like, you know, it's kind of like, damn, I wish. You feel me? Like, nah, I don't think it's racism. You know what I'm saying? I think that my attachment to seeing a man that I identify with is compelling me further than Sam Darnold or Purdy. And, you know, but once I saw Purdy last year, like, you cannot deny that skill. We still got to see how he's going to show up this season. But no, I don't think what anyone is doing is like racist per se. I would just say that the emotional attachment to race is there, especially in the Bay, and that's what's like creating that benefit of a doubt.
Hey, man,
for some.
That's my call of the day right there. Mr. Burns, thank you. Like, I feel that, I get that, and that is super open and honest.
Definitely.
I get that.
No, and totally.
And there's nothing anybody can do about that either. Like, as he even said, I love that, you know, it's just like, yeah, you see what Brock does at the end of the year. What are you supposed to do? It's not like anybody's trying to hold him down.
No.
Yeah.
Good call.
Very good call. James in Fremont. Hey, James, you're on with Willard and JD. What's up?
I'm just thinking about for Trey Lance, the attachment to him is really the amount of investment that we put on him to pick him up. I'm really actually just curious. Maybe we're not going to hear it years from now, but maybe when they retire, on what Lynch and actually Shanahan saw in him when they drafted him. Because he didn't have that much snaps, which everyone is talking about, but then they gave up so much to draft him. Was it just panic? What were they thinking about at that moment? Again, it's just the investment that went to him, and now it's just a waste. So yeah. I think that's where the attachment is.
James, those are great questions. James, thank you very much. You know what's interesting? Sometimes we have this conversation, JD, about like, is the story ever going to be told? Andrew Wiggins, where was he last year? I don't think the story's ever going to be told.
Probably
I don't think we're ever going to find
not.
out. Is the story of the draft in 2021 ever going to be told? I actually think it will. I don't know why. I just think it will. It may take a while. I think we're going to find out, though. I really do.
It may take a while. It may only take Trey Lance to not be on the 49ers anymore for it to come out.
What did they see? How did Mac Jones actually factor into this? Where were they with the relationship with Jimmy Garoppolo? Do they look back on it at some point and admit kind of what they saw that then years later did not develop? Whatever. I think that we're going to, it may take a while. I think we're going to hear those stories someday.
I think part of it will be how much Trey Lance wowed Kyle Shanahan in the meeting room and in the way that he talked and understood football at a highly intelligent rate. I think Kyle fell in love with Trey probably based on that as much as the physical tools that we've we've thrown about.
That's my perception. He walked into the room and he's like, oh my God, he gets it. He totally gets it.
And
he
by the way, he might
room.
be able to be a dual threat, and he's got a great arm, and he's big.
All right, let's do it again tomorrow, buddy.
Looking forward to it.
Here comes Grandy, everybody. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. I'm going to run to the car, find out where our show fits into the best of. Did we make it, Grandy? I don't know. Only thing you could do is wait and find out. So here comes the best of the game with our buddy Grandy. For JD and Grandy and Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
At Pennzoil, we have one job. Pioneering a motor oil so advanced, you don't have to think about your motor oil. Instead, you can think about how your engine sounds, how your stomach feels as the RPMs build, how your wheels hug the curves, and how, with the Pennzoil Platinum up to 15-year, 500,000-mile protection guarantee, your adventures will be many. Pennzoil. Long may we drive. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details.
The best time to get a great deal on a Ram truck is now, during the Ram Make This the Summer event. Visit Ram.com or visit your local Ram dealer to find the perfect Ram truck for you. Hurry in and make this the summer you drive a Ram. And right now, during the Ram Make This the Summer event, get 10% below MSRP on the purchase of 2023 Ram 1500 Laramie, Longhorn, and Limited models. Not compatible with lease offers or with any other consumer incentive offers. Residency restrictions apply. Take retail delivery by 9/5.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. Come see the Heston Living Suites on display at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, a Heston dealer for both indoor and outdoor. Each and every Heston grill is built from the ground up in California, and the pride and precision that goes into each grill truly puts the Heston product in a league of its own. And now receive a free Aspire under-counter refrigerator valued at over $1,500 with qualifying purchase at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
You didn't become grilling royalty by using just any hardwood pellets. You became grilling royalty,
dude, this brisket,
by using Kingsford hardwood pellets. Kingsford is America's grilling expert with over 100 years of expertise in flavor and quality. Their hardwood pellets deliver excellent performance in any pellet grill, adding an authentic wood-fired flavor to any meal your family loves.
Any more chicken?
Take pride when you grill and grab a bag of Kingsford hardwood pellets today. Kingsford.com.
This your captain. Better buckle your seatbelts for this one. I saw my passport expired, so I went to Staples, got a passport photo lickety-split. While I was there, I grabbed some tiny travel soap and shampoo. I should have got some for my co-pilot. Just kidding, Brad.
Staples has everything for travel. 10-minute passport photos, luggage, headphones, even personal travel items. And now at Staples, get $10 off your purchase of $30 or more when you buy a travel service. Staples, your first stop to nonstop travel. Ends 9/16. In-store only. Exclusions apply.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee.
Ever since we got Xfinity, my little sister and her friends can easily stream all their favorite stuff.
We'll start with 2 episodes of Top Chef, then Chopped.
When I was a kid, we'd worry about buffering. Now they just worry about what's on the charcuterie board.
Enjoy these fine meats and cheeses.
These are just cut up hot dogs and spray cheese.
Indeed.
The best way to stream your favorites is on the Xfinity 10G network. Now through September 6th, new customers can get gig internet on the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming for just $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile. Plus, there's no annual contract and get Wi-Fi equipment included. Get way more into what you're into when you stream on the Xfinity 10G network. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires PayPal, Split, and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity internet. After promo, regulated supplied internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary. Stream Top Chef on Peacock.
Hi, I'm Nabil Ahmed. At East Bay Law Practice, our mission is simple: to secure the best possible outcome for you. Whether it's getting your case dropped, avoiding prison time, or safeguarding your job, East Bay Law Practice is your go-to defense. If you're facing serious felony or misdemeanor charges including violent crimes, vehicular offenses, DUI, drug crimes, or a neighbor dispute leading to a civil harassment restraining order, then East Bay Law Practice is your go-to defense. Learn more at eastbaylawpractice.com. That's eastbaylawpractice.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids.